a one-night stand with a campus beauty. 2 months later, my life was completely changed. I am Lin Xian. When I woke up in the hotel bed, I found a pure and beautiful school beauty lying on top of me. The consequences of a night of drinking made me realize instantly that I might be going to be a father. I got drunk at a dorm party the night before last, and my memory is hazy. My heart suddenly clenched. In a panic, she grabbed a pillow and yelled at me not to look at her. I stammered that I would take responsibility, but then I saw the glaring bloodstains on the sheets, and the memories flooded back. 2 months later, I ran into her at the hospital. She was holding a pregnancy test report, showing she was 8 weeks pregnant. She was pale and panicked. I was so shocked I could barely speak. The strange looks from those around us made the situation even more awkward, as if they were treating me like an irresponsible man. Just then, a system notification sounded. God-level dad system activated. The babies in my womb are twins, a boy and a girl. 100,000 yuan in childcare funds have been deposited directly into my account. From an ordinary student to an expectant father, my life has been completely turned upside down at this moment. I'm still just a student. How should I shoulder the responsibility? And how should I protect her and the children? Seeing her face full of grievance, I solemnly promised I would never shirk my responsibility and would wholeheartedly protect her and the child. Her tears slowly stopped. The paternity test results were completely confirmed, and I finally faced reality. I was going to be a father. System rewards are being triggered one after another. Luxury cars, mansions, education opportunities, and childcare resources are all within my grasp. As long as I spend quality time with her and the child, my life will be completely transformed. In just a few minutes, I went from an ordinary student to a stay-at-home dad, and I still couldn't accept this new identity. The doctor looked at us and sighed softly. The two of them were so young, and the pregnancy had happened. His gaze was complicated, and I clutched the paternity test results, cold sweat instantly breaking out. I had truly become a father-to-be. I turned and saw the tears welling up in Li Mengyao's eyes, and felt a pang of guilt. After thanking her softly, we left the hospital. It was almost noon. Her mouth was growling with hunger, so I suggested we eat something before discussing the rest, and she nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the ride-hailing car arrived. I thoughtfully opened the door for her, and after she settled in, I got in from the other side. The driver casually advised me to be mindful of the atmosphere, to which I responded nonchalantly, while stealing a glance at her, my cheeks slightly flushed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I led her to a quiet spot by the window, handed her the menu, and reminded her to pay attention to her diet during pregnancy. She picked out a few light dishes, which I then ordered from the waiter, all nourishing and suitable for pregnancy. During the meal, I asked her if she was willing to keep the baby. She was worried that we hadn't graduated yet, and our income was unstable. I frankly told her that I had excellent grades in school, sufficient savings, and would do everything I could to ensure her and the baby's livelihood. She smiled and nodded, agreeing to keep the child. Actually, she had secretly liked me since I enrolled in school, and her drunken approach was also out of genuine affection. The food was served one after another, and I carefully served her food, making sure she took every bite. After lunch, I took her back to her dormitory and told her to get some rest. We arranged to go to the hospital the next day for a full prenatal checkup, and she happily agreed, filling me with warmth. Back in the dorm, I hummed a little tune as I pushed open the door, only to be surrounded by my roommates, all curious about where I'd been. I gave them a casual answer, and the dorm instantly became lively. In the afternoon, I focused on the project and successfully completed the delivery, earning another 10,000 yuan. Including the 100,000 yuan in startup capital from the system, my savings now exceeded 200,000 yuan, giving me confidence. I secretly considered that living in the dormitory during my pregnancy was inconvenient, and I needed to find a new place to live as soon as possible. That evening, I played games with my roommates to relax, but lost several rounds in a row, leaving me feeling frustrated. Just as I was about to rest, a system notification sounded. Due to my frequent accompaniment to prenatal checkups, I was being gifted a top-of-the-line luxury car, already parked in a campus parking space, ready for immediate use. The system thoughtfully sent me the popular Xiaomi SU7, and I couldn't wait to head to the parking lot to check it out. In a corner, A car in a shimmering purple hue sat quietly, its streamlined design and high-tech aesthetic stunning. I was excited. I got into the car and dialed Li Mengyao's number. Her voice was soft and sleepy. I gently asked if she was awake and offered to accompany her to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup, which she readily agreed to. I drove to the girls' dormitory, attracting countless stares along the way. Li Mengyao walked down slowly, wearing a light blue dress with an elegant belt, looking graceful and charming. I carefully reminded her to watch her step, and we chatted and laughed softly, the atmosphere sweet. I casually called her wife, and she blushed, obediently getting into the passenger seat. She was curious about the car's origin, and I casually mentioned it was for everyday use and offered to teach her how to drive. In reality, my spare car was just an old electric scooter. The drive to the hospital was smooth, and I accompanied her throughout her prenatal checkup. The embryo was developing well. Outside the hospital, my roommate Joe Kwan appeared. He immediately saw through my act and jokingly teased me about being with the school beauty. I calmly responded and promised to treat him to dinner that evening. He happily agreed and even made a point of greeting Li Mengyao, who blushed shyly. The system notified me again first time accompanying someone to a prenatal checkup, rewarding me with a high-end luxury apartment in the city center. And the car giveaway triggered a hidden bonus, granting me a $1 million Maybach. With these system rewards in hand, my assets instantly skyrocketed. If Li Mengyao hadn't kept the child, I would never have had the chance to unlock this incredible opportunity. Back in the car, she felt sleepy and fell asleep in her seat. I deliberately avoided the campus route and drove smoothly towards the bustling area. The beeping sound at the entrance of the residential complex woke her up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked around in surprise. I gently explained that this was our future new home, a place to make arrangements in advance for our pregnancy. She wondered about the source of the funds for the house, and I calmly brushed it off, making her blush with embarrassment. We parked our car, and she was amazed by the luxury cars parked in the complex. I took her hand, jokingly calling her wife, which made her blush and act coquettishly. We took the elevator upstairs, walking together, and soon arrived at our Riverview penthouse. The interior was spacious and simply furnished, with a balcony offering a panoramic view of the sunset. As the evening breeze ruffled her hair, I couldn't resist gently pulling her into my arms. She nestled gently in my arms, her voice tinged with shyness as she asked, "How much did this big house cost?" I told her frankly, $8 million. The total price made her eyes flash with inferiority, as if she hadn't contributed anything to me. I gently turned her body and earnestly comforted her. "You and the child are the most precious treasures of my life." We gazed deeply into each other's eyes, the atmosphere instantly becoming intimate. I slowly lowered my head, wanting to press my lips to hers, a sweet sensation filling the air. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Mengyao hurriedly pulled away to answer her mother's call, her flustered tone betraying everything. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her mother noticed I was in a relationship and told her to bring me home next week so she could personally check me out. After hanging up, she scolded me slightly, and I nodded frankly, ready to face the elder's questioning. She cautiously asked if I would accompany her home, and I agreed without hesitation, promising to move into the new house as soon as possible. The two of us went out to eat. I stopped her as she was about to drive away, pointing to the Maybach next to us, its headlights gleaming and eye-catching. She looked at me in shock, a mixture of curiosity and doubt welling up inside her. I casually concealed the secret of the system. She urged me to be honest with her from now on, and I solemnly promised that we were of one mind. Afterwards, we went to a grilled fish restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal. After dinner, she was tired and sleepy, so I drove her back to her dorm safely. She rested peacefully, and I went back to the boys' dorm alone. As soon as I entered, my 3 roommates surrounded me, teasing and questioning me. I told them the whole story honestly, but I still didn't reveal the system's secret. My roommates were shocked by how quickly things had progressed, remarking that it was far beyond the pace of normal relationships. I told them to keep it a secret for now and offered to treat them to a meal. At night, the 4 of us went out together. I drove a luxury car to pick them up and drop them off, leaving my roommates dumbfounded. I casually mentioned that a family car would be more convenient for taking care of the children. At a casual restaurant, we chatted about our future plans. I mentioned that I would spend time with my partner, and my roommates teased me about my leisurely life. The next morning, I drove to the girls' dormitory to pick her up and her best friend, Lu Yusin. We held hands and exchanged pleasantries. She introduced her friend, and I stated my identity directly. Lu Yusin was very wary, worried that her friend would be wronged. I reluctantly agreed to let her come along. The two chatted in the car, and the atmosphere was relaxed. The car drove into the Riverside residential area. The new home was grand and luxurious, and Lu Yusin was increasingly surprised. After moving in, the system notified me that I had been given a 5-star top-tier cooking skill. I secretly rejoiced that I could cook for her during her pregnancy. I arranged for them to rest and went to the market to buy ingredients to prepare lunch. Lu Yusin looked puzzled, while Li Mengyao was full of anticipation. Just before leaving, Li Mengyao suddenly hugged me tightly. Her cheeks flushed and turned to go inside, the air thick with sweet affection. Lu Yusin teased the romantic atmosphere in the room, but Li Mengyao shyly stopped her, whispering that she had already fallen for me and was willing to follow me wholeheartedly. My best friend sighed helplessly, but thoughtfully advised me to be mindful of boundaries during our cohabitation. The door opened, and I walked in carrying a full load of groceries. I noticed both of them had slightly flushed cheeks. I smiled and pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, but she turned her head away haughtily. Without asking any questions, I went straight into the kitchen, my mind automatically reciting the steps for each dish, and my movements were swift and practiced. The kitchen was fully equipped with high-end appliances, and I busied myself with ease, the aroma quickly filling the air. The two girls couldn't resist peeking in from the doorway. Dishes were served one after another, their colors, aromas, and flavors irresistible, whetting the appetite. A table laden with food was a sight to behold, bringing joy to the heart. After tasting the food, Lu Yusin praised it repeatedly, saying it was comparable to a five-star chef. Li Mengyao was overjoyed, secretly relieved that she would have heartwarming meals for every meal from now on. As I tasted the food I had prepared, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside me. Then, a system notification sounded, announcing a generous reward of 3 million in cash. After lunch, I drove Lu Yusin back to campus. She frankly told me that she knew about Li Mengyao's pregnancy and inquired about wedding preparations. I told her frankly that I planned to visit the elders next week to get their consent before officially getting engaged. She slowly recounted Li Mengyao's life story, which filled me with heartache. Back in the new house, Li Mengyao, dressed in a white nightgown, was fast asleep on the sofa, curled up quietly, looking utterly pitiful. I gently walked over and gazed at her, vowing in my heart to protect her and the child in her womb, ensuring their safety and well-being. She murmured softly in her sleep, the scene warm and comforting. I gently picked her up and placed her on the bed in the master bedroom, covering her with a blanket so she could continue to rest. She slowly woke up in the evening, blushing as she walked out of the room. I was engrossed in my work when she softly asked me something. I stopped to respond, smiling as I explained that I was doing a part-time job to earn extra income, my eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She nestled sweetly in my arms, her breath soft and gentle. I suggested we go to the mall in the evening, which puzzled her. I simply said we needed to pick out some important items, piquing her curiosity. She smiled brightly, nodded happily, and looked forward to our trip. In the evening, I prepared a chicken and mushroom soup, simmering it over low heat until it smelled wonderful. I served it to Li Mengyao, who had little appetite during her pregnancy, but the sight of the rich soup immediately whetted her appetite. She took small sips, curious about my skillful cooking. I jokingly said it was a funny story I learned from my mother, teasing her. She chuckled and reminded me not to make fun of elders so casually. As night fell, we drove to Jinwan Plaza, where the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. Li Mengyao took my arm and pressed me for our shopping purpose. I remained mysterious and went straight into a maternity supplies store, focusing on high-end skincare products, just to pamper her skin and make her pregnancy comfortable and worry-free. The salesperson first recommended the affordable option, but I shook my head in acknowledgement. Then the high-end, top-of-the-line model was brought out. I carefully examined the ingredients and effects, confirming it was safe, gentle, and top-tier in the industry. Seeing the high price, Li Mengyao tugged at my sleeve, urging me to choose the cheaper option. I gently dispelled her concerns and readily bought 5 bottles at once, ensuring she could have peace of mind during her pregnancy. After purchasing skincare products, I took her to a maternity clothing store. I carefully explained the physical changes during pregnancy and suggested preparing loose-fitting clothes for everyday wear. Li Mengyao's eyes softened, and she shyly leaned close to my ear, gently tiptoeing to place a tender kiss on my cheek. Then, she shyly went into the store to choose clothes, creating a warm and sweet scene. She happily picked out clothes, and while she was trying them on, I quietly slipped across the street to the jewelry store. I casually mentioned a budget of 500,000 yuan, which surprised the salesperson. I chose a top-quality 2-carat diamond ring, finalized the size, paid promptly, had it carefully packaged, and waited for Li Mengyao's return. Back at the clothing store, she changed her clothes, her figure graceful and elegant. Even the simple maternity wear accentuated her charm. I sincerely complimented her, but she shyly teased me, saying my words were perfunctory. After selecting the clothes, we packed our purchases and drove home together, smoothly heading towards our warm new home in the night. I arrived home at 10 p.m., and Li Mengyao yawned wearily, preparing to go back to her room to rest. I gently asked for a goodnight kiss, but she shyly refused, saying she had already expressed her feelings during the day, and hurriedly went back to her room. I chuckled and teased her, promising to meet again another day. Watching her close her door, my heart was filled with sweetness and peace. The system notification sounded, and I realized that accompanying her to buy maternity supplies had led me to a luxury shop in Jinwan Plaza. I casually agreed to postpone the task, marveling at how busy someone was so late at night. In the following days, I took care of her daily meals and needs. On nights when the weather forecast warned of thunderstorms, the atmosphere inside the house grew increasingly somber, yet a warm feeling still lingered in my heart. After dinner, I handed her some juicy cherries, which Li Mengyao leisurely enjoyed. She suggested watching a horror movie to relax, which surprised me, and I gently advised against it during her pregnancy. She complied and chose a heartwarming film, and we snuggled up in front of the big screen. The room was cozy, and the atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable, bringing us even closer together. The film's plot was heartwarming and touching. Li Mengyao was in tears, and I quietly handed her tissues to comfort her. As the night deepened, she slept soundly, gave me a good-night kiss, and shyly ran back to her bedroom. I tidied the room, turned off the equipment, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a thunderstorm broke out outside the window, and a violent storm instantly engulfed the night sky. The thunder startled Li Mengyao awake. Pregnant women are already sensitive and vulnerable, and she trembled slightly. I quickly got up, pushed open the bedroom door, and she nestled into my arms for security. I gently comforted her, then tenderly agreed to sleep in the same bed, holding her tightly in my arms, shielding her from the outside fright. Nestled in my arms, she gradually calmed down, only shyness remaining. I teased her, and she playfully pinched my waist. I gently stopped joking and softly comforted her, making sure she had completely let go of her fear. In the reassuring atmosphere, she quickly drifted into a sweet sleep, nestled peacefully in my arms. I couldn't sleep all night, her delicate figure nestled beside me, their close proximity stirring my emotions. The phone rang in the early morning. She lazily answered her mother's call, saying I was sleeping soundly beside her. Her mother hung up, puzzled. I woke slightly, gazing at her sleeping peacefully in my arms, feeling utterly helpless. I lowered my voice and ended the call, then went outside alone to listen to the recording again, hearing Li Mengyao's soft, sweet voice. The misunderstanding was completely cleared up, and I decided to tell my family the truth, call back to apologize, patiently soothe my mother's emotions, and explain everything clearly. My mother was taken aback at first, then scolded me for being too impulsive. I explained that I was determined to take responsibility to the end, and that the wedding would definitely be a grand affair. My mother calmed down a bit, and immediately finalized the itinerary. She and my father would come to Jinghai that afternoon to visit. I paced anxiously in the living room, bracing myself for a lecture from my elders. Just then, Li Mengyao woke up, noticed my troubled expression, and softly asked what was wrong. My panic vanished, and I decided to cook her a comforting breakfast myself, to make her feel safe and happy. A steaming bowl of lean pork porridge was served, and Li Mengyao ate peacefully, filling my heart with happiness. I slowly brought up the phone call I received that morning, telling her it was my mother calling. Her eyes widened instantly, and she was so surprised she didn't know what to do, fidgeting uncomfortably. She panicked, unsure how to start eating, so I reached out and pulled her into my arms, gently comforting her. I told her that she would meet her family sooner or later, and there was no need to be anxious. I reassured her softly, promising that her parents would only be happy to accept her, and that I would take care of all her worries. She gradually relaxed, and I told her some funny stories about my parents' unique parenting style, which made her laugh out loud. During our conversation, she slowly revealed the bitterness and grievances she felt after losing her father at a young age. I listened quietly, wiped away my tears, and solemnly promised to protect her from now on. After breakfast, feeling drowsy, she playfully asked me to carry her back to the bedroom. I gently carried her in my arms, and during our playful roughhousing, she lightly bit my arm, leaving a faint tooth mark. A sweet feeling filled my heart. Upon hearing the news, the elders in the family sped up and arrived at the entrance of the community half an hour ahead of schedule. When I first met Li Mengyao in the neighborhood, she blushed and tried to avoid me. Her mother quickly comforted her, while her father looked serious. I explained the whole story to her, and my mother was reassured. She then personally prepared nourishing chicken soup to help Li Mengyao recover during her pregnancy. I took the initiative to cook chicken soup, and its rich aroma filled the house. Li Mengyao came out of the living room attracted by the smell, blushed when she saw her elders, and went back to her room. My mother scolded my father for being so serious, and he silently vented his anger on me. I quickly went into the bedroom and gently comforted Li Mengyao. She wore a light purple dress with ruffled edges, looking as gentle and elegant as a forest sprite. I took her hand and told her that she was beautiful and that the elders would surely like her. I gently invited her to meet me formally, and she nestled against me. Our fingers intertwined, and slowly walked out of the room, her expression reserved and shy. Introducing herself and her unborn child to her parents, Li Mengyao greeted them with humility and propriety, much to the delight of her parents. Her mother warmly invited her to sit down and chat, while her father stood by with a serious expression. She seemed a little reserved, so her mother made an excuse to send my father and me outside to be alone. My mother, feeling apologetic, took all the blame upon me and offered me an exquisite gemstone bracelet as a gift. Li Mengyao declined, but my mother insisted, and she finally accepted it with a clear conscience. A commotion outside drew her attention to my father grabbing a belt. I held her protectively in my arms, and she bravely defended me, revealing her deep love for me. Father sighed and put down his belt, silently acquiescing to our staying together. Mother eased the tension, inviting us inside for a meal and reminding her to take care of herself during pregnancy. I cooked some home-style dishes, and the whole family sat around the table. My parents were amazed by my culinary skills after tasting them, and my mother took meticulous care of Li Mengyao. The atmosphere was warm and happy. After dinner, I accompanied Li Mengyao for a walk. The night was gentle, and we chatted as we walked. She put aside her concerns, and I honestly told her my parents my thoughts. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. When the two elders were alone, they also discussed our future plans, secretly marveling at my casual spending habits, but how everything I did was for our stable establishment of a small family. As night deepened, Li Mengyao went to her room to rest early, and I settled my parents in. My mother gave me private instructions regarding the wedding preparations and offered to help with my million-yuan savings, which I politely declined. She told me that the mansion was already in my name and that she trusted my investment and abilities. The night was quiet. I pushed open the bedroom door and saw Li Mengyao sleeping peacefully on the bed. The gentle night light made the scene exceptionally warm and touching, filling my heart with tenderness and protectiveness. I made sure I was in the right room and quietly lay down beside her. Watching her sleep, I secretly planned her meals for tomorrow, preparing nourishing dishes to help her recover. She gently turned over and softly hugged me, her eyes full of innocent charm, clearly playing a little trick on me. I saw right through her little trick and gently pinched her cheek with a soft laugh. She pretended not to notice, but couldn't help but let out a soft, shy gasp. Turning her back to me, I took the opportunity to pull her into my arms and teased her about why she had come to my room on her own initiative. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly insisted that it was her room. I went along with her wishes, taking all the blame upon myself. Sweet words made her face flush, and she couldn't help but turn and gently punch my chest in a coquettish manner. I stopped joking, gently comforted her, and then casually brought up the plan to visit her mother in Jingshui City the day after tomorrow. Li Mengyao nodded gently, her heart filled with longing for her mother. I inquired about the elders' preferences, intending to prepare a thoughtful gift, but she advised me against it, though I insisted on preparing carefully. After finalizing the travel plans, she took advantage of my inattention and planted a kiss on my cheek before closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep, looking utterly adorable. The following afternoon, my parents packed up and prepared to return home. My mother and Li Mengyao chatted quietly, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. I was full of curiosity and wanted to eavesdrop, but the two of them tacitly stopped me, and I didn't get to hear a single interesting thing. My parents repeatedly told me to take good care of my wife and children and to visit Li Mengyao's family as soon as possible to apologize and express my gratitude. After watching the two elders leave, I pressed them for details of their conversation. Li Mengyao smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge a single word. I feigned seriousness and pressured her, but she remained tight-lipped. I smiled and carried her in my arms, slowly walking towards the bedroom. She panicked and whined, clinging tightly to my neck. I gently settled her on the bed, tenderly kissed her forehead, and told her to take a nap. She nodded shyly in agreement, a warm feeling welling up inside me. After she woke up and got ready, we drove our Maybach to Jinwan Plaza to buy gifts. I carefully selected high-end health supplements and exquisite jewelry, preparing a heartfelt present for our meeting. Li Mengyao quickly stopped me, advising me not to spend so lavishly. I pretended to continue shopping, making her puff out her cheeks and feign anger, which was incredibly cute. I then took the opportunity to sweetly ask for a kiss, which she shyly declined with a blush. Afterwards, we took each other's hands and went up to the 5th floor, where I prepared to reveal another surprise to shock her. I called the market manager to schedule the handover of the shop. She was shocked to learn that I owned a 150-square-meter luxury street-front shop. The mall manager led me through the property. The location was excellent and the layout was spacious. I checked the documents, signed my name, and officially took possession of the property. I asked her about her business ideas, and she suggested opening a specialty restaurant. I immediately decided to create a fish restaurant so she could enjoy her favorite dishes anytime. She was so moved that she was speechless. She gently wrapped her arms around my waist, rested her head against my chest, and quietly felt a sense of security and comfort. When we got home, I went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She wanted to help, but I gently advised her against it because of the cooking fumes during pregnancy. So she stayed on the sofa watching TV. When she received a message from her best friend, she jokingly teased me about how busy I was in the kitchen. The atmosphere was warm and fun. Several dishes were served: clay pot rice with mushrooms and chicken, steamed mandarin fish, and tomato and egg soup, a balanced meal. Li Mengyao nestled into my arms and whispered her thanks, filling the room with warmth. During the meal, she asked if I would allow her best friend to stay for a while, and I replied with a smile that she was the lady of the house and everything was up to her. After dinner, I took a walk with her. The night was gentle, and we talked about our feelings as we walked. I reassured her of her worries and told her my parents' true thoughts. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. When we got home late at night, I brought her some warm milk, helped her wash up, and then we lay down to rest together. She gently told me that I didn't need to buy any more supplements, as her kindness was enough. I was filled with trepidation, but she chuckled reassuringly and promised to help my mother as much as possible. No sooner had she finished speaking than she planted a warm, soft kiss on my cheek, gently biting it, making me both laugh and cry. A sweet atmosphere filled the entire night. She blushed and immediately turned away, pretending to fall asleep. I smiled helplessly and gently embraced her from behind. We slept together, waiting for dawn. I secretly planned her meals for the next day, intending to prepare nourishing dishes to help her recover. The next day, after breakfast, the two packed up and prepared to travel to Jingshui City to visit her. The journey took 4 hours, and I carefully reminded her, who was pregnant, to sit in the back and take precautions to ensure her safety. She nodded silently and leaned back comfortably in her seat. Before she left, she suggested switching to a Xiaomi SU7, but I patiently advised her that the Maybach was more reliable. Charging on a long trip would be troublesome, and a presentable trip would show sincerity. She readily agreed, but I could tell she still cared about her beloved car, so I promised to give it to her on the return trip and accompany my best friend for a drive to relax, my heart overflowing with tenderness. In the car, I glanced at her through the rearview mirror, gazing contentedly out the window with a happy smile on her lips. The 4-hour journey became warm and comforting with her company. She recounted the everyday life of her hometown and childhood anecdotes: the small park, the tabby cat, the gentle street corner, and I listened attentively, silently noting down everything she loved. As we chatted, she grew tired and fell into a deep sleep, leaning back in her seat. I drove out of the toll booth and gently woke her. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking adorably dazed. Familiar scenery of my hometown greeted me, and a warm feeling welled up inside me. I worried that my sudden visit would be rushed, but I found that my mother had already prepared her favorite braised fish. Upon arriving at the residential building in the old town, I carried the heavy gifts and accompanied her up to the 8th floor. Mother and daughter, reunited after a long separation, embraced tightly, their joy overflowing. Her mother, with her gentle demeanor, warmly greeted me. We exchanged pleasantries easily, and I respectfully presented her with the gift. Although the aunt politely declined, her eyes were full of kindness. The room was simply and neatly furnished, with the dining table laden with home-style dishes, each one a favorite of hers. The aunt invited me to help myself to the food, and I thoughtfully peeled shrimp for Li Mengyao. Savoring the home-cooked flavors, I felt a warm and comforting sense of home. We interacted intimately, sharing food, which the aunt quietly observed, creating a gentle and harmonious atmosphere. When Annie asked how we met, Mengyao and I froze, hastily making up a story about meeting at a school reunion. She looked nervous, and my heart was pounding, but Auntie just smiled calmly and remained composed. After lunch, Annie was clearing the dishes, and when I offered to help, she politely declined. I could only sit with her in the living room, gently holding her hand to soothe her nerves. The aunt glanced at the expensive gifts on the table, noticing her daughter's troubled expression, and gently pressed her for details. Li Mengyao took a deep breath, determined to confess. "Mom, actually, I'm pregnant." She immediately took full responsibility, admitting fault and showing her determination to protect her. The aunt frowned, and the atmosphere became tense and awkward. The mother and daughter had a private talk. Li Mengyao recounted what had happened, and I comforted her with a calm gaze. The aunt gradually composed herself, ceasing her scolding, and seemed certain of her inner happiness. She frankly admitted that I had been attentive and responsible throughout, and that she planned to propose and marry immediately with the elders' consent, which improved the aunt's impression of me somewhat. The aunt inquired about future living arrangements, and I showed her the property certificate, explaining that the wedding home was already prepared and there was no need to worry. After seeing both names on the property certificate, the aunt was completely convinced of my sincerity, and her goodwill towards me increased even more. She asked about my plans after graduation, wanting to confirm whether I could support a small family. I solemnly promised that my priority would be to accompany Mengyao during her pregnancy and to invest in maintaining daily expenses, earnestly asking her to entrust her daughter to me with peace of mind. Mengyao quickly walked to my side and clung tightly to me. The two looked earnestly at the elder, their expressions incredibly sincere. I mistakenly thought my aunt was firmly against it, and my heart sank. Mengyao's eyes were slightly red, worried that their relationship wouldn't be accepted, but my aunt smiled and revealed her true feelings. Although the matter was urgent, she couldn't bear to separate the two. Mengyao was moved, her eyes reddening. I quickly thanked her and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. The aunt reminded me to remember my promise, understanding the hardships the mother and daughter had endured and not wanting her daughter to suffer anymore. She emphasized that if Mengyao ever felt unhappy in the future, she would definitely confront me. I offered to invite the two elders to live with me in the big city, but she politely declined, preferring to stay in her hometown. As evening approached, my aunt urged me to put aside my worries and get some rest. Mengyao wondered why a separate guest room hadn't been prepared beforehand. My aunt smiled gently and explained that I should stay in Mengyao's room that night. She was stunned, completely unprepared for her mother's open-minded arrangement. I stepped into Mengyao's room. The room was warm and elegant, with pink walls and a soft bed, exuding a youthful charm. The bookshelves were neatly arranged, and the gentle atmosphere instantly dispelled my fatigue. Mengyao smiled shyly and suggested we rest. I changed into my pajamas and lay down, while she blushed and turned her face away. Taking advantage of the elder's permission, I jokingly urged her to use our special, affectionate nickname. She blushed and whispered, "Husband," her voice tinged with playful annoyance. My wish fulfilled, I obediently turned away, giving her space. After changing her clothes, she gently lay down and tenderly embraced me from behind, the atmosphere sweet and peaceful. A system notification sounded in my mind, announcing that I had successfully passed my mother-in-law's test. I was rewarded with a luxury apartment in Jingshui City and also unlocked a brand new lottery opportunity with a full range of benefits. With the help of my friend's guaranteed luck, I successfully won a free shop renovation voucher, solving a major problem for my shop. Looking at Mengyao sleeping soundly beside me, my emotions calmed down. I listened to her peaceful breathing and then drifted off into a sweet sleep myself. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan, far away in his dormitory at Jinghai University, was devastated by a series of failed attempts at obtaining rare items. His roommate's 10-pull gacha pulls, yielding a rare item, left him both amused and exasperated, creating a lively scene. I woke up first in the morning, carefully getting up so as not to disturb Mengyao. A call came from an unfamiliar number. It was the sales manager of the new apartment complex confirming the handover. I decided to handle the handover procedures the next day, marveling at the system's efficiency. Huang Shifeng was already waiting in the living room. I sat down and chatted with her in a warm and friendly atmosphere. My aunt asked me for my honest opinion of Mengyao. I sincerely praised her outstanding character, gentle yet resilient personality, and how she always gave me a sense of belonging. She told me about Mengyao's childhood, how she lacked a father's love from a young age, which shaped her independent, sensitive, and strong-willed personality. She repeatedly urged me to be tolerant and understanding and to take good care of her. I solemnly promised never to let her suffer any injustice. After chatting, the aunt asked about my dinner preferences and said she planned to cook some home-style dishes herself. I offered to learn cooking with her, hoping to recreate the flavors of my hometown and preserve the warm, comforting atmosphere that belonged to her. The aunt readily agreed and personally gave me guidance. I diligently learned to cook, just so she could enjoy familiar and delicious food anytime. After dinner, I accompanied Mengyao for a walk to cheer her up, taking her to the small park she used to frequent as a child. The night was soft, the lights warm, and she recounted her childhood memories and fond scenes to me. I deliberately teased her by bringing up the topic of how she should address me, and she lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. I gently lifted her chin and tenderly guided her. Finally, she softly called out, "Husband," her sweet voice echoing in the night. I looked at Li Mengyao. Her eyes were captivating, her expression alluring, and my heart couldn't help but flutter. The park was crowded, so I had to restrain myself and avoid being overly intimate. Suddenly, a soft meow broke the silence, instantly bringing me back to reality. Li Mengyao got up from my arms, knelt down, and gently stroked the tabby cat in front of her. The little guy was round and cute, with smooth and delicate fur, completely unlike a stray cat. She laughed as she recounted childhood memories, saying this was her usual pet cat. The cat seemed to recognize her, nestling obediently beside her hand. I leaned down to reach out, but it shyly scurried away. Li Mengyao teased me, saying it's natural to be unfriendly if you're not familiar with each other, then offered me some treats as a suggestion. I spread the snacks in my palm, and the cat slowly came over to eat them, even licking my palm. The tingling sensation made me laugh out loud. We played with the cat for a while, leisurely strolled around the surrounding scenery, and then went home together. At night, we naturally lay in bed together, playing on our phones, a routine we'd grown accustomed to. I invited her out, planning to take her somewhere nice to relax the next day. Li Mengyao, curious and suspicious, guessed I was hiding something, and nestled sweetly in my arms, constantly asking me questions. Looking at her adorable and innocent face, I casually suggested giving her a kiss first. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. She thought it would just be a light touch, but my passionate kiss caught her off guard and left her both surprised and shy. After we parted, she was upset that I had deliberately misinterpreted her words and threw a tantrum. I apologized and let her vent. Once her anger subsided, I gently pulled her into my arms, and we drifted off to sleep peacefully. The next day, we slept until 9 o'clock, and the nanny had already prepared breakfast. While eating, Li Mengyao recalled the previous night, and a faint blush rose on her fair cheeks. She suddenly remembered that I had never mentioned the destination, and was wondering why I acted so knowingly. I noticed Li Mengyao was upset and gently asked her what was wrong, but she turned her face away, unwilling to speak directly. After thinking it over, she couldn't help but ask, full of curiosity about why I was so skilled. I gave her a few casual words, which only made her more suspicious and uneasy. She then bluntly asked if it was her first kiss. The atmosphere instantly tensed, and I quickly pulled her into my arms, gently comforting her and assuring her that last night was my first time with her. She blushed, covering her face with her hands, her heart filled with warmth. After breakfast, we went downstairs to the Maybach. I helped her into the passenger seat, and she was still curious about our destination. I smiled and told her that I was taking her to the Times Garden in Jingshui City. We started the car and drove smoothly towards the new house that had been prepared in advance. The Maybach stood out on the street, attracting the attention of passersby. Upon arriving at Times Garden, I took her hand and led her towards the community gate. The high-end, fully furnished residences were magnificent and imposing, with an average price of 10,000 yuan per square meter, and their comfort level far exceeded that of ordinary buildings in the surrounding area. Li Mengyao called me husband softly, a little reserved. I gently held her hand and patiently comforted her, telling her that the new house was just a plan for the future, to make it easier for the elders to travel and commute. She was touched and felt completely dependent on me. I leaned down and gently kissed her cheek, playfully telling her to reciprocate my feelings with actions. Upon entering the residential complex, I called the sales manager, Mr. Huang, who greeted me respectfully and explained the complex's advantages in detail. The path was lined with lush greenery, the roads within the complex were tranquil, and the overall atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable. Upon arriving at the penthouse building, we took the elevator directly to the 12th floor. Inside, we found a 200-square-meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, exquisitely decorated, though still needing furniture arrangement. I led her to the spacious balcony, where the view was expansive. She exclaimed in admiration at the unique style of the new apartment, completely different from the Jinghai mansion. The handover procedures were completed smoothly, and the manager politely took his leave. After carefully inspecting the apartment, we went downstairs, intending to pick up our elders at the mall on our way. As soon as I stepped out of the building, a familiar, clear voice called out it was Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting. The two embraced warmly, both surprised and touched, exchanging pleasantries. Chen Tingting quickly noticed me and curiously gestured for an introduction. Li Mengyao and I faced each other naturally, and she generously took my arm, introducing me to everyone as her husband. My friend was shocked. We hadn't seen each other for only a few months, and she hadn't expected my friend to have already made up her mind about who she wanted to spend her life with. Li Mengyao introduced Chen Tingting to me, and I responded politely. My friend pulled her aside, still in disbelief at what was happening. She pressed her for details, and Li Mengyao, with a calm expression, slowly confirmed the fact. Chen Tingting looked surprised and asked Mengyao why she was getting married so soon. Mengyao blushed slightly and explained softly that the two hadn't officially registered their marriage yet, but the wedding was just around the corner. She glanced at me furtively, and seeing my tender gaze, she quickly turned away shyly. Watching our sweet interaction, our friend teased Mengyao, asking if she was completely committed to me. Mengyao's eyes were resolute as she stated that I was always considerate and devoted. Chen Tingting, relieved, smiled and offered her blessings, jokingly adding that if her suitors knew, they would surely be heartbroken. Mengyao quickly retorted, insisting she had never had any extra entanglements with anyone else. During our casual chat, my friend became curious about why we were in the neighborhood. She had recently bought a small apartment. Mengyao casually mentioned that she was just passing by and looking at apartments. My friend didn't press further, but instead invited me to visit sometime. Mengyao gently agreed, quickly walked to my side, took my arm, and whispered that she wanted to keep me waiting. I lightly pinched her cheek and jokingly asked what we had been talking about. She laughed and said we were just catching up. Just as I was about to leave, the sales manager, Manager Huang, quickly caught up with me, apologetically handing me the key to the community's exclusive access control, repeatedly apologizing. After accepting his thanks, I took Mengyao to the car and drove away. Chen Tingting witnessed this scene, filled with doubt. She recognized the manager, and after confirmation, learned that we had purchased the penthouse apartment in full. Chen Tingting was shocked and secretly felt embarrassed, but she sincerely congratulated us and even told her friends in the group chat, causing quite a stir. We drove to the supermarket to buy groceries first, then rushed to the Hepping shopping mall to wait for our elders to get off work. A black Maybach parked on the side of the road attracted frequent glances from passersby. Huang Shifang and her colleagues were preparing to take the bus home, insisting on matchmaking with Mengyao, but the aunt politely refused, stating frankly that her daughter already had someone she liked. The other party was surprised to learn I hadn't graduated, and their words were full of superiority, but the aunt knew the other party's son was of poor character and resolutely refused. We parked our car smoothly in front of them, and Mengyao leaned out to greet us. The auntie was surprised to see the luxury car and couldn't believe it. I invited the elder to get in, jokingly saying I planned to cook a home-style meal. Mengyao warmly invited Auntie Chen to get in, but she declined. After the auntie felt reassured and learned who we were, she sat down, and we set off. My previously arrogant colleague could only awkwardly wait for the bus. During the drive, my aunt hesitated and asked about the ownership of the luxury car. I truthfully replied that I bought the car for daily travel so that it would be convenient to take Mengyao to travel around. The aunt was worried about the difference in their family backgrounds, but Mengyao quietly pointed out that the other party's son had never personally picked up or dropped off his elders, which put the aunt at ease. I jokingly teased my girlfriend about her popularity and said I should protect her, and Mengyao blushed and reminded me that the elders were nearby. Huang Shifang secretly smiled with satisfaction. After returning home, I went straight to the kitchen to prepare the meal. My aunt tried several times to help, but I politely declined, and instead sat in the living room chatting with Mengyao. The steaming dishes were served, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, perfectly suited to Mengyao's taste. Once the food was laid out, I called them to eat, the aroma filling the air. My aunt tasted it and praised it repeatedly, asking how I had learned to cook. I casually replied that I practiced regularly. During the meal, I thoughtfully served Mengyao food and also took care of the elders, my every action showing consideration. My aunt was pleased, and her worries dissipated. During the meal, I took the opportunity to mention our plans for a new house. Once the renovations are complete, we'll move Mengyao and her elders to the new home for easier daily life. Her aunt was shocked, worried about the high cost, and urged me to cancel the lease. I patiently explained that we should keep the old house for now, and the new house would be for the convenience of the whole family. The elders wouldn't have to climb high stairs, it would be closer to work, and the children could play in a safe neighborhood. After several explanations, her aunt nodded in agreement, and the whole family moved into the new house. After lunch, I was about to clear the dishes when the housekeeper took over, so I accompanied Mengyao back to her bedroom to rest. In my spare time, I gently stroked her long hair and asked about the new house's decorating style. She chose a modern Chinese style and even took out her phone to look at pictures and discuss the details with me. After finalizing the plan, I planned to visit a decorating company in the afternoon. She nestled in my arms and quickly fell asleep. I got up at 2 o'clock, not wanting to disturb her, and quietly went out. I happened to run into the auntie getting ready for work, and I offered to give her a ride, which she eventually agreed to. After dropping her off, I went to the renovation shop alone. When Mengyao woke up and found I wasn't there, she was a little disappointed. She took out her phone to send a message, and I replied quickly. Concerned that I was driving, she video called me and complained that I hadn't woken her up. I gently reassured her, explaining that I had visited several stores and brought back renderings for her to choose from. She calmed down and told me to come home as soon as I finished. Mengyao then had the idea to cook herself, but a severe bout of morning sickness struck, and she turned pale and drank water to recover. Just then, I returned home after accompanying my aunt on some errands. She rushed into my arms and told me in a hoarse whisper about her morning sickness. I gently wiped away her tears and told her to rest and take care of everything in the kitchen and other chores. She nestled in my arms, finally relaxing and at ease. After dinner, I accompanied her for a walk along the Jing River. The river shimmered under the night sky, the lights along the banks reflected in the water, and the small town was peaceful and serene. She smiled and said she loved the tranquility here. I gently comforted her, saying that once the new house was renovated, she could come here often to relax. She talked about playing by the river as a child and the old man selling candied hawthorns on the street. I quietly accompanied her as she reminisced about her childhood. Passing by a popular ice cream shop, her eyes lit up, her stomach growling. I helped her sit down and volunteered to queue. She ordered strawberry, sweetly telling me not to bother. I gently kissed the back of her hand, and she blushed and withdrew her hand shyly. While I waited in line, she chatted with her best friend, sharing their happiness, a sweet, everyday scene that made me curious and ask her something. She quickly covered her face with a smile. She ate half of it, then lost her appetite and handed the rest to me. I finished it with a smile, and only then did she realize that I had been planning this all along, and she gave me a reproachful look. After a long walk, she felt tired due to her pregnancy and suggested going home. I agreed and took her hand, leading her slowly towards the parking lot. On the way, we encountered an elderly man selling candied hawthorns, a familiar sight from her childhood. She was instantly delighted, pointing at his stall and reminiscing. I bought the last skewer of candied hawthorns, telling the old man to pack up early. She eagerly asked him if he recognized her. After a careful look, the old man finally recognized her. When Mengyao heard the old man selling candied hawthorns recognize her, her eyes crinkled with joy. The old man reminisced about his childhood, mentioning that he would always save a string of candied hawthorns for the little girl with a sweet tooth, and Mengyao blushed slightly. I scanned the QR code to pay, leaving the old man with my kindness, my heart filled with warmth. After saying goodbye to our elders, we walked home. Mengyao ate candied hawthorns as we went, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood. She praised that the taste had never changed, and even thoughtfully asked if I would like to share. I smiled and declined, but my gaze lingered on her lips. As she finished the last candied hawthorn, she lowered her head, blushing. I took the opportunity to hug her and leaned down for a light kiss. Mengyao was both embarrassed and annoyed, scolding me for fooling around in public. I quickly apologized in a low voice, and she pretended to be angry but couldn't help laughing out loud. Back in the car, I carefully helped her sit up. Along the way, she gently stroked her belly, trying to guess the gender of the baby. I jokingly expressed my hope for twins, a boy and a girl, while she expressed her wish for the baby to grow up safely. As the car entered the residential area, Li Jie, the high school class monitor, appeared in the distance, holding aloft flowers, determined to confess his love. Mengyao coldly rejected him, but he persisted. I stepped forward, firmly grasped his arm, gave him a stern warning, and then pushed him down, completely extinguishing his hopes. Li Jie left in a disheveled state, his obsession still unresolved. As evening fell, we went home to wash up and lay in bed. Mengyao was engrossed in her phone, and I turned to look at her. Sensing my intense gaze, she hugged me and softly asked how I felt. Having spent so much time together, calling me husband had become natural. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, realizing how many people were after her. Mengyao chuckled and said that fate couldn't be forced. I lowered my head, our foreheads touching, and silently resolved to protect her at all times. In the days that followed, we finalized the renovation and furniture arrangement for our new house in Jingshui City and prepared to return home. Before leaving, the whole family gathered downstairs. Seeing how attentively I cared for my daughter, my aunt silently handed over her household registration book, acknowledging the marriage and reminding me to visit often. Mengyao understood her mother's heart, and her eyes reddened. I held her hand tightly and promised her that we would stay safe. The mother and daughter wished each other well, the atmosphere warm yet sorrowful. On the way back, the Maybach smoothly entered the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Mengyao was fast asleep due to exhaustion from the drive, so I gently picked her up and slowly walked towards the elevator. Along the way, a neighbor teased her, and she shyly buried her face in my arms. Upon reaching the floor, she landed with a playful grumble, and I gently comforted her. The two of us then went home to tidy up the house. Although I was worried about her stamina, I compromised and arranged some light housework, which was done with great efficiency, leaving the room looking brand new. Back on campus, Mengyao was busy with her graduation defense, while I spent my free time at home. One night, she snuggled against my shoulder, asking why I wasn't in a hurry to prepare for my defense. I leaned down and kissed her cheek, frankly telling her I'd already graduated without taking the exam. She pouted enviously, and I confidently showed off my abilities, earning her admiration. She playfully left a light tooth mark on my cheek, then turned and ran back to her room. I gently touched the mark, a warm feeling welling up inside me, and a smile I couldn't stop spreading across my face. The day of her graduation defense arrived, and the sun shone brightly. Li Mengyao got up after her afternoon nap and dressed carefully. Her white shirt was slightly open, her long black skirt swayed with her steps, and her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She turned to me and asked, "Honey, do I look good?" I couldn't help but hug her and whisper, "Yes, you look good. My wife looks good in anything." She playfully scolded me for being glib, and I gave her my signature smile. "All right, let's go." Then I asked, "Can I go in and watch the defense?" She hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'll be nervous." I smiled and urged, "We're going to be late." We walked to the parking lot, and I drove my little black Maybach, holding her hand as we headed towards the School of Humanities. Entering the classroom, she appeared slightly nervous, facing 5 instructors and flustered students. I whispered, "Go ahead, don't be nervous, I'll wait for you at the door." Li Mengyao blushed. "A kiss will make me less nervous." I paused for a moment, then gently kissed her forehead. "Go ahead." She smiled and walked onto the podium, confidently and fluently presenting her ideas clearly, earning high praise from the instructors. I sneaked into the classroom through the back door, sat in the last row, and started snapping photos with my phone. The boys next to me whispered, "It seems the school beauty has a boyfriend." "Who stole our school beauty?" I smiled faintly. I just remembered something happy. After the defense, I quietly left the classroom and waited for her at the door. A sweet-looking girl approached me and asked, "Can I get your contact information?" Li Mengyao took my arm, her eyes cold. "He already has a girlfriend." The girl awkwardly stepped back. I smiled and asked her, "How did your defense go?" She pouted, "Not good. I saw you with another girl as soon as I came out." I quickly protested, "I'm innocent. I just got to the door a short while ago." I took out my phone and showed her the photos from her thesis defense. She blushed and said, "You're peeking again." I gently explained, "I wanted to see what you looked like in class. I won't have the chance anymore." She poked my waist with her little hand, and I hugged her, saying, "Go ahead and pinch me. I'm thick-skinned anyway." She whispered, "Okay, send me the photos." I casually sent them to the group chat, and the whole family was amazed at how beautiful and outstanding she was. Several boys came out from the side, and, seeing the school beauty being hugged by a handsome guy, gritted their teeth, realizing that the school beauty already had a boyfriend. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly and asked me, "Want to experience what it's like to take a class with me?" I nodded. She suggested having dinner at the... We arrived at the highly rated Meiyuan canteen, where classmates began to arrive for dinner. Li Mengyao happily ordered like a child, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, broccoli and shrimp stir-fry, and 2 fried chicken legs. The auntie gave us extra portions, and I casually ordered a few things. The two of us found a corner and started eating. Li Mengyao picked up half of the braised fish and fried chicken leg for me, and I picked up some food for her in return. She whispered that she had seen me before, but we rarely saw each other because our dorms and classes were in different locations. The scene of the two feeding each other was secretly watched by classmates, who whispered among themselves, "Is that her boyfriend next to the school beauty? Handsome my foot, he's not good enough for her." The photo was posted on the campus news network with the headline, "Shocking! Jinghai University's campus belle and her boyfriend are eating in the cafeteria." Lin Xian instantly became the enemy of all the male students on campus. Looking at the flood of messages on my phone, Li Mengyao scolded me. "What are you looking at? You're ignoring me." I said helplessly, "It's all because my wife is too beautiful." After dinner, the two strolled hand in hand on campus. Lin Xian was still worried that someone might overstimulate them, but Li Mengyao secretly smiled and asked, "Want me to help you?" I was eager to see what she would do, and she coaxed, "Call me sister and I'll help you." I blushed and refused, but she pressed on, "Call me once, and I'll give you a reward." Li Mengyao hugged me, kissed my lips, and quickly pulled away, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Hee hee, little brother is so good." I touched my lips, feeling the sweetness. "A reward?" Her eyes sparkled. "Yes," I said gently. "I like it, but it's too short." She whispered playfully, "It's still at school." The two continued strolling around campus, and I still received hostile stares from the boys. Li Mengyao smiled and said, "I helped you. Check the school's information network." I opened my phone and saw the pinned comment. "That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband." While I was looking at my phone, Li Mengyao secretly ran ahead, turning back to look at me every 10 steps. I quickly caught up with her and hugged her, saying, "Don't run around, be careful." She tidied her disheveled hair and strolled along the campus in the night, smiling. The flowers, trees, and grass reflected the moonlight, and every step was filled with sweetness. After her graduation defense and a few days of driving practice, Li Mengyao was already a skilled driver. Today was the dorm's farewell dinner, and she drove herself there, looking elegant and charming in a white dress. Before leaving, she kissed me on the lips. I playfully pulled her back, hugged her, and kissed her back. She protested shyly, "You naughty husband." Li Mengyao arrived at the dormitory and picked up her 3 roommates whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They were surprised that she could drive and teased her about her high-profile confession. She blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Let's decide where to eat. I'm hungry. The four of them argued in the car for more than 10 minutes because of their indecisiveness, and finally voted to decide on a restaurant. Lin Xian was idle at home, and, remembering that the system's deluxe shop hadn't opened yet, decided to recruit a store manager at Jinwan Plaza. The store manager would be responsible for restaurant operations, recruiting chefs and waiters, and interior design. I first posted the job ad, then advertised the position with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan on the app to attract talent, and then drove home. Li Mengyao and her friends were having dinner at a restaurant. She recounted the funny things that had happened over the past few months, but didn't reveal her pregnancy. Her roommates envied Lin Xian's attentiveness and devotion, while Lu Yusin knew the truth but didn't say much. They jokingly called Li Mengyao husband, to which she blushed and replied, "We're not married yet, it's just a habit." The four of them raised their glasses to wish each other a successful graduation, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Li Mengyao drove her friends back to their dorms and then drove to a jewelry store, intending to buy a men's ring to prove to Lin Xian that he was taken. The sales assistant enthusiastically led her to the display case, where the men's rings on display shone brightly, each unique and exquisite. She chose a ring that was understated yet luxurious, with a simple and elegant design, and gestured for the sales assistant to bring it out. The price was 18,888. Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then paid. The shop assistant smiled and packed the ring, thinking to herself, which man is so lucky to have such a beautiful woman pick out a ring for him? He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Li Mengyao held the ring in her hand, completely satisfied. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion, unlocked the door with her fingerprint, quickly ran back to her room to hide the ring, and then came out with a long sigh. "Honey, I'm back." Lin Xian grabbed her in confusion and hugged her. "Really nothing?" She blinked. "A girl's secret you're not allowed to know." Lin Xian had no choice but to carry her to the living room to watch a movie. It was already 11 p.m. when they finished, and the two went back to their room to rest. The next morning, the phone rang. It was Zhou Quan calling. "Brother Xian, are you awake yet?" Hee. Lin Xian went out of his room to answer the phone. The laughter told him that nothing serious had happened. Zhou Quan asked Lin Xian about the preparations for the Jinwan Plaza restaurant, expressing his interest in applying for the manager position. Lin Xian was surprised. "Weren't you taking the civil service exam?" Zhou Quan explained that he hadn't passed, but his family came from a restaurant background, and he wanted to apply for the job to gain experience. Lin Xian thought to himself, "Okay, I'll go see an old friend. Maybe it'll be suitable." Lin Xian arrived at the coffee shop, where Zhou Quan was sitting and waving. "Brother Xian, interview me." Lin Xian asked him a few serious questions about restaurant operations and found that Zhou Quan was indeed experienced, skilled in his work, and even competent in cooking. In the end, he decided to make him the store manager. After the renovation was completed, they would start trial operations, with profits split 30-70, and losses would be handled at a base salary of 20,000. Zhou Quan exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Xian, you're amazing. I'll definitely make the restaurant a success." The two chatted casually and complained about the game. Lin Xian choked on his coffee when he heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "Quaner, let's change the game." Zhou Quan agreed and went back to his dorm to prepare the project plan, while Lin Xian leisurely drank his coffee and organized his thoughts. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the coffee shop, his ex-girlfriend Yi Zishuan appeared, wearing a white shirt and black skirt, her eyes arrogant. She exchanged pleasantries and probed, even boasting about her boyfriend's salary and benefits, clearly trying to put Lin Xian down. Lin Xian calmly replied, "Congratulations," and turned to leave without looking back. Lin Xian drove home, and as he passed the coffee shop, Yi Zishuan happened to see him driving a luxury car. She was shocked, thinking to herself that she hadn't noticed at all back in freshman year. She guessed that he had rented the car and looked down on him, muttering to herself, "What a show-off." Lin Xian bought the groceries and went home. As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao rushed into his arms. "Honey, welcome home," he patted her head. "Have you had breakfast?" She said coquettishly. "Yes, I think your cooking skills are getting better and better. You even made my mom's cooking taste like this." Lin Xian busied himself in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Li Mengyao obediently went to the living room to watch TV. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served, their aroma filling the air. The two sat side by side, eating and chatting. Zhou Quan applied for the position of restaurant manager, Li Mengyao recalled. "Is he the cute guy I saw at the hospital last time?" Lin Xian explained Zhou Quan's family background and experience, which warmed Li Mengyao's heart, knowing that Lin Xian cared about her opinion. After lunch, the two watched a show and rested in the lobby. Lin Xian turned to look at the sleeping Li Mengyao, feeling tenderness in his heart, and decided to tell her about meeting his ex-girlfriend that morning. Li Mengyao lowered her head, a slight nervousness in her heart, Her emotions were clearly fluctuating during pregnancy. Lin Xian hugged her tightly, their foreheads touching, and patiently explained, "We dated for less than 6 months during our freshman year. She was vain, and nothing happened when we broke up." Li Mengyao pursed her lips, her unease gradually subsiding. She asked softly, "Have you ever kissed her?" Lin Xian answered firmly, "No, my first kiss was with you." Li Mengyao finally hugged him back, burying her forehead in his chest, and whispered, "Thank you for being honest." She went on to admit that she had liked Lin Xian since freshman year and had secretly followed him for 4 years. When Lin Xian held up 3 fingers to swear, Li Mengyao looked up and sealed his vow with her lips. "You're not allowed to swear. I believe you." The two drifted off into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao began studying how to compile teaching materials to prepare for her future, while Lin Xian quietly watched her, lost in thought. Lin Xian received the renovation plan from Zhou Quan and was surprised by the efficiency. After washing up, he kissed Li Mengyao's forehead and said, "Wife, I'm going out to look at the restaurant renovation with Zhou Quan." Li Mengyao blushed and agreed. He smiled at her and set off in his Maybach towards the school dormitory. As soon as Zhou Quan got into the passenger seat, he exclaimed, "The seats in this luxury car are so comfortable." Lin Xian handed him a restaurant renovation voucher. Zhou Quan asked skeptically, "Really?" Lin Xian started the car. "You'll see when we get there." A system notification sounded. "This voucher can be used at the most upscale renovation company." Lin Xian drove his Maybach to a top-tier restaurant design company in Jinghai City. The reception area was spacious and bright, with elegant and luxurious decor. A young female salesperson greeted them and led them on a tour of the showroom, introducing various design cases and styles. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan carefully observed and discussed the unique personality and comfortable atmosphere of the restaurants. Lin Xian explained that the restaurant was 150 square meters and located in the prime Jinwan Plaza area. The salesperson was briefly surprised but quickly recovered and recommended several design styles. Lin Xian wasn't very knowledgeable about details, so he left the selection to Zhou Quan, who carefully analyzed the options and chose a suitable style. When it came time to pay, Zhou Quan pulled out the renovation voucher, somewhat suspicious. Lin Xian encouraged him. "When have I ever lied to you?" The salesperson was stunned when they saw the voucher. There were only 5 in the entire country, and they were treated with the highest level of hospitality. The two were led to a lavish reception area, where coffee and French pastries were served. The general manager appeared, and Lin Xian politely confirmed the validity of the voucher. The manager's sharp eyes showed surprise at the young entrepreneur's generosity. Lin Xian handed Zhou Quan the general manager's business card. "If there are any problems with the renovation, just go directly to him." Zhou Quan was pleasantly surprised and excited, and couldn't help but ask, "Where to next?" Lin Xian calmly replied, "To buy fish and cook at home." The two returned to Jinwan Mansion, where Li Mengyao, now dressed in blue loungewear, greeted them with a smile. Zhou Quan greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Lin Xian's roommate." Li Mengyao poured drinks, and Zhou Quan was filled with envy at the luxurious apartment. Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan to help him cook. The shock he felt during the day's renovation was nothing compared to the awe he felt at this moment. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup. Lin Xian fed Li Mengyao fish cakes, and she smiled and fed him food in return. Zhou Quan tasted the fish and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xian, this is a real chef." Lin Xian calmly replied, "I'm not going. I need to be with my wife and kids." Zhou Quan silently complained in his heart, but he also enjoyed the atmosphere of being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their room. They locked the door and chatted playfully. Li Mengyao hugged him and said coquettishly, "You're so glib." "Okay, I'm going to sleep now." Lin Xian left a kiss on her forehead, and the two fell asleep sweetly, their fragrance filling the entire room. A week later, at Jinghai University's graduation ceremony, the sun shone brightly, and the campus was shaded by lush trees. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, hand in hand, changed into their graduation gowns, adjusting each other's caps and bow ties, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The two, elegant and graceful, became a beautiful sight in the center of the campus. Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xian embraced Li Mengyao tightly, their foreheads touching, feeling her warm breath. Zhou Quan reluctantly raised his camera to capture the sweet moment. Lin Xian directed the photographer, "A few more." Li Mengyao closed her eyes happily, and Lin Xian gently kissed her forehead, recording this beautiful moment. As the sun sets, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stroll hand in hand across the campus, their steps light and leisurely. The buildings are bathed in the warm glow of the golden afterglow, symbolizing the end of their university life and recording their sweet moments. Back at Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao into the living room, snapped his fingers, and the lights came on. The room was filled with colorful balloons and heart-shaped flowers, and romantic candlelight flickered. Li Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise, completely stunned by the scene before her. Lin Xian pulled a delicate little box from his pocket, revealing a 2-carat diamond ring that shone with luxurious light. He knelt on one knee and confessed his love. "Mengyao, will you marry me? Let's spend the rest of our lives together and create happiness." Li Mengyao, tears streaming down her face, nodded firmly. "I do." Lin Xian stood up and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, gently putting the diamond ring on her finger. She kept swinging her left hand to admire the brilliance, then suddenly remembered that she had also prepared a ring. She rushed back to her room to get it and put it on Lin Xian's finger. She whispered, "I'll give you the cheaper ring first. I'll buy a better one later." Lin Xian looked at the unique ring on his hand and smiled brightly. "Wife, I love it." The two embraced tightly and kissed tenderly, their love overflowing from forehead to lips. Li Mengyao pouted. "I haven't seen enough yet." Lin Xian replied indulgently, "Okay." Afterwards, the two snuggled on the sofa watching a show, while simultaneously posting photos on their WeChat moments. Graduation photos from their school days, the proposal scene, and a picture of them holding hands and sparkling rings. The comment section instantly became lively, with friends offering their congratulations, including relatives and friends, as well as humorous interactions between Zhou Quan and his classmates. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage proposal. You are rewarded with 100% of the shares of Jinghai Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, effective tomorrow." Immediately afterwards, the lottery mechanism was activated, and Lin Xian won the exclusive fish cooking recipe book, which was already placed on his desk in Jinwan Mansion. The reward was directly credited to his account. The system explained the lottery rules. The prize pool decreases with each item and refreshes if only "Thank you for your patronage" remains. Lin Xian marveled at the system's power, recalling the free renovation voucher from last time. This lottery seemed even more secure, and Zhou Quan no longer needed to be surprised. That night, Li Mengyao lay in Lin Xian's arms, constantly playing with the diamond ring in her hand, her eyes sparkling. "Honey, how much is this ring?" Lin Xian said calmly, 500,000. She was surprised and gently pressed against his chest. "So expensive. What I gave you seems so cheap." Lin Xian laughed. "I like everything my wife gives me." Seeing her playfully reach out, he quickly grabbed her little hand. "All you do is kiss me all day. Don't you get tired of it?" Li Mengyao pouted. "No, I'll never get tired of it." The two rubbed their faces against each other, their sweetness overflowing the screen. Li Mengyao said she was sleepy and wanted to go to sleep, so Lin Xian let go of her. But she suddenly launched a surprise attack, giving him a quick kiss. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and could only fall asleep with her. The two embraced tightly, the sweetness of the night like a warm blanket, gentle and reassuring. Early morning sunlight streamed into the room. Lin Xian got up early to make breakfast, while simultaneously reviewing the exclusive fish recipes provided by the system, preparing for a tasting at noon. He was focused on the food, pondering how to enhance the tenderness of the fish. The phone rang. It was his mother, Zhang Shulan, calling to congratulate him. "Son, well done. You'll soon have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson." Lin Xian suggested choosing a wedding date, and his mother excitedly selected July 7th, symbolizing a match made in heaven and a blissful life together. Lin Xian ate a simple breakfast, leaving Li Mengyao a warm meal, and gently shook her awake. "Wife, I'm going out for a bit later." She nodded groggily and told him, "Be careful on the road." A sweet atmosphere filled the entire morning. Lin Xian drove to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. The building was simple and elegant, and the courtyard was lush with greenery. Waiting for him downstairs was Chairman Yi Tianqing, dressed in a tailored suit. His extraordinary aura made Lin Xian realize at a glance that this man was no ordinary person. Yi Tianqing greeted Lin Xian politely, amazed by his youth and talent in acquiring the company at such a high price. He personally led him on a tour of the R&D, marketing, finance, and administration departments, each one well organized and demonstrating the company's professionalism and efficiency. Finally, Yi Tianqing handed over the documents in the chairman's office. "Mr. Lin, sign your name, and you will be the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited." Lin Xian successfully completed the handover, took control of the company, and became a true young tycoon. Chapter 33, Should we sell the company again? Lin Xian looked at the chairman's office in front of him. The spacious and bright office space and a series of luxurious furnishings showcased the company's high-end image. Unexpectedly, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited overnight. Lin Xian sat in the large black leather chair, turned the chair around, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Chairman Lin, Is it convenient for you to come in now? Please come in. A soft footstep sounded, and a young woman who looked like a secretary walked towards him with a smile. She was dressed in professional attire, with a graceful figure, light steps, and a faint smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your secretary, Zhou Siyue. Zhou Siyue was quite surprised when she walked in. She hadn't expected the new chairman to be so young and exceptionally handsome. Zhou Siyue also graduated from Jinghai University, a year earlier than Lin Xian, so she should be Lin Xian Sr. Hello, Secretary Zhou. I'm new here, so I'll need to ask you for advice if there's anything I need in the future, Lin Xian said with a smile. Not at all, Mr. Lin. Please just give me any instructions. Zhou Siyue was surprised by Lin Xian's modesty. All right then, could you please show me a list of all the company's employees? I'd like to get a quick overview first. Okay, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment. After speaking, Zhou Siyue first made tea for Lin Xian, and then went back to her desk to organize her documents. Lin Xian sipped his tea while pondering how to manage this company. He couldn't leave his wife's side either. It was a real headache. A short while later, Zhou Siyue placed the company personnel list in front of Lin Xian. Chairman Lin, this is the current list of all the company's personnel. Please take a look. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and do your work. I can take care of it myself. Lin Xian looked at the list of personnel in his hand and said to Zhou Siyue. Okay. Zhou Siyue left the room and gently closed the door. Lin Xian first looked at Zhou Siyue's personnel file. So she also graduated from Jinghai University, only a year earlier than him. That means he'll have to call her senior after get off work from now on. Lin Xian then continued to check. Jinwan Technology Company Limited has a general manager who is responsible for the company's daily operation and management and coordinates the work of various departments. There are also several department managers who are responsible for the daily management of their departments and completing the tasks assigned by their superiors. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xian plays an important leadership and decision-making role. This is putting a lot of pressure on me. How can Lin Xian spend every day with his wife and children and happily be a stay-at-home dad? Should we sell the company again? Just as Lin Xian was frowning, there was another light knock on the door, accompanied by a few panting sounds. Please come in. A mature and composed-looking middle-aged man hurriedly walked forward. He was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I just want to meet an important client, so I didn't make it in time for your inauguration. Lu Wendy was equally shocked. The chairman in front of him didn't look like a chairman at all. He looked like a recent college graduate. If Yi Tianqing hadn't sent a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought someone was playing a prank. It's all right, Secretary Zhou. Please make Manager Lu a cup of tea. After saying that, Zhou Siyue placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Wendy. President Lu, I have just taken over the company, and there are many things I need to ask you for advice on. Lin Xian picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Wendy quickly picked up his glass, took a sip, and said, Not at all, not at all. I will follow Chairman Lin's arrangements. Lin Xian then inquired about various aspects of the company, including its main business, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Lu Wendy answered all the questions fluently and also offered his own opinions, demonstrating his extensive knowledge of the company's affairs. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the company's current general manager, Lu Wendy, and decided to use him for a while to see how it went. All right, I'll go check on the various departments later. Mr. Lu, you can go ahead and get back to work. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chairman Lin, let me take you there. I can give you a detailed introduction. Lu Wendy said. No need. I just want to see what the company is really like. Lin Xian stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. President Lu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger. Yes, Chairman Lin, I will do my best, Lu Wendy said firmly. Afterwards, Lu Wendy returned to his general manager's office to start working, while Lin Xian continued to look at the company's personnel list. Finding it too long, he simply looked at the information of middle-level leaders and above and ignored the rest. Lin Xian walked out of the chairman's office. The company's leadership offices were on the 6th floor, so Lin Xian took the elevator down to the finance department office on the 2nd floor. I took a walk around the finance department and saw that everyone in the finance department office was working diligently, although there were a very few people slacking off and looking at their phones. Lin Xian didn't think much of it. It's okay to relax by playing on your phone when you're tired from work, as long as you don't neglect your work. The people in the finance department also saw a handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and assumed he was a new intern. Could you please give this document to General Manager Lu when you have time? It was requested by the finance manager. I'm really too busy to handle this myself. Thank you. A slightly older woman handed Lin Xian a document, clearly mistaking him for a new intern. Okay. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Currently, Only General Manager Lu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue in the company know Lin Xian's identity, so they agreed to help with this small favor. Lin Xian then took the elevator to the administrative office on the third floor of the company. The administrative staff are also working diligently and harmoniously, and the entire department is full of positive energy. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again, then smiled and left, continuing to take the elevator to the fourth floor marketing department, which was also a vibrant and passionate atmosphere. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the RD department on the fifth floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he encountered a familiar figure. Yi Zixuan. Chapter 34 What if I don't? Lin Xian didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Zixuan, but he was still slightly surprised to see her. What a twist of fate. She ended up at this company, and now, by some strange twist of fate, she's my subordinate. If his wife finds out, won't she leave home? No. Yi Zixuan was also taken aback when she saw Lin Xian. How did he get in? Could it be that she still has feelings for me? How did she find out that I work at this company and then follow me here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Zixuan with a blank expression. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zixuan with an expression as if she were an idiot. It's been so many years, why haven't you given up yet? I've already told you I have a boyfriend, why are you still following me? Or do you want to work in the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company? To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. Yi Zixuan saw that Lin Xian still acted arrogantly and wanted him to bow down to her. You also work in the RD department? Lin Xian remained expressionless. Yes, Yi Zixuan said proudly, arms crossed. I remember you can't write code or program. Lin Xian smiled, already guessing what was going on. Yi Zixuan majored in finance, but because her boyfriend was the leader of the RD department, she was able to slack off in the RD department. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. In other words, whether or not you can join the company's RD department is also up to me. Yi Zixuan said with a smug look on her face. Haha, you're still the same as before, so vain. Lin Xian flashed his signature smile, then turned and left, walking into the RD department office. Stop pretending, you're so high and mighty. Yi Zixuan was very angry, so she picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. Honey, a new guy in the RD department just bullied me. Yi Zixuan pretended to cry. Damn, how dare anyone bully my girlfriend? And this newbie is so arrogant? Shinner, don't be angry. I'll deal with him when I get back. Zheng Haoran, who was still outside the company, was furious and drove back without stopping. When Lin Xian arrived at the RD department office, he immediately sensed the difference from other departments. The members of the RD department were all listless, with huge dark circles under their eyes, and exhausted. The entire department was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Even Zhong Zexing, who was full of energy at school, looked like he was about to collapse. It's obvious that this is caused by working overtime and staying up late too much. Lin Xian felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. After all, these were now his employees. Lin Xian quietly approached Zhong Zexing from behind, gently patted his shoulder, and called out, Zexing. Holy crap. Zhong Zexing shuddered and almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he saw that it was his college roommate, Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was looking at him with a smile. Brother Xian, what are you doing here? I came to see you. Zhong Zexing was completely baffled. So he came to see me? Did you also join the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company? Lin Xian smiled, but didn't say anything. Zhong Zexing suddenly got up and dragged Lin Xian to the nearby lounge, finding a secluded spot. Brother Xian, you'd better get out of here. This isn't a place for humans, Zhong Zexing whispered. What happened? Lin Xian asked. The company is pretty good overall. The other departments are very comfortable, and the work atmosphere is harmonious. It's just that the RD department is the most disgusting. The leader of this department is simply insane. He doesn't know any technology himself, but all he knows is to make us work overtime every day and deduct our overtime pay. Zhong Zexing continued to complain. Is it that serious? Lin Xian never expected that Yi Zixuan's boyfriend would treat his employees so poorly. Even pearls aren't this real. Trust me, run. Zhong Zexing urged Lin Xian. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Xian asked. I've only been working here for a short time. If I quit right away, it will be very detrimental to my job search, so I've decided to wait 3 months and see. Zhong Zexing glanced at his phone and hurriedly continued. That idiot boss is coming back around now. I'm going back to my workstation first. Brother Xian, you hurry up and go, don't look back. After saying that, Zhong Zexing ran back to his workstation to continue working. Thinking of his good brother being exploited like this, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he would have to start reforming the RD department on his first day in office. Lin Xian was about to leave the RD department office when he was stopped by a man wearing glasses, with a thick waist and balding hair. This person was Zheng Haoran, the RD manager, who rushed back. You're the new guy? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, looking completely indifferent. That's me. Zheng Haoran was so angry that his hair was practically steaming. He had never seen a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on his very first day. You're the one who just bullied Yi Zixuan from our department? A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Lin Xian remained unmoved. You used to be so arrogant. What if I didn't? After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy. Mr. Lu, could you please come to the RD department office? When Zheng Haoran heard Lin Xian mention President Lu on the phone, he looked at Lin Xian more closely. He didn't seem like someone who knew President Lu at all. He just looked like a kid from an ordinary family. Stop pretending. What kind of behavior is this? President Lu? Get out of here right now, or I'll call security. Zheng Haoran continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just smiled slightly, completely unconcerned, as if a heavy punch had hit cotton. Zheng Haoran was furious and picked up his phone to yell. Security, come up to the 5th floor, RD department. Someone is causing trouble and won't leave. Someone come and kick him out. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian. You brat, just wait until you get kicked out. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Xian found a seat and sat down leisurely. The RD staff were all talking about it. Who is this guy so bold? Looks like someone new here, quite courageous indeed. This is the first time I've seen someone so disrespectful to Zheng Haoran, huh? Only Zhong Zixing remained worried. He walked over to Lin Xian and whispered, Brother Xian, you'd better leave now, or the security guards will really kick you out. Lin Xian glanced at it and smiled. It's nothing. Zheng Haoran became even more furious when he saw Zhong Zixing whispering to Lin Xian. Zhong Zixing, do you know him? He's not working properly, so he'll be fined a month's salary. He's my roommate. What's wrong with me talking to him? Zhong Zixing could no longer tolerate such a leader. Looks like you're all the same type, huh? That's even better. Get out of here, all of you. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was Zhong Zixing's college roommate, Zheng Haoran became even more certain that this person could not possibly have any other identity. Fine, let's go. Who cares about a good-for-nothing leader like you? Lin Xian, let's go. After saying that, Zhong Zixing tried to pull Lin Xian away with him. Suddenly, General Manager Lu rushed into the RD department office. Mr. Lu, you've come at the right time. These 2-inch. Before Zheng Haoran could finish speaking, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xian and respectfully said, Chairman Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you? Lin Xian calmly stood up, took out a document, and handed it to Lu Wendy. This is a document that the finance department prepared for you. I happen to be free, so I'm handing it to you for you. How could I trouble you, Chairman Lin, with such a small matter? Lu Wendy hurriedly took the documents. Also, please inform everyone, Mr. Lu, that there will be a company-wide meeting in the large conference room on the 7th floor in 1 hour. I have something important to announce. After saying that, Lin Xian left the RD department office with his head held high and chest out. Chapter 35 I have other uses. Zixing, come with me. Lin Xian glanced back at Zhong Zixing, then gave Zheng Haoran, who was standing there dumbfounded, a disdainful look. Coming. Zhong Zixing hadn't fully recovered from the shock and paused for a moment before responding. The two then took the elevator together to the chairman's office on the 6th floor. Zheng Haoran's face was deathly pale, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Mr. Lu, is he really the chairman? Where is Chairman Yi? Lu Wendy's expression turned serious. He could clearly sense that Chairman Lin was very angry. At the same time, he said to Zheng Haoran without changing his expression, Manager Zheng, don't think you can act arrogantly just because Chairman Yi is with you. Now that Chairman Yi is gone, you'd better watch yourself. Lu Wendy then left the RD department office, leaving Zheng Haoran standing there in a daze. Lin Xian and Zhong Zixing returned to the chairman's office. Brother Xian, what just happened? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zixing couldn't help but ask. Yes, I just acquired it yesterday and came to take over the company today, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Lin Xian poured Zhong Zixing a cup of tea. The brothers were very casual with each other, so Lin Xian didn't put on any airs of leadership. Brother Xian, you've kept this a secret for a long time, Zhong Zixing said with a smile. Keep it low-key. Zixing, don't worry, I'll deal with these bad apples properly later. Lin Xian took a sip of tea, looking every bit like a seasoned cadre. Brother Xian, what are you planning to do? Zhong Zixing was very curious, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had long wanted to see Zheng Haoran get a lesson. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Xian said with his signature smile. When Zhong Zixing saw Lin Xian's smile, he knew that Zheng Haoran was going to be in big trouble. A soft knock sounded on the door. Mr. Lin, hello, may I come in? Please come in. The person who walked in was General Manager Lu Wendy. Chairman Lin, the meeting room is ready. Zixing, you go back first. I need to discuss something with President Lu, Lin Xian said to Zhong Zixing. After Zhong Zixing left the chairman's office, Lin Xian also poured Lu Wendy a cup of tea. Chairman Lin, I'll take care of it. Lu Wendy was somewhat surprised. President Lu, there's no need to be so nervous. Logically speaking, you are still my elder, so it's only right that I pour you a cup of tea, Lin Xian said with a smile. However, I have some questions. How did Zhang Haoran, who doesn't know how to be considerate of his subordinates and doesn't understand RD technology, become the RD manager? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This was promoted by the former chairman. I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do about it, Lu Wendy explained, almost choking. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask. I personally interviewed and recruited this young man. He has excellent skills, is hardworking and capable. If he is properly trained, he can be able to work independently in the future. Lu Wendy had a very good impression of Zhong Zixing. Okay, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor for the meeting. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy arrived at the large conference room on the 7th floor and sat on the front podium. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to take up your valuable time. Due to special circumstances, Chairman Yi Tianxing has stepped down, and Lin Xian will assume the position of Chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited effective today. Please give him a warm welcome. The more than 200 employees in the audience applauded, saying that a leader who holds meetings even after get-off work hours is a good leader. Only 2 people were still in shock, Zhang Haoran, the RD manager, and Yi Zixuan. Their expressions were worse than crying. Good morning, colleagues. It is a great honor to serve as the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As I am new here, please point out any mistakes I may make. I welcome your supervision at any time. I believe that as long as we work together and strive hard, everyone's income will reach new heights. As a company leader, you still need to paint a rosy picture. In addition, I have something else to announce. Lin Xian smiled and glanced at Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan. This morning, during my inspection of the various departments, I discovered that Zhang Haoran, the manager of the RD department, was abusing his position to exploit employees. He even brought his girlfriend in to work for free. I will reassign such people to different positions. Nonsense, what evidence do you have? Zhang Haoran knew Lin Xian wouldn't let him off the hook, so he simply brought it up. You want evidence? I can take you down without evidence. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show it to you. Lin Xian took out his phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou next to him. Then the entire conference room was filled with the sounds of Lin Xian and Yi Zixuan's conversation, as well as the confrontation between Lin Xian and Zhang Haoran in the RD department. My boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xian recorded the conversation from the very beginning. Now that all the company's employees know, Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan have extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces. That's just how I am. If you're so capable, then fire me. Zhang Haoran suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're dreaming. Why would I fire you? I have other uses for both of your talents. Our company just happens to need a security guard and a cleaner, and the 2 of you are perfect for the job. Lin Xian didn't look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners. Rather, he wanted to use this opportunity to force them to resign voluntarily. If the company dismissed them directly, they would have to pay a sum of money in compensation. Of course, if it's a normal employee downsizing, the company should still pay the compensation. Lin Xian guarantees that he won't shortchange them by a single penny. However, these 2 people don't deserve this money because of their actions. As for the new RD manager, Mr. Lu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xian asked Lu Wendy. I think Zhong Zixing is very good. He has top-notch skills and is also hardworking, Lu Wendy replied. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again. Then it's decided. Effective immediately, Zhong Zhe will serve as the RD department manager. Alright, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy were the first to leave, and everyone else followed suit, discussing the matter. Wow, the new chairman is so young. And quite handsome too. That's quite bold of you, getting rid of the company's cancer right from the start. Yes, Zhang Haoran always acts so arrogant. I've disliked him for a long time. 2 just asked the chairman to pass me some documents. In the end, only Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan were left standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 36 Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, preparing to pack up and go home to cook for his wife. A soft knock sounded on the door again. Please come in. Brother Xian, are you really going to make me the RD manager? Zhong Zixing asked incredulously as he walked into the office. Is there a problem? Lin Xian trusted Zhong Zixing's technical skills, and since Jinwan Technology Company, Limited was primarily a technology company, he felt at ease letting his good friend manage key departments. I'm worried I won't do a good job, Zhang Zixing said with some concern. I believe in you. Go for it. I'll support you through anything. Also, what do you mean by Brother Xian? I've said it so many times. When you're working, you should use your job title. Lin Xian joked, mimicking the tone of a certain TV drama. Okay, Lin's position. Zhang Zixing was amused as well. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Lin Xian missed his wife. Doesn't Lin eat in the cafeteria with us? Zhang Zixing put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, just like in college. No, I need to go home and cook for my wife. Lin Xian refused. Damn, it's Versailles again. Let's get together in our dorm sometime. Can. Zhang Zixing was unaware that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xian. Lin Xian drove his Maybach out of the company gate, went to the market to buy some groceries, and then returned home. I'm back. A petite figure darted into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Li Mengyao looked up and smiled at Lin Xian. Be careful. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her delicate lips. Have you had breakfast? I ate it. What time did you eat? You're just like my mom. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's nose with his hand. Your husband needs to take good care of you too. I'm going to cook now. Okay. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa to continue watching the show. For lunch today, Lin Xian tried using the exclusive fish recipe provided by the system. Wow, honey, your cooking skills have improved again. Li Mengyao exclaimed. Lin Xian's 5-star culinary skills, combined with his secret seasonings, make it even more delicious. Then eat more. Lin Xian continued to serve food to Li Mengyao. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and put the meat back in the bowl. You should eat more when you're pregnant, and besides, you're not fat at all. Lin Xian continued to pass the meat to Li Mengyao, who happily continued eating. Honey, let's get our marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. I never imagined I'd be getting married and registering my marriage so soon after graduation. After having a full lunch, the two went back to their room for a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao was already more than 3 months pregnant and needed to go to the hospital for another prenatal checkup. I checked the time. It was a little past 3. Wife, wake up. Lin Xian gently shook her. What are you doing? Don't disturb my sleep. Li Mengyao rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small hands and mumbled. Honey, we're going to get a prenatal checkup. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao up with both hands. Oh, Li Mengyao's body went limp again. There's nothing I can do but indulge my wife who loves to sleep in. Half an hour has passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao dressed up simply and smiled slightly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the parking lot. After they were settled, they started the car and headed to Jinghai People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao out of the car. Inside the hospital lobby, Lin Xian busied himself with registering and paying, while Li Mengyao sat quietly to the side, waiting. Li Mengyao was 13 weeks pregnant at this time. This prenatal checkup mainly checked whether the embryo was developing healthily, whether the mother was healthy, and whether the embryo had any congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to be examined, Lin Xian nervously stayed by her side. A kind-looking middle-aged female doctor was carefully examining Li Mengyao, but Lin Xian's gaze never left her. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao said softly. The female doctor thought to herself, he's so young and already has a child, and he's so beautiful. This young man is really lucky. The inspection was completed quickly. The fetuses are all healthy, and the 2 little ones are very well behaved. 2. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yes, the ultrasound confirms it's 2 embryos. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao for a physical examination before, but no ultrasound examination was done, so she didn't know she was pregnant with twins. But you should still maintain a balanced diet, exercise appropriately, and get plenty of rest. The female doctor smiled and gave her instructions. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xian smiled and thanked her as he took Li Mengyao's hand and left. At this moment, Li Mengyao thought about how she was pregnant with twins and how the babies were growing healthily every day, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Actually, fraternal twins are a type of twin, specifically dizygotic twins. However, because Chinese law prohibits sex determination of fetuses for non-medical purposes, many women who are pregnant with twins only find out whether they are fraternal twins after the babies are born. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao into the car and then drove the Maybach back to Jinwan Mansion. Honey, wait a minute, I'm going to pick up a package. Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted. Send me the pickup code, I'll go get it. Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to pick up the package. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, honey. That's it. Li Mengyao touched him lightly, and Lin Xian didn't feel anything. What else do you want him? Lin Xian raised his hand and grabbed her forehead, pulling her close and continuing to seal her alluring lips with a kiss. After a while, Lin Xian finally released Li Mengyao. Go quickly. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face, and she glared at him reproachfully. Lin Xian then got out of the car, satisfied, to pick up the package. Soon, Lin Xian returned to his car with 2 packages. Honey, what did you buy? I'm not telling you. Once the two returned home, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the package. Lin Xian stepped forward and saw that they were 2 sets of matching outfits. How is it? Does it look good? Li Mengyao picked up the clothes and held them up against herself, then smiled slightly. Honey, try putting it on. Li Mengyao picked up her clothes and went back to her room. Lin Xian picked up his clothes, looked at them, and decided there was no need to try them on. They would definitely fit. That's how casual guys are, especially one with such a great physique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 1 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, for a total reward of 5 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with 1 chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash prize of 3x multiplier. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations host. You have obtained a 3x cash critical hit card. It has been successfully used for you. Please check your account. Chapter 37 The day we got our marriage certificate. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind once again. What does this 3x cash critical hit card mean? Lin Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The 3x cash strike card means that your current amount of money is multiplied by 3. Can I keep it for now and not use it? No, it takes effect as soon as it's drawn. Lin Xian wanted to save up more cash before using it all at once, so he could exchange it for even more cash. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited has 50 million yuan in its accounts. If it takes out and uses 3 times that amount, that would be 150 million yuan. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw that his bank account had more than 20 million yuan, instantly making him a multi-millionaire. Just as Lin Xian was feeling smug, Li Mengyao came out after changing her clothes. Honey, isn't it beautiful? Li Mengyao wore a snow-white shirt paired with a simple gray miniskirt. What was even more eye-catching was the cute little bear pattern on her clothes, which made her look fresh, refined, playful, and adorable. She walked gracefully to Lin Xian, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Her long, straight legs swayed slightly. Then, she twirled lightly like a butterfly in flight, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a captivating charm. Lin Xian stared intently at Li Mengyao, swallowing hard. Li Mengyao sensed something was wrong, and was about to run away when Lin Xian beat her to it, gently pulling her into his arms. My wife is so beautiful. Lin Xian left a kiss on her soft pink lips and smiled. Why don't you change it? Li Mengyao gently pressed her small hand against Lin Xian's firm chest, her face slightly flushed. I'll change it right away. Lin Xian released Li Mengyao, and then immediately started taking off his clothes. Why did you take off your clothes like that? Li Mengyao covered her eyes with her small hands, feigning anger. How can you change without taking off your clothes? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then go back to your room and change. Li Mengyao continued to cover her eyes, but secretly left a gap between her fingers, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Wife, you've seen it all before, why are you so shy? Lin Xian continued to tease. Then a sofa pillow was thrown over, soft and harmless. I've changed. Boys change clothes very quickly, as long as they're securely fastened. Lin Xian wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt paired with long black trousers, the shirt also adorned with an adorable little bear pattern. His tall stature of 180 centimeters was even more eye-catching. His fair skin glowed faintly under the light. His jet black hair was slightly curled. His sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes revealed a deep light, and his lips were slightly upturned under his high nose bridge as he smiled at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao stared blankly at Lin Xian. Her husband was practically a male model. Are you stunned? You're the one who's staring blankly. Li Mengyao snapped out of her daze and scolded her playfully. The two then went to the mirror. Li Mengyao straightened Lin Xian's collar, then took his hand and stood in front of the mirror to examine him closely. As Lin Xian was going to sleep that night, he suddenly asked, why did you suddenly buy clothes? And there's a cartoon pattern on the chest. It makes me look so childish. It's so cute. We'll wear this when we get our marriage certificate. No arguments allowed. Li Mengyao extended her index finger and gently touched Lin Xian's lips. Whatever my wife says goes. Lin Xian took a small bite and smiled. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, then hugged Lin Xian and fell asleep together. A few days later, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 a.m., Li Mengyao, still asleep, felt something wriggling on her face, as if something was kissing her cheek. Then she stretched out her delicate hand and gave a gentle pat, speaking softly. "Stop fooling around. Honey, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Lin Xian continued to breathe into Li Mengyao's ear. "Who cares what day it is?" Li Mengyao was still drowsy and unwilling to open her eyes. "Today is July 7th, the day we got our marriage certificate." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately opened her eyes and blinked in a daze. "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you call me sooner?" "I called you a long time ago, but you wouldn't wake up even with kisses." Lin Xian looked speechless. Li Mengyao quickly got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, the two changed into matching outfits they had bought the day before, left their home, went to the parking lot, and Lin Xian started the Maybach and drove straight to the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao by the hand into the hall, where the marriage registration office was already packed with people who were all getting married that day. The two waited quietly behind them. An hour later, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly as they walked out of the hall. They carefully examined the bright red marriage certificate, which bore their names and photos. Both of them wore happy smiles. Li Mengyao also gazed at the marriage certificate, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. A sweet smile played on her lips. "Wife, I've finally married you." Lin Xian looked at her tenderly. "I've been home for a while now." Li Mengyao gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek and smiled slightly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's stunning good looks drew envious glances from passers-by. They truly are a match made in heaven. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each shared their marriage certificates on their WeChat moments. Zhang Shulan. "My son has made something of himself." Lin Zhenghua. "It looks good." Huang Shifeng. "When will you bring it back to show mom?" Smiling emoji. Zhou Quan. "Congratulations. I knew I'd be subjected to this dog food scene today." Dog emoji. Zhong Zixing. "Happy wedding, brother Xian." Chun Jingming. "When are you going to hold the banquet?" "Hurry up." Lu Yusin. "Congratulations." Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, crying emoji. Lin Cece did not make any comments at this time because her phone had been confiscated. Chapter 38. Your husband's money is your money. A phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mom." Lin Xian picked up his phone and answered the call. "Son, have you gotten your marriage certificate yet?" Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came from the other end of the phone. "I just received it and am about to go back. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. Oh, and quickly add her to our loving family group chat." "Is he still my own son?" "He changes people after just one word," Lin Xian complained. "Hurry up. Honey, it's my mom on the phone." Lin Xian reluctantly handed the phone to Li Mengyao. "Hello, Auntie." Li Mengyao was so nervous that she forgot to change her address. "Why are you still calling me Auntie? You should change your address now, my good daughter-in-law," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Mom." Li Mengyao was still a little unaccustomed to it. "Why?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mengyao's lips slowly curving upwards, and she would occasionally look up at him. "Okay, Mom." Li Mengyao then smiled slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xian. "Wife, what did Mom say to you?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "You want to know?" Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes gently. Lin Xian nodded. "My mom told me that after I get married, my husband should hand over his bank card." Ugh, Mom's really messing with her son. "Honey, do you think I'm right?" Li Mengyao leaned forward and asked with a smile. It was a familiar scene, a familiar distance, and familiar lips. Lin Xian took the opportunity to cup Li Mengyao's forehead and kissed her again. After kissing for a while, Lin Xian released her, satisfied. An angry Li Mengyao punched Lin Xian hard. Li Mengyao was obviously joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card. She just wanted to tease him, but she ended up getting the short end of the stick. However, during the phone call just now, Zhang Shulan also shared her tips on how to control her husband's lifeline, the most important of which was to make him hand over his bank cards. At this moment, Li Mengyao turned her face to the side, ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, silently started the car, and drove out of the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mengyao finally realized something was wrong. This wasn't the way home. "Honey, aren't we going home?" Li Mengyao turned around and couldn't help but ask. "Let's go somewhere first," Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon, a long, black Maybach drove into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. "What are you doing at the bank?" "Honey, didn't you want my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you." Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his own seatbelt, and then leaned over to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers as well. "I was just kidding. I don't want your bank card." Li Mengyao shook her head cutely. "Your husband's money is your money. Let's go." Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. "Then, I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you need money," Li Mengyao whispered. The two then got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the lobby of Wanhe Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked to the counter. Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and told her that he wanted to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mengyao. The bank teller picked up Lin Xian's card and swiped it, and was instantly shocked to find that he had 20 million yuan in it, and the person was still so young. May I ask who this lady is to you? Because of the large sum of money involved, the bank teller still needed to ask questions carefully to prevent Lin Xian from being scammed. She is my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is there any proof? I'm sorry, because the transfer amount is so large, we need to verify it clearly. Lin Xian handed the newly received marriage certificate to the bank teller. After processing the transaction for a while, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer had been successful. A few minutes later, Li Mengyao received a message on her phone. 20 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Honey, so many? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek again. Yes, now you hold my lifeline in your hands, so you'll have to take good care of me from now on. Li Mengyao gave Lin Xian a playful glare. I'll keep it safe for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave the bank, a figure appeared in front of them without warning. He was a middle-aged man, with a tall and straight posture, dressed smartly and appropriately, and exuding composure and confidence in every gesture. Distinguished guests, please wait a moment. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. It is a great honor to meet you both here today. Hello, President Lu. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian shook hands with Lu Yong politely. Here's the thing. Our bank just saw that you two have 20 million yuan in your bank accounts, but it's in a current account, so the interest rate is relatively low. I wonder if you two would be interested in learning about our bank's newly launched fixed-term product? Turns out he was a salesperson and the branch manager personally received him. Okay, what exactly is it like? Please follow me, both of you. Afterwards, Lu Yong, with a smile, led the two into the luxuriously decorated and tranquil VIP room of Wanha Bank. Upon entering, they were immediately served several cups of fragrant, high-end coffee and delicate, delicious snacks. Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xian. The two of you just deposited 20 million yuan into a current account, which means the interest rate is a paltry 0.5%, amounting to only 100,000 yuan in interest per year. Earning 100,000 yuan a year without doing anything is equivalent to the annual income of many people. But if the two of them deposit 20 million yuan in a one-year fixed deposit, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3%, which would amount to 460,000 yuan a year, more than 4 times the interest rate of a current account. At the same time, Wanha Bank will also give 2 VIP black cards as gifts. Cardholders can enjoy high-quality services such as exclusive customer manager services, high-end benefits, and consumption discounts. If you're not in a hurry to use it, you too can seriously consider whether to deposit it for a year. Lin Xian hesitated slightly. He didn't really have any use for the 20 million yuan given by the system at the moment, so it would be best to keep it in the bank. However, if he deposited it all, it would be very troublesome to withdraw it in case he needed it urgently. Honey, you can put 10 million in a fixed deposit and the rest in a savings account, Li Mengyao said softly, seemingly noticing Lin Xian's troubles. Lin Xian suddenly realized something, quickly kissed Li Mengyao on the cheek, and smiled. My wife is so smart. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian, her pretty face flushed red. There were other people around. Then can we deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the remaining 10 million in a current account? Lin Xian asked. Of course, no problem. Please follow me, both of you. Lu Yong beamed with joy. His sales target for the month was secured. He then led the two to the VIP counter. 10 minutes later, the two finally settled the 20 million. The VIP counter is so fast. At the regular counter, you have to wait at least an hour. Lu Yong bowed slightly and solemnly handed 2 luxurious VIP black cards to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, smiling as he said, Congratulations on becoming VIPs of Wanha Bank. From this moment on, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment from the bank. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the black card and felt its heavy weight and the exquisite patterns on it. After saying goodbye to President Lu Yong, the two left the Wanha Bank lobby and returned to their Maybach. Honey, are you hungry? I'm hungry. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Then let's go home for dinner. Chapter 39, Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian started the car and drove home. After the two returned to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, and Li Mengyao was eating rice in small bites. Lin Xian took out his phone, pulled Li Mengyao into the group chat of the loving family, and casually took a picture of his wife eating a small meal, then posted it to the group chat. Zhang Shulan. My daughter-in-law is eating so heartily. Lin Zhenghua. It looks better than what your mother makes. Lin Sisi is taking her final exams. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw that her photo had been posted in the group chat. Lin Xian. You took pictures of me without my permission again. Li Mengyao glared at him. When she was angry, she would call Lin Xian by his name. After Lin Xian put the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher, he heard his wife calling him. I think it looks pretty good, Lin Xian said with a smile as he sat down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was still angry and pinched his waist. Hello Mom and Dad. I'm Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao greeted in the group chat. All right, take the money. Congratulations on your marriage. Subsequently, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 100,001 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated after seeing the money, unsure whether she should accept it. Although she and Lin Xian were not short of money, it was still a lot for an ordinary family. At the same time, it was a token of her parents' goodwill, and refusing it would be disrespectful to her elders. Honey, keep it. We'll buy some more gifts when we go back to Yunhai City to visit them. Lin Xian noticed his wife's concerns and smiled gently. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mengyao. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Xian. Mom, where's mine? Zhang Shulan. Go play somewhere else. It is undoubtedly confirmed that he is her biological child. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, who had just woken up, received a message from Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, the restaurant is all renovated. When do you have time to come and take a look? Lin Xian was taken aback. This was troublesome. It would be so much better to stay home with his wife. Now he had a restaurant to manage. He then kissed Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, sent her a message to let her know, and left the room. After washing his face to clear his head, Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. Quaner, where are you now? Now everyone has graduated and no longer lives in the dorms. Brother Xian, I'm at my rented apartment. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up, and we'll go check out the restaurant together later. Okay. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to Zhou Quan's rented apartment. Zhou Quan ran down the car without stopping, opened the door, and got in. Brother Xian, I'm here. Happy wedding, he said, taking out a red envelope and handing it to Lin Xian. Thank you, Quaner. Let's go. After accepting the money, Lin Xian started the car and drove to Jinwan Plaza. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and were immediately attracted by the luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them. The entire restaurant uses high-end materials and exquisite design, with gorgeous wallpaper on the walls and polished marble on the floor. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light that illuminates the entire space. The dining table and chairs are neatly arranged, and a clean white tablecloth is laid on the table. Paired with exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, it creates an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected the decoration to be so luxurious. Hee, Brother Xian, isn't this renovation pretty good? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and looked around carefully. It was practically a 5-star restaurant. It's very good. Next, we can start preparing for business. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Brother Xian, you're right, but haven't you forgotten something? Zhou Quan chuckled. Forgot what? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Money, Brother Xian, I have no money. How can I recruit soldiers and buy horses without money? Zhou Quan complained bitterly. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've been too busy lately. Send me your bank account number. Yes, I've been busy with my wedding lately. Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes, I've sent you the bank card account number, Zhou Quan replied hurriedly. Lin Xian then transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his mobile phone. I'll give you 1 million yuan as startup capital. If it's not enough, just let me know. You'll be responsible for everything in the restaurant from now on, and we'll split the profits 30-70. All right, as expected of Brother Xian, he's given away 1 million right off the bat, Zhou Quan said happily. Stop flattering me, or I'll fire you if you don't do a good job, Lin Xian joked. Yes, boss. By the way, shouldn't we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xinming Restaurant. Its specialty is fish dishes, but of course you can add some other cuisines. Lin Xian stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, combining the names of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, it feels pretty good. Anyway, you're the store manager now, so don't let me down. Lin Xian patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. He trusted Zhou Quan quite a bit. Although Zhou Quan was sometimes a bit silly, he was very capable when it came to getting things done. Mission accomplished. Zhou Quan even saluted, considering he's a grown man. Okay, Lin Xian took back his previous thought. After explaining the restaurant's arrangements, Lin Xian took Zhou Quan back to her rented apartment and then went to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As Lin Xian entered the company, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Hello, Chairman Lin. Hello, Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. After that, every employee Lin Xian met greeted him warmly, and Lin Xian responded to each one. Is this what it feels like to be the chairman of a company? It's so awesome. When Lin Xian arrived at the chairman's office, he saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the table. Lin Xian opened the red envelope first. Inside were several hundred yuan bills and a small note. Lin, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This kid. Then he picked up 2 resignation letters, which were indeed from Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan. Lin Xian then waved his hand and immediately agreed. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xian left the company and drove home. Actually, the company's main affairs are handled by General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters were given to the chairman for personal processing due to special circumstances. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xian changed his shoes, walked into the hall, and hugged Li Mengyao, who was running towards him. Honey, why have you been going out so often lately? Have you been secretly doing something? Li Mengyao pouted cutely. My husband went to check on the restaurant's renovation. Lin Xian took out his phone and handed the photos he had taken at the restaurant that afternoon to Li Mengyao. Wow, this is too extravagant. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened. Honey, have you named the restaurant yet? Li Mengyao asked. I'll take it, Lin Xian said, getting up to go into the kitchen to cook. What's your name? Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly and continued to ask. What do you think of Xianming restaurant? Lin Xian casually pinched Li Mengyao's cheek and smiled. Chapter 40. You're a complete idiot. Xianming restaurant. This poetic name seems to be the crystallization of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's love, representing Lin Xian's affection for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xian with her clear, autumn water-like eyes, and gradually, ripples of emotion spread across her face. Lin Xian saw tears welling up in Li Mengyao's eyes and instantly panicked. What's wrong, honey? Did I pinch you too hard just now? I'm sorry, it was my fault. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, buried her face in Lin Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, and parted her lips slightly, her voice dreamlike. Husband, why are you so good to me? Lin Xian took a deep breath, gently lifted Li Mengyao's forehead, and said with tender eyes. Because you are the only one in my life, the person I love most in this lifetime. You are my wife, the mother of my baby, and I am willing to use all my strength to protect you, cherish you, and make you happy forever. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and ardent, as if burning with an inextinguishable flame. Li Mengyao tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. My husband went to cook, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen to start making dinner. Li Mengyao nodded shyly. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao watched a show on the big screen in the living room. Li Mengyao rested her long legs on Lin Xian's legs, nestled in his arms, and was watching the drama with great interest. Lin Xian picked up his tablet and started reading the company's daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. When he's not at the company, he always takes some time in the evening to read the company's daily report, to see what important things the company did that day, and how much profit the company made, instead of completely ignoring it. Honey, what are you looking at? Li Mengyao leaned forward and saw a series of data reports. I'm looking at the company's daily operations report, Lin Xian said with a smile. Company? What company? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, have you gone to work? Li Mengyao thought to herself that Lin Xian had been taking care of her for the past few months, so she hadn't looked for a job, and it was normal for her to go to work now. Honey, you go to work. I can take care of myself. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. What are you thinking? Your husband has tens of millions in assets. There's no way he'd be working a regular job. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's pretty nose. So what is your company? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. This is my company. I am the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, and you are the chairman's wife. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, her face full of disbelief. Then take me to visit next time. Okay, silly boy. You're a complete idiot. After watching the TV series in the living room, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went back to their room to rest. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up naturally and got up to make breakfast. Lin Xian was still eating breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, have you had breakfast yet? Hee, I have something I want to discuss with you. Eat, and you can say what you want. I already have someone in mind for the chef position at the restaurant. It's my cousin and his wife. They run a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but they're planning to move recently because the rent is too high. They happen to be good at fish dishes and have a great reputation in Jinghai City, which can directly bring customers to Xianming restaurant. So I want to invite them to be chefs. Zhou Quan rattled off a whole bunch of things in one breath. Have they agreed to let them work as chefs at Xianming restaurant? Lin Xian asked. Of course. With such a prime location and such luxurious decor, anyone would want to come. All right, have them come to the restaurant later. I want to take a look myself. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xian must personally oversee the process. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian put Li Mengyao's breakfast into the warmer as usual, went to the room, kissed her, and left. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the Xinming restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. Upon entering, you'll see Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xian, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and the other is my cousin's wife Wang Li, Zhou Quan said. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhou Yong, and this is my wife, Wang Li. Lin Xian and Zhou Yong shook hands politely. Zhou Yong is a tall, slightly overweight man with an honest and simple appearance. Wang Li was slightly petite, but had a beautiful and mature appearance. Both of them were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xian. Hello, I am Lin Xian, Zhou Quan's college roommate. I have heard Zhou Quan praise your cooking skills for a long time. Not at all, Zhou Yong said with a simple smile. Could you make me a steamed turbot to try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhou Yong knew very well that Lin Xian was testing his cooking skills. Without hesitation, he stepped into the back kitchen area and began making the food. Lin Xian followed, carefully observing Zhou Yong's every subtle movement and technique. He skillfully selected a fresh, plump turbot and quickly cleaned it. Then, Zhou Yong lit the stove and expertly controlled the heat and time, causing the water in the steamer to gradually boil. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen as a delicious steamed turbot was served. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. It was tender, juicy, and melted in his mouth. The special delicious sauce was the icing on the cake and made his mouth water. As expected of a master chef, the food is absolutely delicious. I warmly welcome you to join Xinming Restaurant. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Lin. However, I can take your cooking skills to the next level. What? Zhou Yong was quite confident in his culinary skills. Could this person, who was several years younger than him, really be a master chef? After Lin Xian finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone else followed closely behind. He skillfully selected a fresh and plump turbot, cleaned it quickly, lit the stove, and precisely controlled the heat and time while personally preparing his unique sauce. In a short while, the kitchen emitted an even more enticing aroma than before, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Chapter 41 Baby, remember to eat breakfast. A fragrant and tempting steamed turbot is served, presented on an exquisite plate, resembling a work of art. Everyone, please have a taste. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, grabbed a piece of tender fish, and stuffed it into their mouths. Before they could even chew, the delicate and delicious flavor flowed through their mouths like a clear spring, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so surprised that he could not speak normally. Brother Xian, it has to be you. This is so delicious. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li ate quietly to the side, not saying much, but you could tell from her expression that she was amazed by the delicious food. Soon, the entire plate of turbot was devoured. Zhou Quan even licked the plate clean. Boss Lin, can I become your apprentice? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Ahem, there's no need for apprenticeship. As long as you become the head chef at my restaurant, I'll teach you for free. Lin Xian felt somewhat awkward being asked to become someone's apprentice by someone several years his senior. Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up with joy. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked gently. Sure. What about me, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan shamelessly stepped forward as well. Go play somewhere else and manage the restaurant properly. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan and Wang Li again, and suddenly said seriously. However, I have one condition. What are the conditions? Zhou Yong asked hurriedly. I'll add a confidentiality agreement to your employment contracts, and I'll teach you all my exclusive fish recipes, which will definitely improve your cooking skills, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. What confidentiality agreement? The exclusive fish recipe must not be disclosed to outsiders in any form. Otherwise a fine of 5 million renminbi will be imposed, Lin Xian said firmly, changing the subject. 5 million is no small sum for an ordinary family. Many people work hard their whole lives and still can't earn that much. I promise you. I, Zhou Yong, am definitely not that kind of treacherous person, Zhou Yong said firmly. I promise you, what my husband can do, I can do too, Wang Li said firmly. Okay, Zhou Quan, go prepare the employment contract. We'll sign it right away. Okay. Zhou Quan happily ran out to prepare the employment contract. While Zhou Quan was preparing the labor contract, Lin Xian chatted with the couple. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife. Hey baby. When Li Mengyao heard Lin Xian call her baby, she was slightly taken aback. Why did he suddenly change his taste today? Honey, where are you right now? I'm still in the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for dinner later, is that okay? Just now in Li Mengyao's roommate group chat, Chun Man and Yang Lin kept clamoring to come and see her, and Lu Yusin was also fanning the flames. Having no other option, Li Mengyao had to call Lin Xian for his opinion. Of course, I'll buy more groceries when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, baby, remember to eat breakfast, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao hung up the phone shyly. She'd just called him baby, and now he was calling her treasure again. What was wrong with her husband today? Li Mengyao gently patted her cheeks, picked up her phone, opened her roommate's group chat, and wrote in the rich girl's chat, "Come over here." Chen Man. Hee Yao Yao, I'm here. Yang Lin, where's the address? How can we get there without the address? Li Mengyao shared an address. Chen Man. Yang Lin. Chen Man and Yang Lin obviously did not expect that Li Mengyao lived in Jinwan Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan finally arrived at the restaurant with 2 employment contracts. Brother Xian, I'm ready, take a look. Lin Xian carefully examined the 2 employment contracts, found no problems, signed his name, and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there are no problems, let's sign this employment contract. I have a question. Is Zhou Quan considered an outsider? Zhou Yong asked with a smile, looking at his cousin. Yes, Lin Xian said with a smile, looking at Zhou Quan as well. Brother Xian, this isn't fair. We've been roommates for 4 years. Alright, I was just kidding. I've already handed the restaurant over to you to manage. Don't I trust you enough? Lin Xian laughed loudly. Hee, Brother Xian, I will definitely make the restaurant bigger and stronger, Zhou Quan said with a grin. The rest is up to you. I'm going home now. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some groceries before heading home. Let's go back to Li Mengyao. Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply. Li Mengyao put down what she was doing and went to the front door. She checked the smart lock screen to make sure it was her roommates before opening the door with peace of mind. My Yao Yao, happy wedding. Yang Lin stepped forward, hugged her, and presented her with her gift. And mine too, Yao Yao, happy wedding. Chen Man followed in and handed the gift to Li Mengyao. Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding. Lu Yusin said with a smile. Thank you. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Chen Man plopped down on the sofa, looking completely relaxed. Yang Lin followed closely behind, while only Lu Yusin was helping Li Mengyao prepare drinks and fruit. Yao Yao, you're so comfortable. You're practically a little rich girl, Chen Man exclaimed. Yes, such a big house with a river view. It's the life I've always dreamed of, Yang Lin exclaimed. Here, have some drinks, and there's fruit too. Li Mengyao picked up a plate of fruit and several drinks and placed them in front of them. Chen Man, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mengyao lay on a beanbag chair, all gossiping and complaining about recent events. Yao Yao, you have no idea how tough my internship is right now. I have to work overtime every day, you know? Chen Man complained. Who isn't? I have to work overtime every night to grade assignments. It's really a headache, Yang Lin complained. Yao Yao, why don't you have to go to work? Chen Man asked. We'll find time to go back to work later, Li Mengyao stammered, her head down. Yao Yao, you're lying. Ha ha, tell the truth, you can't fool our best friends. Yang Lin saw through it at a glance. She's under special protection now. How could Lin Xian possibly let Yao Yao go to work? Lu Yusin said. Lu Yusin felt there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore, since Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were already married and had registered their marriage. What do you mean? A key protected person? Something's fishy. Chen Man stared at Li Mengyao with a smile. Actually, it's because I'm pregnant, Li Mengyao said softly, her face flushed. Chapter 42, I want to hear the baby's voice. What? Yao Yao, you're pregnant? Yang Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. My God, when did this happen? So fast. Chen Man couldn't believe it either. It's been more than 3 months. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Only Lu Yusin remained silent. She already knew. Yang Lin, 3 months ago, that is, before you even graduated. Chen Man. And it's premarital pregnancy, Yusin, aren't you surprised? I'm so surprised. Didn't you notice? Lu Yusin deliberately put on a surprised expression. Yang Lin. Oh, so you knew all along. Why didn't you tell us? Chen Man. Exactly, are we still best friends? Lin, let's go together. I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or I'll scream. Lu Yusin said fearfully, clutching a pillow. Yang Lin and Chen Man ganged up on Lu Yusin, tickling her with their hands. Chen Man. Go ahead and yell. Yell all you want. No one will listen to you even if you yell until you're hoarse, haha. Yao Yao, save me, haha. Lu Yusin begged for mercy as she was being tickled, tears streaming down her face from laughing. Alright, stop it, you two. I told Xian not to say it. Li Mengyao quickly stopped them. Chen Man. Alright then, considering that a pregnant woman is pleading for you, I won't hold it against you. Yang Lin. By the way, Yao Yao, is Lin Xian good to you? Chen Man. Yes, is he good to you? Lin Xian is very good to me, and I love him very much, Li Mengyao said, blushing. Is this still the pure and aloof campus belle of Jinghai University that we usually remember? Yang Lin, you're married and have a child now, Yao Yao. You really are a winner in life. Hey, do you guys think Deng Junyi should give up now? Chen Man suddenly remembered that there was another senior in school who was infatuated with Li Mengyao and had been pursuing her. Yang Lin. Yes, I heard he's preparing to return to China. Let him give up on that idea. Yao Yao is already taken. Lu Yusin didn't have a good impression of Deng Junyi. I've rejected him so many times, he probably won't come looking for me again this time. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the door unlocking. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xian walked in carrying a large bag of things. Chen Man and the others only saw Li Mengyao quickly get off the beanbag chair, put on her shoes, run over, and jump into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Every time Lin Xian returned home, he could feel a warm atmosphere, and the source of this warmth was Li Mengyao's embrace, which made him deeply feel the warmth and happiness of home. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked softly, Wife, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling unwell? Li Mengyao gently shook her head. I'm fine. Cough cough. Li Mengyao turned around and saw Chen Man and the others looking at the two of them with excited expressions. She then let go of Lin Xian, her face as red as a cherry tomato. Hello, I am Li Mengyao's husband, Lin Xian. Hello, I'm Chen Man. Chen Man smiled brightly. Chen Man is tall and slender with a neat short haircut, giving her a free and unrestrained feel. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled slightly. Yang Lin is the complete opposite. She has a petite and delicate figure and long, shiny black hair that flows over her shoulders, giving her a quiet and elegant feel. Lu Yusin needs no introduction. She exudes a powerful and domineering aura. You guys continue chatting. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. The four returned to their original positions and continued their discussion. Yao Yao, your husband is really handsome. My God, how did you manage to control him so well? Please teach me. At this moment, Li Mengyao's pretty face was flushed red. A short while later, Lin Xian brought out the last dish. Dinner's ready. The crowd came over following the scent. It smells so good. Today we have stir-fried lamb with scallions, human ribs, braised beef short ribs, spicy diced chicken, and a big plate of grilled fish. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life, Chen Man said, her face beaming with happiness after taking a bite. Yes, even chefs at big hotels can't make something this delicious, Yang Lin remarked. Yes, it really is delicious. Lu Yusin pretended to be nonchalant, so as not to be discovered by her two roommates that she had arrived earlier and then be besieged again. Soon, after Chen Man and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to go back. Chen Man, Lin Xian, I'm entrusting Yao Yao to you. Please take good care of her. Yang Lin. Yes, otherwise we sisters wouldn't have let you off the hook. Okay, I will protect Mengyao as the most precious person in my life. Lin Xian said firmly, holding Li Mengyao's hand. After Chen Man and the others went back, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and, because he had sweated a lot, went back to the bathroom for a quick shower before returning to his room. At this moment, Li Mengyao was leaning against the headboard, quietly reading a book. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Li Mengyao. Baby, what are you looking at? Why are you suddenly calling me baby? Li Mengyao blushed, feeling quite uncomfortable. Because you are my darling. Lin Xian smiled. Aren't you ashamed? Li Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red, and she silently continued reading her book, seemingly trying to use the book to cover up her embarrassment and shyness. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Mengyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out and quietly lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, gently pressing his ear against her soft belly. Accompanied by a fragrance, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. Husband, what are you doing? Li Mengyao was startled by Lin Xian's sudden action and tried to stop him, but it was too late, and her face turned even redder. Li Mengyao stretched out her small hand and tried hard to push him away, but he didn't budge. Seeing that she couldn't push him away, Li Mengyao started to vigorously knead Lin Xian's handsome face. Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice, Lin Xian said gently. Even though Li Mengyao was 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear the baby move even when he pressed his face against her belly. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and adorable appearance, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Did you hear that? I heard it. The baby said, Daddy is so handsome. Shameless. Li Mengyao just quietly watched Lin Xian, who looked like a baby at that moment. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Chapter 43 Bro, you just wait. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his phone and saw that it was his mother calling, so he quickly answered the call. Hey mom, what's up? Sons, have you eaten yet? Have eaten. It's good that you've eaten. When are you going to bring my daughter-in-law home to meet us? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. Lin Xian put down his phone and turned to look at Li Mengyao. Honey, is it okay if we go back to Yinhai City tomorrow morning? Li Mengyao nodded obediently. Mom, we're going back tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao planned to go to Jinwan shopping mall to buy some gifts to take back to Yinhai City. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finished the look with a pair of white canvas shoes, showcasing a youthful freshness and vitality. My wife looks beautiful today. Lin Xian stepped forward, put his arms around her, and savored Li Mengyao's fragrance. Okay, stop hugging, let's go. Li Mengyao gently pushed her away. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the parking lot, starting the Maybach and heading to Jinwan Plaza. The two arrived at the second floor of Jinwan shopping mall, found a jewelry store, and went inside. Hello, both of you, welcome. Hello, do you have any bracelets you could recommend? I'd like to give one to an elder. Yes, please wait a moment. The shop assistant smiled and took out several bracelets, showing them to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao and explaining their features. Honey, how about this? Will Mom like it? Li Mengyao took a fancy to a jade bracelet, which was crystal clear and had a warm and smooth texture, like emerald green lake water. She should like anything her daughter-in-law gives her, Lin Xian said with a smile. His biological son is losing his status more and more. Hello, how much is this? Li Mengyao asked politely. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This is the one most favored by elders. It's made entirely of icy jadeite, so the price is a bit higher, 100,000 yuan. Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Honey, you control all the money in the house. You decide. Lin Xian saw through her thoughts and smiled slightly. Hello, this is the one I want. Li Mengyao smiled. Okay, I'll pack it right away. Please pay here. The shop assistants were overjoyed. They made a huge sale as soon as they started work in the afternoon. These two young people are really rich. Beautiful lady, please keep this safe. Welcome back next time. After receiving the bracelet, Li Mengyao returned to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and walked out of the jewelry store. Let's go see if there's a gift Dad would like. Lin Xian gently snatched the packaging bag away. My dad doesn't have many other hobbies, just one. He really loves fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night, so I'll buy him a fishing rod. Do all middle-aged men enjoy fishing? But there don't seem to be any fishing gear stores around here. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Look, there seems to be one there. Following Lin Xian's gaze, Li Mengyao found a shop in a corner of Jinwan shopping mall. Let's go then. Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xian towards the boutique. The two went into the store, and since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she left it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a fishing rod used in fishing competitions, examining it closely. The fishing rod is entirely black, with a faint glow shimmering on its shaft, as if it contains boundless power. Lin Xian gently gripped the handle, feeling the texture of the fishing rod, and tried swinging it a few times. It felt pretty good. This is really good. Dad will probably like it a lot. Lin Xian smiled. Then this one will do. Li Mengyao smiled. The two went to the front desk to pay the bill. The owner was a middle-aged man who was preparing the bait for the evening. He was clearly a seasoned fishing enthusiast. Hello boss, how much is this? Li Mengyao smiled slightly. This 60,000 yuan fishing rod is for competitions. All the materials used are top of the line. The fishing shop owner was surprised that two such young people came to buy fishing rods. A fishing rod costs 60,000 yuan? Boss, can you give me a discount? Li Mengyao looked at the chubby middle-aged man with pitiful eyes. You like fishing? The shopkeeper asked, looking at the two of them. Yes, we love fishing the most, Li Mengyao blurted out. Lin Xian stared in shock at his wife. Was this how his wife bargained? All right, considering you're both young and love fishing, I'll sell it to you cheaply, 50,000 yuan. Really, I can't go any lower. Thank you, boss. Li Mengyao was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. After leaving the shop, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Honey, what are you laughing at? Li Mengyao pouted. I'm laughing. Honey, you're so virtuous. Do you really know how to fish? Ha ha. Li Mengyao's pretty face turned bright red. She raised her delicate hand and twisted it in a familiar spot. Okay, honey, I was wrong. By the way, honey, what is your sister like? Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had a younger sister. Cece, you don't need to buy her anything. If you really want to buy something, I think you can buy her the 5 years of college entrance examination simulation series. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. Lin Cece, bro, you just wait. Be serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then suddenly noticed an Apple mobile phone store upstairs. I know what to buy, let's go. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and headed upstairs. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the mobile phone store. Honey, do you want to buy a cell phone for Cece? Lin Xian asked. Yes, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Her phone was just confiscated at school, huh? Lin Xian laughed heartily. It's okay, just let her play at home. Li Mengyao felt that the child shouldn't be disciplined so strictly. Things should be relaxed when necessary. Lin Cece, sister-in-law? My dear sister-in-law, I love you. The two then went inside. Hello, how can we help you? A shop assistant greeted them. Hello, do you have the latest Apple phone? Li Mengyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It not only features the most advanced chip technology, but also comes equipped with an ultra-high-definition camera, allowing you to easily capture high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. It has a stylish and simple appearance, and is available in a variety of colors to showcase your personal charm. The salesperson explained in detail. How much does this top-of-the-line model cost? The top-of-the-line model costs 18,999 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. She bought 50,000 or 100,000 yuan items for her parents, but only 10,000 yuan for Lin Xian's younger sister. Would that make her seem like a bad sister-in-law? Chapter 44 is somewhat like an insurance sales pitch. The shop assistant noticed that Li Mengyao was frowning and suddenly realized that the two of them were still students and probably couldn't afford something so expensive. If you think the top-of-the-line model is too expensive, you can take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have any new laptops? Li Mengyao had a sudden inspiration. Yes, do you still want the top-of-the-line model? The salesperson asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, the top-of-the-line version. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the shop assistant placed a notebook in front of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This is our latest top-of-the-line Apple laptop. It boasts amazing performance, massive memory, and is incredibly lightweight. It's also a bit pricey at 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian. I think Cece is laughing her head off right now. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. We'll take these two. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant left and then immediately returned. Hello, beautiful lady. If you'd like these two items, why not try our latest complete gift set? It includes a mobile phone, iPad, laptop, and wireless headphones all top of the line. The original price is 77,888 yuan, but now it's on sale for 67,888 yuan. Why not just buy the whole set? It's more cost-effective, the salesperson explained. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly again. Buy it. Honey, you're not short of money. Consider it a big gift for Cece. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, we'll buy the whole set. Li Mengyao smiled again. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant excitedly packed up, having completed another big order. Sigh. Even Lin Cece's gift is more valuable than her father's. It seems that family status really does determine value. Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao, who was playing on her phone, and suddenly realized that his wife was still using an old phone. However, Li Mengyao is very clean and always wipes her phone clean, making it look brand new. In fact, she bought it during her freshman year of college. Hello, could you please add another top-of-the-line, brand new Apple 15 phone? Lin Xian said to the clerk who was still packing the items. Okay, it'll be ready soon. The shop assistant smiled even more broadly. Honey, why do we need to buy another phone? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. Honey, how many years have you been using this phone? Lin Xian asked her tenderly. No, it won't be long. It'll still work. Li Mengyao said softly, her face slightly flushed. It's my fault for only realizing this now. Honey, you don't need to think about saving money anymore. Just spend it freely. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao. No, we have to be thrifty and manage the household well, Li Mengyao murmured. This girl is really incredibly lovable. Be good, Lin Xian said gently. Oh. Soon, Lin Xian came out of the store carrying large and small bags. Li Mengyao took his arm and continued to look around, checking if there was anything else she needed to buy. Honey, stop buying. I can't carry any more. It's okay, I can still carry it. Li Mengyao remained unmoved, and then she discovered a men's clothing store. Let's go take a look there. Li Mengyao happily pointed with her little finger. Clothes? I don't need any more clothes, Lin Xian said. You always wear the same few clothes. I'm tired of seeing them. Be a good girl. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and led him into the store. Don't guys usually only have a few outfits to change into? Lin Xian didn't quite understand, but he still listened to his wife and went inside. The two entered the store. Li Mengyao looked around, then picked up a few pieces of clothing and held them up against Lin Xian. This style isn't nice, Li Mengyao said, shaking her head slightly. This color is too eye-catching, Li Mengyao continued to choose. This polo shirt and that short-sleeve t-shirt are both pretty good. Honey, why don't you try them on? Li Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of clothing and went to the dressing room to change. After Lin Xian tried on 2 outfits, Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. These are the 2 I'll take. She turned her head and glanced at the suit next to her. She had never seen Lin Xian in a suit before, so how could she let this opportunity pass by? He then picked out another item and handed it to Lin Xian. Honey, let's try again. Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. Huh? Again? Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his clothes and went back to the dressing room, while Li Mengyao waited quietly outside. Not long after, Lin Xian emerged from the dressing room dressed in a pristine white suit, with a classic black blazer over it, paired with an elegant black belt and long black trousers. He looked exceptionally energetic and dignified. Honey, how are you? Haha, it looks great, it really looks great. It's kind of like selling insurance, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with laughter. Wife, you're playing me. Lin Xian looked embarrassed and hurriedly returned to the changing room to change back. Li Mengyao is really happy because her husband can be a bit dazed sometimes. Excuse me, could you please pack these 2 items and the suit he was just wearing? Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the store, finally ending their shopping trip. Honey, let's go home and have dinner. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave, but the latter remained motionless, her eyes fixed on a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want to eat barbecue. No, the smell of cooking oil there is too strong. I'm afraid you'll get morning sickness again. Lin Xian refused. This barbecue restaurant has a smoke extraction machine at every table, so there's not much oily smoke. That won't work either. Who knows if the meat here is fresh or not? Lin Xian refused again. This barbecue restaurant is the #1 rated restaurant in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh, isn't it? Li Mengyao pouted slightly and said coquettishly. The 2 had spent the afternoon shopping, and Li Mengyao didn't want Lin Xian to go home and cook a tiring meal. Besides, the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and coaxing, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. But there's a condition. Lin Xian first tastes the meat to see if it's fresh. If he finds the meat isn't fresh, he immediately takes his wife home for dinner. The 2 then happily entered the barbecue restaurant. Soon after, the waiter brought out all the ingredients that needed to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, placed it on the grill to roast slowly, and then put it in his mouth to savor it. How is it? Not bad, right? Li Mengyao almost drooled just looking at it. After all, she was really hungry. The meat quality is pretty good, and it's quite fresh. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and placed it on the grill. After it was fully cooked, he gently blew away the heat from the surface and then brought it to Li Mengyao's lips. Honey, be careful, it's hot. Li Mengyao slightly opened her mouth and took a small bite of the beef. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At that moment, in a corner, a figure was looking towards Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Isn't that Li, our school's most beautiful girl? Chapter 45. What are you? A tagalong. Zhang Hua was Deng Junyi's friend, and he happened to be eating at the same barbecue restaurant at that moment. He then slowly took out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. When Lin Xian gently brought the food to Li Mengyao's lips, he pressed the shutter button and sent the photo to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mengyao, arm in arm with Lin Xian, left the barbecue restaurant, completely satisfied. Honey, let's bake at home next time. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an uninvited guest suddenly blocked their way. This person was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, about the same height as Lin Xian. He has a handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a face like jade, but he is still a bit inferior to Lin Xian. At this moment, he is looking at Lin Xian with an arrogant expression. Long time no see, junior sister Mengyao. Deng Junyi looked at Li Mengyao gently. Long time no see, senior Deng. Li Mengyao replied politely. This is a gift I brought back for you from abroad. Do you like it? Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed the exquisite high-end perfume in his hand to Li Mengyao. I'm sorry, I don't like this perfume. You should keep it for yourself, senior Deng, Li Mengyao said calmly. It's okay if you don't like this. I'll buy you whatever you like, Deng Junyi continued. No need, senior Deng. You don't need to give me anything, Li Mengyao said in a cold tone. Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who's this person next to you? Deng Junyi clenched his fist and saw a dazzling diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand, and said angrily. I know, but I've said it before, we're not a good match. This man next to me is my husband. Li Mengyao gripped Lin Xian's hand tightly. Why? Why did you get married after only a year of me being gone? He's just a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him. Deng Junyi said angrily. Those who make malicious comments about others often have dark hearts. It's none of your business to comment on my husband. Please don't bother me anymore. Honey, let's go, Li Mengyao said angrily, her eyes turning icy cold. Li Mengyao didn't like Deng Junyi, but she addressed him as Senior Deng, out of politeness. But he slandered Lin Xian, which Li Mengyao could not tolerate. If I'm a gigolo, then what are you? A tagalong? Lin Xian looked at Deng Junyi and laughed disdainfully. Then, Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly, bypassed Deng Junyi without hesitation, and strode forward. At this moment, Deng Junyi's face turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Suddenly turning around, Deng Junyi seemed to have lost his mind, swinging his fist like a madman and lunging straight at Lin Xian. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained unusually calm. He seemed to have already sensed the disturbance behind him, quickly released Li Mengyao's hand, and turned around with lightning speed. Lin Xian caught Deng Junyi's punch accurately, then pushed him away with force, followed by a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Deng Junyi to the ground. Ah! Deng Junyi screamed and lay on the ground, unable to move for a moment. Attacking from behind, what a sycophant. There are surveillance cameras here. I'm warning you, if you do anything wrong again, we'll call the police immediately, Lin Xian said coldly. Honey, are you alright? Li Mengyao was terrified and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side, carefully examining him to see if he was injured anywhere. It's alright, he's just desperate and he can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Let's go quickly. Seeing the strange looks from those around her, Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home that evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began packing their luggage. After packing her luggage, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa reading the company's daily report from Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, go get me a nightgown. Li Mengyao opened the bathroom door a crack, peeking out her head shyly. Okay, where did you put your pajamas? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I forgot, could you help me look for it? Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xian first went to the wardrobe but couldn't find it. Then he went to the huge balcony and immediately saw a cute pajama set hanging there. Soon, Lin Xian accepted Li Mengyao's cute pajamas and went to the bathroom door. At this moment, Li Mengyao quickly shrunk her cute little head into the bathroom, leaving only one fair and delicate arm exposed, radiating a charming glow. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Is it all done? Li Mengyao asked softly. Here you go. Coming to his senses, Lin Xian handed the pajamas to Li Mengyao. Thank you, honey. Li Mengyao tried to pull her pajamas back, but found that she couldn't budge them no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xian, let go, Li Mengyao said angrily. Honey, how about we shower together? Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. No, you pervert. Okay, honey, I was just kidding. Lin Xian released his hand easily. You big bad guy. After Li Mengyao withdrew her hand, she quickly closed the door, not forgetting to scold Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian returned to the living room with a smile. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally came out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xian who was still grinning on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest. My wife looks so cute when she's angry. Then, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower, but halfway through, he suddenly realized. Where's my towel? Where did it go? After searching the bathroom for a long time, Lin Xian had no choice but to slightly open the bathroom door. Honey, I can't find my towel. Can you help me look for it? I can't hear you. Wife, I was wrong. What's wrong? The mistake was flirting with his wife. Will you dare to do it again? I wouldn't dare. There was no response from Li Mengyao. Just as Lin Xian was continuing to apologize, he suddenly heard light footsteps slowly walking towards the bathroom. A blue light suddenly flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Li Mengyao standing at the bathroom door, holding a blue towel. Her movements were incredibly swift, as if she'd done something wrong. She slung the towel over the bathroom doorknob, then turned and ran back to her room, seemingly letting out a soft laugh. Chapter 46. This is my home now. After Lin Xian finished showering, he returned to his room and saw Li Mengyao pretending to read a book seriously, with an undisguised smile on her face, and her eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Xian, standing by the window. Lin Xian had already roughly guessed what was going on. Wife, where did you find this towel? Lin Xian lay on the bed, close to Li Mengyao. I'm in the balcony, Li Mengyao said calmly. That's strange. I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there at the time, Lin Xian said with a smile. You must have misread it, Li Mengyao continued, feigning calmness. Is it possible that my wife secretly took my towel and then pretended not to know? Lin Xian once again flashed his signature smile. That's impossible, honey. I'm sleepy, good night. Li Mengyao placed the book on the bedside table almost as quickly as possible, then climbed onto the bed as lightly as a cat. She lay quietly with her eyes closed and her breathing became even, as if she had truly fallen asleep. However, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate when he saw it, and leaned down to kiss those alluring lips. I'm ignoring you. Li Mengyao turned around, leaving Lin Xian with only a beautiful view of the back of her head. In the end, she was the one who suffered the loss. Li Mengyao couldn't understand it. Suddenly, she thought of something. Li Mengyao turned around again, looking at Lin Xian with a worried expression. Honey, will Cici dislike me as her sister-in-law? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful, she's like an angel. Everyone would love her. Lin Xian casually stroked Li Mengyao's hair with one hand, releasing a captivating fragrance. Stop joking, I'm serious, Li Mengyao said, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Cici is such a lively person. The more lively it is, the happier she is, so don't worry, honey. Alright, it's getting late, babies need to sleep. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and comforted her. The two then fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao didn't get ready to get up until the sun was high in the sky. After the two finished washing up, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Li Mengyao checked their luggage to see if they had forgotten anything. Soon, after finishing breakfast, the two arrived at the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Just as Lin Xian was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mengyao suddenly grabbed him. Honey, let's drive the Xiaomi SU7 this time. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Why? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Because you spoil Xiaohei too much, don't you think it's too serious? This Xiaomi has barely been driven. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Lin Xian thought about it again and realized that he really hadn't driven it much. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi SU7, and after she was settled in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding! The system has detected that the host needs to drive a Xiaomi smart car on a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will upgrade the intelligent driving system and battery of the Xiaomi SU7 for free. 1 minute later. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system has been upgraded to the future's top level, and the host no longer needs to drive manually. The battery has also been successfully upgraded, and the host only needs to charge it once to run for a year. Such a good thing. Lin Xian originally planned to drive manually, but the system gave him a free upgrade. Xiao AI, activate intelligent driving mode, Lin Xian said with some anticipation. Immediately afterwards, a gentle response rang out. Yes, may I ask where you wish to go, master? To Yunhai City, Lin Xian replied. Okay, destination set as Yunhai City, about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax. After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligent system issued the prompt, the vehicle slowly started and drove smoothly towards Yunhai City. Lin Xian sat quietly in the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the steering wheel. At first, he was still a little uneasy, afraid of an accident, so he was ready to take over the vehicle at any time. Soon, Lin Xian witnessed the power of the system and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The system is incredibly powerful. The upgraded intelligent driving system is already very advanced, and its reaction speed is even much faster than that of humans. Along the way, Lin Xian admired the scenery while talking to Li Mengyao about his hometown, Yunhai City. It is a beautiful seaside city with a stunning coastline and unique charm. Can I go see the sea then? Li Mengyao asked expectantly. Li Mengyao has never seen the sea since she was a child. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. As they chatted, Li Mengyao fell asleep again. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian drove out of the Yunhai City toll station and arrived at a place he was familiar with. Wife, wake up, we've arrived in Yunhai City. Lin Xian gently patted Li Mengyao. Have we arrived? Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes with her small hands, then looked out the window with a surprised expression. This city sits on the shore of the Azure Sea, its edge connecting with the ocean, where the blue waters and sky merge into one, creating a breathtaking panorama. Wow, it's so beautiful. We can take a walk on the beach tonight, but let's go home now, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. Okay, a hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. The Xiaomi SU7 started up again and slowly drove towards Lin Xian's hometown. Soon, the two arrived at a cozy-looking residential area with lush greenery and a beautiful environment. Although this neighborhood has been inhabited for several years, it still maintains a brand-new appearance. Lin Xian parked the car in the parking lot, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the elevator. As they stepped into the elevator, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Li Mengyao's small hands were slightly sweaty, which made him smile. Are you still nervous? It's okay, didn't we already see each other at home? Relax. At this time, only my mother should be home, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. I'm still nervous, Li Mengyao said softly. At this moment, the two had arrived at Lin Xian's house. He took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. "Mom, I'm back," Lin Xian said happily. "Oh, my daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a long journey." Zhang Shulan greeted him warmly, bypassing Lin Xian. "Come on in. This is your home now, don't be shy." "Okay, Mom," Li Mengyao said nervously. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan turned to look at her son and said, "What are you standing there for? Bring all your luggage in." Okay, Lin Xian said helplessly. After Lin Xian brought the luggage in, Li Mengyao took out the jade bracelet from inside, handed it to Zhang Shulan, and smiled slightly. "Mom, this is a gift for you." Zhang Shulan smiled happily. "What gift do I need? You are the best gift." Zhang Shulan picked up the crystal-clear jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. "Mom really likes it, but you can't buy it for me next time, okay?" Lin Xian and Li Mengyao simply continued to smile, pretending not to hear, and of course they would continue to buy. "Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? How is the baby?" Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. "The baby is developing very healthily," the doctor also said. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes nervously. "What else did he say?" Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. "The doctor said it's twins." Zhang Shulan was instantly stunned. Chapter 47 Lin Xian is very good to me. "What? Twins?" Zhang Shulan sprang up from the sofa as if she had springs in her bottom, then quickly walked over to Li Mengyao and sat down next to her, holding her little hand tightly, her face full of joy, her mouth almost reaching her ears. "Mengyao, are they really twins?" Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. It's true." Li Mengyao was quite frightened by her mother-in-law's series of unusual actions. "Here, this is the pregnancy test report." Lin Xian quickly handed his mother Li Mengyao's most recent pregnancy test report. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the words twins clearly written on it. She was so excited that her hands began to tremble. "That's great, oh, son, you're really something." Lin Xian smiled slightly, and Li Mengyao blushed slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Shulan looked at her pregnancy test report again and again, muttering to herself, "Twins are great. Twins are great." Suddenly, Zhang Shulan thought of something else. "Son, did you bring your marriage certificate with Yao Yao? Let Mom see it." "Here it is." Lin Xian continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan looked at it from left to right, a happy smile spreading across her face. "My dim-witted son finally got married, and his wife is absolutely gorgeous. She's like a fairy, a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Even more exciting is that my daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins, maybe even a boy and a girl." Li Mengyao blinked in a daze, completely unprepared for her mother-in-law's agitation. "How could I not be excited? I've brought 2 kids with me, and I'll be a grandparent soon." After a while, Zhang Shulan realized she had been a bit out of line, so she sat back down next to Li Mengyao and smiled. "Mom's just too happy, please don't mind." Li Mengyao was still a little nervous and said, "Mom, I understand." She was also very shocked when she found out she was a twin. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly. She was 14 weeks pregnant, and with twins no less, so why wasn't she showing yet? "You brat, have you not been giving my daughter-in-law enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet?" Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian. "Mom, some pregnant women just show later," Lin Xian explained helplessly. "Mom, Lin Xian is very good to me," Li Mengyao said softly. Mom was too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed to a gentle expression and smiled at Li Mengyao. "Son, hurry up and go to the kitchen to make lunch. Also, remember to stew some old hen soup for Mengyao to nourish her." Zhang Shulan had a different expression when she looked at Lin Xian. "Huh? Why do I have to cook when I get home?" Lin Xian complained. "It's all because you brat, have always disliked my cooking since you were little. Go now." Lin Xian reluctantly went into the kitchen and started getting busy. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together. She became even more nervous after Lin Xian left. Zhang Shulan immediately noticed the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she had given her daughter-in-law for the first time, and she was overjoyed. "Mengyao, don't be so nervous. Just treat this place like your own home." Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and Comrade Lin Zhengguo returned. "Honey, I'm home." He walked in with a gloomy face because of the high pressure of working in a state-owned enterprise. He was immediately glared at by Zhang Shulan, a glare that made him feel uneasy and tremble. He then noticed that his daughter-in-law, Li Mengyao, was sitting quietly and gracefully on the sofa, looking somewhat restrained and nervous. "Dad," Li Mengyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. Mengyao, you're here, huh?" Lin Zhengguo snapped out of his daze, immediately put on a friendly smile, and responded warmly. "Tell Dad if Lin Xian bullied you, and I'll teach him a lesson." Lin Zhengguo plopped down on the sofa opposite him and smiled. No, Lin Xian is really good to me." Li Mengyao's pretty face turned bright red. A kiss shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Dad, this is a gift I brought you from Jinghai City. Li Mengyao handed Lin Zhenghua the competition-specific fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhenghua could tell at a glance that the fishing rod was worth a lot of money. He held it in his hand and kept stroking it. What a good rod. He had wanted to buy a fishing rod like this for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhang Shulan controlled the finances and felt that it was not worth spending tens of thousands of yuan on a broken fishing rod. Thank you, Mengyao, I really like it. Lin Zhenghua said happily. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the little red book and a pregnancy test report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, a slight, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his lips. He then picked up the pregnancy test report and froze for a second. A few seconds later, his face broke into a wide smile. Where is Lin Xian? Lin Zhenghua asked impatiently. I'm cooking in the kitchen, Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help. You guys continue chatting. After saying that, he walked happily into the kitchen like a child. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Old Lin usually gave people a calm and reserved impression, but this time he completely disregarded his image. We arrived at the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua slapped his son Lin Xian hard. You little rascal, you're something else. You've made me a grandfather of 2 kids all at once, Lin Zhenghua said happily. Dad, be gentle, Lin Xian glanced at his father speechlessly. Is there anything else you want to cook? Dad will help you. Dad, aren't you tired after get off work? In Lin Xian's memory, Lin Zhenghua was always very tired after get off work. What's there to be tired about? I'm full of energy right now. I'll help you and make a few more dishes for the babies. Then Lin Zhenghua picked up a kitchen knife and started working. Before long, the father and son had prepared a table full of dishes. Dinner's ready. At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept putting food on Li Mengyao's plate, so her rice bowl was never empty. But Li Mengyao really couldn't eat that much, so she looked up at Lin Xian and raised an eyebrow. Lin Xian understood perfectly and finished off all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't eat. Mengyao, shall we go back to Lin Xian's hometown together in a few days? His grandparents have been wanting to see you, Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. After lunch, it was Zhang Shulan's turn to clear the dishes. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her back to his room. After entering, Li Mengyao looked around carefully. It was a spacious and clean room with a bed inside. Opposite the bed is a wardrobe, simple in style and practical in design. There was a desk next to the bed, with a laptop on it, and the bookshelves were filled with all sorts of books, as well as some Gundam mecha models. Honey, you still play with this? Li Mengyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. Those were all things I played with when I was a kid. Okay, time for a nap. The two then embraced and drifted off to sleep together. Chapter 48, The Top Scholar. It's 3:30 p.m. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was still fast asleep. He carefully tried to get up quietly. Just as Lin Xian was changing his clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive little hand sensed Lin Xian's departure, and she groggily opened her eyes. Honey, where are you going? Li Mengyao propped herself up with one hand, gently rubbed her eyes with the other, and asked in a sweet voice. I'm going to pick Cece up from school. She'll be on summer vacation soon. Honey, you can go back to sleep, Lin Xian replied gently. I want to go too. Li Mengyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Li Mengyao wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. Okay, let's go together then. Lin Xian ruffled Li Mengyao's hair. Another half hour passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a simple white shirt paired with an elegant black skirt and light makeup, giving her a fresh and natural look that highlighted her purity and charm. Lin Xian stared intently at her again. Don't kiss me. It wasn't easy to get it done. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away with her small hand, preventing him from succeeding. But Li Mengyao, being a young girl, was no match for Lin Xian's strength. With lightning speed, Lin Xian lightly touched Li Mengyao's alluring lips. Just a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go. Li Mengyao blushed, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and pulled him by the hand to walk outside. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Xiao AI, please proceed to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Lin Xian said. Yes, master. The Xiaomi SU7 started slowly and headed towards Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It was already 4:30 p.m., and Lin Cece had half an hour left before she finished her last final exam. Lin Xian originally intended to stay in the car and wait for his younger sister to finish her exam. Honey, can we go for a walk around the school? Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's hand and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the security room at the school gate. Grandpa, do you remember me? Lin Xian greeted the gatekeeper with a smile. Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? What brings you back? The gatekeeper greeted with a smile. I brought my wife back to visit our alma mater, and also to pick up my sister who's on vacation. Can we go inside for a look? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Xiao Xian is a celebrity at school, of course you can come in. The gatekeeper pressed the button in his hand, and the school gates slowly opened. What a perfect couple. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon. The gatekeeper looked at the two of them with kind eyes. Grandpa, are you also planning to retire? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I'll retire after this year. Okay, you can go in now, the gatekeeper said with a smile. Thank you, sir, Li Mengyao replied politely. No need, haha. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, the premier school in Yunhai City, which gathers the city's best students. The campus is shaded by green trees and full of flowers. The modern teaching buildings are neatly arranged, and the environment is clean and tidy. Every corner exudes rigor and order. The two walked side by side on the greenway, their steps slow and gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the tranquility. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, quietly absorbing the unique atmosphere of the campus. A gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing a faint scent of grass. She imagined Lin Xian spending every day at his high school, his focused expression in class, and his playful antics with his classmates after class, and a feeling of joy welled up in her heart. Along both sides of the greenway, every 10 meters or so, there are display boards showcasing the glorious achievements of students who have taken the college entrance examination over the years. Li Mengyao strolled through the exhibition, her gaze casually sweeping over the display boards. Suddenly, her eyes lingered on one of them. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her current husband, Lin Xian. The honor board clearly states, Lin Xian achieved an astonishing score of 687 in 2020, winning the top science score in Yunhai City and successfully gaining admission to Jinghai University. Li Mengyao was stunned. She knew Lin Xian was very smart and had a strong learning ability, but she didn't expect him to be the top science student. No wonder the security guard said Lin Xian was a celebrity at school. Honey, why didn't you tell me about these things? Li Mengyao gently raised her head and asked with a smile. Your husband is very low-key, and besides, you didn't ask him. Lin Xian smiled smugly. Lin Xian tried to reach out and pinch Li Mengyao's cheek, but she easily dodged him. You should behave yourself in high school. Lin Xian then gave up. Isn't this Lin Xian? What brings you back? A middle-aged woman walked slowly towards them, wearing a light blue dress and white high heels, her steps light and elegant. This woman was none other than Ms. Chiu, Lin Xian's senior year homeroom teacher. Teacher Chiu, it's been a long time. You're still so beautiful, and you seem to be getting younger and younger. Lin Xian said with a delighted smile. You're different now that you're in college. You even know how to joke around with your teachers. Chiu Ruishua couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian chuckled, and then introduced the woman beside him to teacher Chiu. This is my wife, Li Mengyao. Then he turned to Li Mengyao and said, Wife, this is my senior year homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu. Hello, Teacher Chiu, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, young lady, you're very pretty. You two are a perfect match. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon. Chiu Ruishua said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Chiu Ruishua's praise. You may not know this, but because Lin Xian is handsome, many girls pursued him in high school, including some who were very beautiful. But Lin Xian was unmoved and only knew how to study, so in the end, everyone called him a bookworm. But none of those girls are as pretty as you. Our Xiao Xian really has good taste, Chiu Ruishua said with a smile, recalling Lin Xian's high school days. Li Mengyao was a little confused after hearing this. A bookworm? Would a bookworm hug and kiss her every night? Chapter 49 Sister-in-law. You're simply my savior. Ring ring, exam time is up. Please stop answering questions. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Teacher, you still have things to attend to. Please come back to visit your alma mater when you have time. Chiu Ruishua said with a smile as she took her leave. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then waited downstairs at Lin Cici's teaching building. Not long after, a girl with fair skin, delicate features, a high-nose bridge, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xian's were the first to run out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bounced up and down as she ran, further highlighting her innocence and cuteness. The intelligence and wit revealed in their brows immediately catch the eye. Elder brother. Lin Cici spotted Lin Xian, who had come to pick her up, at a glance. She waved excitedly and shouted loudly, and at the same time, she saw the elegant and beautiful woman next to Lin Xian. That must be my sister-in-law. Lin Cici excitedly ran over, grabbed Lin Xian's hand, and said happily, Brother, you've come to pick me up? Lin Xian reached out and patted Lin Cici's head, smiling as he said, Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Lin Cece then happily said to Li Mengyao, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lin Xian's younger sister, Lin Cece." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Hello, Cece. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. I knew she was a great beauty from the photos I saw in the group chat, but she's even more beautiful in person. She's like a fairy descended from heaven." Then Lin Cece looked at Lin Xian with a questioning gaze. Lin Cece couldn't understand how her dim-witted older brother had managed to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Xian immediately saw through his younger sister's thoughts and gave her a light tap on the head. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go back to the dorm and move your luggage out." "Brother, aren't you going to help me move this?" Lin Cece complained, rubbing her forehead and frowning. "It's inconvenient for me to go into your girl's dormitory. I'll drive the car to your dormitory building later, and you can just carry it down," Lin Xian explained. Oh, Lin Xian had only just graduated from university, not much older than these high school students. It would be very inappropriate for him to enter the girl's dormitory under the guise of being a parent. "Cece, let me help you with your luggage," Li Mengyao said gently to Lin Cece. "Oh, sister-in-law? You absolutely can't do that. You're pregnant, and if my mom finds out, she'll beat me to death." Lin Cece hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. "It's all right. I'll help you carry some light things." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "No, the school is about to let out for the holidays, and there are people everywhere in the dormitory hallways. What if we bump into each other?" Lin Xian quickly spoke up to stop Li Mengyao. "All right then," Li Mengyao said softly. "Cece, go back and pack your things. We'll wait for you downstairs in the dorm," Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Cece replied, and then, like a little rabbit, she took off running towards her dormitory building. "Cece is so cute," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "She's just a little girl, with a very lively and cheerful personality. Okay, let's get back to the car." Not long after, the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove to Lin Cece's dormitory building. Half an hour later, Lin Cece was carrying a small, delicate backpack, struggling to drag a large suitcase with one hand, while leisurely sipping an iced drink with the other. Lin Cece stood by the roadside, looking left and right, but still couldn't see her dad's car. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Why is this old man so slow?" Beep! Lin Xian honked the horn. Lin Cece looked in the direction of the sound and found her brother sitting in a brand new Xiaomi SU7. Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged her suitcase and ran over. At the same time, Lin Xian also pushed open the car door and got out, quickly walked towards Lin Cece, and took the large suitcase from her hands. "Wow, bro, when did you buy a new car? That's so cool," Lin Cece exclaimed with delight. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xian said, as he deftly stuffed Lin Cece's luggage into the trunk. "Then could you? Stop. You don't even have a driver's license. Don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit properly." Lin Cece was interrupted by Lin Xian before she could finish speaking. Lin Cece had no choice but to shut her mouth and get into the car in a huff. After putting away his luggage and closing the trunk, Lin Xian got into the car and turned around to see his younger sister sitting in the back seat with a pitiful look in her eyes. "After you graduate from high school and get your driver's license, I'll buy you a new car, okay?" Lin Xian said gently. "Really?" Lin Cece's face lit up with a bright smile. "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Isn't all the lucky money I receive every Chinese New Year stolen by you?" Lin Cece pouted mischievously. "Ahem, how can you call it deception between siblings like us? It's just a temporary loan," Lin Xian retorted without changing his expression, his shamelessness astonishing. Li Mengyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. "I don't care. They're going to start charging interest now. Once I get my driver's license, you have to buy me a brand new car," Lin Cece said coquettishly. "Okay, I'll buy it for you as a high school graduation gift," Lin Xian said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mengyao suddenly remembered something, then took out a complete Apple gift set she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. "Cece, this is a gift from your sister-in-law." "Wow, sister-in-law, you're my savior. Thank you so much." Lin Cece pulled out the complete Apple gift set, filled with all the things she had been longing for: a cell phone, a computer, an iPad, headphones. "Don't get too excited yet. You can only play with these during holidays. You can't bring them to school," Lin Xian reminded him with a smile as he started the car, activated the advanced intelligent driving mode, and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove home. "Ugh, why? I haven't let playing on my phone affect my grades. I've always been in the top 10 of my grade," Lin Cece pouted in dissatisfaction and protested. It must be admitted that Lin Cece's grades at Yunhai No. 1 High School have always been among the best. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll definitely get into Jinghai University. With a little more effort, she might even become the top scorer in the city, just like her brother. Being in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll be in the top 10 in the future. Looks like I'll have to add another condition. If I find out you're secretly bringing your phone to school, I won't buy you the car. Although Lin Xian's tone was gentle, the determination it contained was undeniable. Chapter 50 Taking a Walk on the Beach. I understand, Lin Cece could only agree. Dude, don't you need to grip the steering wheel tightly? No need, it's intelligent driving now, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Cece exclaimed with anticipation, hoping that she could drive a smart car someday. Not long after, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them went home together. Home is so comfortable. Lin Cece plopped down heavily on the soft sofa, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. Li Mengyao also looked a little tired, and she gently sat down next to Lin Cece. Bro, tonight I want braised beef, boiled sliced pork, sauerkraut fish, and roasted lamb chops. Lin Cece loves her older brother's cooking the most. She hasn't had it in a long time. You're such a glutton. Lin Xian vigorously rubbed Lin Cece's head, then turned and walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner for the evening. A man who can cook can't escape the fate of cooking, no matter where he is. After seeing her older brother go into the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to look at her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother meet? And how did he win you over? Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. Well, we met in the library, and then it was love at first sight. That's how it happened. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, a blush spreading across her delicate face. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, I knew my brother was a bookworm, but sister-in-law, although my brother sometimes seems a bit dull, he's a really good person. Then, she stretched out a cute little hand and began to count. He can not only cook, but also do housework well. He has excellent grades and is very caring towards his family. With each item she counted, Lin Cece's face was filled with pride. You must have some misunderstanding about your brother. Where did you get that? He's practically a kissing maniac. This was Li Mengyao's true thought at that moment. Mengyao? Cece? You're back. Just then, the door opened, and Zhang Shulan returned home to find her daughter and daughter-in-law chatting on the sofa. Mom, you're back. Lin Cece quickly stepped forward and took the large bag of things from her mother's hands. Well, how did you do on your final exams? Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Don't you know your daughter's level? Don't worry, there's no problem. Lin Cece said with a confident expression. Mom, welcome back. Li Mengyao, who looked a little tired, hurriedly stepped forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mengyao, are you feeling unwell? Did that brat bully you? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously when she saw Li Mengyao's tired expression. No, I'm just a little sleepy, Li Mengyao replied softly. Li Mengyao is a bit light sleeper, so she didn't sleep much in Lin Xian's room that afternoon, otherwise she wouldn't have noticed that her husband had gotten up. Then you should go back to your room and rest for a while. We'll call you when dinner is ready. After saying that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mengyao's hand and went back to the room. Li Mengyao nodded obediently and lay down quietly before Zhang Shulan left the room with peace of mind. Li Mengyao was indeed too tired and soon fell asleep. What time is it? Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes groggily, sat on the bed, and gently stretched. Honey, it's already 8 o'clock, a gentle voice came. Honey, you scared me to death. Li Mengyao was startled and suddenly realized that Lin Xian was lying next to her. She had been half asleep and hadn't noticed him. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean to scare you. Lin Xian quickly got up, hugged Li Mengyao, and gently comforted her. I know. Li Mengyao also reached out and hugged Lin Xian, feeling his body temperature and the sense of security that came from the embrace. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her mood became cheerful. Have you had dinner? Li Mengyao looked up and asked Lin Xian, looking into his eyes. We've already eaten, but we specially saved a portion for you, Lin Xian said gently. Why didn't you wake me up? Li Mengyao complained, feeling it was very impolite. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. Let's go eat now, the babies are starving. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, his eyes full of affection. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's little hand and led her to the dining table. After Li Mengyao sat down steadily, Lin Xian took out a dinner from the warming cabinet and gently placed it in front of her. It was all her favorite dishes. Li Mengyao was starving and started eating small bites of rice, while Lin Xian watched quietly from the side. Where are Mom, Dad, and Cece? Li Mengyao looked up and found that only she and Lin Xian were left at home. Mom and Dad went for a walk after they finished eating, and Cece went out to play with her classmates, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, Li Mengyao continued to eat, head down. Soon, Li Mengyao finished eating and let out a satisfied burp. Honey, let's rest for a bit, and then go for a walk. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily. After eating, Li Mengyao rested for about 10 minutes before the two of them left the house. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao by the hand to a small electric scooter. Honey, aren't we going for a walk? Li Mengyao asked, looking at the cute electric scooter with a puzzled expression. Yes, we're going for a walk on the beach. It's quite a distance from here, so we're riding electric scooters, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy when she heard that she could go to the beach to play. Wife, get on. Lin Xian got on the electric scooter, handed a pink helmet to Li Mengyao, and smiled. This is Lin Cici's little helmet. Lin Xian used to take her out for drives all the time. Li Mengyao put on her helmet, held Lin Xian's shoulder, and with a graceful and nimble step, sat steadily behind him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and smiled happily. Honey, I'm ready. Then let's go. Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards the seaside. As the electric scooter moved forward, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got closer and closer to the sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty scent, blew over them, making them feel refreshed and relaxed. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, feeling the embrace of the breeze, and felt exceptionally relaxed. Finally, they reached the seaside. The seaside at night is tranquil and mysterious, with moonlight shining like water on the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering effect. After Lin Xian parked his electric scooter, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to get off. She opened her arms to welcome the sea breeze, fully enjoying the tranquility and freedom that the sea brought. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, admiring Li Mengyao's beautiful figure, his heart filled with love. Chapter 51. The more you kiss, the more skilled you become. This place is so beautiful. Li Mengyao exclaimed in amazement and took out her phone. With a slight smile, she snapped a picture, successfully capturing the breathtaking scenery before her. Just then, Lin Xian quietly walked up behind her, gently stretched out his arm, and softly hugged Li Mengyao, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the seaside at night with his wife. Lin Xian had lived here since childhood and often came to the beach, so he was extremely familiar with it. How come he had never noticed how beautiful it was before? After Li Mengyao finished filming the spectacular scene of the ocean waves crashing against the shore, she gently touched the screen with her small finger, and the phone instantly switched to selfie mode. Two faces beaming with happiness immediately appeared in front of the camera, and the beautiful moment was captured. Honey, let's take a walk along the beach, Lin Xian asked softly, his tone full of tenderness. Li Mengyao nodded gently. So they strolled hand in hand on the beach, their steps slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally crashed onto the beach, gently brushing against Li Mengyao's small feet, bringing a cool sensation. Li Mengyao recalled how her father used to carry her around, and whenever they met an acquaintance, he would happily introduce them. Look, this is my daughter, Ha. At that time, Li Mengyao was still young and only knew how to play on her father's back, feeling that her father's shoulders were particularly strong. Since her father's sudden death, Li Mengyao has never been carried by anyone again. The two continued walking leisurely forward, when suddenly Li Mengyao stood still, as if frozen in place. What's wrong? Lin Xian turned around and asked gently. Honey, I can't walk anymore. Li Mengyao blinked her bright eyes and stared straight at Lin Xian. Oh, what should we do then? Maybe we should go back. Lin Xian was well aware of his wife's little scheme, but he pretended not to know it. I won't be able to walk back then. Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks, somewhat angrily. Then shall I carry you on my back? Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, then turned around and squatted down. Hee, honey, I'm going upstairs. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She took a small step back and then quickly quickened her pace to run. Finally, she leaped up lightly and landed steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, tightly hugging his neck. Be careful. Lin Xian quickly grabbed Li Mengyao's long legs tightly with both hands. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, my dear wife. Lin Xian turned around and headed back. Honey, why are you turning back? I haven't seen enough yet. Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's clothes, anxiously. Huh? Didn't my wife say she couldn't walk anymore? So I'll carry you back now. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized that Lin Xian had done it on purpose, then lowered her head and gave Lin Xian a light kiss on the shoulder. Ouch. Honey, I was wrong. I'll switch back right away. Lin Xian quickly turned around again. After Li Mengyao's kiss, Lin Xian became a little more obedient. Li Mengyao smiled happily when she saw the little teeth mark she had left on Lin Xian's shoulder. Honey, am I heavy? Not heavy. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. But I weighed myself yesterday, and I've gained 2 pounds. Li Mengyao pouted. It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy, especially since you're carrying twins, Lin Xian explained patiently. What if I can't lose weight after giving birth? Li Mengyao asked, resting her face on Lin Xian's shoulder. No, my wife will definitely lose weight again, Lin Xian said firmly. I mean, what if? Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xian. Then I'll eat my fill too, and we'll both get fat together, Lin Xian said gently. After he finished speaking, Li Mengyao kissed Lin Xian's right cheek hard. Wife, why are you stealing a kiss? Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. When Lin Xian turned to the other side, Li Mengyao hid back to the other side, just to prevent Lin Xian from seeing her. How dare you say that? Who was it that used to steal kisses from me all the time, leaving me breathless every time? Li Mengyao said, her face slightly flushed. I'm just doing this to train you. The more you kiss, the more skilled you'll become, Lin Xian said shamelessly. Still talking. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently punched him. Lin Xian continued carrying Li Mengyao forward, the two enjoying the refreshing sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves crashing. Honey, you can put me down now, Li Mengyao said softly, patting Lin Xian's back. Good. Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully placed Li Mengyao back on the ground. After landing, Li Mengyao stretched her body a little and was about to turn around and walk back when a gentle hand gently pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. Husband, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes, and she instantly understood his intention. My wife just stole a kiss from me. Should I kiss her back? Lin Xian said in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian gave Li Mengyao no chance to resist, gently lifted her chin, and then without hesitation, took her tempting lips into his mouth. At this moment, their world consisted only of each other, and everything around them became blurred. From afar, the two figures are closely embracing, like a beautiful painting, forming a charming scene together with the sea and the moon. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took showers and went to bed. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, Li Mengyao's mind was still replaying the scene of their passionate kiss on the beach, and her face flushed again. Wife, why do you like the sea? Lin Xian asked gently, looking at his wife in his arms. Lin Xian could tell that Li Mengyao longed for the sea. Because my father promised me before he died that he would take me to see the sea, Li Mengyao said, looking down. Wife, I'm sorry I misspoke. Lin Xian quickly hugged Li Mengyao tightly, stroked her hair, and comforted her. It's okay, I'm already very satisfied. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and smiled. How about we take our wedding photos by the sea? Lin Xian smiled at her. Okay. Chapter 52, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up first, tiptoed out of the room, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. For some reason, ever since he obtained the system's 5-star chef skill, Lin Xian has actually developed a liking for cooking. I love it when my family eats the delicious food he cooks, I love it when they praise his culinary skills, and I love the happy smiles on their faces. Soon, a large pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was served, along with steaming pumpkin pancakes and tender, smooth steamed egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Lin Xian first went to the door of his younger sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed it open, and immediately saw the little one sleeping soundly on the bed. She was sleeping in a large V shape, with the blanket kicked to one side, her mouth slightly open, and she was occasionally snoring softly. Little sister, get up and have breakfast. Lin Xian shook Lin Cici and called softly. Ugh, I finally got a day off. What's wrong with letting me sleep in? While complaining, Lin Cici tucked her head under the covers and continued to indulge in her sweet dream. Lin Xian had no choice but to turn around and leave the room, as his younger sister was so sleepy. As for his wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xian has always doted on her and usually waits for her to wake up naturally. Lin Cici. Lin Xian returned to the dining table and could only have breakfast with his parents first, putting the rest in the warmer. An hour later, Li Mengyao felt that the baby in her belly was hungry. She gently rubbed her captivating eyes, then struggled to sit up in bed. Due to her pregnancy, her movements were somewhat clumsy and labored, but she still tried her best to get out of bed and slowly walked to the bathroom to start washing up. When she finished washing up and came to the lobby, Mengyao, you're awake. Are you hungry? Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law get up and hurried over, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table. Good morning, Mom, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took a breakfast out of the warmer and placed it in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao began to eat her breakfast in small bites, when she suddenly realized that her husband was not home. Mom, where's Lin Xian? Li Mengyao asked. I sent him to the rooftop to hang the clothes to dry. He hasn't come back yet. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded gently after hearing this, and continued eating her breakfast. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xian returned. Wife, you're awake. Lin Xian asked softly as he sat down next to Li Mengyao after returning home. Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Looking at the two of them and Lin Zhenghua watching TV in the living room, Zhang Shulan suddenly realized that someone was missing. Lin Cici. The little lazybones was still sleeping. Mengyao, take your time eating. I'm going to wake Cece up, Zhang Shulan said, then got up and headed towards Lin Cece's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cece was forced to go to the restaurant for breakfast with a resentful look on her face. Fortunately, her older brother's cooking skills were up to par, and the delicious food made her feel a little better. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. Honey, shall we go visit the aquarium later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Great. I've never been before. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and a happy smile appeared on her face. So Cece, are you going? Lin Xian turned to his sister and asked with a smile. I'm not going. I don't know how much dog food I'll have to eat if I go. I want to go back to sleep. Lin Cece muttered, still a little sleepy and a bit grumpy. After having a full breakfast, Li Mengyao went back to her room, dressed up carefully, and then went out with Lin Xian. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar shout from behind. Brother, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Lin Cece called out anxiously from behind. Lin Cece sat in the back row, panting heavily. Cece, didn't you say you weren't going? Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him. I'm not going. Mom just wants me to read and do my homework. I might as well just eat your dog food. Lin Cece pouted and complained reluctantly. Let's go together then. You can do whatever you want when we get there. Lin Xian then started the car and had Xiaomi locate the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove towards its destination. A short while later, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The three of them then got out of the car. Li Mengyao stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before her. The Yunhai City Maritime Museum boasts a magnificent architectural style. The museum cleverly uses advanced high-tech methods to create a three-dimensional whale on the building's surface. The huge whale appears lifelike on the building's surface, as if it is swimming freely. This whale is so lifelike, it seems as if it might leap out of the building's surface at any moment, giving people an unparalleled sense of awe. Stepping into the aquarium is like entering a dreamlike underwater palace, with magnificent decorations and many marine animals swimming around, making you feel as if you are in an underwater world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao first visited the Marine Life Museum, which contained a variety of marine creatures, including a dazzling array of fish, colorful corals, ancient and dignified sea turtles, and more, vividly demonstrating the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece was also watching from the side. Wow, how spectacular! And that turtle is so cute. As Li Mengyao spoke, she excitedly pointed with her little hand to a small turtle that was slowly swimming past her, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian quietly used his phone to record his wife's surprised moment. The three then went to the jellyfish exhibit. The jellyfish here, illuminated by special lights, resemble fairies, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. Their graceful and agile movements fill the entire jellyfish aquarium with a poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are so beautiful. Li Mengyao couldn't stop smiling. Honey, let's take a picture together here to remember this moment, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Cece, come take a picture of your big brother. Lin Xian called out to his sister, who was not far away, with a smile. I knew it. Lin Cece pouted. Lin Cece reluctantly took out her phone and still carefully took a few photos of Lin Xian and her sister-in-law Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao noticed Lin Cece's little mood and gently asked, Cece, would you like to take a picture together? Okay. Lin Cece immediately smiled brightly. She hadn't taken a photo with her older brother in a long time, and then ran to stand between Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Lin Xian randomly asked a passerby to take a picture for him. He stepped forward and politely said, Hello, could you please take a picture for us? Sure. Thanks. Then, a passerby took the phone from Lin Xian and pointed the camera at the three of them. Ready? 1, 2, 3 inch. Click. The three people in the photo are all smiles, overflowing with happiness. Chapter 53. Mom cooked lunch today. After visiting the jellyfish exhibit, Lin Xian and his two companions arrived at the underwater tunnel, as if they were in a magical underwater world. The soft blue light bathed me, and all around me was the shimmering seawater where fish darted freely. The massive glass curtain wall connects people closely with marine life. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and walked slowly along the tunnel, with Lin Cece following behind. Li Mengyao was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of her. Suddenly, a shark swooped overhead, startling Li Mengyao so much that she clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm. Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine life? Li Mengyao blinked her eyes in confusion and asked curiously. Because the sharks here have adapted to artificial breeding, they have no shortage of food, so they naturally don't prey on other marine life, Lin Xian patiently explained. Oh, let's go check out the shark tank then. Li Mengyao said with a happy smile. Aren't you scared? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What's so scary about that? Li Mengyao said proudly. The three then walked out of the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark tank. Stepping into the shark aquarium is like entering the realm of sharks. Beneath the enormous glass screen, sharks swim among them. Ferocious great white sharks, petite lemon sharks, gentle nurse sharks, and incredibly fast mako sharks. This was the first time Li Mengyao had seen these giant marine creatures up close. She clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm, and although she said she wasn't afraid, her body language betrayed her inner fear. Lin Xian quickly noticed and smiled. All right, we've seen enough. We should head back. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. It definitely gives me a feeling of deep-sea fear. The three of them left the Yunhai City Oceanarium together and returned to the Xiaomi SU7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On her way home, Li Mengyao suddenly saw a BMW 4S store, and something occurred to her. Honey, wait a minute. Li Mengyao called out hurriedly. What's wrong? Lin Xian quickly took over the Xiaomi SU7 and pulled over to the side of the road. Let's go to the BMW 4S store and take a look, Li Mengyao said, pointing with her little finger. Honey, do you want to buy a new car? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No, I wanted to buy one for Dad. Didn't you say he likes BMWs the most? Li Mengyao shook her head gently and smiled. When Li Mengyao went out in the morning, she saw Lin Jingguo's old BMW, which had been driven for almost 10 years. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Lin Xian's heart stirred upon hearing this. He knew his father had always loved BMWs, but for various reasons, he had never changed his car. Lin Xian is not short of money now, so it's time to upgrade the family car. Brother, can you buy me one? Lin Cici asked expectantly. If you want something beautiful, you can look at it now, and I'll buy it for you after you graduate and get your driver's license, Lin Xian said to his younger sister. Lin Xian then drove the car into the BMW 4S store parking lot. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the BMW 4S store together. Welcome, gentlemen. Are you here to buy a car? A young female salesperson with a graceful figure, dressed in a smart business suit with sexy black stockings, greeted them lightly. Just as people say, the more expensive the product, the younger and more beautiful the salesperson tends to be. Yes, we're here to buy a car. Do you have any BMW models you'd recommend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Sir, what is your approximate budget? The saleswoman asked. Honey, how much do you think is appropriate to buy? Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao and asked gently. You decide this. I don't understand these things. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly and said softly. Around 1 million to 1.5 million. Having received his wife's approval, Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was only slightly stunned when she heard this, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, they now had tens of millions of assets. The saleswoman and Lin Cici were both stunned. The saleswoman thought the three people who came in were young, one of whom looked like a high school student, and that they would choose the cheapest BMW series. She didn't expect them to suddenly reach the million level. Lin Cici was equally shocked. When did her brother become so rich? If it's in this price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 series. It has a stylish and dynamic exterior, an exquisite interior, and an ultimate driving experience. It's a perfect blend of luxury and sportiness, the saleswoman said, leading Lin Xian and his companions to a BMW 8 series. Lin Xian walked forward, carefully examined the cool sedan in front of him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it firsthand. He was very satisfied. His father should really like this car. Is this the top-of-the-line version of the BMW 8 series? Lin Xian looked up and continued to ask. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head, replying, No, sir. If you'd like the top-of-the-line model, you can come with me to see the cars over there. With that, she led the group to another BMW parked not far away. This is the BMW 8 Series i840, the top-of-the-line model in the BMW 8 Series lineup. As she spoke, the saleswoman opened the car door and invited Lin Xian to get in and experience the car. Lin Xian sat inside the car and felt the comfort and quality of the top-of-the-line luxury sedan, feeling very satisfied. The female saleswoman then gave a detailed introduction to the BMW 8 Series i840, from its cool exterior design to its exquisite and luxurious interior details, and its high-end and advanced features. I'll take this one. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Thank you very much for your choice, sir. However, since we only have this one BMW 8 Series top-of-the-line model in stock, your order may not be delivered to you for another 3 days. The saleswoman handed Lin Xian a contract. Okay, thanks. Lin Xian glanced at the contract, and seeing no problems, paid the deposit. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xian and his two companions left the BMW 4S store and returned to their Xiaomi SU7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 drove towards home. Cici, which car have you chosen? Li Mengyao turned around and looked at Lin Cici, asking gently. Not yet, sister-in-law. Lin Cici revealed a sly smile. Lin Cici initially thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it wouldn't be too expensive, at most a few 100,000 yuan. I never imagined my brother was so rich. He bought a car worth $1 million so easily. Now she'll have to think about it carefully. How can I really rip off my brother? Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to their doorstep. We're back. Lin Xian called out as he opened the door. Hearing the noise, Zhang Shulan came out of the kitchen with a beaming smile. Oh, you're back. Did you enjoy the aquarium? Fun. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. That's good. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat, Zhang Shulan said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Lin Xian and Lin Cici exchanged a glance. Mom cooked lunch today? Chapter 54, maybe they're twins? Lin Xian and Lin Cici, the siblings, had always been skeptical of their mother's cooking skills, so they secretly went to the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that it was her father, Lin Zhenghua, inside instructing Zhang Shulan on how to cook. Zhang Shulan's cooking wasn't too bad, but in order to let her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao taste even more delicious food, she asked Lin Zhenghua to give her some guidance. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Cici finally felt relieved. Before long, four exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly placed on the table. Dinner's ready, Zhang Shulan called out loudly. The family sat around the dining table. Lin Xian first picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his mouth to taste. Although it wasn't as delicious as his own cooking, it was still pretty good. How about that? Don't think your mom can't cook, Zhang Shulan said, seeing the shocked look in her son's eyes. Mengyao, try this piece of pork rib. Zhang Shulan picked up a fragrant piece of pork rib and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. As Mengyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law herself. Delicious, Li Mengyao said with a satisfied and happy smile after taking a bite. Mom, just do it this way from now on. I really like it, Lin Cici said contentedly, taking bites of beef one after another. Okay, I'll make it for you from now on. Zhang Shulan was overjoyed. The family enjoyed a warm and happy lunch together. After lunch, the family returned to their rooms to pack their luggage, preparing to visit Lin Xian's grandparents in his hometown that afternoon. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished tidying up, they lay down on the bed together to take a nap. At this moment, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Lin Xian noticed something was wrong and gently hugged Li Mengyao. Wife, are you nervous? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mengyao nestled her head into Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft and sweet. Don't be nervous. My grandparents are very easy to talk to. Besides, you're about to give them a great-granddaughter. They're overjoyed and are asking to see you. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, lowered his head slightly, and gently kissed her forehead. Then will your grandparents favor boys over girls? What if I give birth to 2 girls? Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. My grandfather might be a little bit like that, but my grandmother isn't. She especially loves children. Look at Cici, my grandmother dotes on Cici more than her, Lin Xian said with a smile. After all, they are from the older generation, and it's impossible for them not to have some preference for sons over daughters. But in Lin Xian's opinion, having a son or a daughter is the same. Besides, maybe they're twins, Lin Xian continued with a smile. What a coincidence. Li Mengyao chuckled softly, and after hearing Lin Xian's words, she wasn't so nervous anymore. In any case, whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on the husband, and has nothing to do with her. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, Li Mengyao quickly fell asleep. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. After their lunch break, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to head to their hometown, Yinshan Town. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao wore light makeup and a snow-white dress. The dress was well-tailored and featured a cute bow tie neckline, perfectly showcasing a gentle and refreshing feel unique to summer. She looked graceful and lively. Lin Xian stared intently, and it took him a while to come back to his senses before he murmured 2 words, beautiful. Then let's go quickly. Li Mengyao chuckled, reached out, and pulled Lin Xian, who was still in a daze, out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, while Lin Cici followed closely behind her parents. The group arrived at the community parking lot. Cici, whose car are you going in? Lin Zhenghua asked, opening the door of his slightly worn BMW. Of course I'll ride in my brother's car. Lin Cici plopped down in the back seat of the Xiaomi SU7. The new car was so comfortable. Lin Zhenghua looked at his old BMW and sighed. It's time to buy a new one. My daughter is already complaining about it. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan then got into the car together and started driving towards Yinshan Town. At the same time, Lin Xian carefully settled Li Mengyao in the back seat, and then quickly started the car, with the Xiaomi SU7 following closely behind. At first, in Yunhai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 followed closely behind his father, but once they got on the highway, Lin Xian accelerated without hesitation, instantly leaving his father's car far behind. "Why is that brat driving so fast?" Zhang Shulan said angrily. "Wife, it's not that our son is driving too fast, it's that our car is too slow," Lin Zhenghua explained. "Oh, I see, then find some time to buy a new one." Looking at the old BMW, Zhang Shulan realized it was indeed time to replace it. "I used to always think about saving money for Lin Xian to get married, afraid that this blockhead would never be able to find a wife. I never expected that I wouldn't have to spend any money at all, and I already have a wife and children." Thinking about this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was quite capable. "Okay," Lin Zhenghua chuckled. He had finally gotten his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian arrived at the Yunshan Town Highway exit first and parked the car on the side of the road to wait for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed back towards his hometown. Lin Xian followed closely behind, just as he had in the city. Soon, the two cars slowly drove into a detached small villa. Lin Xian's grandparents were already waiting at the door. Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Cece opened the car door first and ran forward happily. "Oh, Cece, how have you been at school lately?" Grandma asked with a kind smile. "Great." Lin Cece smiled happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and came to their grandparents. "Mom and Dad, we're back," Lin Zhenghua greeted them. "It's good that you're back. By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma asked impatiently. At this moment, she could vaguely see a petite figure inside Xiaomi's car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep in the car. "Wife, we've arrived," Lin Xian called softly to Li Mengyao. Have we arrived yet?" Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and replied sleepily. Chapter 55, She's so pretty. What came into Li Mengyao's view was a mountain villa, towering into the clouds and 5 stories high. The villa occupies a vast area with deep courtyards, lush green grass, and swirling mist, making it feel like a fairyland, exuding luxury and grandeur. Li Mengyao never expected that Lin Xian's hometown had such a luxurious villa. Lin Xian led the still dazed Li Mengyao out of the car. As soon as they got out, her grandparents greeted them warmly. "Xianer, you've gained weight recently, huh?" Grandpa said with a hearty laugh. "Xianer, is this our granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma asked with a big smile. Lin Xian's grandfather had his white hair neatly combed, and he looked like an upright and honest old man, much like Lin Zhenghua. Although he was slightly hunched over, his upright posture and firm gaze revealed his composure and fortitude. Lin Xian's grandmother had a kind and peaceful face, always radiating a warm smile, and a soft and gentle voice that was as comforting as a spring breeze. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My name is Li Mengyao, and I am Lin Xian's wife." Li Mengyao introduced herself politely. Good. Oh my granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful." Grandma smiled from ear to ear. Grandpa also smiled with satisfaction. "Grandpa and Grandma, please wait a moment." After exchanging greetings, Li Mengyao turned around and went back to the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7, where she and Lin Xian picked up 2 beautifully packaged boxes of health supplements together. "Grandpa and Grandma, this is a small token of our appreciation for our first meeting." Li Mengyao handed the health supplements to her grandparents. "Child, you're already here, why bring any gifts? Let's go inside and sit down," Grandma said gently. Then, she carefully took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked into the villa. Upon entering the villa, Li Mengyao was immediately struck by the luxurious scene before her. The villa is exquisitely decorated, with every detail showcasing the owner's taste and wealth. Various precious rosewood furniture pieces were arranged in an orderly manner. Everyone sat down in the spacious and bright hall. "Child, from now on, this is your home too. Don't be shy," Grandma said with a kind smile. "Yes, thank you, Grandma." Li Mengyao nodded slightly and answered softly, but she was still a little nervous. Baby, how many weeks pregnant are you now?" Grandma asked impatiently, staring at Li Mengyao's belly. The 2 elderly people were overjoyed when they heard that their granddaughter-in-law was pregnant. "I'm already 14 weeks along," Li Mengyao said in a slightly shy voice. "How is the baby developing? Have you taken him to the hospital for a checkup?" the grandmother continued to inquire. "Grandma, the babies are developing very well, and the doctor even said they're twins." At this moment, Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao's side, gently took her hand, and tried to ease her tension. Then he smiled and said to his grandmother, "Xianer, you didn't please us old folks, did you? Are they really twins?" Grandma was so surprised she couldn't stop smiling. "It's true. Look, I brought you the pregnancy test report." After saying that, Lin Xian handed a pregnancy test report to his grandmother. "Old man, hurry up and get my reading glasses," Grandma said hurriedly to Grandpa beside her. Grandpa was clearly shocked by the news. He hurriedly stood up and rushed back to his room to get 2 pairs of glasses. After putting on their glasses, the 2 elderly people stared intently at the pregnancy test report, which clearly stated the words, twins. Grandma's eyes welled up with tears, sparkling with joy. Even the usually composed and steady grandfather couldn't help but show his joy at this moment. The corners of his mouth turned up, and his face was filled with a happy smile. "That's wonderful, wonderful, old man," Grandma said excitedly, grabbing Grandpa's arm. "Yes, old woman. Hurry up and make dinner. Everyone's hungry," Grandpa replied excitedly. "Oh right, now is the time to replenish nutrition. The babies must be hungry. I'm so happy that I forgot. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll go prepare dinner now. It'll be ready soon," Grandma said to Li Mengyao with a smile, then quickly went into the kitchen. "Honey, I'm going to the kitchen to help Grandma cook," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay, go ahead." Li Mengyao nodded. With Lin Xian's help, the dining table was soon filled with delicious dishes. Grandma kept putting food on Li Mengyao's plate, as if afraid she would go hungry. This scene reminded Li Mengyao of when she first arrived at Lin Xian's house, when Zhang Shulan had also been so enthusiastic in serving her food. Lin Xian then finished off all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't finish. Of course, Grandma would also serve food to Lin Xian and Lin Sisi, and the family enjoyed a harmonious time together at the dinner table. After dinner, everyone sat together in the spacious and bright hall to watch TV. Li Mengyao leaned gently against Lin Xian. Lin Xian's family treated her very well, and she felt incredibly happy. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay together on the soft, comfortable bed. "Honey, I never imagined you had such a luxurious villa in your hometown," Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask curiously. "My grandfather used to be a businessman, so he saved up a lot of money," Lin Xian explained with a slight smile. "Did Grandma only give birth to one child?" Li Mengyao hadn't met Lin Xian's other relatives yet. "Of course not. Grandma had 2 sons and 2 daughters. My dad was the youngest," Lin Xian said. "In the 1970s and 80s, many families had several children. Then none of them came back?" Li Mengyao continued to ask. "They're all in other cities, and one of my aunts is in another province. She usually only comes back for the Chinese New Year," Lin Xian said with a smile. "All right, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you to explore the town." Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and comforted her to sleep. Feeling Lin Xian's warmth, Li Mengyao quickly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, turning the earth a golden hue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and strolled around Yinshan town. They strolled hand in hand through the streets and alleys of Yinshan town. Yinshan town is surrounded by mountains, which are lush and green, like a secluded paradise. The streets of the town were filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Residents greeted each other with bright smiles on their faces, creating a warm and welcoming ambience. "Xiao Xian, you're back." Suddenly, a voice came. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman walking up to him. "Yes, Aunt Wu, we just arrived last night," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Oh, who is this?" Aunt Wu's gaze fell on Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's tightly clasped hands, and a kind Annie smile appeared on her face. "She's my wife," Lin Xian introduced with a smile. "Hello, Auntie," Li Mengyao greeted politely. "Hello, little girl. You're so pretty, so delicate and beautiful," Aunt Wu praised. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. Chapter 56 Little Crying Pavilion. "Little girl, you don't know, when Xiao Xian was little." Aunt Wu noticed that Li Mengyao was a little shy and was about to talk about the embarrassing things Lin Xian did when he was a child, when Lin Xian hurriedly interrupted her. "Hey, Aunt Wu, could you please stop bringing up my childhood in front of my wife?" "Let Aunt Wu continue," Li Mengyao said, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. "Look, even your wife wants to hear it." Aunt Wu chuckled softly, then continued. "Don't let Xiao Xian's current tall, handsome appearance fool you. When he was little, he was such a crybaby. If anything went wrong, or he was even touched lightly, he would burst into tears. He was so arrogant back then, so we all called him Little Crybaby Xian, huh?" Li Mengyao chuckled. Her husband turned out to be a crybaby. Aunt Wu, aren't you going to buy something on the street? Go ahead and do it. We'll just wander around a bit more." Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. "Haha, then I won't disturb you 2 young couples any longer," Aunt Wu said with a smile as she left. Watching Aunt Wu's departing figure, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, and she stared at Lin Xian with a half-smile. "Honey, I never knew you were such a crybaby when you were little." "A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories." Lin Xian blushed slightly. Li Mengyao scoffed. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then went to a shop that sold local specialties from Yinshan town. "Uncle Yi," Lin Xian called out. Hey, isn't this Xiaoxian? When did you get back? A slightly overweight, smiling middle-aged man turned around and said in a friendly tone. He was wearing a white chef's uniform, which was covered in flour, and he was holding a spoon in his hand, clearly having just been busy making pastries. I just got back last night, and that's why I came to see you first thing this morning. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're such a sweet talker. You want some Yinshan pastries again, don't you? Ha ha. Uncle Yi laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling into a deep knot. Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Hee hee, Uncle Yi understands me best, but this time I'm not the only one. As he spoke, he stepped aside, and a beautiful and charming woman appeared in front of Uncle Yi. This is my wife. I brought her here to try your Yinshan pastries, Lin Xian said, taking Li Mengyao's hand and introducing her to Uncle Yi. Hello, Uncle Yi, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello. Your wife is so beautiful. I didn't expect Xiaoxian to get married so young. Wait, Uncle Yi will personally make 2 portions of Yinshan pastries for you. I also wish you a happy marriage. After saying that, Uncle Yi turned around and went back to his workbench, where he began to work skillfully. He first kneaded the prepared dough into a ball, then gently rolled it out with a rolling pin, added various fillings, and finally shaped it into an exquisite form. Every movement was so skillful and confident, as if she were creating a work of art. Soon, the sweet aroma of pastries filled the air. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao couldn't help but move closer, sniffing the tempting smell and waiting expectantly. A moment later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 carefully prepared Yinshan pastries. These pastries are brightly colored and tempting, small and exquisite, and adorned with a few crystal-clear candied fruits, resembling exquisite works of art. Wow, it's so beautiful, Li Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Try it and see how it tastes. Uncle Yi looked at his creation with a proud expression. Li Mengyao carefully picked up a piece of pastry, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. Instantly, a rich sweetness melts in your mouth. The outer layer is crispy and the inner layer is soft, leaving you with an unforgettable aftertaste. Delicious, Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. Seeing his wife enjoying her food so much, Lin Xian also picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite. Uncle Yi, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. How many days are you planning to stay? I'll make some more for you to take back with you when you leave, Uncle Yi said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Lin Xian said. Haha, when did Xiaoxian become so polite? You used to come here all the time when you were a kid and freeload off me, and you never thanked me. Uncle Yi laughed heartily. I've grown up now, haven't I? Lin Xian scratched his head sheepishly. Let's continue exploring. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Okay, come again next time. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand and continued walking through the town. Soon, the two arrived at an old bridge with a river flowing beneath it, where small boats occasionally passed by. The two continued walking and came to a stream. There were a few houses around the stream, giving it a feeling of a small bridge, flowing water, and traditional houses. The stream here is crystal clear, and you can clearly see small shrimp swimming in it. Li Mengyao walked to the stream and reached her little hand into it to feel it. The water here is so cool and refreshing. I used to take a bath here when it was really hot in the summer, Lin Xian said with a smile. How shameless. Li Mengyao responded coquettishly with a smile on her face. Honey, it's about time we headed back, Lin Xian said, glancing at the time. Li Mengyao nodded gently. The two quickly returned home. We're back, Lin Xian shouted. Mengyao, you must be tired from walking. Come and rest here for a while. Grandma pulled Li Mengyao and made her sit down next to her. Brother, did you bring me any pastries? At this moment, Lin Cici rushed out of the house and asked eagerly. Here, your sister-in-law knows you like this, so she bought it especially for you. Lin Xian pulled out a Yinshan pastry from behind his back and handed it to his sister. The pastry emitted an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. When Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were returning home, Lin Xian casually mentioned that his younger sister also liked Yinshan pastries. Without saying a word, Li Mengyao immediately turned around and went back to the pastry shop to buy another one. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cici sat down next to Li Mengyao, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began preparing lunch. After a hearty lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Lin Xian received a message from his father, Lin Zhenghua. Son, wanna go fishing? Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, leaned down slightly, and whispered in her ear, Wife, can I go fishing with Dad? Okay, go ahead, Li Mengyao mumbled unconsciously, then fell asleep again. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went fishing with Lin Zhenghua and his grandfather. After waking up, Li Mengyao felt a little bored, so she sat quietly in the living room playing on her phone to pass the time. Just then, Grandma came over with faltering steps, holding a thick photo album in her hands. She came to Li Mengyao's side. Grandma, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously. This is Lin Xian's childhood photo album, Grandma replied with a smile. Chapter 57, They must have a very good relationship. Li Mengyao opened the picture album and saw a series of photos of Lin Xian as a child. There are adorable full moon photos, with round eyes gazing curiously at the world, and a slightly open mouth revealing an innocent smile. There are also photos of a toddler who was a little over 1 year old, holding a colorful ball and grinning foolishly. There are also photos of him walking independently at the age of 2, wobbling unsteadily. There were even some running around the house naked. She carefully examined each photo, feeling the happy times Lin Xian had in his childhood. Grandma, was Lin Xian very naughty when he was little? Li Mengyao asked. Yes, he was very naughty when he was little, and he often wet the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao turned to another page, which showed Lin Xian holding hands with a little girl, smiling happily. This is Lin Xian and his childhood playmate, Grandma said, pointing to the little girl in the painting. Oh, it's a girl, Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. She continued flipping through the photos and found many more pictures featuring the same little girl. They must have a very good relationship, Li Mengyao muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, along with his father Lin Zhenghua and grandfather, went to a reservoir near Yunshan town to start their fishing trip. The three prepared their fishing gear, adjusted their fishing rods, baited their hooks with the bait they had prepared, and cast their lines with a strong pull, waiting for the fish to bite. Same as always, the competition is about who catches the most, and the prize will be weighed by the kilogram, Lin Zhenghua said confidently. Dad, have you forgotten how badly we lost last time? Lin Xian said with a smile. I was unlucky last time, so it doesn't count, Lin Zhenghua explained. Lin Zhenghua now has a new fishing rod given to him by his daughter-in-law, which should be enough to change his fate. Okay, let's have another competition, with sunset as the deadline. Grandpa laughed along. About half an hour later, Lin Xian's bell rang first, and at the same time, the fishing rod shook violently. It's on the hook. It's on the hook. Looks like a big fish. Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the fishing rod, quickly tightened the line, and began to fight the big fish. Soon, the big fish gradually ran out of strength. Lin Xian slowly retracted the fishing line, and then pulled hard, successfully pulling a huge bass ashore. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the fish, weighed it carefully, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, it weighs more than 3 pounds. TCH, I'll definitely catch a bigger one than yours later. Lin Zhenghua watched from the side with envy, but still put on a disdainful attitude. Time passed by, and 10 minutes later, Grandpa's bell rang, and the fishing rod began to shake, though not as violently as Lin Xian's earlier movements. Grandpa, a seasoned fishing enthusiast, calmly and skillfully reeled in the fishing line. Not long after, a grass carp leaped out of the water, and it looked to be over a pound in size. Zhenghua, you're the only one who hasn't opened a business yet, the grandfather said to his son with a smile. The big fish are all behind us, just you wait. Lin Zhenghua continued to stare intently at his fishing rod, not daring to relax for a moment, as if afraid of missing any opportunity to bite. At this very moment, beside him, Lin Xian and his grandfather were leisurely enjoying top-quality Tiguanyin tea, their moods exceptionally pleasant. Hey, another one! Lin Xian shouted excitedly. His bell rang again, and the fishing rod began to shake incessantly. I've got a situation here too. Almost at the same moment, Grandpa's bell also rang melodiously. The sun was nearing its end, and Lin Xian already had 4 fish in his bucket. Apart from the 3-pound fish he caught the first time, the rest were all around 1 pound each, making a total of 6 pounds. Meanwhile, Grandpa, who was standing nearby, also caught 3 fish, each weighing a little over a pound, totaling about 4 pounds. Looking into Lin Zhenghua's fish bucket, one finds nothing but water, not even a single small fish. Lin Zhenghua looked incredulous. How come he couldn't catch a single fish? Dad, the sun is about to set. Maybe we should just call it a day, Lin Xian said, walking up to his father to comfort him. It's still a little short, isn't it? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Zhenghua still held onto a sliver of hope. How about I give you one? You can choose whichever you like. I need to go back and cook for my wife, Lin Xian continued. Yes, Lin Xian misses his wife. No need. Lin Zhenghua sighed softly, then said, never mind, let's go. Just as Lin Zhenghua was about to pack up his fishing rod and head back, suddenly, the bell started ringing, and the fishing rod began to shake violently, just as intensely as what Lin Xian had encountered earlier. Clearly, something big was up. It's here. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed with delight. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward with lightning speed and firmly gripped the fishing rod, but unfortunately the big fish was incredibly strong. Even though he used all his strength, he could only barely maintain the situation and was unable to reel in the fishing line. Son, come help me. Lin Zhenghua hurriedly called out to his son for assistance. They're here. Lin Xian then joined the fight. As the father and son worked together, the big fish gradually lost its strength to struggle and was slowly pulled closer to the shore. Just as it was about to surface, the big fish suddenly darted back down into the water with all its might. In the end, the experienced grandfather took out a long net and successfully caught the big fish and brought it ashore. This fish was significantly larger than the 3-pound grass carp that Lin Xian had caught before. It was actually a large carp weighing over 8 pounds. What a big one. Ha ha ha. I knew I could catch a big fish. How about that? I won this time. Lin Zhenghua said smugly. Yes, Dad, you win. Lin Xian smiled. My dad rarely gets this happy. Lin Zhenghua stretched out his hand with difficulty, trying to pick up the carp, but because the fish was so big and slippery, it took a lot of effort to finally lift it up. With a smile, he said to his son Lin Xian, Son, come and take a picture of Dad with this big fish to remember the occasion. Okay. Lin Xian quickly took out his phone and was about to take a picture of Lin Zhenghua's joyful smile when something unexpected happened. The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hand suddenly began to shake violently. Completely absorbed in his joy, Lin Zhenghua lost his focus and, without warning, the large carp slipped from his grasp and fell into the water with a splash. Lin Zhenghua felt very aggrieved as the big carp escaped from his hands. Lin Xian, standing to the side holding his phone, was also quite embarrassed. Should he take the picture or not? Let's still take the picture. A snap. Lin Xian took a picture of Lin Zhenghua looking aggrieved. Chapter 58 My wife is jealous. Did you get a picture of the big fish? Without. Lin Zhenghua was on the verge of tears. 7 p.m. We're back. Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and their grandfather returned home together. You're back? How was it? Did you get anything? Grandma asked with a smile. Yes, Xianer caught a 3-pound bass, Grandpa said happily. Really? Xianer is so amazing. Grandma praised. However, when Grandma saw the 3 fish buckets, she noticed that Lin Zhenghua's bucket had the fewest fish, with only 1. On the way back, Lin Xian saw his father in the passenger seat looking worried and couldn't bear it, so he shared one of his fish with him. Zhenghua, why is there only 1 fish in your bucket? Grandma asked curiously. Yeah, Dad. How come you only caught so little? Lin Cc ran over to take a look. Sigh, I caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds, but who knew my hand would slip and I couldn't hold it properly, so it got away. Lin Zhenghua became more and more frustrated as he spoke. Stop bragging. If you didn't catch anything, you didn't catch anything. Zhang Shulan happened to walk over and heard this, so she curled her lip in disdain. Lin Zhenghua had no way to express his bitterness. What could he do? He hadn't held it properly, and he hadn't taken any photos. He could only silently endure his wife's ridicule. Where's Mengyao? Lin Xian looked around, but didn't see his wife come out to greet him. She looked through your childhood photo album this afternoon, and then went back to her room to rest. I guess she's sleeping, so I didn't disturb her, Grandma replied. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian arrived at the door of the room, quietly pushed it open, and went inside. The room was completely dark, with no lights on, and a petite figure lay on the bed. Li Mengyao was sleeping. Lin Xian carefully walked to the bedside, slowly sat down, and then leaned down to carefully examine Li Mengyao's sleeping appearance. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that a few tears were streaming from the corners of Li Mengyao's eyes. At this moment, Li Mengyao dreamt of a terrifying scene. The girl in the photo came back and found Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian chose to leave her without hesitation, turning around and departing with his childhood sweetheart. Husband, don't leave me. Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Her eyes were slightly red, and tears were streaming down her face. She looked incredibly pitiful and helpless. Lin Xian was extremely anxious and quickly reached out to gently hug Li Mengyao, tenderly stroking her silky smooth hair. Honey, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your husband is here. Your husband will never leave you. Lin Xian comforted her softly. At this moment, Li Mengyao realized that she had just had a nightmare. Seeing Lin Xian return, the weight in her heart finally lifted. Honey, you're back? I'm sorry I scared you. I just had a nightmare. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and gazed quietly at the man who brought her peace of mind. What nightmare did you have that scared you to tears? Lin Xian looked distressed and reached for a tissue from the table, gently and delicately wiping Li Mengyao's fair and tender cheeks. No, it's nothing. I just had a terrible nightmare. Honey, don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Li Mengyao felt much more at ease after Lin Xian returned. Are you really all right? Lin Xian vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Although Li Mengyao said she was fine, he could sense the unease deep in her heart, but he didn't know how to ask her. Just then, Li Mengyao took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hug Lin Xian's neck, then gently left a kiss on his face. Really? Honey, let's go eat. At this moment, Li Mengyao's eyes were still slightly red, and the tear stains on her face were still obvious. If Lin Xian were to take Li Mengyao out to dinner right now and everyone saw them, he'd definitely get a beating. No, absolutely not. Honey, you're not in the right state to go out right now. I caught a 3-pound bass today. I'll make you a bass stew later. You should rest here, Lin Xian said quickly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Then Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead before leaving the room. After leaving the room, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to start preparing a meal. At this moment, Zhang Shulan also walked in and asked Lin Xian, "Son, where's my daughter-in-law? Is she still asleep?" "No, I'll cook the food and bring it up to her later. You guys eat at the table first," Lin Xian replied while chopping fish with a swift, decisive stroke. "All right then, keep an eye on things," Zhang Shulan instructed. A short while later, Lin Xian made 2 fragrant sea-based burgers. One was placed on the table for everyone to enjoy, while the other was taken upstairs separately. "Wife, dinner is ready." Lin Xian placed the food on the table, including a sea-based stew, braised pork ribs, and a plate of green vegetables. Among them, the sea-based stew is made by cutting sea bass into pieces and stewing it with vegetables, tofu, and other ingredients, plus the secret seasoning provided by the system, which makes it very fragrant. "Wow, it smells so good." Li Mengyao glanced at it. It was all her favorite food. "Come on, let your husband feed you." Lin Xian picked up a piece of tender and juicy fish and stuffed it into Li Mengyao's little mouth. So delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. After a pleasant dinner, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and returned to the kitchen. "Let Grandma wash the dishes," Grandma said gently, taking the bowl from Lin Xian's hands with a smile. "Grandma, what photo album did you show Mengyao this afternoon?" Lin Xian handed over the bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously. "It's from when you were little, right? It's still on the table in the living room." Grandma smiled and pointed. After hearing this, Lin Xian went into the living room, and sure enough, a photo album lay quietly on the table. He opened the album. It was full of photos of him as a child, and they didn't seem particularly special. Lin Xian continued flipping through the pages, and suddenly his gaze fell upon a photograph. It was a picture of him and a little girl, holding hands and looking very close. "I see. My wife is jealous." Lin Xian returned to the room door, pushed it open, and immediately saw Li Mengyao sitting in front of the dressing table, gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with a cotton pad. "Honey, it's not so obvious now, is it?" Li Mengyao turned her head and gave Lin Xian a charming smile. You can't tell anymore." Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, stepped forward and gently stroked her cheek, speaking tenderly. "Honey, let's go to the rooftop to look at the moon. The starry sky in this town is so beautiful," Lin Xian continued. "Okay," Li Mengyao smiled brightly. Chapter 59. So, wife, don't be jealous. The two walked hand in hand to the rooftop, where the night breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. The starry sky overhead was dazzling, and a bright moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery glow. Lin Xian brought over a double beanbag chair, which he bought when he was in college. Every night when he returned to his hometown, he would lie comfortably on it, playing on his phone while admiring the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao lie down comfortably on the beanbag chair, then gently lay down next to her and tenderly pulled her into his arms. "The moon is so beautiful tonight," Li Mengyao said softly to Lin Xian as she looked up at the starry sky. "Yes, but my wife is even more beautiful," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You're always talking nonsense." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes playfully. "Honey, are you having nightmares because of this photo?" Lin Xian took out the photo he had just found in the album. How did you know?" Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered in response. "Can you see that villa across the street from here?" Lin Xian pointed across the street. Li Mengyao looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found a villa similar to Lin Xian's house. "She was my best friend when I was a child. You could say we were childhood sweethearts." Oh, Li Mengyao's mood instantly plummeted upon hearing the words, childhood sweethearts. "I haven't finished speaking yet." Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, looked into her eyes, and said with a smile, "We've been friends since we were little. She treats me like her own younger brother, and I treat her like my own older sister. It's not like what you're thinking." To understand. Li Mengyao now realizes that she was overthinking things, but she has always lacked a sense of security since childhood, and the pregnancy has made her unconsciously start to have all sorts of wild thoughts. "So don't be jealous, wife." Lin Xian lowered his head slightly, his forehead gently touching Li Mengyao's. "I'm not jealous at all." Li Mengyao wanted to defend herself, but Lin Xian sealed her lips with his. "There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a passionate kiss. If that doesn't work, then let's have another kiss." I'm still at home. What if someone sees me? Li Mengyao angrily pinched Lin Xian's waist hard. It's okay. I just locked the door on the roof. They can't come up. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the pain and let his wife pinch him. Li Mengyao was completely at her wits' end with her shameless husband. From now on, you can't keep any thoughts to yourself. You must discuss them with your husband, okay? Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and said softly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Their eyes met, and at the same time, they had another idea. Their faces drew closer and closer, and they were just about to kiss. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Brother, sister-in-law, are you upstairs? Lin Xian, you brat, you ruined my plans. We're here. Li Mengyao seemed to wake from a dream, and in a panic, she pushed Lin Xian away and then stood up. Lin Xian reluctantly walked to the door and opened the rooftop door. Lin Cece stood outside the door, her gaze fixed on her sister-in-law Li Mengyao's flushed face, and asked curiously, Brother, sister-in-law, Grandma asked me to call you down to have some fruit. Then, she winked mischievously and gave a sly smile. She wasn't a 3-year-old child, but a high school student, so of course she knew something about matters between men and women. Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece asked playfully. It's a bit hot, Li Mengyao stammered as she explained. No, it's quite cool on the rooftop, and there's a gentle breeze, Lin Cece said after taking a moment to feel it. All right, kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Go downstairs, we'll be there in a bit. Lin Xian quickly sent his younger sister away. Lin Cece then skipped and hopped downstairs. It's all your fault. Li Mengyao glared at him reproachfully. Yes, it's all my fault. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's soft little hand and carefully helped her downstairs. As soon as Grandma saw her granddaughter-in-law arrive, she greeted her with a big smile. Mengyao's here. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Grandma asked with concern. No, I was just feeling a little sleepy, Li Mengyao explained gently. That's good. Come and have some fruit. Grandma gently placed the colorful and beautifully arranged fruit platter in front of Li Mengyao and smiled. Li Mengyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and quickly stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth before continuing to eat small bites of fruit. Everyone who saw this smiled like an ant. Afterwards, everyone happily stayed in the warm, spacious, and bright living room to watch TV. After watching TV, they all went back to their rooms to rest and sleep. Time quickly passed to the next day, morning. After breakfast, the group was greeted by a visit from their neighbors, the Lin Yaowen family. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen grew up in Yunhai town and were best friends since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business abroad, but when he heard that his good brother Lin Zhenghua was about to become a grandfather, he insisted on coming back to congratulate him. Accompanying Lin Yaowen were his wife Li Yinxia and their daughter Lin Wanqing. It's worth mentioning that this Lin Wanqing is the lovely girl holding hands with Lin Xian in the photo. Comrade Zhenghua, I didn't expect you to beat me to it, ha. Lin Yaowen walked into Lin Zhenghua's villa carrying an exquisite gift. Of course, I've always been a step ahead of you since I was little. Ha ha. Lin Zhenghua replied happily, and the two smiled at each other and began to chat freely. Don't stand at the door, everyone. Come in and sit down. It's more lively with more people, so please stay for a meal today. Grandma greeted everyone with a big smile. Hey, little rascal, how have you been lately? A tall, beautiful woman rushed forward and gave Lin Xian a heavy pat on the shoulder. This person is Lin Wanqing, a typical domineering and mature woman. Sister Qing, be gentle, it doesn't hurt. Lin Xian touched his shoulder, where there was already a red mark. Li Mengyao, standing to the side, was completely stunned. Chapter 60, He's Afraid of Ghosts. Haha, I accidentally used too much force. Wow, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to be married after just a few months. Where's my sister-in-law? Lin Wanqing laughed heartily. Here she is. Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms, a happy smile on his face. This is my wife, Li Mengyao, Lin Xian introduced to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked Li Mengyao up and down. The woman before him was tall and slender, with an exquisitely beautiful face, especially her captivating eyes, which seemed to be able to steal one's soul. How did that blockhead little brother manage to win over such a beautiful girl? It's unbelievable. Hello, Sister Qing. Li Mengyao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she took the initiative to greet her. Oh, hello, Mengyao, our sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Wanqing finally came to her senses and quickly reached out to hold Li Mengyao's hand, praising her with a smile. Qing Jia, you're beautiful too, Li Mengyao replied softly, blushing. You two are such a perfect match. Here, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Wanqing took out a thick red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Li Mengyao's hand. Sister Qing, what about mine? Lin Xian asked shamelessly upon seeing this. Now women are in charge of the finances, so your share went to Mengyao too, Lin Wanqing replied with a playful wink and a smile. Lin Xian. Afterwards, everyone chatted and laughed in the spacious and bright living room. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon. Little brother, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Lin Wanqing called out to Lin Xian. Lin Wanqing is a true foodie and has always loved Lin Xian's cooking. Okay, Lin Xian walked into the kitchen helplessly. Who can blame them when it comes to cooking the best food in the whole family? Soon, 40 minutes had passed, and Lin Xian had filled the dining table with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xian shouted to everyone. Everyone sat down at the table and began to enjoy the delicious food. Wow, this tastes absolutely amazing. Little brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Wanqing chewed the beef in her mouth with gusto, praising it indistinctly. She seemed completely immersed in the world of food, unable to stop eating. Haha, this is even more delicious than what I eat in a 5-star hotel. Xianer, you are amazing. Lin Yaowen praised without reservation. Yes, Xianer, could you teach Annie how to do it another day? Li Yinxiao chimed in. Of course, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone concluded the sumptuous and enjoyable lunch with great satisfaction. After lunch, Lin Yaowen and his family went home. Before leaving, Lin Wanqing invited Li Mengyao to come to her house to play after she woke up from her afternoon nap, and Li Mengyao agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and his father, Lin Zhenghua, went to the reservoir for another round of fighting, and Lin Yaowen also joined them. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7, taking his father and Uncle Lin Yaowen to the reservoir from the day before. After getting off the bus at the destination, Lin Zhenghua went to the familiar spot from yesterday and started fishing. Dad, why did you choose the same place as yesterday? Lin Xian asked. If you can catch fish here once, you can catch fish again. Just wait, son, I'll definitely win today. Lin Zhenghua replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed intently on the water. You're kidding me, I think you're just bragging. An 8-pound carp, you know. While in the car, Lin Yaowen heard Lin Zhenghua say that he had caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds the day before, and he immediately questioned it. Lin Zhenghua didn't take a picture of the large carp as evidence, so he ignored Lin Yaowen's questions and just kept describing to himself just how big the carp was. Time ticked by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Haha, another one. Lin Yaowen happily showed off to Lin Zhenghua that he now had 5 fish in his bucket, although none of them were very big. At the same time, Lin Xian also successfully caught a fish. He was having a bit of bad luck today, but he still managed to catch 3 small fish. On the other hand, Lin Zhenghua's side has yet to achieve anything. Just as Lin Zhenghua was feeling that he wasn't suited for fishing, his bell began to ring crisply, and his fishing rod began to shake violently. They're here. Lin Zhenghua excitedly gripped the fishing rod and fought fiercely with the big fish with all his might. Lin Xian immediately joined in, helping his father slowly tighten the fishing line. This is definitely a big one. Lin Yaowen was equally excited. He picked up the long net, ready to finish at any moment. Before long, with the father and son working together, the big fish gradually lost its strength and slowly rose to the surface. Lin Yaowen reacted quickly and scooped it up, successfully ending this thrilling battle. The 3 of them eagerly went forward to check and discovered that it was a large carp, and it was the very one that had escaped yesterday. Quickly, put it in the bucket. Lin Zhenghua urged anxiously, afraid that it would run away again. After the large carp was thrown into the fish bucket, Lin Zhenghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, this is the fish I caught yesterday. I accidentally let it get away, but I didn't expect to catch it again today, he said with delight. Wow, you really do weigh 8 pounds, Lin Yaowen exclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao, after waking up from her afternoon nap, went to Lin Wanqing's house. Lin Wanqing's home has a similar decorating style to Lin Xian's. Both are detached villas. Sister-in-law is here, come in quickly. Lin Wanqing was wearing pajamas and looked sleepy, obviously having just woken up. She warmly invited Li Mengyao to sit down on the soft sofa. Then she took out drinks and fruit from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. Mengyao, I heard you're pregnant? Lin Wanqing asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. You've only been out of school for a short time. Lin Xian really doesn't know how to cherish women. Lin Wanqing's tone was tinged with reproach. Don't worry, Mengyao. If Lin Xian bullies you, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Wanqing continued. No need. Lin Xian is very good to me. Li Mengyao took a sip of her drink and replied gently. Lin Wanqing grew to like her sister-in-law more and more the more she looked at her. Mengyao, let me tell you, although Lin Xian is a bit thick-skinned, he has one weakness. He's afraid of ghosts. Lin Wanqing smiled mysteriously. Huh? Afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao asked in confusion. She figured guys shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, especially since her husband was so handsome. Chapter 61 Wife, you've gone bad. Yes. When he was little, I would show him movies like Happy Ghost, and he would cry from the fright. He was such a crybaby, Lin Wanqing continued with a smile. No wonder Lin Xian was so vehemently opposed when Li Mengyao mentioned wanting to watch a horror movie last time. She chuckled to herself. She had caught her husband red-handed again. Li Mengyao and Lin Wanqing continued chatting enthusiastically about all sorts of gossip about Lin Xian until the sun was almost setting before they went back. Li Mengyao had just sat down at home when Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua followed her back. We're back. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door. What are you so happy about? Did you eat pee poop? What's making you so happy? Zhang Shulan said, looking at her husband's grinning face. Ha ha ha. Honey, I'm telling you, I caught the big fish I lost yesterday. It weighs 8 pounds. Lin Zhenghua couldn't hide his excitement and hugged Zhang Shulan tightly. Let go. The child is still here, Zhang Shulan said, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly broke free. Lin Zhenghua then chuckled and let go of his hand. Zhang Shulan stepped forward and examined it closely, and sure enough, she saw a huge fish. You didn't buy this from somewhere, did you? It's such a big fish, she asked, half believing. Mom, Dad really caught it himself, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wow, I never expected you to have some skills. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This is all thanks to the fishing rod my daughter-in-law bought me, Lin Zhenghua said happily. Son, come with Dad to prepare this big carp. We'll have a good meal tonight. While it's still fresh, we'll put it on the table right away. Lin Zhenghua rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, Lin Xian readily agreed. The father and son worked together seamlessly and soon cleaned the fish thoroughly. Mission accomplished. The rest is up to you. Lin Zhenghua patted his behind and left, leaving Lin Xian in the kitchen to prepare the meal. Looking at this plump carp in front of me, I could make several dishes with it. The braised carp is incredibly fragrant, the steamed carp retains its original flavor, the sweet and sour carp is delicious, and the fish head soup is exceptionally flavorful. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes, showcasing his superb 5-star culinary skills. The family sat together happily and began to enjoy the delicious meal. Honey, try this. Lin Xian thoughtfully picked up a piece of tender and juicy sweet and sour carp and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. It's delicious. Li Mengyao smiled broadly, very happy. The fish that were just caught tasted exceptionally delicious. After dinner, the family, as usual, stayed in the spacious living room chatting and watching TV. Just then, a telephone rang. Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw that it was her mother, Huang Shifeng, calling. She and her mother, Huang Shifeng, video chat almost every night, but today she unexpectedly received a call from the other party. Hello, Mom, Li Mengyao said softly after pressing the answer button. Yao, have you had dinner yet? Huang Shifeng's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing her mother's question, Li Mengyao smiled and replied, I've already eaten. I'm watching TV in the living room now. At this moment, Zhang Shulan, who was sitting next to her, quickly turned the TV volume down to the minimum so as not to disturb their call. Everyone else tacitly remained silent, and the only sound in the room was the soft breathing. Mom, have you had dinner? Li Mengyao asked with concern. Yes, Mom has already eaten. Is your mother-in-law here? Huang Shifeng then asked. Huang Shifeng felt that her daughter was already married, but hadn't even spoken to her in-laws yet. Yes, Li Mengyao replied. Could you let Mom talk to her on the phone? Huang Shifeng's tone revealed a hint of expectation. Li Mengyao put down her phone, turned to look at Zhang Shulan, and asked softly, Mom, my mom wants to talk to you on the phone. Is that all right? Zhang Shulan smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. Then, she reached out and took the phone. Hello, is this your in-law? Zhang Shulan asked softly. Hello, in-laws, I am Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifeng. Huang Shifeng replied gently. Hello, I am Lin Xian's mother, Zhang Shulan. Zhang Shulan introduced herself politely. In-laws, we're planning to visit Jingshui City in a few days. Which day would be convenient for you? Zhang Shulan asked directly. Huang Shifeng thought for a moment and replied. Then let's do it this Saturday. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng happily agreed on a date to meet, and then chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Li Mengyao also learned that she would be returning to Jingshui City in a few days, and would finally be able to see her dear mother again. She was very happy. As night fell, the moonlight shone like water onto the window. After washing up, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed, ready to drift off into a sweet dream. Honey, are you afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao looked up slightly and smiled. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but she still tried to remain calm and replied. How could that be? Your husband is fearless. Why would he be afraid of ghosts? Are you really not afraid? Li Mengyao continued to ask with a smile. I'm not afraid. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, forcing himself to speak. Then I'll show you something good. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mengyao picked up her phone, which was placed aside, and skillfully opened a video. She then held the screen up to Lin Xian's face. Holy crap, Lin Xian was so frightened that he trembled all over. Ha ha, honey, you still say you're not afraid? I don't even feel anything looking at this, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao laughed so hard, she almost fell over, her eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xian then realized that he had been tricked by his wife, and the only person who knew he was afraid of ghosts was Lin Wanqing. She must have told Li Mengyao about her fear of ghosts. Wife, stop laughing, Lin Xian said helplessly. No way. Didn't you say you were fearless? Why are you chickening out now? Li Mengyao said, wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Seeing his boastful expression followed by his embarrassment made her want to laugh. Wife, you've gone astray. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao, revealing his signature smile. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, Li Mengyao quickly realized something was wrong. Honey, I was wrong. I won't laugh anymore. Li Mengyao tried to break free from Lin Xian's embrace, but no matter what she did, she couldn't escape. Too late. Lin Xian's kiss landed quickly. Chapter 62, Who just said the parking space was taken? After staying in their hometown for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao embarked on their journey back to Yunhai City at 10 a.m. this morning. Mom, that's enough. That's enough. I still have. Zhang Shulan tried to dissuade her. However, Grandma wouldn't listen and continued stuffing things into the trunk of the car, mostly local agricultural products, along with a few domestic chickens and geese, until she couldn't fit any more in, and then she stopped. All right, go back and make sure your granddaughter-in-law gets plenty of nutrition, okay? Grandma instructed. Have a safe journey, Grandpa said with a smile. Grandpa and Grandma, we'll head back now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Li Mengyao said politely. Okay, remember to come back and visit when you have time. Grandma's face was filled with a warm smile. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their cars and slowly drove out of Yinshan town. Once on the highway, Lin Xian still showed no mercy to his father, ruthlessly shaking him off. After an hour-and-a-half drive, the family finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. Lin Xian went into the kitchen and started working, while Lin Zhenghua and Lin Sisi were in charge of cleaning, and Zhang Shulan was preparing gifts for their visit to Jingshui City the next day. Li Mengyao wanted to help, but was refused each time, so she could only sit quietly on the sofa. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Zhenghua went to work as usual. Lin Xian was awakened from his sleep by a series of urgent phone rings. He picked up the phone groggily and asked, Hello, who is this? A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? The other party continued. I'm a salesperson from the BMW 4S dealership. The BMW 8 Series i840 top-of-the-line model you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to pick it up? Lin Xian then remembered the luxury car he had ordered earlier, and his spirits immediately lifted. I'll be free this afternoon. Then I'll wait for you at the store. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian yawned, then looked at his wife who was still fast asleep beside him, gently kissed her on the cheek, got up, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared to go out. After leaving home, Lin Xian hailed a ride-hailing car and arrived at the BMW 4S store shortly afterward. Enter the store. Soon, the graceful saleswoman from before came forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Hello, where's my new car? Here, please follow me. Soon, Lin Xian, led by the female saleswoman, arrived at the brand new silver-white BMW. This car has sleek lines, a cool appearance, and exudes a noble and elegant aura. Lin Xian walked around the car, reached out and stroked the body, feeling the texture and smoothness of the metal, and nodded in satisfaction. Dad should like it very much. Lin Xian got into the driver's seat and felt the roaring sound like a wild beast. He carefully checked all the equipment and instruments in the car and drove away after confirming that everything was normal. Just as Lin Xian left the BMW 4S store, he was spotted by a passing high school classmate. Isn't that Lin Xian? Holy crap, when did he get so rich? Driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million each. Not long after, Lin Xian parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. He locked the car door and then took the elevator back home. The moment Lin Xian pushed open the door, a delicate figure rushed over and hugged him tightly. Honey, where did you go? Li Mengyao asked with a smile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Xian smiled gently and replied, I've gone to pick up the car. The car I ordered has finally arrived. Li Mengyao blinked, then complained somewhat reproachfully. Why didn't you wake me up to go with you? You're sound asleep. If you want to see the new car, you can go now, Lin Xian said gently. Ahem, I'm still at home. Lin Sisi coughed deliberately. Li Mengyao instantly released Lin Xian. Subconsciously, she assumed he was back at home in Jinghai City when she saw him return. Hey bro, the new car's here? I want to go see it. Lin Cece exclaimed excitedly. Let's go, it's in the community parking lot, Lin Xian said with a smile. The three then went to the community parking lot together. As they approached the new car, they heard a familiar voice. Is this the property management office? My parking space has been taken by someone. Could you come and notify the owner? This person was Lin Zhenghua, who had just returned home from get-off work. It turned out that after Lin Xian bought his father a new car, he casually parked it in his father's parking space. Lin Zhenghua hung up the phone. Although he recognized it as his beloved BMW at a glance, he was still very angry. Damn it! Who's so inconsiderate to take someone else's parking space? There are so many empty spaces around. Why take mine? Lin Zhenghua muttered. Lin Xian felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing his father's words. When Li Mengyao and Lin Cece saw this, they immediately understood what had happened, and they covered their mouths and chuckled. What brings you here? Lin Zhenghua turned around and noticed the three people standing to the side. Dad, I know who parked this car, Lin Xian said helplessly. Who is it? Call him here and move the car right now. Lin Zhenghua was still very angry. It's me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Dad, this car was bought especially for you. A BMW 8 Series i840. After saying that, Lin Xian gently handed a beautiful car key to Lin Zhenghua. Lin Zhenghua looked on in astonishment and pressed the button in disbelief. The next moment, the cool BMW 8 Series next to him seemed to be awakened, unlocking instantly, and the headlights flashed with dazzling light. Son, why didn't you say so sooner? Ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua was thrilled and couldn't wait to open the luxury car door, plop down in the driver's seat, and enjoy the comfort and luxurious atmosphere brought by the top-of-the-line vehicle. Actually, he had wanted to buy a new BMW for a long time. Dad, do you like it? Lin Xian asked as he approached the BMW 8 Series, placing his hands naturally on the car door. I love it. It's so beautiful, Lin Zhenghua exclaimed repeatedly as he stroked the interior decorations of the car. However, amidst his joy, he suddenly realized an important problem. Son, where did you get so much money to buy a BMW 8 Series? Lin Zhenghua had secretly gone to the BMW dealership before. This BMW 8 Series costs around 1 million yuan, and what he just saw seemed to be the top-of-the-line version. Don't worry, it's all money I earned from previous investments, Lin Xian said with a smile. That's good, Lin Zhenghua said happily. He secretly rejoiced that his son's intelligence and talent were indeed inherited from him. Dad, how about we go for a test drive? Lin Xian smiled slightly. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Zhenghua couldn't wait to start the car, but just as he was about to drive away, the community property management arrived. Excuse me, who just said the parking space was taken? It's me, Lin Zhenghua said with a smile, sitting in the car. The property management staff looked at the person as if they were an idiot. Chapter 63 In-Laws, we've finally met. As night falls and the city lights come on, the family gathers around the dining table to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Shulan noticed that Lin Zhenghua's lips had been turned up ever since he entered the house, and they hadn't come down. Hey Lao Lin, are you out of your mind? Why are you laughing like that? Zhang Shulan couldn't help but ask. My son bought me a BMW 8 Series sedan. Of course I'm happy, Lin Zhenghua said happily. How much does that car cost? Zhang Shulan asked in surprise. More than 1 million. Son, I know you've made a lot of money from your investments, but you still need to save where you can. There's no need to buy something so expensive, Zhang Shulan said earnestly, frowning. It's all right, as long as you're happy. Besides, it was Mengyao who suggested buying a new car for the family, Lin Xian said with a smile. At that moment, Li Mengyao, who was engrossed in eating, was slightly taken aback when she heard these words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan smiled with relief. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Here, eat more. With that, Zhang Shulan picked up another piece of tender fish and put it in Li Mengyao's bowl. After dinner, Lin Xian received calls from his good friends Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who invited him to get together. Honey, a friend asked me to go out with him, Lin Xian said with a smile. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. It's a man, Lin Xian said. Go ahead, but remember to come back soon. Li Mengyao chuckled. Okay. After receiving Li Mengyao's permission, Lin Xian went out to meet up with his friends. Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7 and quickly arrived at a barbecue stall, a place they used to frequent. Brother Xian, we're here. Qiu Wei's waved his arms and shouted loudly. Lin Xian's gaze quickly locked onto Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who were sitting in the corner. They seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Lin Xian walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, asking with concern, How has everyone been lately? Sigh, don't even mention it. We haven't made a single sale this month. Nobody has the money to buy a house. Huang Xinkai complained with a worried look on his face. Huang Xinkai is a slightly chubby boy, about the same height as Lin Xian, and looks very strong. After graduating from university, He returned to Yunhai City to work as a sales manager at a real estate company. Yeah, we can't even afford to eat this month. Nobody's buying your house, so nobody's hiring me to renovate. It's so miserable. Xiao Wei's chimed in with his complaints. Xiao Wei's was small in stature but had a clever and quick-witted air about him, and his mind was full of all sorts of whimsical ideas. After graduating from university, he returned to work for a decoration company in Yunhai City. The two often referred a homebuyer to Xiao Wei's for renovations as soon as Huang Xinkai closed a deal with them. And you, Brother Xian? Xiao Wei's asked. Me? I don't have a job. I'm going to stay home with my child full-time, Lin Xian said with a smile. The two looked at Lin Xian with envy. Just then, the proprietress came up and asked warmly, "Hello, three handsome young men. What would you like to eat?" Xiao Wei's couldn't wait to order food. First, 3 skewers of grilled chicken legs, then 10 skewers of lamb and 10 skewers of beef, plus a serving of stir-fried snails, and finally 10 skewers of pork kidneys. Okay, please wait a moment. After writing down the order, the proprietress went back to grilling skewers. Wei Zhe, I'm not trying to be mean, but why did you order so many kidneys? Huang Xinkai couldn't help but laugh. Brother Kai, you don't understand. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. My back is in great shape. Xiao Wei smiled smugly. Come on, what good is a good back if you don't have a girlfriend? Huang Xinkai teased. I don't have any, but Brother Xian does. Shouldn't we give Brother Xian a good boost? Xiao Wei said with a sly grin. That's true, haha. But Xianji, you're amazing too. You got married so quickly, and your baby is about to be born. Huang Xinkai added. You guys can't skimp on the red envelopes then, Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, we're brothers, aren't we? Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. By the way, what about Zhang Huiyan? She was pursuing you all the time in high school. I heard she's planning to come back from abroad soon. Xiao Wei suddenly remembered something and asked. He recalled Zhang Huiyan from high school. The girl was warm and outgoing, beautiful and charming, and came from a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a well-known local boss in Yunhai City, and she had liked him since high school. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was focused on her studies at the time and didn't have much time to think about relationships. Zhang Huiyan's grades were not very good, and after graduating from high school, her family sent her abroad to study. There's nothing between her and me, Lin Xian shrugged and replied. The three then continued chatting and catching up. Soon after, they finished their late-night snack and went home. Lin Xian got home at almost 11 o'clock. After taking a shower, he carefully opened the door and went inside. However, when he entered the bedroom, he found that Li Mengyao was too sleepy to open her eyes, but she still forced herself to stay awake and wait for her husband to come home. Upon hearing the noise, Li Mengyao opened her eyes with difficulty and smiled slightly. Honey, you're back. Lin Xian quickly climbed onto the bed, stretched out his arms and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, Wife, if you're sleepy, go to sleep first. No, I want to sleep in your arms, Li Mengyao said coquettishly. Okay, now go to sleep. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead. The two quickly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Xian opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao who was still fast asleep beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He got up quietly, washed up, and then went back to the bedside to wake Li Mengyao. Today, the family will set off for Li Mengyao's hometown Jingshui City. Mom, that's enough. You don't need to bring so many gifts, Li Mengyao advised. It's nothing, just a small token of my appreciation, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. After everything was ready, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove the Xiaomi SU7 sedan, while Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Shulan, and Lin Sisi drove the BMW 8 Series sedan, and the group set off in a grand procession. Yunhai City and Jingshui City are not far apart, only about an hour and a half apart. This time on the highway, Lin Zhenghua was not left behind by Lin Xian. The two vehicles drove smoothly along the way and soon arrived in Jingshui City. Upon arriving in Jingshui City, they went directly to a high-end restaurant. This restaurant was booked in advance by Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang, to welcome Lin Xian and his family. The group rode the elevator slowly upwards, eventually stopping in front of a luxurious private room. Before they even stepped out of the elevator, they saw an elegant middle-aged woman standing there with a friendly smile on her face. At this moment, Huang Shifang had been waiting for a long time, with Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle standing beside her. As she saw the group exiting the elevator, she immediately went up to them and said warmly, My dear in-laws, we've finally met. Chapter 64 Your husband brought another woman home. We're so happy to finally meet you. Zhang Shulan walked up with a smile, grasped Huang Shifang's hand tightly, and said enthusiastically. When Huang Shifang saw Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua carrying large bags of gifts behind her, her eyes revealed genuine emotion. My dear in-law, why did you bring so many things? This is too formal. We'll be family from now on. No need to be so polite. Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Not at all. It's nothing. It's our first meeting, so we should prepare a small gift for the occasion. It's a small gift, but carries great meaning. Please accept it, my dear in-law." "Well, all right. Thank you, in-laws. I'll accept it." Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, but still gladly accepted the generous gift. When she opened the gift box, she was surprised to find that the items inside were incredibly precious and valuable. After the gifts were properly placed, Huang Shifang continued with the introduction. "These two are Mengyao's aunt and uncle. They have always taken good care of Mengyao. Li Mengyao aunt, Huang Shizhen, is a gentle and generous middle-aged woman who has a similar appearance to Huang Shifang. Li Mengyao's uncle, Luo Qingchuan, gives off a kind and amiable impression. After Li Mengyao's father passed away unexpectedly, her aunt and uncle often helped her and showed her care. Hello, thank you for taking care of Mengyao. Hello, I've heard that Yao Yao found a handsome husband, and now it seems they really are a perfect match." After exchanging polite greetings, the group entered the luxurious private room together. The private room was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and soft music played like silk, as if offering the best wishes to the newlyweds. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Zhenghua, Luo Qingchuan, Zhang Shulan, and Huang Shifang chatted amongst themselves. Huang Shizhen sat alone to one side. "Yao Yao, come sit with your auntie." Huang Shizhen smiled and beckoned to Li Mengyao. "Honey, I'm coming over for a bit." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Okay, go ahead," Lin Xian said with a smile. So Li Mengyao walked lightly to her aunt and sat down next to her, smiling as she said, "Auntie, Yao Yao, why did you have to report to your husband before coming to your aunt's place?" "Ha ha," Huang Shizhen teased jokingly. "No way." Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush. "How have you been lately? Has Lin Xian been taking good care of you?" Aunt Huang Shizhen asked with concern, knowing that Li Mengyao was pregnant. "Lin Xian is very good to me, really very good." Li Mengyao's face was filled with happiness. "That's good. Don't forget that you have your aunt to back you up. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to your aunt anytime." Huang Shizhen was always worried that her niece would be wronged, but when she saw Li Mengyao's happy and satisfied smile, she was relieved. Soon, the restaurant began serving the dishes. As usual, Lin Xian kept putting Li Mengyao's favorite dishes on her plate. Seeing how Lin Xian took such good care of Li Mengyao, Luo Qingchuan, and Huang Shizhen smiled with satisfaction. Everyone enjoyed a warm and cozy lunch together. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle went back first, and Lin Xian's family followed Huang Shifang to Li Mengyao's house, where they all drank tea and chatted together. Li Mengyao felt a little sleepy, so she went back to her room to sleep. Lin Xian was watching Lin Sisi, who was idly playing with her phone. He smiled slightly, revealing his signature grin. "Little sister, I'll take you somewhere." "Where are you going? You're not planning to sell me off, are you?" Lin Sisi looked up at Lin Xian and saw that familiar smile on her older brother's face. She knew it couldn't be anything good. "You'll know once you go. Are you too scared to go?" Lin Xian seemed to see through his sister's thoughts and deliberately provoked her. "Fine, I'll go." Lin Sisi was stubborn by nature and couldn't stand being provoked. "Since staying here is boring anyway, I might as well go out and see some things with my brother." So the two quickly went downstairs, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and soon arrived at the courier shop downstairs in Times Garden. It turned out that Lin Xian had purchased some small pieces of furniture beforehand, intending to place them in his house in Times Garden. Coincidentally, these packages had all been delivered yesterday. At this moment, Lin Xian and Lin Sisi were busy moving these packages into the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7. "Brother, you call me all this way just to help you move your packages?" Lin Sisi asked angrily. Lin Sisi really couldn't understand why they had to come all the way to pick up the package. Not entirely. Lin Xian laughed heartily after hearing this, and said mysteriously, "I'll buy you ice cream later, bro. I want the most expensive one." After unloading the packages, Lin Xian took Lin Sisi to the underground parking lot of Times Garden. "Brother, aren't we going back? I'm exhausted," Lin Sisi said wearily while eating the ice cream her brother had just bought for her. "Let me show you my new house first," Lin Xian said with a smile. "A new house?" Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of apartment 1201, Building A, Times Garden. The gate has now been replaced with a smart gate, which is intricately carved with special textures, giving it a solemn and grand feel. After entering the password, Lin Xian pushed open the door, picked up the package, and went inside. "Hey bro, when did you buy this?" Lin Sisi couldn't wait to run into the house, and began to carefully examine the new home. She excitedly wandered through the rooms, not wanting to miss a single corner. After settling the package, Lin Xian began to carefully inspect the house's renovation. Unlike the minimalist style of Jinwan Mansion, This time Sherdai Jiuan features a Chinese style, emphasizing symmetry and the beauty of square and round shapes. The entire space is dominated by dark red, creating a solemn and elegant atmosphere. Upon entering the spacious and bright hall, the first thing that catches the eye is a magnificent landscape mural. This mural is like a window to nature, taking in the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers. Secondly, each room adopts traditional Chinese layout and decoration techniques, with a Chinese round mural hanging on the wall, open-work wooden lattice windows, and smooth, delicate marble floors. It appears that the renovation is basically complete. Lin Xian was fairly satisfied with the quality and style of the renovation. The only thing left was that the furniture hadn't been installed yet, and he estimated that he would be able to move in about half a month. "Brother, I want this room," Lin Cece said, pointing to a room that was sunny and had a wide view. "Okay, I'll save it for you," Lin Xian said with a smile. After everything was settled, Lin Xian and Lin Cece returned to the community parking lot, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove back the way they came. Just then, Chun Tingting quietly watched all of this from a short distance away and secretly took out her phone to take a picture. She never expected that a chance encounter would lead her to discover such a shocking secret. Lin Xian betrayed Yao Yao so quickly and got together with other women. He's a complete scumbag. Chun Tingting quickly sent the photos she had just taken to Li Mengyao. "Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home." Chapter 65. You've misunderstood. At this time, Li Mengyao was still fast asleep at home. Lin Xian and Lin Cece arrived at Li Mengyao's house not long after, and Huang Shifeng had already prepared the guest room. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian also entered Li Mengyao's boudoir. He moved lightly, afraid of waking her, carefully climbed into bed, gently stretched out his arms, and pulled Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. Then, they drifted off to sleep together. Because Li Mengyao went to bed early at noon, she was the first to wake up. When she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian sleeping soundly beside her, she suddenly felt that her husband was especially cute when he was sleeping. So she picked up her phone, intending to secretly take a few photos. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw a message from Chun Tingting. "Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home." Upon seeing this message, Li Mengyao was filled with a huge question mark. "My husband is sleeping right next to me." Immediately afterwards, she clicked to view the photo and chuckled. At this moment, Lin Xian's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, but Li Mengyao did not notice. "Li Mengyao, Tingting, you've misunderstood. She's Lin Xian's younger sister." Chun Tingting, huh? After explaining everything, Li Mengyao picked up her phone again and started taking pictures of the sleeping Lin Xian. After taking several photos, Li Mengyao felt it wasn't enough. So she brought her delicate face closer, slightly touching Lin Xian's face, and raised her phone to take a picture of the two of them together. However, seeing that her foolish husband still didn't make a move, Li Mengyao became bolder and bolder. She first lightly kissed Lin Xian's cheek, then quickly picked up her phone and took another picture. Then, looking at Lin Xian's lips, she gently kissed them and quickly took a picture with her phone. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her. "You stinky husband, you're pretending to be asleep." Li Mengyao angrily nudged Lin Xian's chin with her head. "Ha ha ha, who told you to steal your husband's kiss, huh?" Lin Xian grinned mischievously. Li Mengyao, however, sullenly lowered her head, pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest, and ignored him. After a while, Lin Xian broke the silence and said, "Send me the photos you just took." "No," Li Mengyao replied decisively. After another moment of silence, Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and questioned Lin Xian. "Where did you take Cece just now?" "Wife, how did you know?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. "Because I'm a fairy, I know everything," Li Mengyao said proudly. "I did just take Cece to Times Garden to pick up a package and also to check on the house renovation." Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You really are Cece's biological brother. How's the renovation going? Why didn't you take me to see it?" Li Mengyao continued to ask. "There's still a slight amount of formaldehyde residue in the new house. You're pregnant, so you can't go there," Lin Xian explained gently. "Okay." Li Mengyao was a little disappointed. "But I took a video, you can take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the phone to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was very satisfied with the decoration of Times Garden. After everyone woke up from their afternoon nap, Lin Xian told his parents about the new house. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan expressed their support and went to see it together. They were very satisfied. As night fell, Huang Shifeng and Zhang Shulan prepared dinner together, which made Lin Xian feel very fortunate that he wouldn't be cooking. After dinner, Lin Xian and his family began preparing to return to Yanhai City. "In-laws, won't you stay a few more days?" Huang Shifeng earnestly advised. "I'm so sorry, in-laws. Old Lin's annual leave is almost over, and he has to go back to work tomorrow, Zhang Shulan said tactfully. All right then, come again when you have the chance. Here are some local specialties from Jingshui City. Please take them back and try them, Huang Shifang said gently. All right, in-laws, you are welcome to visit Yunhai City when you have time. We'll head home now. Mom, I'm going now. Li Mengyao stepped forward and hugged Huang Shifang tightly. Remember to come back and visit often when you have time. Go now. Huang Shifang gently stroked Li Mengyao's pretty head, full of affection. Seeing how well her in-laws took care of Li Mengyao, she felt at ease in trusting her daughter to them. We'll come back when Time's garden is finished being renovated. Lin Xian nodded gently. Okay, I'll wait for you, Huang Shifang said gently. Next, the group embarked on their journey home. After an hour-and-a-half drive, they finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. It was already late, and night had enveloped the entire city. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Lin Xian lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, the long-lost voice came from his mind again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for facilitating a meeting between the two families. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, totaling 20 million yuan. The money has been transferred to your bank account through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize. Since the last lottery pool has been exhausted, we are now updating the lottery pool. The new prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. A Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. 3. Ocean Heart Necklace. 4. A futuristic couple's technology watch. 5. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? System, you finally appeared? I thought you disappeared, Lin Xian complained. So, are you going to try or not? The system urged again. Smoke. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ocean Heart Necklace worth 5 million. Please check. Chapter 66. I bought this sea view villa. The system was indeed generous, giving Lin Xian 20 million yuan right away. What surprised Lin Xian the most was that the prize pool also included luxury items such as the Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition and the large luxury Riva 88 yacht. Their value can be as high as tens of millions. As the system continues to draw prizes, these prizes will eventually be yours. However, Lin Xian had no idea what that futuristic couple's tech watch was. This time, I won a Heart of the Ocean necklace, which is perfect for my wife to use in our wedding photos. Ouch! Honey, why did you suddenly bite me? Lin Xian suddenly felt a light bite on his face, and then he looked down at his wife in his arms. Honey, what are you thinking about? You're not even talking to me. Li Mengyao pouted her cute little lips slightly. I'm thinking about when we should take our wedding photos, Lin Xian replied gently. How about the day after tomorrow? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay, let's try on wedding dresses tomorrow, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. The two then fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Lin Xian was awakened by a crisp telephone ring. Still half asleep, he picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Haiqing, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Hello, Lin Xian replied in a slightly weary voice. Zhang Haiqing said respectfully. The Ocean Heart necklace you ordered yesterday has arrived at our store. When would you be free to come and pick it up? After all, someone who can buy a necklace worth 5 million yuan in cash in one go is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm free all morning, Lin Xian replied casually. Then I'll wait for you at the store. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian gently woke Li Mengyao, and the two went to the restaurant together to have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the parking lot, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and slowly drove out of the community. Before long, the car stopped in front of a high-end residential complex by the sea. This was the sales office of Yunhai Zhijia. Honey, didn't we agree to go pick out a wedding dress? How do we end up here? Li Mengyao asked, her face full of confusion. Let's buy a small thing first, Lin Xian said with a smile as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Buying another house? Is a house a small thing? After Lin Xian's previous experiences of secretly buying houses, Li Mengyao had already guessed it. Lin Xian didn't continue explaining to his wife. He leaned forward to unbuckle her seatbelt, and then gave her a quick kiss on her slightly parted cherry lips. Ugh, Li Mengyao was suddenly attacked by Lin Xian, and she reached out her small hand and squeezed his chest hard. Doesn't my wife like looking at the sea? Let's buy another sea view house. Lin Xian rubbed the spot where he had just been pinched and smiled. How much will that cost? Li Mengyao asked softly. It's all right, your husband is rich, and besides, it's time to move to a new apartment in our neighborhood, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right then, Li Mengyao really wanted to see what a sea view room was like. Inside the car, Lin Xian's face was very close to Li Mengyao's, close enough that he could feel her breath. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's malicious gaze, and a blush rose on her face. Get out of my way. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away, quickly opened the car door, and escaped. Lin Xian, all she does is kiss all day long. Doesn't she get tired of it? Lin Xian got out of the car with a smile. The two walked hand in hand into the sales office of Yunhai Home. Hello, are you two here to buy a house? Another graceful and beautiful saleswoman came up to greet us. Yes, do you still have any sea view rooms available? Lin Xian asked. Yes, please follow me. The female saleswoman led the two to the model of the Yunhai Zhijiao residential complex, pointed to the top floor of a building, and introduced it as follows. Unit 3201 in Building C of Yunhai Home is still for sale, and it has a very open view. Only the top floor. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yes, currently only the top floor is left. Never mind then, I don't like the top floor. After saying that, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a familiar voice came. Brother Xian, what are you doing here? Huang Xingkai had just seen off a client when he returned and saw Li Xian and Li Mengyao preparing to leave. Xingkai, so you work here? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, this must be your sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Huang Xingkai greeted her with a smile. Hello, Li Mengyao replied politely. Hey, Xinji, come to me if you want to buy a house. Let's keep the profits in the family, ha ha ha. Huang Xingkai patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said generously. If I had known you worked here, I definitely would have looked for you. By the way, do you really not have any other ocean view rooms left? Lin Xian asked. Regular houses are definitely out of the question. However, we do have a sea view villa, but it's too expensive, so forget it. I'll check if anyone has unsubscribed and then contact you again, Huang Xingkai said. No need, take us to see the seaside villa. Lin Xian replied with a slight smile and a firm tone. What? Brother Xian, do you know that seaside villa is worth 20 million? That's no small sum. Huang Xingkai stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes, completely astonished. Li Mengyao was also surprised. 20 million. That's too expensive. However, Lin Xian appeared unusually calm. He said casually, it's all right. Take us to see it. If we're satisfied, we can just buy it. 20 million is nothing to the system. So the three of them quickly set off for the villa area of Yunhai House. This sea view villa has a building area of 300 square meters and an interior area of 900 square meters. It is a luxury villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. In addition, it features a large garden of over 400 square meters and a full set of home appliances and furniture. The villa is gently embraced by the boundless blue sea. Its unique design is eye-catching, with a geometric architectural outline that is very modern. Large glass screens are like mirrors, reflecting the shimmering waves of the sea. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped onto the villa's balcony together, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, both of them showing expressions of great satisfaction. Wife, what do you think? Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mengyao stood there quietly, her eyes slightly closed, trying to feel the sea breeze gently brushing her cheeks. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips as she murmured, it's so beautiful. Xingkai, I'm buying this sea view villa, Lin Xian said, turning to Huang Xingkai. Really? You're not kidding. Huang Xingkai said in shock. I'm not kidding. Chapter 67 Heart of the Ocean. Brother Xian, do you really have that much money? Huang Xingkai still couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Lin Xian. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank account balance. Lin Xian said as he took out his phone, opened the banking app, and turned the screen towards Huang Xingkai. Huang Xingkai looked closely and saw an astonishing number displayed on the screen. It started with 2 and was followed by a full 7 zeros. He couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap, Brother Xian really has that much money. Brother Xian, wait a moment. I'll go prepare the sales contract right away. After saying that, Huang Xingkai immediately went back to prepare. Although Li Mengyao was also shocked, she no longer doubted Lin Xian's ability to make money. While Huang Xingkai was preparing the contract, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and continued to leisurely admire the beautiful seaside villa. They strolled in the courtyard, enjoying the fresh sea breeze and warm sunshine. When they reached the edge of the swimming pool in the villa's garden, Lin Xian stopped and pointed to the shimmering water, asking Li Mengyao, Wife, can you swim? No, Li Mengyao gently shook her head. After we move here, your husband will teach you. Moreover, swimming during the second trimester is beneficial for both you and your baby. It can reduce the burden on your joints and alleviate discomfort during pregnancy, Lin Xian said gently, squeezing her hand tenderly. A happy smile appeared on her face. Soon, Huang Xingkai returned with a sales contract. Brother Xian, do you see there are no problems? We can swipe our card to pay now, Huang Xingkai said excitedly. The real estate industry has been sluggish lately, and in order to boost business, the company has increased the commission rate from 1% to 2%. So, he can get a commission of 400,000 yuan for this 20 million yuan house. Okay, no problem. Lin Xian glanced at the contract, and after confirming that everything was correct, he handed the bank card to Huang Xinkai. Hee. Thank you so much, Brother Xian. I'll treat you and show we eyes to a big meal in a few days, huh? Huang Xinkai said with a big smile. Sure, it's just a pity that this villa is already fully furnished, otherwise I could have asked him to design it for me, Lin Xian said with a smile. He's not so lucky, but it's okay, we'll just treat him to a few more meals. Doesn't he like eating kidneys? Let's order him 20 skewers tonight. Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. Chill we eyes, you too. After the transaction was successfully completed, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove their Xiaomi SU7 to the Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City is the most famous jewelry store in Yunhai City, and it has many precious and rare jewelry pieces. Honey, why are we at the jewelry store again? Li Mengyao asked again, full of suspicion. I've come to pick up something. Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers, he saw her quickly unbuckle her own seatbelt and get out of the car in a flustered manner, as if afraid that Lin Xian would hug her and kiss her again in the car. The two entered the store together, and a young and pretty saleswoman immediately greeted them with a professional smile, asking, Hello, are you here to buy jewelry? No, I'm looking for your store manager, Zhang Haiqing. Could you please contact him? Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. Okay, may I ask your name? The female shop assistant continued. My surname is Lin, Lin Xian replied simply. Okay, please wait a moment. After saying that, the female shop assistant turned and walked into a luxuriously decorated office. Mr. Zhang, there's a young man outside who wants to see you. He says his surname is Lin. The female shop assistant reported to the middle-aged man who was leisurely sipping tea, standing in front of the desk. Young man, what does a brat want with me? Tell him I'm not here. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, without even looking up. He was sitting at the tea table, leisurely savoring the aroma of the tea. This person is Zhang Haiqing, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Okay, I'll go and inform him right away. The female shop assistant turned and left. Zhang Tianqing picked up a cup of fine Longjing tea and took a sip. What did she just say? Her surname is Lin? Mr. Lin? Zhang Haiqing instantly sprang to his feet, as if sitting on pins and needles, and ran wildly toward the door. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, our manager is out right now. Why don't you come again another time? The female clerk explained politely. All right then. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Perhaps Zhang Haiqing really had something urgent to deal with. Just as Lin Xian was leading Li Mengyao away, a hurried shout came from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Zhang Haiqing ran over, panting. This beautiful lady just said you weren't here, so I thought you were out running errands. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Zhang Haiqing. Lin Xian reached out and shook hands with Zhang Haiqing. I just got back, haha. Please come in. Zhang Haiqing warmly led Lin Xian and Li Mengyao into his luxurious office and personally brewed them a cup of fragrant Longjing tea on the tea table. Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Haiqing's teacup, which was still steaming, and realized that Zhang Haiqing definitely hadn't gone out. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He just wanted to get back the ocean heart necklace that the system had given him. Zhang Haiqing was also completely taken aback. The person who snapped up the 5 million yuan ocean heart necklace was so young, looking like a recent college graduate. Mr. Zhang, the ocean heart necklace I ordered yesterday, can it be delivered to me now? Lin Xian took a sip of tea and then asked directly. Of course, please wait a moment. Before long, an exquisitely crafted gift box appeared before Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. The gift box was emblazoned with the 4 large characters, Heart of the Ocean, making it particularly eye-catching. Wife, open it and take a look. Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao carefully opened the exquisite gift box, and a dazzling and mesmerizing light instantly burst forth. It turned out that the box contained a sapphire necklace. This necklace uses an extremely rare cornflower blue sapphire, whose deep blue color is as mesmerizing as the center of the vast ocean. Moreover, this sapphire has been carefully carved into a heart shape, which represents endless love, hence the romantic name, Heart of the Ocean, Zhang Haiqing explained in detail. Moreover, a ring of dazzling diamonds is set around the heart-shaped gemstone, sparkling like stars on a wave, he continued. Wife, do you like it? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Yes, I like it. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Chapter 68, The Allure of the Ocean. After Li Mengyao happily put away the Heart of the Ocean, Lin Xian and she said goodbye to Zhang Haiqing and prepared to leave. However, just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to step out of Zhang Haiqing's office, they inadvertently caught a glimpse of an extremely exquisite pair of earrings displayed in the showcase. and Lin Xian involuntarily stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, these earrings are very beautiful. May I ask what they are called? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have excellent taste. This is our Yunhai Royal Jewelry Store's latest masterpiece, Ocean Charm. Zhang Haiqing sensed the potential business opportunity. He explained in detail, this Ocean Charm also uses extremely rare cornflower blue sapphires, which are carefully carved to present a beautiful teardrop shape, just like the dew that condenses on the tip of the grass in the early morning, crystal clear and pure. Diamonds, set with exceptional artistry, surround the sapphire, creating a dazzling halo that further enhances the earring's captivating charm. How much does this Ocean Charm cost? Lin Xian continued to ask. After a moment's thought, Zhang Haiqing replied, the preliminary price is 3 million, but it hasn't been officially released for sale yet. Lin Xian replied without hesitation, I'm willing to increase the price by 500,000. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? His tone was firm, and his eyes revealed a determination to win. Honey, there's really no need to buy these things. Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand and said coquettishly, I'll listen to my husband. Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Haiqing anxiously shouted, deal. In no time, the pair of earrings named Ocean Charm were beautifully packaged by the staff and handed to Li Mengyao. It was nearly 11 o'clock, so Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go home for lunch first and then head to the wedding photography company in the afternoon. On her way home, Li Mengyao carefully protected her bag, which contained 8.5 million yuan. Even selling herself wouldn't yield that much. After a hearty lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay comfortably on the bed. Honey, do you know how much money we have left? Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a kitten and asked softly. How much is left? Lin Xian affectionately stroked Li Mengyao's hair. I only have 5 million left in my current account, Li Mengyao said softly. Huh? Only 5 million left. Lin Xian was a little surprised, but thinking about it, it made sense. He instantly spent the 20 million the system had just given him, and then immediately bought a 3.5 million earring chain. Thinking about it, it really was quite extravagant. So I don't think it's necessary to buy these. One earring costs 3 million, and you even raised the price. Li Mengyao felt that she should be thrifty, even though the Ocean Enchantment earrings were indeed very beautiful. Wife, do you know when I'm going to raise the price? Lin Xian continued to gently stroke Li Mengyao's hair and smiled. Why? Li Mengyao looked up and asked curiously. Since this piece of jewelry hasn't been officially sold to the public yet, if my wife wears it now, wouldn't it be one of a kind? I'm thinking that when my wife wears it to take our wedding photos, she'll definitely be the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Xian replied with deep affection in his eyes. Honey, you're going to spoil me. Li Mengyao reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, pressing her cute little face tightly against his neck as she whispered. What can I do if she's spoiled? Her husband can only keep spoiling her. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao raised her head again, gazing at Lin Xian with tender affection. She slightly opened her cherry-like lips and then unhesitatingly offered him a sweet kiss. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went together to a famous wedding photography studio in Yunhai City. After careful selection and discussion, they finally finalized a perfect shooting plan, which cost as much as 30,000 yuan. We were planning to start taking wedding photos tomorrow, but the weather forecast says the weather won't be good, so we have to postpone the shoot to the day after tomorrow. So, Li Mengyao went to the wedding dress shop and carefully selected a wedding dress that suited her. After careful selection, she finally chose her favorite styles and went into the dressing room to try them on one by one. Not long after, Li Mengyao came out of the dressing room. She was wearing a snow-white wedding dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. The skirt of her wedding dress swayed gently with her steps, like a sacred flower blooming in the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. Honey, does this look good? Li Mengyao asked shyly. Beautiful? Lin Xian was already dumbfounded. That's what they said about the other one too. Li Mengyao said irritably. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. My wife looks good in everything. How about we wear them the day after tomorrow? Lin Xian said with a smile. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Honey, why haven't you changed yet? Li Mengyao asked curiously. I'm waiting for my wife to choose for me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Come here, you silly husband. Li Mengyao went to the suit section and began to choose. Her eyes swept over the exquisite suits, and she already had some ideas in mind. Soon, she picked out several suits that were very suitable for Lin Xian in terms of style and color, and then handed them to Lin Xian with a smile, gesturing for him to try them on. Lin Xian took the suit and went into the fitting room to change. A short while later, Lin Xian changed his clothes and came out. He was dressed in a wedding suit, his handsome figure and dashing face complementing each other perfectly, exuding charm and elegance. Seeing Lin Xian's appearance, Li Mengyao smiled with satisfaction. She gently took Lin Xian's hand and led him to the mirror to take several beautiful photos. In the evening, the family sat around the dinner table, enjoying their meal. "Mom and Dad, let's move tomorrow," Lin Xian suddenly said with a smile. These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Apart from Li Mengyao, everyone present was stunned, and the others all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Moving? What kind of moving? Zhang Shulan frowned and asked, puzzled. Could it be that his son's investments failed, and he mortgaged the family home? Chapter 69. What can't your husband do? It's just moving. We're moving to a different place, Lin Xian said with a slight smile and a relaxed tone. Son, have you had some bad investments lately? If you're short of money, just tell Mom. I have some left. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Shulan hurriedly returned to her room, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw this. His mother's thought process was truly unique. Mom, you've misunderstood. We're moving to a new house, Li Mengyao said with a smile as she watched the scene unfold. Moving to a new house? Where are you moving to? Zhang Shulan asked with a puzzled look. The Cloud Sea family, Lin Xian said with a smile. Why did you suddenly buy a new house out of the blue? Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but ask. We've lived in this neighborhood for several years now, so it's time for a change of scenery. Brother, what does the new house look like? Lin Sisi asked eagerly, unable to hide her excitement. You'll find out tomorrow, Lin Xian said, still smiling. The next day arrived quickly, and Lin Xian and his family packed their luggage into the trunk of the car. Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their vehicles and slowly drove towards the Cloud Sea house. This time, Lin Xian drove ahead, while his father, Lin Zhenghua, followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the ordinary residential area of Yunhai House. However, Lin Xian did not stop there, but continued straight to the more luxurious Yunhai Home Villa area. Shouldn't we be at Yunhai House? Why are we driving forward? Zhang Shulan asked, puzzled. Looks like we're heading to the villa area, Lin Zhenghua said, while driving attentively. A villa district? Zhang Shulan was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the Xiaomi SU7 and BMW 8 series came to a smooth stop in front of a large sea view villa in the Yunhai Zijia villa area. When everyone stepped out of the car, Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were stunned, but Lin Sisi rushed straight ahead, without any hesitation. Dude, you actually bought such a huge villa. As the family steps onto the ground floor, they are greeted by a 7-meter-high atrium living room, where they can easily enjoy a stunning sea view from any corner. Next to the living room is a spacious kitchen, which is divided into two distinct areas, a Western-style dining area on the left and a Chinese-style dining area on the right. On the other side of the living room, there is an exquisitely decorated tea room, which displays all kinds of precious and rare tea sets and teas. There are 5 rooms on the second floor, 4 of which are spacious and bright master bedrooms. Each room has an unbeatable sea view, allowing you to fully enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the ocean. The other room was transformed into an exquisite and elegant study, filled with all kinds of books. Ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and beautifully decorated master bedroom. Here you'll find not only a comfortable and soft king-size bed and luxurious furniture, but also a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the vast and boundless sea of clouds. In addition, this floor also has a spacious and beautiful viewing terrace. Standing on the terrace, feeling the breeze on your face, and gazing at the distant clouds and the horizon where the sea meets the sky, you will feel extremely comfortable. This must cost so much money. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 20 million, Lin Xian replied casually as he unloaded his luggage from the car. Just then, Lin Zhenghua suddenly pulled Lin Xian aside. Son, tell your dad the truth. Is all this money earned from investments? Lin Zhenghua found this unbelievable. Buying a BMW 8 series worth over 1 million yuan was one thing, but now they had actually bought a seaside villa worth over 20 million yuan. It was simply unbelievable. Not entirely, Dad. Actually, I also own a company in Jinghai City, and I get 1 million yuan in dividends every month. What company? Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. At this very moment, Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, was busily working in his office. He hadn't seen his boss for so many days. I knew you could do it, son, ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua patted Lin Xian's shoulder hard and said with a smile. Dad, you were just questioning me, Lin Xian said helplessly, rubbing his shoulder that had been slapped. Come on, let's continue moving the luggage. Lin Zhenghua quickly changed the subject. After spending the whole morning, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua finally put away all their luggage. Because the seaside villa had not prepared any food, Lin Xian's family had to return to their original home to have lunch. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the mall to buy groceries. When they arrived at the mall, Lin Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered that his new home had a dedicated Western-style dining area. "Honey, would you like some Western food tonight?" Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao with a smile. "Oh, honey, you can cook Western food." Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "What can't your husband do? What kind of Western food would you like to eat tonight?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "I want to eat spaghetti and steak." Li Mengyao smiled broadly, very happy. "Okay," Lin Xian readily agreed. He thought it would be nice to change things up once in a while. Before long, Lin Xian had purchased all the necessary ingredients and then drove back to the seaside villa. "We're back," Lin Xian and Li Mengyao shouted loudly as they stood at the door, carrying shopping bags of all sizes. However, the room was quiet, and no one responded. The two then went inside the house, searching for their family members. They discovered that Lin Zhenghua, the father, was engrossed in playing with various tea sets in the exquisite tea room, completely captivated by them. "What about Mom?" They went to the kitchen again and saw Zhang Shulan tinkering with something there. At that moment, Zhang Shulan thought that with such a spacious and fully equipped kitchen, she would definitely be able to develop many new products. Having a villa that's too big also has its problems. It can be a bit hard to find people. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat side by side on the spacious and comfortable sofa in the living room, silently gazing at the magnificent and boundless sea view outside the window. "Where's Cece?" Lin Xian suddenly realized that he hadn't seen her all afternoon. So he stood up and began searching for his sister in every corner of the villa. He started searching from the third floor, but every room was empty, and he didn't see a trace of Lin Cece. Could it be on the basement level? Lin Xian then took the elevator in the villa to the basement. The basement level is mainly for people's entertainment and leisure. It features a luxurious home theater, a state-of-the-art game room, and a fully equipped gym, among other things. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xian immediately spotted a familiar figure in the game room. At this moment, Lin Cece was staring intently at the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controller tightly with both hands, and constantly shouting, "Sisters, let's go together." Chapter 70, I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife. Lin Xian watched Lin Cece quietly from behind, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. He gently reached out and unplugged the network cable. Suddenly, the screen froze, and the once bustling game world fell silent. "Ugh, why isn't it moving?" Frustrated, Lin Cece took off her headphones and turned around angrily, only to be surprised to find her older brother, Lin Xian, standing behind her. An awkward smile appeared on her face as she tried to hide her inner panic. "Brother, what brings you here?" "Ha ha." Lin Cece chuckled awkwardly, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian frowned and asked seriously, "Little sister, have you finished your homework?" Lin Cece lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and whispered, "Hee hee, almost there, bro, I was wrong." The mistake was playing games secretly. Lin Cece's voice trailed off. Lin Xian shook his head and said firmly, "No. Do you know where you really went wrong?" Lin Cece raised her head and stared blankly at Lin Xian. An hour passed, and Li Mengyao was still sitting on the spacious and comfortable sofa playing on her phone. "Why hasn't my husband come back yet after an hour?" Li Mengyao muttered to herself. So she put down her phone, got up, and began searching for Lin Xian. Soon, she spotted two familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. Lin Xian and Lin Cece were completely focused on the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controllers tightly, and constantly shouting, "Sis, there's an enemy on the left, take him out quickly." "Where? How stupid. Bro, you solved it." Seeing the deep affection between the siblings, Li Mengyao's face showed a satisfied and gratified smile. "Honey, Cece, don't forget to stay hydrated while you're playing games." She gently picked up two delicate and adorable little cups and placed them in front of Lin Xian and Lin Cece. "Ah, wife." Lin Xian turned around and saw Li Mengyao. He felt a sudden panic and hurriedly put down the game controller in his hand. "Brother, why aren't you moving?" Lin Cece turned around, and her eyes met those of her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Without hesitation, she put down the game controller. "Why did you stop playing?" Li Mengyao asked gently, and sat down close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly shifted the blame. "It's all Cece's fault. She insisted on dragging me to play games with her." "Huh? You're talking nonsense, you old bastard. You were the one who insisted on joining." Lin Cece retorted, not to be outdone. "I didn't say you guys can't play games. On the contrary, I think it's very heartwarming." Li Mengyao chuckled. "You guys keep playing, I'll just watch quietly from the side." Her eyes were full of love and tolerance. "Honey, want to play together?" Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. "Can I? But I'm not very good at playing," Li Mengyao answered hesitantly. At this moment, Lin Cece chimed in with a smile. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Just let my brother rush ahead and draw fire, and we'll stay in the back. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily. Time flies, and it's almost dinner time. Zhang Shulan looked at the Western food ingredients Lin Xian had bought in the refrigerator and was puzzled. What should I do? Son, the groceries you bought this afternoon, where are they? Zhang Shulan walked out of the kitchen and found that Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were not in the living room. So Zhang Shulan began searching for their whereabouts in every corner of the villa. The problem with having a big house is that it's especially difficult to find people to live there. Finally, Zhang Shulan saw 3 familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. The 3 of them were happily playing games, and Li Mengyao was also laughing happily. She hadn't had much of this kind of childhood joy when she was a child. However, at that moment, Zhang Shulan walked towards Lin Xian. Son, stop playing and hurry up and prepare dinner. We can't let Mengyao and the babies go hungry, Zhang Shulan said softly. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Xian quickly put down the game controller in his hand, then took the elevator to the kitchen and began to busily prepare dinner. At the same time, Li Mengyao and Lin Sisi also stopped playing the game. The 2 of them looked at Zhang Shulan with faces full of grievance, like 2 children who had done something wrong. Mengyao, it's all right, you can continue playing. Lin Xian will call you when he's finished cooking dinner, Zhang Shulan said with a smile, then turned and left the room. Lin Sisi was stunned. Was this really her mother? She used to get caught by her mom and get a spanking all the time. Soon, an hour had passed, and with his 5-star culinary skills, Lin Xian had prepared a sumptuous Western meal. Italian spaghetti bolognese, pan-fried foie gras, pan-fried cod, fish and chips, and steak Wellington. Each dish looks mouth-watering. The family sat in front of the spacious dining room, ready to enjoy dinner. Brother, you can cook Western food too. Lin Sisi exclaimed in surprise. It's nice to change things up sometimes. Give it a try, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wow, this is so delicious. Lin Sisi cut a piece of Wellington steak and stuffed it into her mouth, her face full of happiness. Zhang Shulan also took a bite and had to admit that her son's cooking skills were truly exceptional. Lin Zhenghua also enjoyed his meal. Is it good? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's delicious, Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. After dinner, Lin Sisi was urged by her mother, Zhang Shulan, to go to the study to finish her homework. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the viewing terrace on the 3rd floor and looked out at the vast sea, with the gentle sound of waves in their ears. Honey, we're taking our wedding photos tomorrow, Li Mengyao said sweetly, nestled in Lin Xian's broad embrace like a little bird. How about a preview tonight? Lin Xian smiled indulgently. How's the rehearsal going tonight? Li Mengyao asked curiously, tilting her head up and blinking her bright eyes. I bought all the wedding dresses you tried on, and they're in our closet now, Lin Xian said with a smile. You're wasting money again, Li Mengyao scolded, but she was actually very happy inside. I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife, Lin Xian said, gently kissing Li Mengyao's delicate cheek. Thank you, my love. Li Mengyao was deeply moved. She reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, then quickly planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Immediately afterwards, she ran back to the master bedroom to change her clothes. Since the process of putting on the wedding dress was quite complicated, Lin Xian sat and waited while playing on her phone. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Xian heard light footsteps, slowly looked up, and the scene before him left him speechless. Dressed in a pure white wedding gown, she stood there gracefully, like a dazzling pearl in the night. The heart of the ocean necklace around her neck and the enchantress of the ocean earrings shimmered with a dazzling blue light in the darkness, like a beautiful fairy suddenly descending from the night sky, stunning the entire world. Chapter 71. I feel like it's all a dream. Is it pretty? A gentle sea breeze caressed Li Mengyao's silky black hair. She deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a serene smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian's gaze was deeply immersed in his wife's stunning beauty, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Honey, say something. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian then snapped out of his daze and pulled Li Mengyao into a tight embrace. Honey, you are so incredibly beautiful. I feel like it's all a dream, Li Mengyao said softly, nestled in Lin Xian's warm embrace. Dreaming? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Yes, wearing a beautiful wedding dress and becoming your wife. It all feels like a dream to me. Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xian with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Do you know why I've liked you since freshman year? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. Isn't it because of my handsome appearance? Lin Xian smiled mischievously, a hint of pride on his face. Stop being so vain. Although my husband is indeed very handsome, he's not enough to make me fall completely in love with you, Li Mengyao said coquettishly. Why is that? Lin Xian asked curiously. Do you remember when you were a freshman, in that narrow alley, there was a girl being harassed by 2 thugs? Li Mengyao recalled the past, a hint of emotion in her eyes. One night during my freshman year, I think I casually saved a girl. Could it be? Lin Xian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. That girl is me. Li Mengyao lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. How could this be? Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. I was wearing a mask at the time, and it was late at night with dim lighting, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me. Honey, Li Mengyao explained gently. I was really scared at the time, but thankfully you saved me. Li Mengyao pressed her small face against Lin Xian's strong and broad chest. I started watching you silently from that time until graduation. Li Mengyao continued to murmur. Lin Xian never expected that the girl he casually saved 4 years ago was actually Li Mengyao in front of him. If he had arrived, even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, to meet you so late. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his own body. Don't say sorry, I'm really happy right now. Li Mengyao gently reached out and pressed her index finger to Lin Xian's lips, stopping him from continuing. Wife, from now on we'll walk hand in hand. Lin Xian gazed deeply into Li Mengyao's eyes and solemnly made his promise. Yes. Li Mengyao nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Lin Xian slowly lowered his head and gently but firmly kissed those alluring lips. The figures of the two intertwined with the vast ocean and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, creating a magnificent picture. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At dawn, as the sun rose, golden sunlight shone on the sea, making it sparkle and look incredibly beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early to prepare for the wedding photos they had always dreamed of taking. Since the villa is located right by the sea, they invited the photography team to their home for convenience. First, professional makeup artists meticulously designed suitable makeup looks for Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, making them even more beautiful and charming. Once everything was ready, filming officially began. The photographers cleverly used the natural seaside scenery to capture many beautiful moments for the newlyweds. They strolled hand in hand on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Or, against the backdrop of surging waves, Li Mengyao sits gracefully on a reef while Lin Xian kneels on one knee and proposes to her with deep affection. There was also Lin Xian holding Li Mengyao tightly as they twirled on the beach, her skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Li Mengyao stood quietly by the sea. Lin Xian gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and the two of them admired the picturesque sunset together. After a long day of shooting, the wedding photos were finally completed. Despite the hard work, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both felt it was all worthwhile. All that's left is to wait and choose their favorite photos later. As night fell, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed a simple yet heartwarming dinner. After dinner, Li Mengyao dragged her tired body to her soft and comfortable bed, gazing at the stunning sea view outside the window, and sighed with emotion. So tired, but it's finally over. At this moment, Lin Xian walked to the bedside and gently asked, would you like to go to the home theater on the basement floor to watch a movie and relax? Okay, I want a horror movie. Lin Xian. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the home theater on the basement floor. The interior design here is exquisite and luxurious, with top-of-the-line high-definition projectors and large projection screens complementing each other, along with a first-class sound system, making you feel as if you are in a movie world. Li Mengyao wants to watch a horror movie, but Lin Xian doesn't. After some discussion, the two compromised and chose a disaster movie, Armageddon. 3 hours passed quietly, and the movie finally ended, but Lin Xian was still immersed in the exciting plot. This disaster movie seems to be telling us to cherish everything we have now. Honey, this movie is really... He turned his head and found that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mengyao, left the home theater, and then took the elevator back to the master bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed, then held her tightly in his arms, preparing to fall asleep together. The system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations host on completing the wedding photo shoot. A cash reward of 3 million yuan has been given, but there was no chance of a critical hit. The money has been transferred to the host's bank card through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with 1 chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. A Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. 3. A futuristic couples technology watch. 4. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations host for obtaining a pair of futuristic couples smartwatches. They will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning. Please check. Chapter 72. Who is Zhang Huiyan? The system was indeed very understanding. It knew that Lin Xian had just spent almost all his money and was sending him more. But what exactly is this futuristic couple smartwatch? System, could you give a brief introduction? Yes, this futuristic couple smartwatch is like an upgraded version of the Xiaomi SU7, using cutting-edge technology from the future. The system's answer made Lin Xian even more curious. According to the system introduction, after wearing this couple's watch, it can not only detect various physical indicators, but also provide timely warnings of various potential diseases. It can also detect external risks in advance and send danger signals, accurate location information, and communication functions to both parties. Even more remarkably, in critical situations, it will automatically trigger a protection mechanism based on the surrounding terrain and other actual conditions. However, this protection mechanism can only be used once a day. The system can be used like this? Lin Xian was filled with anticipation for the futuristic couple's smartwatch that he would receive tomorrow. With this, Lin Xian would know immediately if his wife encountered any danger while wearing it. Filled with joy, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly as they drifted off to a sweet dream. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room, while the sea outside remained as calm as a mirror. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mengyao quietly leaning against him, her clear and innocent eyes, like those of a fawn, gazing at him. "Honey, you're awake." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Why did you get up so early today?" Lin Xian reached out and gently stroked her lovely face. "I went to bed early last night," Li Mengyao replied. "What's that gift box on the bedside table?" Li Mengyao asked. She spotted the exquisite gift box early on. Its unique design and special metal material gave it a mysterious and technological feel. "Wife, why don't you open it and take a look yourself?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "I know this is yours, and it looks very valuable. I'm afraid I might accidentally break it," Li Mengyao murmured softly. Looking at his wife's adorable face, Lin Xian couldn't help but step forward and kiss her. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet," Li Mengyao hurriedly pushed him away and said coquettishly. "It's all right, my husband doesn't mind," Lin Xian said with a smile. "I find it disgusting." Then Lin Xian reached out and took the exquisite gift box from the bedside table, then gently opened it, and a dazzling light instantly shone out. Upon closer inspection, two exquisitely crafted watches were displayed inside. The first watch features an ingenious design with a cool metallic texture. It is inlaid with mysterious and deep black diamonds, which sparkle with dazzling light, as if it has gathered endless power, inspiring awe. The other watch is small and exquisite, set with charming pink diamonds that sparkle like stars, exuding a sweet aura and showcasing elegance and nobility. "Honey, these are couple watches that I specially customized for us," Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. Li Mengyao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She couldn't wait to put on the small, exquisite pink diamond watch. Lin Xian then put on the mysterious and cool black diamond watch. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, honey." Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She gently swayed her wrist, admiring the beautiful jewelry on her hand. "Honey, let's hurry up and wash up. We still need to prepare breakfast later," Lin Xian gently reminded her. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, and then went into the bathroom with Lin Xian to wash up. A moment later, the two finished washing up and went hand in hand to the living room on the ground floor. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, gazing leisurely out the window, waiting patiently. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began busily preparing breakfast. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was served, and the family sat together, enjoying the delicious meal with laughter and joy. After breakfast, everyone got busy with their own things. Zhang Shulan went shopping nearby. Lin Zhengguo went to work as usual. Lin Cixi did her homework in the study, and Li Mengyao sat quietly on the third-floor viewing terrace, basking in the warm sunlight and flipping through the book in her hands. Lin Xian was in the room attending a high-level meeting of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Although Lin Xian has always prioritized his family and doesn't care much about the trivial and complicated affairs of the company, he still needs to be personally involved in some crucial matters. During the video conference, Lin Xian saw his good roommate, Zhong Zixing, enthusiastically introducing the latest products developed by their department. Seeing Zhong Zixing's confident and professional performance, Lin Xian felt extremely gratified. Clearly, Zhong Zixing has fully adapted to his new role as department head and has begun to actively promote the company's development and develop products that are more competitive in the market. After a long 2 hours, the boring meeting finally came to an end. Even as the company's boss, Lin Xian dislikes meetings. Around noon, Lin Xian also prepared a sumptuous lunch. After the family finished eating, they went back to their rooms to rest. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. Lin Xian, who had just woken up, was called by Zhang Shulan to work in the garden outside the villa. Then, A series of rapid phone rings suddenly rang, continuing for several times. The ringing phone startled Li Mengyao from her deep sleep. Still half asleep, she picked up her phone and answered the call. Hello, who is this? Li Mengyao's voice still carried a hint of weariness. I'm Lin Xian's high school classmate. My name is Zhang Huiyan. You must be Lin Xian's new wife, right? A woman's voice came from the phone. Yes, that's me. What do you want with my husband? Li Mengyao instantly snapped out of her daze, a strange feeling welling up inside her, an indescribable sense of vigilance rising within her. There's a high school reunion tonight, and we'd like to invite Lin Xian. Could you please pass on the message to him? Zhang Huiyan said. Okay, I'll ask him later. After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyao clearly sensed that something was wrong with the other person. Why didn't she just send a notification in the group chat for a high school reunion? Why did she personally call Lin Xian to inform him? Moreover, Li Mengyao also sensed a faint, almost imperceptible hostility emanating from the other party. Just then, Lin Xian returned. He saw his wife sitting blankly on the bed, her eyes vacant, as if she was thinking about something. Honey, you're awake? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xian stepped forward and asked with concern. Honey, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Who is Zhang Huiyan? Chapter 73, When did my wife learn to give hickeys? Zhang Huiyan. She's my high school classmate, what's wrong? Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and asked tenderly. She just called your cell phone and invited you to a class reunion, Li Mengyao said softly, her head down. Then, wife, you Lin Xian hadn't finished speaking. Li Mengyao then asked, does she like you? She slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. Yes, he pursued me a lot back in high school, but I didn't agree to date him, Lin Xian answered truthfully. So that means you still can't forget me? Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and muttered. Lin Xian quickly comforted her. Honey, I wasn't planning on going to any class reunion. I'll just stay home and keep you company. His tone was very gentle, which warmed Li Mengyao's heart. Honey, you should go. I trust you. Li Mengyao wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms and looked up at him. I'm not going. Lin Xian said firmly. Go ahead and go. This time, you'll put an end to her idea and prevent her from ever trying to get close to my husband again. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Lin Xian smiled and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. It turned out that his wife wanted him to personally put an end to Zhang Huiyan's hopes. Night quietly falls, the city lights come on, and the moonlight shines like water on the sea. In the master bedroom, Li Mengyao gently and gracefully helped Lin Xian tidy up his clothes. Okay, honey, look how it is, isn't it handsome? Li Mengyao smiled, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and sweetness. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and replied with a smile. Handsome people look good in anything. Then you can wear my dress, Li Mengyao suddenly blurted out. Lin Xian. With everything ready, Lin Xian headed towards the garage of his villa. Just as he sat in the driver's seat of the Xiaomi SU7, Li Mengyao suddenly approached him. Wife, aren't you going back? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Li Mengyao looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. She quickly opened the car door, and with a graceful stride, she sat down on Lin Xian's lap. Immediately afterwards, she closed the car door with her other hand. The whole action was done in one smooth motion. Wife, you Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. However, Li Mengyao did not give him a chance to explain. She reached out her delicate hands and wrapped them around Lin Xian's neck, pressing her alluring lips tightly against his neck. A minute passed, and Li Mengyao hurriedly got out of the car, but before getting out, she didn't forget to tell Lin Xian, honey, come home early. Lin Xian turned on the car's interior light and looked at his neck in the rearview mirror. A small, strawberry-shaped hickey appeared on his neck, quite noticeable. When did my wife learn to plant hickeys? Lin Xian smiled slightly and gently pressed the start button on his Xiaomi SU7. The vehicle drove smoothly and slowly out of the villa. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at Judah restaurant. He parked the car skillfully, then stepped into the restaurant and entered a private room. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice came from inside. Brother Xian, you've finally arrived. Huang Xinkai greeted him with a big smile. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm a little late, Lin Xian said with a smile. Before the words were even finished, another discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this our great Lin? Why are you late? What kind of car did you drive to be late? It was Chen Feiyu who spoke, and he walked up to Lin Xian with a disdainful look on his face. Lin Xian ignored his provocation and simply replied, the Xiaomi car I was just driving. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu's contempt deepened. Haha, so it's that beat-up Xiaomi car. No wonder you get stuck in traffic. Look at my new Mercedes SL, it never gets stuck in traffic. As he spoke, he deliberately showed off the car keys in his hand. Chen Feiyu is a rich second-generation heir in Yunhai City. He got into Yunhai No. 1 middle school with his family's money and is in the same class as Lin Xian. He had always liked Zhang Huiyan, but unfortunately, Zhang Huiyan only had Lin Xian in her heart. Therefore, Chun Feiyu was jealous of Lin Xian and always tried to find ways to make trouble for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had excellent grades and was a key student the school was focusing on developing, so Chun Feiyu's little tricks always ended in failure. At this moment, the students in the private room were all ready to watch the drama unfold, knowing that Lin Xian and Chun Feiyu didn't get along. Hey Chun Feiyu, what are you pretending for? My brother Xian just bought a 20 million yuan sea view villa in Yunhai Jijiao with cash. What's that compared to that? What's there to brag about? Huang Xinkai stood up for Lin Xian and spoke out in defense of him. A sea view villa in Yunhai home? And paid in full. You're kidding me, stop bragging. Chun Feiyu replied with a disdainful look. Although he is a second-generation rich kid with some money, it is still unlikely that he could come up with tens of millions to buy a house all at once. Xinkai, it's not worth arguing with this kind of person. It's like casting pearls before swine, Lin Xian said casually, placing his right hand on Huang Xinkai's shoulder. Just then, Chun Feiyu's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Xian's wrist, where he saw that Lin Xian was wearing a mysterious and cool black diamond watch. Black diamonds are more expensive than regular diamonds and are an extremely rare variety. Chun Feiyu was taken aback. Could it be that what Huang Xinkai said earlier was true, and that Lin Xian was really that rich? Huang Xinkai felt that Chun Feiyu couldn't be allowed to be so arrogant, so he quickly took out his phone, pulled out the transaction screenshot of Lin Xian's purchase of the Yunhai Jijia Sea View Villa, and showed it to everyone. Then he sneered at Chun Feiyu. Open your eyes and take a good look. You're a disgrace. Wow, I didn't know Brother Xian was so rich. Lin Xian, you're being way too modest. Yeah, Lin the Great God, please help me out, okay? Please take me with you. I saw Lin Xian driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million yuan just a few days ago. Lin Xian's high school classmates gathered around him and began to flatter and fawn over him. Only Chun Feiyu was left, stunned and speechless, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai then went to a corner and sat down close to each other. Just then, a pair of eyes had been fixed on Lin Xian ever since he stepped into the room, never leaving his sight. And this person was none other than Zhang Huiyan. At this moment, Zhang Huiyan was wearing a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, and her delicate face made her impossible to look away from. Zhang Huiyan walked lightly to Lin Xian and sat down beside him, saying softly, Lin Xian, you finally arrived. Yeah, long time no see, Lin Xian replied calmly. It really has been a long time. Zhang Huiyan nodded gently and continued, how have you been lately? Not bad. Lin Xian remained as indifferent as ever. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to serve the food. Just as the two fell into silence, squad leader Chen Dong broke the deadlock by speaking up at the right moment. Then, the waiters began to bring the delicious dishes to the table one after another. Chapter 74, I love my wife very much. During the meal, Zhang Huiyan would always try to start a conversation with Lin Xian about various topics, but Lin Xian would only give a perfunctory response. However, at that moment, Zhang Huiyan suddenly noticed the faint hickey on Lin Xian's neck. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the once very noticeable strawberry mark has now become slightly faded, but it can still be discerned if you look closely. Zhang Huiyan clenched her fists tightly. Just then, someone suggested that a high school reunion wouldn't be complete without alcohol. Immediately afterwards, everyone started toasting each other. Many people here wanted to drink with Lin Xian. Come on, Brother Xian, let me toast you. Brother Xian, I also want to toast you. Excuse me, I'm driving later and can't drink. Why not just call a designated driver? It's rare for classmates to get together. Let's have some fun. After saying that, the two of them downed a full glass of wine in one gulp. Actually, Lin Xian isn't incapable of drinking. It's just that he's drunk and has returned home in a staggering state, and the smell of alcohol might make Li Mengyao uncomfortable. So he said softly, you guys enjoy your drinks, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stepped out of the private room. As Lin Xian was taking a deep breath of fresh air outdoors, she suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground behind her. Lin Xian, are you really married? Zhang Huiyan stepped forward quickly and asked. Lin Xian slowly turned around and replied calmly. That's right. Why? Zhang Huiyan pressed. Why what? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Why is it that after liking you for so many years, just when I was preparing to go back to China to find you, you suddenly got married? Zhang Huiyan finally lost control of her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes like a flood. Her voice was filled with despair and resentment. Because I met the right person, Lin Xian said firmly. These words struck Zhang Huiyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you really love her? Zhang Huiyan asked. Lin Xian began to recall the moments he had spent with his wife. That figure who always lacked a sense of security but would rush to protect Lin Xian without hesitation in times of danger. That gentle face that would always rush into her arms the moment Lin Xian came home. And there's also the adorable way he always needs to hug Lin Xian tightly to fall asleep every night. These wonderful memories made Lin Xian's lips unconsciously curl into a smile. Yes, I love my wife very much, Lin Xian said firmly. What about me? Am I inferior to her? Where exactly am I worse than her? Zhang Huiyin stared wide-eyed and asked loudly, unwilling to accept the situation. Lin Xian looked at her and said softly, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone. You have your own unique charm, and you are no less than anyone else. It's just that we lack that special connection. Zhang Huiyin stared into Lin Xian's firm and unwavering gaze, understanding in her heart that no matter what, this fact could not be changed. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, all right then, Lin Xian, I wish you happiness and joy. From now on, I will never bother you again. Thank you. And I hope you can find a suitable partner as well, Lin Xian said. Then, Zhang Huiyin turned and left. At this moment, Lin Xian thought that this way they would stop bothering him. I don't want to make my wife angry about this. Lin Xian stayed outside for a while longer, then, estimating the time, decided it was about time to go home and return to the private room. As soon as the door was opened, Huang Xinkai was seen to be completely drunk. As soon as Huang Xinkai saw Brother Xin walk in, he immediately stood up unsteadily, staggered towards Lin Xian, and clung tightly to his leg. 2M telling you, Brother Xian is super rich. He bought a sea view villa outright. He's just too low-key. Lin Xian was utterly speechless at this moment. Lin Xian, could you please take Huang Xinkai back? Class monitor Chen Dong asked Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai have been good friends since high school, Chen Dong asked Lin Xian to take Huang Xinkai home. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Xian then pulled Huang Xinkai into the car with difficulty, and then started the car and drove towards Huang Xinkai's rented house. Huang Xinkai's home is in a small county town in Yunhai City, so he can only rent a house here. Lin Xian went to great lengths to get Huang Xinkai to the downstairs of the rented apartment. Xinkai, which floor do you live on? Lin Xian asked. 7, Huang Xinkai answered groggily. Lin Xian looked up and couldn't help but lament. There's no elevator here. I should have just found a hotel room nearby. With things having come to this, Lin Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth, steel himself, and carry Huang Xinkai upstairs step by step. Finally, Lin Xian carried Huang Xinkai up to the 7th floor. If the system hadn't initially given him a 100% boost to his physical attributes, Lin Xian would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. After all, Huang Xinkai weighs 180 pounds. Where's the key? Lin Xian asked anxiously. However, Huang Xinkai was already fast asleep and did not respond to Lin Xian's question at all. So he could only search Huang Xinkai's body, hoping to find the key. However, after a thorough search, Lin Xian still found nothing. Lin Xian was speechless. He should never have attended this high school reunion. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't leave Huang Xinkai outside for the night, so he had no choice but to carry Huang Xinkai on his back again and head towards a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mengyao lay alone in bed, her eyes revealing obvious worry. It's almost 11 p.m., and my husband still hasn't come home. Calling the phone results and it's saying it's switched off. Could something have happened? Just then, she suddenly remembered that the pink diamond watch Lin Xian had given her and the black diamond watch he was wearing had a tracking function between them. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up and quickly rummaged through the bedside table drawer to find the small, exquisite pink diamond watch that shone with a charming light. Immediately afterwards, she turned on the watch's location function and stared intently at the information displayed on the screen. However, when she saw the location results, Li Mengyao's face turned as pale as paper. The results clearly showed that Lin Xian was actually in a hotel. Chapter 75. Calling for a baby won't help. Why is my husband in a hotel? Was he seduced by Zhang Huiyin? No, Lin Xian isn't that kind of person. Or did her husband get drunk by his high school classmate, and then Zhang Huiyin took advantage of the situation? The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the more frightened she became. Her anxiety grew stronger, and she kept her eyes glued to the phone's location screen, not daring to relax for a moment. 10 minutes later, Li Mengyao noticed that Lin Xian's location was moving towards home, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After another long 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally returned to the villa and went into the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, the scene before him caught him off guard. Li Mengyao pounced on him like a hungry tiger. Honey, where have you been? You're home so late. You didn't even answer my phone. Li Mengyao angrily waved her little pink fists, raining them down on Lin Xian. Phone. Lin Xian struggled to pull his phone out of his pocket while being punched by a little pink fist. He checked the battery. The phone was dead. It turned out that after Lin Xian settled Huang Xinkai in, he drove home without stopping, without even checking his phone, and didn't know that the phone had run out of battery and shut down automatically. Honey, my phone's dead, Lin Xian quickly explained. At this moment, Li Mengyao simply hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face pressed against his chest, refusing to let go. Honey, can I explain this to you after I take a shower? Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and then softly placed her back on the bed. Li Mengyao nodded slightly and lay quietly. Since Lin Xian returned, the unease in her heart has gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xian came out just 10 minutes later. Having lived together for so long, Li Mengyao had become accustomed to her husband's quick showers. Are all guys this fast? At this moment, Lin Xian climbed onto the bed and gently embraced Li Mengyao from behind. Baby, are you still angry? Calling for the baby won't help. Then what's the point of my name? Call me whatever you want. Li Mengyao kept her back to Lin Xian, ignoring him. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian could only continue to hold her. Get away from me. Li Mengyao turned around, stretched out her small hand and pressed against Lin Xian's chest, trying to push him away forcefully. However, this was exactly the moment Lin Xian had been waiting for. He took the opportunity to stretch out his arms and pull Li Mengyao into a tight embrace. Wife, I was wrong, Lin Xian said softly with a gentle smile on his face. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Li Mengyao pouted and asked angrily. I went to a class reunion, Lin Xian explained. And then what? Nothing else. Li Mengyao continued to press. Then, when I was about to leave, I saw Huang Xinkai was completely drunk, so I took him home, Lin Xian replied. Where did you go back to? Li Mengyao asked immediately. I took him home first, but I couldn't find his keys no matter what I did, so I had no choice but to find a hotel nearby to settle him in. Lin Xian recounted the whole incident in detail. Oh, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. What? Honey, what did you think I went to do? Lin Xian lifted her face and asked with a smile. In nothing, Li Mengyao's eyes darted away, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze. I was just worried because I saw that your watch location was at a hotel, and you weren't answering your phone, Li Mengyao muttered, her eyes lowered. What are you worried about? Lin Xian asked softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm worried you'll be seduced by a vixen. Li Mengyao was immediately a little annoyed. Knowing that she was easily embarrassed, she still insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Then she raised her small hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't dodge. He even offered his waist flesh to his wife, letting her pinch it. After all, this time I really made my wife worry. Have you explained things clearly to Zhang Huiyan? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. I've made myself clear. I said I love my wife very much. She won't bother me anymore, Lin Xian said gently. Oh, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly again. Wife, are you still angry? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and asked again. There's still a little, Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed those delicate red lips. The next morning arrived quickly, and sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Xian was awakened from his sleep by his biological clock. He stretched, then quickly got up to prepare a hearty breakfast for his family. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian received a phone call. Hello, your package has been delivered. I have placed it in the parcel locker at the entrance of your villa. Please pick it up when it is convenient for you. A young deliverman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, thank you, Lin Xian replied politely. Honey, whose phone was that? Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned over. The package has arrived. Honey, go get it. Lin Xian kissed Li Mengyao and smiled. I also have a few packages. Honey, why don't you pick them up together? Li Mengyao said with a smile. Good. Lin Xian got up, walked to the door, changed into a pair of comfortable flip-flops, and went outside. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the parcel locker at the villa entrance. He entered the pickup code as instructed and successfully retrieved his package. However, after waiting for a while, my wife still hadn't sent the pickup code. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a call to inquire, a series of pickup codes suddenly popped up on his phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xian counted and found there were more than a dozen packages. Lin Xian's eyes widened. What exactly did his wife buy? Chapter 76. Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly. Helpless, Lin Xian went to the villa's warehouse, found a small cart, and transported all the packages back home. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Li Mengyao greeted him with a happy smile on her face. She tiptoed and left a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's cheek. Then, she couldn't wait to start opening the packages one by one. Honey, what did you buy? How come there's so much? Lin Xian asked curiously. I bought new clothes for everyone in my family, exactly 2 sets for each person. Li Mengyao answered gently, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She first picked out clothes for herself and Lin Xian, and after trying them on, the two of them looked even more refreshed. Then, she bought 2 beautiful dresses for Lin Cixi, 2 exquisite cheongsams for Zhang Shulan, and 2 high-end suits for Lin Zhenghua. Honey, what about you? What did you buy? Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xian. I bought you clothes too. Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing his signature charming smile. You bought me clothes? Li Mengyao was a little surprised. Were the clothes her husband bought really appropriate? Well, didn't I say I'd teach you how to swim? So I bought you a swimsuit. Lin Xian's tone carried a hint of mystery. What kind of swimsuit did you buy? Li Mengyao asked curiously. You'll see when you put it on. Afterwards, Lin Xian left the master bedroom and went to the swimming pool in the garden in front of the villa. He took out his tools, opened the drain valve, watched the clear water slowly flow out, and then began to carefully clean the pool walls and bottom with a brush. The scene shifts back to the master bedroom, where Li Mengyao sits on the edge of the bed, holding the package that Lin Xian had just delivered. Li Mengyao opened the package Lin Xian had bought and saw a swimsuit. A blush spread across her delicate face. Lin Xian spent half an hour working by the swimming pool before finally completing all the preparations. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, he specially raised the water temperature of the swimming pool to 30 degrees Celsius. However, after waiting for a while, why didn't my wife come down? Is it so hard to change into a swimsuit? Just as Lin Xian was about to go upstairs to check, Li Mengyao finally slowly came downstairs. Stop looking. Li Mengyao's face flushed red with embarrassment and puffed up with anger. Lin Xian then came to his senses and took her hand, leading her towards the swimming pool. Lin Xian jumped into the swimming pool first, then opened her arms, a gentle smile on her face, and softly called out, Honey, come down. Li Mengyao stood by the swimming pool, hesitated slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, 2M still a little scared. She carefully stretched out one of her long, beautiful legs and gently touched the surface of the swimming pool, finding it to be quite gentle. It's all right. Your husband is here, Lin Xian quickly reassured her. Then you have to catch me, Li Mengyao said sweetly. I guarantee I'll catch it, Lin Xian replied confidently. Then, Li Mengyao mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and jumped into the swimming pool. Lin Xian reacted quickly and hugged Li Mengyao tightly. To Li Mengyao's surprise, she didn't sink. She curiously opened her beautiful eyes, and what came into view was Lin Xian's handsome and charming face. The two floated silently above the swimming pool. At that moment, Li Mengyao could only cling tightly to Lin Xian, afraid to let go for even a moment, lest she accidentally sink to the bottom. Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly, Lin Xian said softly with a smile. No, Li Mengyao persisted, shaking her cute little head and answering firmly. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and continued to comfort her. Wife, holding me like this isn't a solution. I'll go get you a swimming ring. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up Li Mengyao and swam towards the shore. Why didn't you give the swimming ring to yourself in the first place? That jerk of a husband did it on purpose again. Lost in thought, Li Mengyao lowered her head and took another bite. Ouch! Why is my wife biting me again? Lin Xian winced in pain. I'll bite you. Li Mengyao pouted. After gently placing Li Mengyao back on the shore, Lin Xian took out a cute swimming ring from the side, handed it to her, and said tenderly, Honey, try wearing these and swimming. Li Mengyao took the swimming ring, carefully put it on, and then jumped into the swimming pool. She floated nervously on the surface of the water, afraid to make any big movements. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took her hand and encouraged her. Don't be afraid, wife. Try kicking the water backward with your calves and feel the power of the water flow. Li Mengyao nodded and, following Lin Xian's instructions, vigorously swung her legs, slowly moving forward. Since Li Mengyao is currently pregnant, practicing breathing requires frequent breath holding, which may affect oxygen supply and cause hypoxia in both the pregnant woman and the fetus. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian did not recommend that she practice breathing. So he continued to patiently guide Li Mengyao, first letting her get used to the water. Gradually, Li Mengyao's movements became more and more skilled, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, in the game room on the basement floor of the villa, Lin Cece was sitting at her computer desk, her hands gripping the mouse tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen, her face full of tension and focus. However, despite her best efforts, she lost several games in a row, which made her very angry. I'm not playing anymore. Lin Cece slammed her hand on the table in anger, stood up, and went upstairs to find something to eat to soothe her wounded heart. She stepped into the villa's elevator, pressed the button, and quickly arrived at the ground floor. After stepping out of the elevator, she went straight to the kitchen and took out a large bag of snacks. Just as she tore open the packaging to start eating, she suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. Lin Cece turned around and saw her older brother and sister-in-law happily swimming in the villa's garden. That jerk didn't even call me. No wonder he said this morning I could play as much as I wanted in the game room. Lin Cece has loved swimming since she was a child. So she put down her snacks, hurriedly went back to her room to change into a tight-fitting swimsuit, and then quickly ran to the garden swimming pool and jumped in. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm making dumplings too. Chapter 77. Just once. Honey, please. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. After a good nap, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao received the carefully selected beach wedding photo album from the photography company. In the spacious and bright hall, there was a set of soft and comfortable sofas. Zhang Shulan sat in it, with her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao on her left and her son Lin Xian on her right. Above the sofa, a small and cute head popped out. It was Lin Cece. So beautiful. Zhang Shulan softly flipped through the photo album in her hands, her admiration evident in her words. Every page is a classic, she continued. Mom, which one do you like the most? Li Mengyao asked with a smile. This one is absolutely stunning. Zhang Shulan pointed to a photograph in which Li Mengyao sat gracefully on a rock like a fairy, while Lin Xian knelt on one knee, proposing to her with deep affection. Just then, Lin Zhenghua paced back and forth behind them, wanting to join in as well. However, the four little heads were pressed tightly together, completely obscuring the photo album, making them impossible to see. Lin Zhenghua had no choice but to silently return to the sofa opposite him and sit down. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang with a crisp ringtone. Lin Zhenghua. Son, I want to see too. Lin Xian. Dad. Wait a minute. I have an online version here. Lin Zhenghua. Send it quickly. Afterwards, Lin Xian sent the online version of the album photos to the We Are a Loving Family group chat. Then, Lin Zhenghua began to carefully examine the beautiful wedding photos his son and daughter-in-law had taken at the beach, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Lin Xian selected 9 photos from these pictures, which could be pieced together to form a 9-square grid, and posted it on her WeChat Moments. Lin Xian wrote in the caption, "Memories of the sea, traces of love." Soon, a series of comments appeared below. Zhou Quan. Wow, Brother Xian, you're so romantic. Zhong Zixing. Brother Xian, you really know how to flaunt your love. Chun Jingming. What about the wedding? Lin Wanqing. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. At the same time, Li Mengyao also posted the same content on her WeChat Moments. Her caption read, "With you by my side, my heart finds a haven." Chin Man. Ah, Yao Yao is absolutely stunning. Yang Lin. OMG, this is so sweet. Lu Yusin. My Yao Yao, I wish you happiness. Kisses. After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a walk in the park near Yunhai House. The park has a beautiful environment, with the sea as a backdrop and lush greenery all around, making it a very pleasant place. There were middle-aged women dancing in the square, children playing on the slide, and some young people jogging to exercise. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand in the park, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks and stood there, staring intently at the food street not far ahead. Lin Xian reacted instantly and quickly used his tall frame to block her view. He said gently, "Wife, we've almost finished walking. Shall we head back?" However, Li Mengyao didn't respond to him. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Honey, I want to eat that." She stretched out her slender little hand and pointed to the food street ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly, "Wife, I can cook whatever you want to eat at home. I'm just worried that food outside isn't very hygienic." After hearing this, Li Mengyao pouted and looked at Lin Xian pitifully, saying coquettishly, "Honey, I really want to eat it, just this once, okay?" As he spoke, he held up one finger and made a one gesture to indicate that he would only eat a little bit. "No way," Lin Xian said sternly. "Oh, just once. Please, honey." Li Mengyao immediately became anxious upon hearing this, and quickly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and shook it. "Although my husband cooks very well, I still need to enjoy the simple pleasures of home cooking sometimes," Li Mengyao said, her round eyes wide and her lips pouting, looking very cute. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and charming tactics, Lin Xian finally agreed reluctantly. Afterwards, they walked hand in hand to a bustling food street. The place is bustling with people, and the aroma of various delicious dishes wafts through the air, making one's mouth water. Li Mengyao excitedly pulled Lin Xian to a small stall. "Boss, 2 orders of grilled lamb skewers, please," she called out excitedly. "Okay, 10 yuan a skewer, 20 yuan in total," the owner replied enthusiastically. Before long, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each had a steaming hot mutton skewer in their hands. Lin Xian took a bite first. Although the quality of the lamb skewers wasn't very good, at least they were fresh. "Honey, here you go." Li Mengyao handed the half-eaten lamb skewer to Lin Xian. "What? Can't you eat anymore? If you can't eat, let's go back," he said, seizing the opportunity. "No, I want to try a little bit of each one, and then you can take care of the rest, honey." Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her cute little tongue and blinked her bright, lively eyes. This girl is really clever. Lin Xian smiled helplessly, and then Li Mengyao took his hand, and they continued to explore the bustling food street. Boss, please give us 2 orders of pan-fried buns. Boss, could you please bring us 2 servings of grilled squid? Wow, this looks delicious. Boss, give us 2 orders of takoyaki. Just then, Li Mengyao suddenly smelled a familiar stench, and her face instantly lit up with an excited smile. Boss, 2 servings of the stinky stuff, please. Lin Xian reacted quickly, grabbing Li Mengyao and covering the words she was about to blurt out. He said to the shop owner with an embarrassed look, "No need for the stinky tofu. Honey, it's best if you don't eat fermented foods like stinky tofu now that you're pregnant, okay?" Lin Xian advised softly. Okay. Although Li Mengyao was a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently. Soon, the two were almost full. After Li Mengyao fed the last takoyaki to Lin Xian, she patted her stomach contentedly and prepared to go home. Just then, Lin Xian glanced over and suddenly noticed a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far ahead. His eyes lit up, a slight smile played on his lips, and he turned to look at his wife beside him, asking gently, "Honey, do you want some candied hawthorns?" Lin Xian asked, a signature charming smile spreading across his face. "Don't want." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Huiyin was quietly watching all of this. When she saw how close and happy Lin Xian and his wife were, and how beautiful and charming Lin Xian's wife was, she finally understood why Lin Xian loved his wife so much. Chapter 78 Wife, I'm back. After staying in Yunhai City for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao are preparing to return to Jinghai City today. That noon, the family gathered together for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhang Shulan carried a large amount of luggage to the Xiaomi SU7 and began stuffing it into the trunk. "Mom, that's enough, there's no more room," Lin Xian said helplessly, watching his mother's busy figure. "Yes, I trust Mom's abilities," Zhang Shulan replied without looking up, her hands still moving. She stuffed bag after bag into the trunk until the entire space was filled. After the back was full, there was still room to put more in the front. Finally, all the luggage was loaded into the car, and Zhang Shulan clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Okay, that's about right," she said. With everything ready, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao said goodbye to their parents. "Son, Mengyao, come back and visit often when you have time," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Be careful on the road," Lin Zhenghua added. "Brother, sister-in-law, remember to come back often," Lin Sisi said reluctantly, holding Li Mengyao's hand. "Okay, Mom and Dad," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Sisi, you can come to Jinghai City to visit when you have time," Li Mengyao said to Lin Sisi with a smile. "Okay, I will definitely go," Lin Sisi nodded happily. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got into the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system automatically located the vehicle to Jinwan Mansion in Jinghai City, and then the car slowly started and drove away from the villa of Yunhai home. Lin Xian looked back through the car window and saw his parents and sister standing at the door, waving goodbye. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude, knowing that no matter where he went, his family would always be his strongest support. Just as the car was about to reach Jinghai City, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's futuristic smartwatches suddenly issued a warning voice. "Warning! Master's destination, Jinghai City, will be hit by a strong typhoon in the next 4 days. Please take precautions." A powerful typhoon. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both slightly taken aback. After exchanging a glance, the two looked out the window and found the sun shining brightly and harmoniously outside. It didn't look like a strong typhoon at all. "Really?" Li Mengyao asked, frowning. "It should be true," Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian still had great faith in the system. Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finally returned to Jinghai City. After Lin Xian moved all his luggage back to Jinwan Mansion, he prepared to leave. "Honey, where are you going?" Li Mengyao asked. "I'm going to buy some food for the next 4 days and some emergency supplies. I'm worried that I won't be able to go out after the strong typhoon hits," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Oh, okay, then you should come back soon." Li Mengyao looked at the sky outside the window, which was still clear and sunny. She said with some concern, "But we're facing a strong typhoon right after we got here. Isn't that a bit too unlucky?" "It's okay. We can have a good time at home for a few days anyway," Lin Xian comforted him. "Okay, then be careful on the road." Li Mengyao nodded gently. "Okay." Lin Xian cupped Li Mengyao's face, gently kissed her delicate lips, and then turned to leave. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, did some simple cleaning at home. As she was quietly cleaning, she inadvertently looked up and her heart skipped a beat. To her surprise, the left side of the sky was still sunny, while the right side was covered by a huge dark cloud, accompanied by lightning, approaching at an alarming speed. The clear blue sky and white clouds vanished instantly before long. The entire Jinwan mansion was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled through the air. Li Mengyao looked out the window with worry. Although she was terrified of thunder, she was even more worried about her husband, who was still out there. On the other side, after buying some food, Lin Xian was preparing to purchase other items. Suddenly, the black diamond smartwatch on his wrist sounded an alarm again. Alarm! Please note, this super typhoon will intensify further within 10 minutes and become a super typhoon. The eye of the typhoon is expected to make landfall in Jinghai City in 20 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took off running, put the things he bought in the trunk of the car, quickly got to the driver's seat, and personally drove the Xiaomi SU7, speeding home with a burst of speed. Back in Jinwan Prefecture, Li Mengyao also received an alert from the pink diamond technology watch. At that moment, she was extremely anxious, her hands clasped tightly together, constantly praying that her husband would return safely within 20 minutes. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, a strong wind was blowing, and there was lightning and thunder. Li Mengyao was terrified. She hid behind the door, trembling, her eyes fixed on the window, hoping that the familiar figure would appear soon. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside the door. 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Lin Xian. 15 minutes passed, and the super typhoon was about to sweep through Jinghai City. The glass outside the window was rattling loudly, as if it would shatter at any moment. The fierce winds raged, mercilessly tearing apart the entire city, leaving everyone terrified. Li Mengyao was pale and covered her ears with her hands, trying to alleviate her fear. With trembling hands, she turned on the GPS tracking system of her smartwatch to check Lin Xian's location. The location system showed that Lin Xian was speeding towards home, getting closer and closer to Jinwan Mansion. Upon seeing this message, Li Mengyao felt slightly relieved. She stood anxiously at the door, peering through the security camera outside. Finally, 20 minutes had passed, and the super typhoon had officially made landfall in Jinghai City. Gale-force winds howled, torrential rain poured down, and the entire world plunged into darkness. The entire city of Jinghai seemed to be instantly engulfed in a terrifying vortex, with the city's skyscrapers swaying precariously in the howling wind. However, Li Mengyao stared intently at the watch's positioning system. Lin Xian's location shows he's already in Jinwan Mansion, but he's not answering his calls. Why hasn't he come up yet? Did they encounter some danger downstairs at Jinwan Mansion? Thinking of this, Li Mengyao was terrified, and her eyes gradually reddened. She stood anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth. Just as Li Mengyao decided to go downstairs to find Lin Xian and was about to open the door suddenly opened. Lin Xian walked in, soaking wet and carrying a large bag. His hair was soaked by the rain, and his clothes were completely drenched, making him look utterly disheveled. But when he saw Li Mengyao, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Honey, I'm home." This call brought tears to Li Mengyao's eyes instantly. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear again. "Wah!" Li Mengyao cried very sadly, her tears flowing like a burst dam, unstoppable. "Honey, I'm sorry for making you worry," Lin Xian said, gently patting her back. Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian through teary eyes, choking back tears as she said, "No, don't apologize, husband. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." She gripped Lin Xian's clothes tightly with both hands, as if only in this way could she confirm that he had truly returned to her side. Outside, the super typhoon was still raging fiercely across Jinghai City, with howling winds and torrential rain. Inside the house, the two embraced tightly, enjoying each other's warmth and love. In their world, there are no storms, only the existence of each other. Chapter 79. He's guaranteed to win even if his teammates go AFK. Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, lightly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, and whispered, "Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine." Li Mengyao couldn't stop her tears, looking at Lin Xian through her teary eyes. "The baby won't look pretty if he keeps crying." Lin Xian looked at the girl in front of him with a pained expression and gently comforted her. "It's okay if it doesn't look good, as long as my husband is here," Li Mengyao said, choking back tears. "Honey, go change your clothes, or we'll both catch a cold, okay?" Lin Xian coaxed Li Mengyao with tender eyes. "I'll go with you." Li Mengyao sniffed and held on to Lin Xian's hand tightly. "Good." Lin Xian smiled slightly, letting Li Mengyao hold his hand tightly, and the two of them went into the bedroom together. "Honey, I need to change my clothes. Can you let go of one of my hands for a moment?" Lin Xian asked with a smile, looking at Li Mengyao with a face full of affection. "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded a little shyly, quickly let go of his hand, and then turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took off all his soaked clothes and threw them aside. Soon, Lin Xian changed into a set of dry and comfortable pajamas, looking refreshed and energetic. Honey, your clothes are wet too. Hurry up and change them, or you'll catch a cold, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then you turn around first, honey, Li Mengyao said shyly. Good. Lin Xian obediently turned around. If it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't have been so well behaved and would have been tempted to tease Li Mengyao. However, since my wife has just been so frightened, it's best to try not to tease her too much. As Lin Xian was thinking, a pair of small hands suddenly wrapped gently around his waist. He smiled slightly, then turned to face Li Mengyao, who looked aggrieved and had tears in her eyes. Your husband will always be here and will never abandon you and the baby. Don't think too much. Let's go to sleep together, okay? Lin Xian comforted him gently. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, responding with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mengyao and gently placed her on the bed, then lay down close to her. Honey, sleep well. Everything will be all right when you wake up, Lin Xian coaxed her gently to sleep. Perhaps because she felt the warmth emanating from Lin Xian, or perhaps because she was exhausted from crying, Li Mengyao quickly fell into a deep sleep in Lin Xian's arms. After Li Mengyao had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Xian carefully got up, left the room, and properly put away the food he had bought earlier. Then, he went into the kitchen and began preparing dinner for Li Mengyao. He knew that Li Mengyao would definitely be hungry when she woke up. After preparing dinner, Lin Xian put the food into the warmer and then glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He went back into the room, returned to Li Mengyao's side, lay down quietly, and felt her breathing, his heart filled with peace and contentment. Perhaps sensing the movement around her, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Wife, are you hungry? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao with a gentle expression and asked softly. I'm hungry. Honey, carry me. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, stretched out her hands, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Okay. Lin Xian smiled indulgently, then gently lifted Li Mengyao up in his arms. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Xian gently placed Li Mengyao on a chair, then turned around, opened the warming cabinet, and took out a steaming hot dinner. Honey, when did you make dinner? Li Mengyao asked curiously. While you were asleep, just now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart, as if she were surrounded by happiness. She couldn't help but lean forward and gently leave a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's lips. Thank you, honey, Li Mengyao said, blushing, and then began to eat rice in small bites. Lin Xian sat to the side, quietly watching his wife eat, his eyes filled with doting affection and happiness. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao snuggled together on the spacious, soft sofa, enjoying this cozy moment. At this moment, the wind was still howling outside, but the room was filled with a warm atmosphere. Wife, are you still scared? Lin Xian asked gently, stroking Li Mengyao's hair. It's still a little. Li Mengyao still clung tightly to Lin Xian, refusing to let go. Honey, let's play a game, Lin Xian suddenly suggested, hoping that playing games would distract his wife and make her less afraid. Okay, what should we play? Li Mengyao immediately became interested and smiled happily. King of Glory Pesticides. Lin Xian thought of a game that Li Mengyao could quickly pick up and play. After all, Summoner's Rift is quite challenging for most girls. Honey, I've played this game before, Li Mengyao whispered. After playing ranked matches with Yusin a few times, I stopped playing. Lu Yusin, I played 5 ranked games with Yao Yao, and she fed 100 kills, averaging 20 kills per game. I can't do that. Why? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Because I die shortly after I respawn, Li Mengyao pouted, looking aggrieved and innocent. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Li Mengyao pouted angrily and gently punched Lin Xian's chest with her little fist. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Lin Xian quickly comforted her, then looked at her seriously. It's okay. I think it's definitely Yusin's problem, not my wife's. Lu Yusin? My husband will take you on a trip. I guarantee it will take you to new heights, Lin Xian said confidently, patting his chest. Just kidding. Lin Xian is a top-tier player in the game. How could he possibly lose to a mere King of Glory? Even if his teammates are AFK, he's guaranteed to win. Really? Honey, Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with expectant eyes. Of course, wife, log on. Lin Xian confidently opened his phone. Li Mengyao also turned on her phone. Timmy. With a game sound effect playing, the two entered the world of Honor of Kings. They were both platinum. Lin Xian dropped to this rank because he hadn't played the game for too long, while Li Mengyao reached the highest rank she could. Platinum rank? Isn't that enough to win with one hand? TCH. Lin Xian said with a disdainful expression. Chapter 80. It's all the fault of the other 3 teammates. Defeat. 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 Lin Xian stared at his phone screen with a look of resentment. Lost again. My wife really isn't cut out for video games. Honey, I'm sorry, I lost again. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian pitifully, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian quickly pulled Li Mengyao into a tight embrace and gently comforted her. Honey, there's nothing to apologize for. It's all the fault of the other 3 teammates. As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin and kissed her tenderly. It's getting late, we should go to sleep, Lin Xian said softly, his eyes full of affection. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian carry her slowly towards the bedroom. Lin Xian thought to himself, if he continued to lose, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Back on the soft, comfortable bed, the two embraced tightly and soon drifted off to sleep. In the past few days, the super typhoon has brought tremendous impact to Jinghai City, with many areas experiencing water and power outages. However, the Jinwan mansion where Lin Xian lived was not greatly affected and continued to have normal water and electricity supply. This is entirely due to the high quality of the community and the comprehensive security measures. During this special period, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao spent their days watching movies and TV series and playing games together. After another losing streak, Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Honey, have you considered playing a different hero? Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao really enjoys playing the Bull Demon King character. She'll charge at anyone she sees and headbutt them. Huh? I think the Bull Demon King is pretty fun. Li Mengyao blinked her big eyes and replied. Who taught you how to play the Bull Demon King? Lin Xian asked curiously. Yusin said that having a big guy in front of her makes her little egg feel safer, Li Mengyao replied. That's just nonsense, honey. Let me recommend a hero that's more suitable for you, Yao. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this, then said seriously. Yao Mei? I don't think I've ever played this hero before, Li Mengyao asked in confusion. It's very simple. Just tap wherever it lights up, and make sure to choose your husband for your ultimate skill, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. So they started another game. Lin Xian finally won this round. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the super typhoon gradually left the city. That very night, Li Mengyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading a book, while Lin Xian lay on the bed, staring blankly at his wife. Lin Xian silently counted the days in his mind, and suddenly realized that Li Mengyao was already 16 weeks pregnant and would soon be 17 weeks along. At this stage, the baby's hearing begins to develop and they can already perceive some sound stimuli from the outside world, so prenatal education can begin. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but quietly move a little closer to Li Mengyao, and then gently lifted her clothes. Honey, what are you doing now? Li Mengyao was startled and quickly threw the book in her hand aside, reaching out to grab Lin Xian's hand to stop him. But it was too late. Lin Xian had already seen her fair and tender little belly. Honey, look, our baby is already 16 weeks along. We can start prenatal education for the baby now, Lin Xian said with a happy smile. Oh, so how are you planning to do prenatal education? Li Mengyao blinked, looking confused, and asked curiously. Prepare it like this. After saying that, Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft belly, which still exuded a fragrance. You stinky husband. Li Mengyao was so ticklish that she reached out and pushed Lin Xian's head hard with both hands. Okay, I was wrong. Let's start the music prenatal education now. Lin Xian quickly begged for forgiveness. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and started playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star Variations. Li Mengyao lay on the bed, quietly listening to the beautiful melody, a happy smile on her face, feeling completely relaxed and happy. Lin Xian gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's lower abdomen, listening carefully to the sounds inside. Although he knew he couldn't hear fetal movement through his belly at this time, he still wanted to try and feel the baby's presence. After listening to one piece of music, Lin Xian opened his phone again and found Brahms' Lullaby to play. This piece has a beautiful melody and a soothing rhythm, making the listener feel as if they are in a tranquil forest. As Li Mengyao listened, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile, and then carefully covered her with the blanket. Ding dong! A crisp and pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations, host, on completing the prenatal music education for your baby. Reward, top-tier music master skills, please check. Instantly, a surge of amazing knowledge flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This knowledge encompasses a wide variety of musical techniques, theories, and performance methods. Lin Xian closed his eyes, feeling the impact of this knowledge. When he opened his eyes again, they shone with confidence and light. At this time, he possessed unparalleled musical talent. After secretly praising the system's power, Lin Xian turned off the music, lay back on the bed, hugged Li Mengyao tightly, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window, and Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. The typhoon from last night has long since passed, and the sky is a clear, deep blue, peaceful and serene. Lin Xian tiptoed out of bed, afraid of waking Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep. He went into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he put Li Mengyao's portion into the warming cabinet. Then, he returned to the room, sat gently on the edge of the bed, looked at Li Mengyao's sweet sleeping posture, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly, "Little sleepyhead, I'm going to the company. Remember to eat breakfast." After saying that, he left a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned and left the room. Lin Xian arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and found his Maybach S680, which he hadn't driven for a long time. This luxury car has been parked here for some time, but it still retains its dazzling appearance. Lin Xian opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the familiar atmosphere inside the car. He started the engine, and the Maybach emitted a deep, powerful roar. He then drove out of the parking lot and headed towards Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. He hasn't been to the company in so long. Even the security guards probably don't recognize him. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the gate of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. However, just as he expected, his Maybach was stopped by a security guard as soon as he was about to enter. "Young man, who are you?" the security guard asked with a serious expression. Chapter 81. Why are you all staring at each other like that? I am the chairman of this company. Could you please open the door? Lin Xian said with a smile. Chairman? I've never seen you before. Whose chairman is so young? The security guard didn't believe Lin Xian's nonsense at all. Just as the two were locked in an awkward stalemate, a man in a security guard uniform strode over. Captain, you've come at the right time. This young man says he's the company's chairman, and I was just about to tell him to leave. As he spoke, the security guard pointed at Lin Xian. Really? Let me see. The security captain looked in the direction the security guard was pointing and gasped instantly. He then turned to the security guard and reprimanded him. This is our company's chairman. Open the door. Then, he quickly put on a fawning smile and cautiously looked at Lin Xian. Good morning, Chairman Lin. I'm very sorry. This person is new and doesn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It's all right. He's quite dedicated and deserves praise. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand gently, indicating to the security guard not to be nervous, and then started the car and drove in. He soon arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. Upon entering the office, Lin Xian made himself a cup of hot tea, then leisurely sat down in the spacious and comfortable office chair and began to carefully read the mountain of documents and reports piled up on the desk. These are reports on the company's recent operations. Although Lu Wendy has managed it very well, he still gave them a brief overview. Lin Xian arrived very early, and there was still some time before the official start of work. As time went on, other employees also began to arrive at the company and start their busy day. Chairman Lin. As Zhou Siyue approached the office door, she saw that the chairman's office door was open. Her heart tightened, and she quickly walked over, only to find that it was Chairman Lin Xian, who had been missing for half a month. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I'm late, Zhou Siyue said, bowing her head. She was 10 minutes late today because she missed the first subway train. It's okay, I'm not too strict about my work hours. You can eat your breakfast first. Lin Xian smiled slightly and said in a gentle tone. He always believed that as long as the work could be completed on time, it didn't matter if he was a little late for work. Huh? Okay. Zhou Siyue was a little surprised, but she still hurriedly ran back to her office and then wolfed down her breakfast. Chairman Lin rarely comes, and yet I'm late. Thinking of this, Zhou Siyue couldn't help but speed up her chewing, hoping to finish eating as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhou Siyue quickly finished her breakfast and returned to the door of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin, what can I do for you? Zhou Siyue took a deep breath, trying to make her tone sound calm. I wonder how our company's employees are doing now after the super typhoon a few days ago. Have any of them encountered any difficulties? Lin Xian asked Zhou Siyue with a frown and some concern. Zhou Siyue nodded and replied, Yes, Chairman Lin. This super typhoon has had some impact on the company's employees, but fortunately everyone has been safely evacuated from the danger zone. Only some employees' residences and vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage. Some employees are also unable to work normally because they need to be relocated to a safe location. But overall, everyone was very resilient, and no major problems arose. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, Were any employees injured? I'd like to know the details. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Siyue replied, Well actually, a few employees did suffer minor injuries. They were injured by objects blown over by the wind, and are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctor said their injuries were not serious and they were expected to recover and be discharged from the hospital soon. Then you should issue a notice that the company has decided to provide each affected employee with a consolation payment of 10,000 yuan, and the company will cover the medical expenses for the injured employees, Lin Xian said. Okay, Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue returned to her office and began to get busy. Lin Xian then continued to focus on the documents at hand. Just then, General Manager Lu Wendy arrived in front of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Lin Xian looked up, a warm smile on his face, and stood up to greet her at the door, saying kindly, President Lu, please come in. After Lu Wendy walked into the office with a smile, Lin Xian handed him a cup of hot tea, and the two sat down to talk. The company has been running very well lately, President Lu. It's all thanks to your strategic planning, Lin Xian praised. Not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Chairman Lin. I was just doing my duty, Lu Wendy replied with a smile. Lin Xian thought to himself, I don't think I did anything. By the way, Chairman Lin, the company recently signed a major project that will bring in an additional 30% of revenue. What do you think we should do with this money? I see. Here's what we'll do. Give every employee a 10% raise, allocate another 5% as bonuses to middle and senior management, and continue to invest the rest in the company's daily operations, Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Yes, Chairman Lin, Lu Wendy said excitedly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise and emotion flashed in Lu Wendy's eyes. You know, if it were the previous chairman, he might have pocketed most of the profits, but Lin Xian was able to think of raising the employees' salaries right away, which he really admired. Next, Lu Wendy reported to Lin Xian on the company's recent operations and raised some suggestions and questions. Finally, Lu Wendy said gratefully, Chairman Lin, I'll go back and get back to work now. Lin Xian nodded and replied with a smile, Go ahead. Lu Wendy then left the chairman's office. Lin Xian saw that the work here was almost finished, and thinking of his good brother Zhong Zixing, who was still working as a department manager in the RD department, he decided to go down and see him. Soon, Lin Xian took the elevator to the 5th floor RD department. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he felt a tense and busy atmosphere. Lin Xian walked into the RD department's conference room and found that a meeting was being held inside. He immediately recognized Zhong Zixing sitting in the chairman's seat, who was intently discussing something with other employees. He carefully analyzed the various technical problems, proposed solutions, and then broke down the tasks. Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, quietly observing. Finally, Zhong Zixing said one last thing at the end. We guarantee no rest on Saturdays, but we cannot guarantee rest on Sundays. That's the situation. Please bear with us during this time. Because Lin Xian had his back to Zhong Zixing, he didn't notice, but the employees below all looked at Chairman Lin with surprise. This is only temporary. Why are you all staring at each other like that? Zhong Zixing turned his head in confusion. Chapter 80 To Your Father is Lu Wendy? Zhong Zixing turned around and saw Lin Xian smiling at him. Hey, Chairman Lin, when did you get back? Zhong Zixing quickly stood up, his face showing surprise and delight, and hurriedly went to greet him. You've all worked hard. Let's adjourn the meeting now, Lin Xian said with a smile to the employees below. As he finished speaking, the RD staff stood up and left the meeting room one after another. After everyone had left, Lin Xian looked at Zhong Zixing and teased him with a smile. You little rascal, you've learned to exploit your employees now, and you can't even guarantee rest? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Zixing immediately felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained. Brother Xian, we recently signed a big project, so we need to hurry up and catch up. And I've already paid all the overtime. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, but still said seriously, we can't let employees not get rest. Normally, we should guarantee them weekends off. In special circumstances, we must have one day off on Saturday and Sunday to maintain the team's fighting spirit and efficiency. Okay, Brother Xian, I understand. Zhong Zixing nodded quickly in response. But Zixing, you've really done a good job lately, Lin Xian said with a smile. That's all thanks to Lin's promotion. I'm so eager for advancement. Zhong Zixing joked. All right, stop with the nonsense. I'm going home to be with my wife. Let's get together sometime, my roommates and I. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Zhong Zixing replied with a smile. He then saw Lin Xian out of the RD department office before turning back to his own work and continuing his busy schedule. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, tidied up briefly, and prepared to take the elevator downstairs. As the elevator slowly ascended from the first floor, the doors gradually opened, and a familiar figure appeared before Lin Xian. Lu Yusin? Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Lin Xian? Lu Yusin was equally astonished. The two gasped almost simultaneously, their faces showing disbelief. Lin Xian, how did you get here? Lu Yusin asked in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled and said, I work here. But what about you? What brings you here? I'm here to get something from my dad. He's the general manager of this company. So if you need any help, you can come to me. Lu Yusin smiled slightly. Seeing how well Lin Xian had taken care of Li Mengyao during this time, Lu Yusin put aside her doubts about him. Now that she sees Lin Xian is her father's subordinate, she'll definitely help him however she can. Your father is Lu Wendy? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, so if you have any questions, just tell me, and I'll have Dad help you. Lu Yusin nodded gently, her face beaming with pride. Just then, Lu Wendy walked out of the general manager's office and immediately saw his daughter chatting with Chairman Lin. His eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that there was a chance. Chairman Lin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Lu Yusin. She graduated from Jinghai University, just like you. Lu Wendy walked up to Lin Xian and introduced her with a smile. What? Dad, you're saying he's Chairman Lin? Lu Yusin stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian in disbelief. Yes, he is the chairman of our company, Lu Wendy said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was completely stunned. She never imagined that Lin Xian, at such a young age, would be the chairman of the company, and also her father's boss. What made her even more ashamed was that she had just told Lin Xian that if he needed any help, he could come to her anytime. President Lu, actually Xin and I have known each other for a long time. She is my wife's best friend, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect Chairman Lin to get married so young, haha. Lu Wendy smiled awkwardly. Lu Wendy cursed his good-for-nothing daughter in his heart for not making a move on such a good man sooner. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Lin Xian said, bidding farewell to the two. Wait, Lin Xian, is Yao Yao home now? Lu Yusin suddenly asked. Yes, she's at home, Lin Xian nodded in reply. Can I go play with Yao Yao later? I haven't seen her in a long time, Lu Yusin asked somewhat shyly. Of course, but I need to go buy some groceries first to cook. You can go ahead, Lin Xian said after thinking for a moment. Okay, Lu Yusin said with a delighted expression. Actually, she had wanted to visit Yao Yao for a long time, so this was a good opportunity to have a good chat with her and also get a free meal from Lin Xian. It was a win-win situation. Next, Lin Xian arrived at the company parking lot, got into his Maybach, started the engine, and sped off towards the vegetable market. At the same time, Lu Yusin also came out of her father's office and drove straight to Jinwan Mansion. Ding dong. At this moment, Li Mengyao is sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in reading a book. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell ring broke the silence, making her instantly tense. Since the house has a smart lock that can be opened without a key, the person ringing the doorbell is definitely not her husband. So who is it? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Li Mengyao cautiously walked to the door and peered out through the security camera. There's nobody here. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice reached her ears. Hey, I'm here. Li Mengyao looked closely and realized it was her best friend, Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin peeked out from the corridor next door and winked at her mischievously. Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment. After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Yusin, she finally felt relieved and opened the door with a smile. Hey, Yao Yao, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Lu Yusin's face was beaming with joy as she skipped over to Li Mengyao and hugged her tightly. Li Mengyao was startled by Lu Yusin's sudden action, but quickly recovered and rolled her eyes helplessly. Xian, how childish are you? You're such a grown-up, yet you still play these childish games. It's been so long since I've seen Yao Yao. Come on, let's have a good chat. The two then went to the sofa in the living room and began to chat. Li Mengyao was also very happy. After all, she hadn't seen her best friend Lu Yusin for a long time. After a while, just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Li Mengyao heard the sound of the door unlocking. She immediately jumped up from the sofa and quickly walked to the door. She knew it must be her husband coming home. Wife, I'm home. Lin Xian pushed open the door, a happy smile on his face. Welcome home. As always, Li Mengyao threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Chapter 83, Then You'll Have to Ask My Husband. Lu Yusin was also watching from the side, and unlike before, she had a relieved smile on her face. She was genuinely happy that her best friend Li Mengyao had found happiness. After spending some time together, Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, went back to the soft sofa and sat down next to Lu Yusin. Have you been intimate enough? Lu Yusin asked jokingly. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Then it's my turn. I want to sleep with you at noon today, or I'm not leaving. Lu Yusin said smugly. Then you'll have to ask my husband, Li Mengyao said shyly in a low voice. Lu Yusin was speechless. On the other side, Lin Xian was making lunch. Today he was going to make a stir-fried fish dish. However, considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant and couldn't eat too much spicy food, he only added a tiny bit of chili, just the mild spiciness typical of Southerners. After a while, Lin Xian finished preparing 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried fish, garlic oysters, oyster sauce lettuce, and kelp and pork rib soup. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xian called out as he carried the food out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin couldn't wait to arrive at the restaurant. Lin Xian, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. I want to come here for meals every day. Lu Yusin was so touched to be able to eat Lin Xian's cooking again after so long. Especially the stir-fried fish. When it was served, the fish pieces were golden and tempting, garnished with red chili peppers and bright green scallions. The moment the stir-fried fish enters your mouth, its spicy and savory flavor instantly spreads, making it irresistible. Sure, it'll be good to keep Mengyao company, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hey, Yao Yao, let me tell you, Lin Xian is actually the chairman of my dad's company. Lu Yusin suddenly said to Li Mengyao. Huh? What a coincidence. Li Mengyao, who was eating her rice in small bites, was also slightly taken aback. Yes, the world really is such a small place, Lu Yusin said with a smile. Lin Xian, how come you are the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company? Lu Yusin asked curiously. She vaguely remembered that the former chairman was not Lin Xian. It was acquired not long ago, Lin Xian replied casually. Lin Xian, you're so rich that's a huge company. Lu Yusin exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them chatted happily while eating. After finishing her meal, Lu Yusin took the initiative to grab the bowl and chopsticks. She said that since she came here to freeload, she had to do something. Lin Xian had no choice but to let her have her way. Around noon, Lu Yusin wanted to take a nap with Li Mengyao. Lin Xian watched them leave helplessly, shook his head, and turned to walk into his bedroom. He lay on the soft bed, his eyes closed, but the 2 women in the next room were still chattering away, their voices reaching his ears through the walls. The 2 continued chatting while lying in bed. Yao Yao, let me ask you something. Since you got drunk last time, have you had any more? Lu Yusin asked curiously. What? Li Mengyao looked blank, blinking her big eyes, seemingly not understanding what the other person was talking about. Oh dear, it's the time when you were drunk and jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Lu Yusin explained anxiously. Huh? No, Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Really not. Lu Yusin pressed. Really no. Li Mengyao nodded shyly, but in her heart she was thinking, I was just kissed a lot. Hee hee, so are you 2 only at the kissing stage now? Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile, continuing to pry into her best friend's privacy. Li Mengyao nodded gently, not daring to look the other person in the eye. Ha ha. Yao Yao, let me tell you, Lu Yusin suddenly lowered her voice, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Yusin, stop talking. Li Mengyao's face turned bright red, and she quickly covered her face with her hands. Haha, are you shy? Lu Yusin couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Mengyao's reaction. You stinky xin. Li Mengyao glared angrily at Lu Yusin, then reached out and tickled her waist. Ha ha ha, it itches so much, stop scratching. Lu Yusin laughed and begged for mercy, and the 2 of them wrestled and played on the bed. She didn't dare to fight back against Li Mengyao, who was pregnant. All she could do was get scratched. Lin Xian heard the cheerful laughter coming from next door, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lin Xian thought to himself that it would be a good idea to have Lu Yusin come over to keep his wife company occasionally. But without his wife to hold him while he slept, Lin Xian tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Time ticked by, and Lin Xian endured the torment until after 2 p.m., finally unable to resist picking up his phone to send Zhou Quan a text message. Quan, are you there? Zhou Quan was engrossed in the game Collapse Iron when he suddenly received a text message from Lin Xian. He immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly replied. I'm here, brother Xian. Lin Xian continued. Is the restaurant about to open? I'm planning to go check it out. Okay, brother Xian, I'm coming right now. After saying that, Zhou Quan happily turned off the game, a smile spreading across his face. Lately, his luck seemed exceptionally good. He hadn't had a single bad day since switching games. Lin Xian quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and went out. Not long after, he arrived at Xianming Restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. When they arrived, Lin Xian found that Zhou Quan had not yet arrived, so he waited there for a while. Brother Xian, I'm here. Zhou Quan ran over. Zhou Quan had already bought his own new car, so he no longer needed Lin Xian to pick him up. How are the restaurant preparations going lately? When will it open? Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, everything is basically ready, and all the personnel have been found. We plan to open for business in a few days, on August 1st, Zhou Quan replied with a smile, leading Lin Xian into Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian glanced at Xianming Restaurant and was very satisfied, just as Zhou Quan had said, that everything was ready. Unexpectedly, Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable. Quaner, is the money enough? Lin Xian asked. It's enough. There's even more, Zhou Quan replied. All right then, I'm relieved to have you managing things here. By the way, are you free later? Lin Xian asked. Nothing's wrong, Zhou Quan replied. That's perfect. Come with me to take a look at the piano later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian remembered that the system had given him the skill of a top-level music master, so he decided to buy a piano so he could use it for prenatal music education for his babies. Chapter 84 The Wind Rises. Brother Xian, there's a Steinway piano dealership downstairs. Zhou Quan is quite familiar with Jinwan Square because he comes here often. Let's go then. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to a Steinway piano dealership on the second floor. The store is located on the second floor at a corner. The store's decoration style is simple and elegant, giving people a sense of sophistication. As soon as the two entered, a young, handsome, and charismatic male shop assistant came to greet them. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his smile was friendly and warm. Hello. Are you here to look at Steinway pianos? The male sales clerk asked with a smile, his voice gentle and magnetic. Yes. May I ask which Steinway pianos you currently have in the store? Lin Xian asked with a smile, his gaze falling on the pianos displayed in the store. Are you buying this Steinway piano mainly for performances? The male sales clerk continued. No, it's mainly for home use, Lin Xian replied. Okay, please follow me. The male shop assistant smiled and nodded, then led the two to a piano. The piano sat there quietly, like a work of art. Its body has smooth and elegant lines, as if it were a work of art that had been carefully sculpted. The black lacquer is as smooth as silk, shimmering in the light and exuding a mysterious and noble aura. The curve of the lid is natural and graceful, like a slightly upturned corner of a mouth, while the legs are sturdy and upright, supporting the entire body of the instrument. The ivory-white keys contrast sharply and harmoniously with the black body of the piano, like twinkling stars in the night sky. This is a Steinway Piano S155 piano, one of our Steinway piano line piano series. It's a good size, has excellent sound quality, is exquisitely crafted, and has an elegant and sophisticated design, making it perfect for home use, the male salesperson explained. Lin Xian looked at the beautifully designed Steinway Piano S155 piano in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned to the male sales clerk and said, Can I try out the sound? The male shop assistant gave a polite smile and replied, Of course. Zhou Quan, who was standing to the side, was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words. He asked in surprise, Brother Xian, you know about music? He originally thought Lin Xian just wanted to buy a piano for Li Mengyao, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to know how to test the sound. I know a little bit, Lin Xian said with a smile. He then sat down at the Steinway Piano S155 piano, adjusted his posture, and kept a proper distance between his body and the piano to ensure that he could play comfortably and freely. Then, he stretched out his hands and gently placed them on the keys, starting with the notes near middle C, playing each note one by one, feeling the touch and timbre of each key. Zhou Quan, standing to the side, smiled as he watched Lin Xian play the piano keys one by one. If I could just play one key at a time, I could do that too. However, at that moment, a beautiful melody suddenly rang out, interrupting Zhou Quan's thoughts. Zhou Quan stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat gracefully at the piano, his hands moving lightly across the keys as if he were dancing. His fingers deftly and accurately struck each note, creating beautiful melodies. The climax of The Wind Rises. Lin Xian hummed softly, his singing voice accompanying the piano music, like a clear spring flowing through the air. The male shop assistant and Zhou Quan were both stunned. This was an effect that only a top pianist could produce. Lin Xian's singing voice is equally captivating, as melodious and beautiful as heavenly music. After the song ended, Lin Xian slowly stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. He gently stroked the piano keys, then turned to the male sales clerk and asked, Hello, how much is this piano? I'd like to buy it. The male shop assistant was clearly still immersed in the beautiful music from before, and only snapped out of his reverie when Lin Xian's voice rang out again. His eyes widened, and he stammered, This Steinway Piano S155 costs 500,000. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, looking very refined, like a gentleman. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Xian, smiled, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm He Ziyuan, the manager of this store. May I ask your name? Lin Xian turned to look at He Ziyuan and smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Xian. A hint of surprise flashed in He Ziyuan's eyes. He quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xian and exclaimed in admiration. Lin Xian, hello? I just heard you play a piece on a Steinway piano. It was absolutely wonderful. Your piano playing was flawless. I greatly admire it. Would you like to be friends with me? Lin Xian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. As for the price just now, I can give you a certain discount. He Ziyuan was delighted to see Lin Xian agree. Specifically, the original price of 500,000 yuan can be reduced by 100,000 yuan. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought the discount was quite good, so he readily accepted He Ziyuan's suggestion. Therefore, He Ziyuan immediately instructed his employees to prepare the relevant procedures and invited Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the VIP room to rest for a while. In the VIP room, Lin Xian and He Ziyuan continued their pleasant conversation. The two started talking about music, and He Ziyuan was surprised to discover Lin Xian's amazing knowledge and talent in the field. Before we knew it, time flew by, and it was soon evening. Lin Xian stood up to say goodbye, thanked He Ziyuan for his hospitality, and expressed her hope to meet again in the future. He Ziyuan personally saw Lin Xian and Zhou Quan off, and the two exchanged contact information and agreed to stay in touch. He Ziyuan believes that a young person who can play such a beautiful melody will definitely achieve great things in the music industry in the future. After the two left the Steinway store, Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xian, when did you learn music?" "I learned this recently, to provide music education for my baby during pregnancy," Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhou Quan was inexplicably bombarded with another wave of PDA. "Quaner, what are you going to do for dinner?" Lin Xian checked the time. It was almost time to go back and cook for his wife. "Hee, can I go to Brother Xian's for a free meal?" "I haven't had any in ages." Zhou Quan almost drooled just thinking about it. "Sure, but my wife's best friend is also there." "Are you going to?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhou Quan laughed heartily. "What's there to be afraid of?" "The thing about me, Zhou Quan, is my thickest skin." Chapter 85. My stinky husband lied to me again. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan soon arrived at Jinwan Mansion in their respective cars. As soon as Lin Xian opened the door, Li Mengyao was already standing at the doorway, smiling broadly, to greet him. "I'm back," Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. "You've worked hard, honey." Li Mengyao replied with a slight smile. Just then, Zhou Quan jumped out from the side, grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm here to freeload again." "Hello. Please come in," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Then, as Zhou Quan entered the house, he saw Lu Yusin sitting gracefully on the sofa. He was instantly captivated by her beauty and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So beautiful. Let me introduce you. This is my college roommate, Lu Yusin." Li Mengyao then introduced Lu Yusin to Zhou Quan. Li Mengyao then introduced Zhou Quan. "This is Lin Xian's college roommate, Zhou Quan." "Hello," Lu Yusin said softly. "Why you hello?" Zhou Quan suddenly started to stutter for some reason, and seemed a little nervous as he spoke. "All right, Zhou Quan, since you're here to freeload, come and help me out," Lin Xian said with a smile, glancing at Zhou Quan. This was the first time he had ever seen Zhou Quan, a normally lively and cheerful person, show such a nervous expression. Coming. Zhou Quan finally came to his senses and replied. The two then went into the kitchen together and began to get busy. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Lu Yusin were chatting happily, while Zhou Quan ate quietly and rarely spoke. This surprised Lin Xian, but when he noticed Zhou Quan glancing at Lu Yusin from time to time, he instantly understood. Not long after everyone had finished their dinner and chatted for a while, Lu Yusin and Zhou Quan left one after the other. After Lin Xian finished showering, he came to the room and saw Li Mengyao preparing to blow dry her hair. "Honey, let me help you," he said with a gentle smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao smiled sweetly, full of happiness. Lin Xian held a hairdryer in one hand and gently lifted her long hair with the other, blowing it softly, filling the air with a fresh fragrance. After their hair dried, the two lay down together on the soft bed. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms like a little bird, her little hands playfully drawing circles on his chest. "Wife, I have a question for you," Lin Xian asked softly with a smile on his lips. "What's wrong?" Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian and asked in confusion. "Does Lu Yusin have a boyfriend now?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. Hearing this, Li Mengyao blinked, then raised an eyebrow and teased, "Honey, why are you asking this? Could it be that you've fallen for my best friend?" Lin Xian smiled helplessly, reached out and gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose, explaining, "What are you thinking about all day long with that little head of yours?" "I'm asking for Zhou Quan." Li Mengyao smiled and said, "Well, Yusin is currently single. She did have a boyfriend in college, but they broke up a long time ago." Lin Xian nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. I reckon Zhou Quan must have fallen in love with Lu Yusin at first sight." Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with some surprise and asked in confusion, "Honey, how did you know?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Haha, because I know Zhou Quan. I know what he's up to the moment he sticks his butt out. I've never seen Lu Yusin so nervous and shy before when I saw her today." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, and then said, "Then I'll ask Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is another day." Lin Xian smiled and said, "All right, let's stop talking about this and start doing prenatal music education for the baby." As he spoke, he skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, revealing her alluring little belly. "Honey, I heard that you don't need to lift your clothes for prenatal music education." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "Am I about to be discovered?" Actually, he just wanted to press his face against Li Mengyao's stomach. Lin Xian feigned composure and, forcing himself to lie, said, "It would be even better if you lifted it up." Oh, Li Mengyao nodded blankly, but she felt that something was off. Afterwards, Lin Xian found another piece of music suitable for prenatal education and played it. Li Mengyao was still a little skeptical of what Lin Xian had just said, so she secretly took out her phone and started searching for related information. The results showed that there is absolutely no need to expose your belly during prenatal education. "My stinky husband lied to me again," Li Mengyao muttered angrily in a low voice. After listening to a song, Li Mengyao couldn't hold back any longer. She quickly pushed Lin Xian away and covered her belly tightly. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked innocently. "You stinky husband. Prenatal education doesn't require opening your belly," Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Oh no, he'd been found out. "Wife, let me explain." Lin Xian hurriedly tried to defend himself. "You big liar. I won't listen to your explanation." Li Mengyao turned around, her back to Lin Xian. Helpless, Lin Xian turned off the light and hugged Li Mengyao from behind, preparing to fall asleep. "Honey, I didn't sleep much at noon," Lin Xian suddenly said. "Why?" Li Mengyao shifted slightly, turned her head to look at Lin Xian, and asked curiously. "I can't sleep because my wife isn't with me," Lin Xian replied with a slight smile. After saying that, he followed Li Mengyao's movements and turned her around to hug her. I didn't sleep much either," Li Mengyao said softly. "Let's go to sleep now." With that, he gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, a happy smile on her lips, and replied, With that soft murmur, the two drifted into a sweet dream. Time flies, and August 1st, 2024 is fast approaching. Tonight, Xianming Restaurant in Jinwan Plaza will officially open. Li Mengyao dressed up carefully, wearing an elegant dress and exquisite makeup, exuding a charming allure. She and Lin Xian arrived at Jinwan Square hand in hand. The two arrived on the 5th floor and saw a long queue forming in front of the Xianming Restaurant from afar. Lin Xian had originally planned to personally taste the food at his restaurant, but faced with such a lively scene, he could only shake his head helplessly. "Honey, let's go see a movie first. We can come back after the movie. Maybe there will be fewer people then." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Li Mengyao was thinking that she hadn't seen a movie in the cinema with her husband yet. "Okay," Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting affection. So the two of them walked hand in hand to the Jinwan cinema. Chapter 86. Do you like Liu Yusin? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Jinwan cinema hand in hand. Looking at the big screen in front of them, they looked around but couldn't find a movie that satisfied them. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon an anime movie that was playing, Natsume's Book of Friends, the movie. His eyes lit up immediately, and an excited smile spread across his face. "Honey, let's go see this." As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Mengyao looked in the direction Lin Xian was pointing and was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing across her face. "Honey, I didn't know you watched anime?" Her voice held a hint of curiosity and doubt. After all, since she had been with Lin Xian, she had never seen him so enthusiastic about watching anime. "I watched it back in high school. Natsume's Book of Friends is a very heartwarming and healing work. I'm sure you'll like it, my wife," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay, let's go." Li Mengyao smiled charmingly after hearing Lin Xian's words. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the front desk, and Lin Xian smiled and said to the ticket seller, "Please give us 2 tickets to the Natsume's Book of Friends the movie, a bucket of popcorn, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice." "Thank you." The ticket seller smiled and replied, "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon, Lin Xian, carrying a bucket of popcorn, and Li Mengyao, holding 2 tickets, walked into screening room number 3 together. When they entered the screening room, they found it empty. "Honey, it looks like we've booked the whole place," Li Mengyao said in surprise. "This film isn't very popular in China, so it was expected that we would book the entire theater," Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose a comfortable seat and sat down, ready to enjoy this unique movie-watching experience. As the lights dimmed and the movie began, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were immersed in the story, feeling its warmth and emotion. The entire screening room was filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere, as if time had stopped flowing. Natsume's Book of Friends the movie is a highly charming and valuable work. The visuals are fresh and natural, and the music is soothing and melodious, making the audience feel as if they are in a fantastic and beautiful world. It mainly tells various touching stories about Natsum and the yokai. He treats the yokai with his kindness and sincerity, illuminating people's deep-seated longing for kindness, gentleness, and love. P.S. I highly recommend Natsum's Book of Friends. It's a very heartwarming and healing anime. The two sat there quietly, enjoying this warm moment. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the movie theater hand in hand. Honey, that cat teacher is so cute, so round and chubby. Li Mengyao smiled as she looked at Lin Xian. Honey, do you like cats? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I like it. Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Then let's go to the pet store when we have time. We can keep a cat at home, Lin Xian said. Really? Can I keep a cat while pregnant? Li Mengyao asked with a happy expression but also with a hint of doubt. It's okay to keep a cat while pregnant, but the cat must be clean, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. It was already 10 p.m. when the two left the movie theater. They went back to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and found that Xianming restaurant was still packed with people. However, just as a customer left, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the opportunity to go inside. Unexpectedly, a waitress stopped them. Excuse me, gentlemen, but we've had so many customers today that we've sold out of ingredients, and we're about to close. It's alright, let's go in and take a look. With that, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao into Xianming restaurant. You didn't even get in, the waitress was about to continue when she was interrupted by a voice. Brother Xian. Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and his sister-in-law Li Mengyao as he came out of the kitchen. Zhou Quan, how did the opening of Xianming restaurant go today? Lin Xian asked. It's incredibly popular. We're completely overwhelmed. I thought you, the boss, weren't coming anymore, Zhou Quan said with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. The waitress standing nearby widened her eyes upon hearing this. It turned out this handsome young man was the restaurant owner. Brother Xian, do you know what? I just did a quick calculation, and our store's turnover today has exceeded 500,000. Zhou Quan's face was beaming with excitement. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. By the way, Zhou Quan, do you still have any ingredients in your shop? Zhou Quan quickly replied. Yes, a customer just canceled an order, so we have an extra fresh turbot. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. That's good. How about this? I'll be a customer today, and you cook this dish for me. Okay, Brother Xian, please wait a moment, Zhou Quan said, and went back to the kitchen to make arrangements. Lin Xian then took Li Mengyao's hand and found a quiet corner to sit down. Before long, a plate of fragrant steamed turbot was placed in front of them. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and said softly, Wife, come and taste how it is. As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of tender and juicy fish and put it into Li Mengyao's bowl. Although they had eaten something before coming here, their stomachs started growling again after watching a movie. It's pretty good, but it's still not as good as my husband's cooking, Li Mengyao said with a smile as she ate the fish in small bites. Lin Xian also picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and tasted it. Although it wasn't as good as what he made himself, it was still far superior to what his peers made, and it was quite delicious. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished eating, Zhou Quan gathered all the employees of Xianming restaurant in front of Lin Xian. Brother Xian, these are all the staff at our Xianming restaurant, Zhou Quan introduced. Lin Xian looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. Apart from Zhou Yong and Wang Li, whom he had met before, the rest were all unfamiliar faces. I just tried it, and it's delicious. Everyone has worked hard, Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you, boss, everyone said in unison. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao left Xianming restaurant to go home. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Zhou Quan, come here for a second, I have something to ask you, Lin Xian called out to Zhou Quan. What's wrong, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan also came out and asked in confusion. Lin Xian grinned mischievously. Do you like Liu Yusin? I feel there's still hope for chapter 87. How could that be? I didn't, nothing like that. Zhou Quan's face flushed red, his eyes darted around, and he began to stammer. Really? That's a pity. Lin Xian's lips curled up, deliberately showing a regretful expression. What's a pity? Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. My wife said Xian has a bit of a thing for you, but unfortunately you're not interested. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan, a sly glint in his eyes. Really? Zhou Quan's eyes widened, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Why are you so agitated? Didn't you say you didn't like it? Lin Xian suppressed a laugh and continued to echo Zhou Quan's words. I do have a bit of a crush on her. Zhou Quan scratched his head shyly, a blush creeping onto his face. Ha ha, I knew it. Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. So what you just said was true? Zhou Quan then realized that he might have been tricked by Lin Xian, and he looked at Lin Xian with some embarrassment and anger. It's fake, Lin Xian shrugged and said casually. Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot and got into the Maybach. After hearing that Lin Xian had successfully extracted information from Zhou Quan, Li Mengyao couldn't stop smiling. Honey, you're so naughty, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Honey, when you have time, ask Lu Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is, Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao as he started the car. Okay, Li Mengyao replied, then took out her phone and found Lu Yusin. Xian, are you there? Li Mengyao sent a message. Soon, the other party replied. Xian is already dead. You chose her idol. Lu Yusin had just returned from working overtime and was exhausted. She lay on the bed, not wanting to move. When Li Mengyao saw this message, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. Xian, the fact that you can still joke around means you're still alive, Li Mengyao replied with a laugh. Get to the point. Otherwise, I'm going to sleep, Lu Yusin said irritably. Okay, I have a question for you. Li Mengyao quickly said. Xian, do you remember Zhou Quan, the boy who ate at my house a few days ago? Lu Yusin closed her eyes and tried hard to recall. I remember, what's wrong? Lu Yusin asked. I just wanted to ask what your impression of him is. Li Mengyao asked. He's a pretty cute boy, Lu Yusin replied. Li Mengyao felt there was a chance after seeing it, but the next second she felt it was all over. He looks like a little brother, Lu Yusin added immediately afterward. There was nothing that could be done. Zhou Quan was quite short, even shorter than Lu Yusin, but she was very pretty with delicate features and good, smooth skin. Honey, I feel like it's hopeless, Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian, looking up at him. Huh? What? Lin Xian asked while driving attentively. Xian said he's like a cute little brother, Li Mengyao said. Then there's no chance. I'll give Zhou Quan a big blow when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile. No, I still think there's a chance. Besides, aren't you a younger brother too? Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm not, Lin Xian quickly retorted. You are? You brat. Li Mengyao pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. After returning to Jinwan Mansion, the two went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after showering, they lay on the bed playing on their phones. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned around and hugged Li Mengyao, revealing his signature smile. You naughty husband, what are you trying to do now? Li Mengyao turned around with difficulty, pressed her hands against Lin Xian's chest, and said coquettishly. Who just called me a bratty little brother? Lin Xian smiled. You're such a brat, and you still won't admit it. Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian didn't give in, and took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao tightly, lowering his head slightly to kiss her delicate lips. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early and had a hearty breakfast. They decided to go to a nearby cat shop together to pick out a kitten of their own. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand into a cat-themed pet shop. The shop was exquisitely decorated, with the walls covered with photos of various cats, making it dazzling. Welcome, you two. A sweet-looking, petite and cute girl greeted them. I'm the manager of this cat shop. Are you here to buy a cat? The female manager asked warmly. Yes, we want to get a cat. What breeds of cats do you have here? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Please look this way. The female shop manager pointed to one side. These are American short-hair cats, also known as M-Country short-hair cats. They are lively and gentle, with round heads and soft, fluffy bodies that feel wonderful to the touch, making them very popular. They are also easy to care for and highly adaptable to different environments, the female shop manager explained. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went over to take a look. The American short-hair cat was lying there quietly, a fluffy ball of fur, like a moving ball of fluff. Its eyes are round and sparkling with a bright light, while also having a playful look, making it extremely cute. Anything else? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes, please look over there, the saleswoman replied enthusiastically, leading them to another display area. She pointed to the cats inside and said, This is a silver-shaded cat, a very popular breed. She continued, This cat has a very unique coat color. The undercoat is white, while the tips of the fur are a light silver, giving it a soft and elegant silver-gray gradient effect. Their eyes are big and round, like bright gems, their heads are rounded, and their ears are small and cute. In terms of personality, they are gentle, lively, and active, enjoy interacting with people, and are very affectionate towards their owners. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went forward to check again. There was a silver-shaded cat with a pair of large, emerald-green eyes, a delicate face, small ears, and fur as fine as silver frost. Its round and cute body made it irresistibly lovable. Perhaps the kitten saw someone coming. It took graceful little steps, wagging its silver tail, and walked to the glass, staring with its big, round eyes. Meow? Chapter 88 Leisurely. A clear meow reached their ears. Wow, so cute. Li Mengyao's heart melted. Seeing how much his wife loved the kitten, Lin Xian smiled gently. He turned to the female shop manager and asked softly, "Boss, what size is this silver-shaded leather?" The female shop manager smiled and replied, "She's exactly 6 months old, and she's a little female kitten." Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Has it received all the required vaccines? My wife is pregnant, so I'm worried about the cat getting toxoplasmosis." The female shop manager quickly explained, "This silver-shaded dog has completed all its vaccinations. Here is its vaccination record. Sir, you can take a look." Lin Xian checked carefully and confirmed that the information on the vaccination record was complete. It is okay to keep a cat during pregnancy, as long as the cat is regularly dewormed and fully vaccinated. However, it's important to note that pregnant women should not come into contact with cat feces, the female shop manager continued. Lin Xian nodded in relief after hearing this. He looked at the silver-shaded dog again, his heart filled with affection. Then he turned to me and asked gently, "How much is this silver-shaded silver?" The female shop manager smiled slightly and replied, "This is a purebred silver-shaded tilapia, so the price is a bit higher, 8,000 yuan. All right then, this one will do." Lin Xian looked at the cute kitten and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Okay, thank you. I'll prepare the cat cage for you right away." Lin Xian then bought some cat food and cat litter, as well as 2 cat toys. Soon, Lin Xian walked out of the Meow Meow pet shop, holding Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carrying a cat cage in the other. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the Maybach. Lin Xian placed the cat carrier containing the cat on the back seat, then started the car and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. A short while later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the cat cage, eager to see how the kitten was doing. The little guy was hiding inside, looking around curiously, too scared to come out. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly put the cat food she had just bought in her hand to lure the kitten. Sure enough, the kitten smelled the aroma of cat food, slowly came closer, looked at Li Mengyao with its big, round eyes, and then lowered its head to lick Li Mengyao's palm with its little tongue. Li Mengyao was amused by the kitten's actions. She thought the kitten was adorable. "Honey, let's name it," Li Mengyao said happily. "Sure. Honey, what name do you want to give this little guy?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Let's call her Yu. Meow. The kitten seemed to know something, looking at the two of them with its cute big eyes. "Honey, look, it likes this name." Li Mengyao smiled brightly. "From now on, I'll call you Yu." And so, the kitten got its own name Yu. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. He took out fresh ingredients from the refrigerator and skillfully chopped and stir-fried the vegetables. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was happily playing with Yu, holding a cat toy. Yu excitedly chased after the cat toy, occasionally letting out joyful meows. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, which looked and smelled delicious. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Seeing that no one was playing with it, Yu obediently returned to the soft cat bed that Li Mengyao had just made for it, curled up into a ball, and quietly fell asleep. The afternoon sun shone through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao sleeping soundly beside him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He reached out and gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead, his fingers lightly tracing her cheek, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Suddenly, a telephone rang. "Hello? Jingming." Lin Xian picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Brother Xian, are you still in Jinghai City?" Chen Jingming asked. "Yeah, what's up?" Lin Xian said, rubbing his eyes. "I have 2 tickets to a piano recital at 4 p.m. at the Jinghai Grand Theater. I originally wanted to go with my girlfriend, but her tutor suddenly had something to do and she has to go help him, so she can't come. It wouldn't be very interesting for me to go alone, so I'm asking if you and your sister-in-law want to go?" Chen Jingming said. Chen Jingming's girlfriend is a music student, and this concert was recommended to her by her teacher. Lin Xian thought to himself, a piano recital? Perfect opportunity to give my wife prenatal music education. So he said, "Okay, I'll ask." Then Lin Xian leaned down, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Honey, there's a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater this afternoon. Do you want to come along?" His voice was gentle and deep, as if it possessed a touch of magic. Li Mengyao seemed to hear Lin Xian's call. She moved slightly and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were still a little confused, but when she saw Lin Xian, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Then she sat up in bed and smiled. "A piano recital? Great. I've never been to one before." "Jingming, where are you now?" "I'll come find you later," Lin Xian said, taking back the phone. "I'm on the graduate campus of Jinghai University," Chen Jingming replied. "Okay, you wait for me." Lin Xian hung up the phone. The two then got up, dressed up carefully, and prepared to go out. Just as the two were about to leave, Yu came running over, seemingly wanting to go out as well. Yu, you have to be a good girl at home, okay? Then Li Mengyao gently closed the door, leaving only a soft meow. A dozen minutes later, a Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of a dormitory building in the graduate student community of Jinghai University. Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Chen Jingming. Jingming, we've arrived. They're here. Chen Jingming then jogged down the hill and immediately spotted the long, black Maybach. Brother Xian, long time no see. Here are 2 tickets. Chen Jingming smiled and stuffed 2 elegant tickets into the car, along with a red envelope. My supervisor has something to attend to, so I'll have to go now. Please accept this wedding gift. Chen Jingming then left without looking back. Lin Xian hadn't seen Chen Jingming in a long time. Every time the 4 of them in the dorm planned to get together, he was always too busy to come. Lin Xian smiled, then started the car and drove towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. When they arrived at the theater entrance, Lin Xian stopped the car and turned to Li Mengyao, saying, Wife, we've arrived. Li Mengyao opened the car door and got out. She wore a light blue dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Lin Xian looked at her, his eyes filled with love. They went into the theater and found their seats. The stage was brightly lit, and a black grand piano sat in the center, its body gleaming with dazzling light. The audience members gradually took their seats, eagerly anticipating the wonderful performance. As the concert began, melodious piano music resonated throughout the theater. Li Mengyao was immersed in the world of music, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian sat quietly beside her, admiring her beautiful profile, his heart filled with satisfaction. Chapter 89, Playing Only for My Wife and Babies. Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Xian whispered in Li Mengyao's ear. Okay, go ahead. Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Then, Lin Xian quietly got up from his seat and walked out of the concert hall, quickly arriving at the nearby restroom. However, just as he stepped out of the restroom, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. His Yuan. Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. His Yuan greeted him warmly with a smile. Mr. He, it seems like we just met a few days ago, Lin Xian said with some doubt. Haha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. His Yuan laughed heartily. Is Mr. He also here to watch the concert? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian and His Yuan walked together to the concert venue. Instead of returning to their seats, they chose to stand a little further away so as not to disturb other audience members. Yes, what do you think of the people who play the piano nowadays? His Yuan asked. Lin Xian and His Yuan gazed at the musician playing the piano in the center of the stage, listening intently to the music. Despite the distance, they could still feel the powerful impact of the beautiful melody. His piano playing is excellent overall, with precise rhythm, but there are occasionally some subtle dissonant notes, Lin Xian said after listening attentively for a while. Thanks to the top-tier music master provided by the system, Lin Xian's hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, allowing him to accurately judge a person's playing level. Haha. As expected of the person I chose, he really has the ability. His Yuan said to Lin Xian with an admiring look. Lin Xian shook his head modestly. I only know a little bit. I can't compare to professional musicians. In fact, Lin Xian didn't want to show off. He just hoped that his wife and baby could hear the music he played. His Yuan patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, Haha, you're too modest. Lin Xian suddenly remembered his Steinway piano and asked, Mr. He, when will my piano arrive? His Yuan smiled slightly. It should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Then, His Yuan suddenly became serious and asked earnestly, Would you be interested in holding your own piano recital up there? Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and replied firmly, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. He, but I don't want to perform for others, so I'll pass. All right then, if you change your mind, you can let me know anytime. His Yuan sighed, speaking with regret. Mr. He, can I hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater anytime? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, I am actually the president of the Jinghai City Piano Association. If Mr. Lin wishes, I can arrange it at any time, His Yuan said with a smile. Let's forget about it. I should head back now. Goodbye, Mr. He, Lin Xian said politely. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he left and quickly returned to Li Mengyao's side. After Lin Xian left, His Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He felt it was a great pity. If Lin Xian had agreed to hold a piano recital at his hotel, it would have caused quite a stir. However, he felt that Lin Xian might change his mind in the future. Thinking of this, His Yuan revealed a hopeful smile, then turned and left. After listening to the piano recital, Li Mengyao was still somewhat reluctant to leave. She squinted slightly, seemingly still immersed in that wonderful world of music. After a while, she came to her senses, gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve, and whispered, Honey, let's go to a music restaurant. As she spoke, she pointed with her little finger to a music restaurant not far away, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian smiled at her, affectionately patted her head, and said gently. After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's small hand and led her toward the music restaurant. The two soon arrived at the music restaurant. Upon entering, they were immediately drawn to the warm and tranquil atmosphere inside. Soft background music played in the restaurant, the beautiful music like flowing water, as if taking people into another world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose a quiet corner to sit down. At that moment, a waiter came over with a menu and asked warmly, "Hello, gentlemen, what would you like to eat?" Lin Xian took the menu, glanced at it, and then turned to hand it to Li Mengyao. "Wife, let's order." Li Mengyao thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I'd like 2 filet mignons, 1 spaghetti bolognese, and 1 margarita pizza. Oh, and 2 fruit salads too." Lin Xian nodded, then handed the menu to the waiter and said, "That's all. Thank you." The waiter smiled politely and turned to leave. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao enjoyed the warm atmosphere in the restaurant, listening to soothing music while savoring their delicious dinner. It was a very pleasant experience. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove home. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a clear meow sound. It turned out that Yu was squatting in front of the door, making continuous noises. "Oh dear, honey, we were so focused on eating that we completely forgot about Yu." Li Mengyao quickly went inside, took out cat food from the cabinet, and began feeding Yu. "I forgot. I'll buy an automatic feeder on Taobao later," Lin Xian said with a smile. Yu seemed to be starving. It wolfed down its cat food, but kept meowing. It's as if it's saying, "How could you forget about me?" After Yu had filled its belly, it climbed contentedly to Li Mengyao's side and rubbed its round head against her, looking all cute and affectionate. "That round, chubby little head is so cute." Li Mengyao gently stroked Yu's fur, a happy smile spreading across her face. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom, embraced tightly, exchanged a good-night kiss, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 90 Confession Balloon. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and Lin Xian was woken up early by meowing sounds coming from outside the door. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, stretched, and slowly got out of bed. After feeding the gluttonous Yu breakfast, I gave her a good pat on the round little head. He then turned around and went back to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, Lin Xian went into the kitchen, skillfully kneaded the flour into dough, cut it into small pieces, rolled it into thin wrappers, filled them with the 3-ingredient filling, and shaped them into small and exquisite buns. Next, he cooked a pot of fig porridge and boiled a few eggs. Before long, the table was filled with fragrant food that made one's mouth water. Just then, Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes in a daze, slowly got out of bed, and groggily went to the smart body fat scale, stood on it, and weighed herself. She discovered she had gained weight again. This made her a little upset, so after washing up, she came to the living room pouting, looking unhappy. Seeing Li Mengyao's expression, Lin Xian's heart tightened. He quickly went to her side, gently hugged her, and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" Li Mengyao turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lin Xian, and pouted, saying, "It's nothing. It's all Lin Xian's fault. All men are such bastards. Pregnant women are often sentimental, and Lin Xian had already figured that out." "Did you weigh yourself again?" Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly. Li Mengyao listened quietly without saying a word. "The baby's weight gain means they're developing normally," Lin Xian said with a smile, trying to comfort them. "But I'll become ugly," Li Mengyao said with some worry. "No, after the baby is born, you'll still be just as beautiful as before," Lin Xian said gently, stroking her cheek. "Really?" Li Mengyao turned around and asked expectantly. "Of course it's true, my wife will always be the most beautiful," Lin Xian replied firmly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mengyao smiled happily. "Thank you, husband." "I'm sorry, honey. I just lost my temper again," Li Mengyao said with some remorse. "It's all right, my wife is very cute when she gets angry," Lin Xian said gently. "Humph," Li Mengyao raised her little face arrogantly and said coquettishly, "My little cutie is out of power and needs to be recharged. Okay, honey, I'll get you breakfast." Lin Xian thought Li Mengyao was hungry and was about to turn around and go to the kitchen when Li Mengyao pulled him back. "We can't charge our phones for breakfast," Li Mengyao said. "Then what can charge it?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "I want a kiss." Li Mengyao leaned forward, waiting for Lin Xian's kiss. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then pulled the beauty into his arms and leaned down to give Li Mengyao a good morning kiss. After the kiss, Li Mengyao began to enjoy the breakfast that Lin Xian had prepared with love. After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao lay lazily on the soft sofa in the living room, holding a delicate cat toy in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yu lying on the floor. She gently waved the cat toy in her hand, and Yu was immediately attracted, excitedly jumping left and right, trying to grab the cat toy. Just then, Li Mengyao's phone screen lit up, indicating that a new message had arrived. She put down the cat toy and picked up her phone to check. It turns out that it was the group name of Li Mengyao's university dormitory, for rich women's group. Chen Man. Sisters, let's get together for lunch and shopping. Yang Lin, great. The weekend is finally here. Lu Yusin, working overtime, please do not disturb. At this very moment, Lu Yusin is working overtime at the company, enduring the harsh realities of society. Chen Man. Poor Xin, at Yoyeo, do you want to come? After seeing this, Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xian, who was leaning against the side. Li Mengyao looked at her phone screen, then turned to Lin Xian leaning against her, and asked softly, Honey, my roommates asked me to go out for lunch and shopping together. Lin Xian looked at her with affection, smiled gently, and said, Go if you want to. It's good to go out and relax once in a while. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled happily and replied, Time flies, and before we knew it, it was almost noon. At this moment, Li Mengyao was in her room, carefully dressing up. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Mengyao walked out of the room. At this moment, Li Mengyao is wearing a white V-neck top and a light brown skirt, making her look fresh, refined, and elegant. Honey, I'm going out. Her beautiful and charming appearance left Lin Xian speechless. He stared at her intently, feeling as if he would rush over and hug her tightly at any moment. Li Mengyao had clearly anticipated this situation, so she didn't give Lin Xian any chance. She rushed to the door as fast as she could, changed her shoes, and then dashed out like a gust of wind. Before leaving, she turned back and shouted to Lin Xian, Goodbye, husband. Then she ran away without looking back. Li Mengyao drove her Xiaomi SU7 to a barbecue restaurant with her roommates. The three of them enjoyed a delicious and happy meal. After having lunch, the three of them went shopping at a mall. During the shopping trip, Li Mengyao specifically selected several outfits suitable for Lin Xian. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, My husband is really something else. If I don't buy him clothes, he'll never buy them. The scene shifts back to Jinwan Mansion. Since his wife isn't home, Lin Xian is too lazy to cook and just orders takeout. The afternoon sun streamed into the room through the window, and the Steinway piano S155 that Lin Xian had ordered finally arrived at his home. Lin Xian warmly invited the movers to place the piano in the center of the spacious and bright living room. The living room was large enough to fully accommodate this elegant instrument. After 2 hours of meticulous installation, a stunning Steinway piano S155 was unveiled to the public. Its black lacquer shines brightly, the keys are as white as pearls, and the whole piano exudes an air of nobility and elegance. Lin Xian sat in the chair in front of the piano, gently stroking the keys and feeling their texture. Just as he was about to play, the door was suddenly pushed open. Honey, I'm back. I brought you some delicious food. Li Mengyao's cheerful voice rang out. She carried several bags full of items into the house and went straight to the living room. Upon entering the living room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite Steinway piano S155 piano. Honey, you bought a piano? Li Mengyao asked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She put down her shopping bag, quickly walked to Lin Xian's side, and sat down close to him. Yes, we'll use this piano for prenatal music education for the baby, Lin Xian replied gently, a happy smile on her face. Honey, can you play the piano? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian curiously, her eyes full of doubt. She had never seen Lin Xian display any talent related to musical performance. I just learned it recently, and I'll play it for you right now, honey, Lin Xian said gently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he gently pressed the piano keys with his fingers, and melodious notes flowed out slowly. The song Castle in the Sky flows like a clear spring, full of warmth and tranquility. The beautiful piano music filled the air, as if transporting people to a dreamlike world, making them feel incredibly relaxed and joyful. Li Mengyao sat quietly to the side, gently resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, closing her eyes, and immersing herself in the beautiful music. As the song ended, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, raised her head, and looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. She never expected that her husband could play the piano, and so skillfully at that. He even played better than the musicians at yesterday's piano recital. Lin Xian, who was already handsome and charming, was now even more irresistible in her eyes. The little baby has finished listening, but what about the big baby? Li Mengyao playfully pointed to herself with her little finger, indicating that she was also a big baby who needed to be taken care of. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up Li Mengyao, and let her sit on his lap. What song would the big baby like to hear? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mengyao stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Honey, I love whatever you play. Li Mengyao replied sweetly. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. He first kissed Li Mengyao's delicate, luscious red lips tenderly. Then his fingers danced across the piano again, accompanied by his gentle singing voice, like a clear spring flowing through the air. Coffee shops on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to savor your beauty. A mouth that left a lip print. My dear, I've fallen in love with you. From that day on, sweetness comes so easily. Darling, don't be willful. Your eyes. Saying I do. Chapter 91. My wife's cravings again. The performance of Jay Chou's confession balloon has ended. Lin Xian slowly turned his head, looked at Li Mengyao with affection, and smiled. Wife, do you like this song? Tears welled in Li Mengyao's eyes, her heart filled with emotion and happiness. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Lin Xian and kissed him deeply on the lips. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Lin Xian smiled and said, Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Mengyao smiled and replied, Either is fine. Lin Xian then went to the kitchen and started getting busy. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous meal. When he brought the dishes to the table, he found Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, quietly lost in thought. Let's go eat quickly, the babies must be starving, Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Lin Xian then led Li Mengyao to the restaurant, where they began to enjoy a delicious dinner. Honey, let's go back to Jinghai University tonight, Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian while happily eating. Huh? Why do we suddenly have to go back to school? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Because this afternoon I heard Yang Lin say that a really delicious dessert shop opened inside Jinghai University. A hint of anticipation and happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay, my wife's got a sweet tooth again, Lin Xian joked with a smile. You're the one who's greedy. It's the babies who want to eat, not me, Li Mengyao said, feigning anger. Okay, it's the babies who want to eat, not my dear wife, Lin Xian quickly coaxed. After dinner, the two rested for a while before getting ready to head to Jinghai University. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got into the Maybach, Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards Jinghai University. Before long, they arrived at Jinghai University. After parking the car, the two walked into the campus hand in hand. The campus of Jinghai University is quiet and beautiful at night. The moonlight shines on the ground, as if draping the entire campus in a layer of silver. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao on a stroll along the campus path, enjoying the familiar atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the legendary dessert shop. The store was packed with people, and business was booming. Lin Xian carefully led Li Mengyao into the store and looked around for seats. Finally, they found an empty seat and quickly walked over to sit down. Lin Xian took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order food. Wife, what would you like to eat? Lin Xian asked softly. I want this starry sky mirror cake. Li Mengyao stretched out her slender index finger, pointing to the exquisite starry sky mirror cake on the menu, a sweet smile on her lips. Seeing this cake, she couldn't help but recall the beautiful starry sky she had seen in Lin Xian's hometown, Yinshan Town. She was captivated by the vast and boundless starry sky. Okay, Lin Xian nodded with a smile. He then ordered a potted plant dessert with great interest, finding the design quite novel and interesting. A short while later, a young waiter brought over 2 exquisite desserts. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen, the waiter said politely, and gently placed the tray down before leaving. Li Mengyao couldn't wait to pick up her phone and take pictures of these mouth-watering dishes. Then, she eagerly picked up the small spoon and began to savor it, bite by bite. Each bite brought her immense satisfaction and pleasure. Honey, it's really delicious. You should try some too. Li Mengyao happily scooped up a spoonful of cake and held it to Lin Xian's lips. Lin Xian cooperated by opening his mouth and taking the delicious cake into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, it's really delicious. Not to be outdone, Lin Xian pushed his oddly shaped potted plant dessert in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao looked at the unique dessert with curiosity, then gently scooped out a small piece with a spoon and put it in her mouth. The sweet cream and delicate chocolate blend together to create a wonderful taste experience. At this moment, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile, as bright and dazzling as a flower blooming in spring. After finishing their dessert, the two continued their stroll hand in hand through the campus of Jinghai University. Before they knew it, they had reached the school sports field. The moonlight shone on the lush green grass. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. At this time, some students were still exercising and running on the playground, and some even started a small concert in the middle of the playground. Although it is August now, and most students have already gone home for the holidays, some students will choose to stay at school to continue their studies. Honey, look, there's someone playing guitar and singing over there, Li Mengyao said, pointing to the crowd not far away, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian looked in the direction Li Mengyao was pointing and saw a group of young people sitting together. One of the boys was playing the guitar, and the others were humming along to the rhythm. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. It looks quite lively. Your husband can do it too? Want to hear it? Lin Xian suddenly turned to look at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Yes. Her face was filled with anticipation, as if Lin Xian was the most dazzling star in her heart. Chapter 92. I can't fit into many of my old clothes anymore. Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll go buy a guitar tomorrow and play it for you. He gently patted Li Mengyao's hand, wanting to pull her along to continue walking forward. But I want to hear it now, Li Mengyao said coquettishly, standing still. Ever since she learned that her husband was a music maestro, she had longed to hear him sing in person. All right then. Lin Xian reached out and gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, a tender smile on his face. Although he had previously said he would only play for his wife and children, he had no choice but to agree when his wife asked to hear it. So, the two of them held hands and slowly walked to the small concert hall on the playground, listening quietly. The boy was playing and singing passionately on his guitar. The guitar music and his singing were both very beautiful, and Lin Xian guessed that the boy must be a music major. Finally, after the boy finished playing, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked forward. Hi, could I borrow your guitar? I'd like to play a tune here, Lin Xian said with a smile to the boy. When everyone saw a handsome young man walking over, they applauded to welcome him, and several girls stared at Lin Xian in a daze. Wow, he's so handsome. Then don't break my guitar, okay? This guitar is very expensive, the boy said to Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'll make sure to compensate you if I break it. Lin Xian took the guitar and then pulled Li Mengyao to sit down on the soft grass. Honey, what kind of music would you like to hear? Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao gently as he tuned the strings. Anything is fine, Li Mengyao said softly, resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Then his fingers moved continuously on the guitar, producing a series of beautiful notes. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and began to sing and play the guitar with deep emotion. I can accept everything about you. All the little temper tantrums. I can take you to eat lots of food. Lots of good things. I can bring you some occasionally, bringing a little sweetness. I can heal your heartbreak. Only you can give me happiness. Let's never be separated again. Can I be with you? We have so many memories together. There's no reason why I fell in love with you. It just so happened that I met you when I was just beginning to experience love. Lin Xian dedicated his song, Can We Do It?, to Li Mengyao. His singing voice flows through the heart like clear spring water, carrying a lot of warmth. Each note seemed to be given life, leaping in the air and weaving into a beautiful picture. At this moment, Li Mengyao also revealed a sweet smile. She felt as if she were in a magnificent starry sky, and Lin Xian's singing voice was like those brilliant stars, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, their eyes met, and they saw only each other. Their love, like this beautiful melody, was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't some performance he intended to give here. It was clearly a piece specifically for his wife. The boy was even more shocked. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He never expected to encounter a music master like him here. At the same time, he was filled with admiration and amazement, and he admired Lin Xian's talent to the point of prostration. After Lin Xian finished playing, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. People stood up and applauded Lin Xian in response. They expressed their love and appreciation for Lin Xian's music in the most enthusiastic way. Lin Xian's face beamed with confidence and satisfaction. He felt everyone's enthusiasm and support. Hello, are you also studying music? My name is Su Muyang. The boy quickly ran up and asked excitedly. Hello, my name is Lin Xian. I studied computer science and just graduated from Jinghai University this year, Lin Xian said with a smile. It seems we're from the same year. I also just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year and am now pursuing a master's degree in the music department at Jinghai University, Su Muyang said with a smile. He then added, I have never seen such an outstanding guitarist as you. I wonder if I could become your student. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, I'm sorry, I only play occasionally, and I have no intention of taking on any apprentices. Then if you have time, could you teach me? Su Muyang continued to ask. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Of course, if time permits. They exchanged contact information. Then Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and turned to leave. Just then, the small concert held on the playground of Jinghai University was recorded and uploaded to the internet. In particular, the video of Lin Xian singing and playing guitar for Li Mengyao attracted widespread attention and quickly became a hit on Douyin, TikTok. Netizens left comments. Wow, this couple is so enviable. That guy is so handsome. This guitar playing and singing is absolutely top-notch in China. It's amazing. Some even praised Li Mengyao, saying, that girl is simply a fairy descended from heaven. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove home, took a shower, and then lay in bed scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Suddenly, Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, honey, look, you seem to be famous. She excitedly handed her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the phone and saw that his video had indeed attracted widespread attention online. Well, it's because your husband is so outstanding. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow playfully and asked with a half smile, how outstanding are you? Lin Xian answered confidently, standing out from the crowd. After saying that, he and Li Mengyao burst into laughter. All right, time for bed. Then, Lin Xian got up and turned off the light, then hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her before the two drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, Lin Xian would go to the company whenever he had free time in the mornings, and as time went on, Li Mengyao's belly began to show. That day, Lin Xian had just returned home when he saw Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. He hurried over to Li Mengyao's side and asked with concern, what's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell? Li Mengyao pouted, looked at Lin Xian pitifully, and said aggrievedly, honey, I feel so ugly now. I can't fit into so many of my old clothes anymore. Chapter 93 The Baby Moved. Looking at Li Mengyao's slightly protruding belly, Lin Xian calculated the time in his mind and realized that his wife was already 18 weeks pregnant, which is more than 4 months. Now she's finally starting to show her pregnancy. Honey, what are you saying? You'll always be the most beautiful, Lin Xian quickly comforted her. A man's words are deceitful. Li Mengyao raised her head, looking at Lin Xian with a slightly aggrieved expression. It's okay if you can't wear your old clothes anymore. We'll go shopping this afternoon and buy some new clothes to cover up your tummy, okay? Lin Xian said softly, gently stroking Li Mengyao's hair. Li Mengyao nodded slightly in agreement. Okay, honey, go cook. I bought all your favorite dishes today. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her before returning to the kitchen to start cooking. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was ready. The aroma of the food instantly lifted Li Mengyao's spirits. She temporarily forgot the worries brought on by her pregnancy and began to enjoy the delicious food. Honey, let's go for the prenatal checkup tomorrow morning, Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao replied happily while eating. After having a full lunch, the two leisurely returned to their bedroom, ready to enjoy a relaxing afternoon nap. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a soft cry. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao in his arms with concern, and asked, Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? With a shy yet happy expression, Li Mengyao gently stroked her tummy and said softly, the baby moved. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Really? He eagerly sat up, then skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, revealing her slightly protruding belly, and gently pressed his ear against it, trying to listen to the baby's voice. However, even though the pregnancy has reached 18 weeks, the fetal movements are still very slight and almost imperceptible to outsiders. Lin Xian tried hard for a long time, but still came up empty-handed. But he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he happily lay back down on the bed, continued to hold his wife, and said gently, it's okay, you'll definitely feel it in the future. Li Mengyao smiled slightly and gently comforted him. Okay, don't worry, let's get some sleep first. Afterwards, the two embraced and fell asleep, enjoying a wonderful afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao to the entrance of a clothing store that specializes in selling maternity wear. He took her hand and led her into the store, where they began to pick out some clothes that would suit Li Mengyao. Although Lin Xian had bought some maternity clothes before, she always felt that the quantity might not be enough, so she planned to buy more this time. After careful selection, Li Mengyao chose several beautiful maternity dresses, comfortable maternity pajamas, and practical maternity support pants. Afterwards, they went to other fashion stores and bought some loose-fitting clothes. Li Mengyao has a slender figure, and her belly isn't too big yet, so when she wears these loose clothes, it's almost impossible to tell that she has a small pregnant belly. While Li Mengyao was still trying on clothes in the fitting room, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Is it boss he? Lin Xian asked. Haha, It's me, He Ziyuan laughed. What can I do for you, Mr. He? Lin Xian continued to ask. Mr. Lin, I just wanted to ask you again. Would you be willing to give a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater? He Ziyuan looked at Lin Xian expectantly. I saw you playing guitar in front of a group of people on Douyin, He Ziyuan added. Lin Xian previously said he would only perform for his wife and children, but that reason is no longer valid. I'm sorry, Lin Xian was about to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that today was August 7th, 2024, and the day after tomorrow, August 9th, was his wife Li Mengyao's birthday. Don't be so quick to refuse, Mr. Lin. If you have any conditions, I'll try my best to meet them, He Ziyuan said hastily when he heard Lin Xian preparing to refuse him again. He Ziyuan really wanted Lin Xian to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater. With Lin Xian's talent, he will surely cause a sensation across the country, and I will be able to recommend him to the National Piano Association, thus discovering a musical talent for our country. When the time comes, it will be a source of pride to say that I discovered a musical master like Lin Xian. All right then, Mr. He, but I have 2 conditions, Lin Xian said. What conditions? Just name them. He Ziyuan asked impatiently. First, I want to be able to improvise freely and play whatever I want. Lin Xian stated his first condition. Of course, there are no restrictions on a music master like Mr. Lin, He Ziyuan quickly agreed. Secondly, I want to book all the seats in the first row. Lin Xian then made his second request. No problem. It's decided then. Mr. Lin, when would be a convenient time for you to come and perform? He Ziyuan asked with great interest. Let's set the time for the evening after tomorrow, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow night. He Ziyuan was overjoyed. After ending the call, Lin Xian turned to look in the direction of the fitting room, only to find that Li Mengyao had already finished trying on clothes and come out. She looked exceptionally beautiful and charming in her new clothes. Honey, do you think that one looks better or this one? Li Mengyao asked with a smile. Both are beautiful. Let's buy them both, Lin Xian said with a smile. So, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carried a bag full of new clothes with the other, happily taking her home. Chapter 94. Both little ones are developing very well. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Jinghai City People's Hospital early. They are having their 4th month of pregnancy checkup today. After entering the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao. They first went to the obstetrics and gynecology department, completed the formalities, and then began to wait in line for their examination. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to have her examination, Lin Xian accompanied her into the examination room. After asking a series of questions, the doctor began a series of examinations. First came the ultrasound examination. Through the screen, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao saw 2 adorable little lives moving inside their mother's belly, filling them with joy. Next comes Down syndrome screening, basic physical examination, and routine blood and urine tests. After the examination, Li Mengyao received a thick report containing various indicators of her and her babies. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the test results and went to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing the report, the doctor smiled and said, "Yes, both little ones are developing very well." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with happiness. The doctor then advised, "You should continue to pay attention to a balanced diet and eat more foods rich in protein and vitamins. At the same time, appropriate exercise, such as taking a walk, is beneficial for childbirth. Maintaining a positive mood is also very important." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Lin Xian smiled slightly after hearing this, and then took Li Mengyao's hand and left the hospital. The 2 drove back to Jinwan Mansion. After Lin Xian parked the car, he and Li Mengyao went into the house together. As soon as the door opened, Yu, as usual, obediently squatted at the doorway, meowing incessantly. It always greets its owner in this way. "Yu, were you a good girl at home today?" Li Mengyao squatted down and gently stroked Yu's soft fur. Yu seemed to really enjoy being petted. It squinted its eyes and let out a satisfied meow. Now that an automatic feeder has been installed at home, Yu no longer has to worry about going hungry. Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare lunch for the day. Li Mengyao continued to play with Yu. Come, let me show you another chubby little kitten." Li Mengyao picked up the kitten and then played Natsam's Book of Friends on the TV in the living room. When Yu saw Teacher Meow Me, its bright green eyes widened, and it kept meowing. Seeing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but smile happily. Indeed, having a cute kitten by your side can really brighten a pregnant woman's mood. Just then, Lin Xian carried a sumptuous lunch into the living room and said gently to Li Mengyao, "Wife, lunch is ready." "Here I am." Li Mengyao immediately turned off the TV, and at the same time, the automatic feeder emitted a cheerful sound. "Yu, dinner's ready." Thump, thump, thump. As a pile of cat food rolled down, Yu quickly ran to her little bowl and started eating. Li Mengyao first took out a bag of dried fish from the cabinet above and gently placed it in Yu's bowl as a snack for her. Next, Li Mengyao happily went to the living room to enjoy a delicious lunch with Lin Xian. After having a full lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom to rest. Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mengyao and preparing to fall asleep, a voice rang in his mind again. Ding dong, congratulations host for accompanying your baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 5 million yuan has been awarded, with a double bonus, for a total reward of 10 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. We have detected that the host has been accompanying the baby's healthy development for more than 4 months. Top-tier massage technique as a reward, please check. Immediately afterwards, a massive amount of information flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This information contained various advanced massage techniques, which he mastered instantly. Nowadays, if someone were to select the best technician in the country, probably no one would dare to compete with Lin Xian. Li Mengyao is now 4 months pregnant, and proper massage can be beneficial for the fetus. Just as Lin Xian was about to give his wife a massage, Li Mengyao was already fast asleep in his arms. Lin Xian didn't want to wake his wife, so he decided to wait until evening to come back. Soon it was afternoon. Lin Xian opened his eyes and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was thinking that besides giving his wife a special piano recital tomorrow, he also needed to prepare a gift. But we already have rings, diamonds, necklaces, and so on, so what should we give as a gift? Just then, Lin Xian suddenly remembered the 10 million that had just arrived in his account at noon. A brilliant idea struck him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he had thought of something good. Then, he carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking his sleeping wife. After getting dressed, Lin Xian quietly left the room and sent a text message to his wife on his phone, telling her that he had to go out for a while. Lin Xian arrived at the parking lot downstairs, got into the Maybach, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking space, heading towards the entrance of the community. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a Bentley 4S store located in the center of Jinghai. Welcome, sir. Are you here to buy a car? A young female salesperson in professional attire with a good figure greeted him warmly. Yes, I want to buy a convertible sports car that's suitable for girls to drive, Lin Xian replied. No problem, sir. Please follow me. The young saleswoman smiled and led Lin Xian to the store's display area. She saw that Lin Xian had arrived in a Maybach S680, so she figured the car he was going to buy must be quite expensive. When they walked up to a brand new Bentley, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then a Bentley Continental Roadster in brewery blue came into his view. This car's exterior design combines elegance and sportiness, with smooth body lines and a dynamic silhouette, showcasing Bentley's unique design style. That shade of blue, as deep and mysterious as the ocean, shimmers with a unique charm under the sunlight, exuding a regal air. This is our 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car. Its appearance is simply a work of art on wheels, with classic and elegant body lines, and this brewer blue color is also very suitable for women to drive, the young female salesperson explained in detail. Lin Xian first sat in the car, feeling the softness and comfort of the seats, and then looked at the various configurations and functions inside the car. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, it truly lives up to its reputation as a top-of-the-line luxury car. How much is this car? Lin Xian asked the young female saleswoman next to him with a smile. This 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car costs a total of 4.2 million yuan, the young female saleswoman replied enthusiastically. Okay, I'll buy it, Lin Xian said casually. Lin Xian imagined that wonderful scene. He and his wife drove their Bentley Continental convertible slowly along the winding, picturesque coastline. Sunlight fell on her, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing with it the fresh scent of the ocean. She smiled, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. Chapter 95. Is this kid going to stand us up again? Sir, would you like to pay in installments or in full? The young saleswoman asked with a bright smile and a joyful voice. She successfully closed a big deal and felt a great sense of accomplishment. The young man standing before her was not only handsome but also very generous. She wondered if he already had a girlfriend. I just heard him say that the car was given to a girl, maybe his sister or older sister. We absolutely must find a way to get his contact information. Full payment, Lin Xian replied calmly and in a neutral tone. The young female saleswoman was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. I never expected them to be so generous, choosing to pay the entire amount up front without hesitation. They're incredibly wealthy. Can this car be delivered tomorrow morning? Lin Xian asked immediately. Of course. For VIP customers like you, we will prioritize your order and ensure you can pick up your car as soon as possible, the young saleswoman replied with a smile, her attitude very enthusiastic. Okay, thank you. Lin Xian gave a faint smile. You're welcome. I'll prepare the relevant contracts and procedures for you right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the young saleswoman turned around and went back to her office to prepare the relevant documents. Not long after, Lin Xian successfully completed the payment process and signed the car purchase contract. So he bought the expensive 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible in full. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, he was stopped by the young female saleswoman. Sir, would it be convenient for me to add your contact information? The young saleswoman asked somewhat nervously. Lin Xian glanced back at her, a hint of doubt creeping into his heart, but he still replied, Oh, sure. Lin Xian thought it wouldn't hurt to add each other's contact information, since it would be easier to find him when he came to pick up the car tomorrow, so he didn't think much of it. After exchanging contact information, Lin Xian drove his Maybach away from the Oli 4S store. The young female saleswoman stood there, watching Lin Xian's departing figure, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. The young female saleswoman is named Lin Ruashi. She is 23 years old and came to work at this 4S store after graduating from university. She is beautiful, tall, and has a gentle and kind personality, making her well liked by her colleagues. When Lin Ruashi returned to the store, a female receptionist of similar age suddenly called out to her, Ruashi, that customer of yours was quite handsome. Chi-Chi, why did you suddenly scare me? Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at her. Haha, are you tempted? Hurry up and make your move. If I weren't already married, I would have pounced on her already. Wei Qi looked at Lin Ruashi with a sly grin. Lin Ruashi shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, It's not that easy. We don't even know if he has a girlfriend yet. How will we know if we don't ask? Just dress up nicely and attract his attention, Wei Qi encouraged. Then I'll give it a try. Lin Ruashi felt a surge of courage after hearing Wei Qi's words. Soon, Lin Xian drove home. As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao eagerly threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Honey, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Li Mengyao looked up, her face beaming with a happy smile. Hey, honey, be careful. You're showing now. You can't rush like this. What if you hurt the baby? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose, his eyes full of doting and tenderness. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her face flushed. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly led Li Mengyao into the living room and had her sit on the soft sofa. You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon? Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a spoiled child, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously. In the past, Lin Xian would always tell everyone where he was going and what he was doing whenever he went out. But this time, Lin Xian simply said that he had something to do and needed to go out for a while. This made Li Mengyao suspicious. She felt that Lin Xian must be hiding something from her. Upon closer reflection, Li Mengyao realized that tomorrow was her birthday. I went to the company this afternoon to handle some urgent matters, Lin Xian said with a slight smile, his tone relaxed and natural. Lin Xian wanted to surprise his wife, so he told a white lie. Really? Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Is my wife hungry? I'm going to prepare dinner. Lin Xian felt a little flustered under Li Mengyao's gaze, so he quickly made his escape. Seeing her husband flee in panic, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. The beautiful curve like a crescent moon was truly lovely. Soon, Lin Xian had prepared dinner. The two sat down at the table and enjoyed the meal. After dinner, the two lay on the comfortable sofa together and watched a show. Just then, Lin Xian's phone, which was placed to the side, began to vibrate incessantly. 622 Rice Bucket Group. Chen Jingming. Kids, Dad finally has some free time tonight. Let's grab some late-night snacks? Zhong Zixing. You son of a bitch, trying to rebel? How many times have you stood me up? Zhou Quan. That's right, you're treating tonight. Chen Jingming. Where is Lin Xian? The other side threw a bomb. Lin Xian then picked up his phone and took a look. Honey, we're planning to have a get-together at our university dorm tonight for a late-night snack. Is that all right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Of course I can. I can take care of myself at home, but I can't come back too late. Li Mengyao pressed her face against Lin Xian's neck, nuzzling him affectionately, and whispered, Okay, I'll be back soon. Lin Xian lowered his head and gave those alluring lips a deep kiss. Then, he picked up his phone, which was lying to the side, and sent a message to his roommates. Lin Xian, where is it? He received a reply very quickly. Chen Jingming. The usual place, the barbecue stall next to the university. So Lin Xian went into the bedroom, changed into casual clothes, and then went out. He arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, started a Maybach, and slowly drove out of the community. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a barbecue stall near Jinghai University. This place is full of life, and is a place they often visited during their university years. As soon as Lin Xian got out of the car, he saw Zhong Zixing and Zhou Quan sitting at a table chatting. The The two smiled with delight upon seeing Lin Xian. Brother Xian, you're here. Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and immediately stood up to greet him warmly, quickly pouring him a glass of cola. He knew his sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, was pregnant, so he didn't give Lin Xian any beer. Where's Jingming? Hasn't he arrived yet? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I don't know. Is this kid going to stand us up again? Zhong Zixing picked up his phone, ready to call Chen Jingming. Chapter 96. My husband can also give massages. I'm here. Chen Jingming jogged over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. Finally, he reached the stool, plopped down, and said, slightly out of breath, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Jingming, what's wrong with you? You're late. Punish yourself with 3 drinks. Zhou Quan teased with a smile, and quickly picked up the bottle and poured Chen Jingming a full glass of beer. Without saying a word, Chen Jingming took the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction and exclaimed, I was so thirsty. It turned out that Chen Jingming had been running all the way here and was already sweating profusely. When he took a sip of ice-cold beer, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness. I was just about to leave when my supervisor suddenly messaged me asking me to revise a file, which is why I'm late, Chen Jingming explained, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Zhong Zixing asked curiously, Jingming, is it fun to do graduate school? Zhong Zixing originally had the opportunity to be directly recommended for postgraduate studies, but he ultimately chose to give it up, wanting to first venture out into the workforce and see what the corporate environment was really like. Unexpectedly, he ended up working at Lin Xian's company. Yeah, Jingming, it must be pretty fun staying in school. I already miss my university days, Zhou Quan said. What a load of rubbish. I envy your carefree life. I'm being exploited by my supervisor in the lab every day. The school's already on break, but my advisor kept me behind to continue doing experiments and collecting data. I feel like I'm just cheap labor. Even having a late-night snack with you guys is a struggle. I'm even thinking of dropping out of school. Chen Jingming said with a miserable expression. Is it that serious? Lin Xian asked in surprise. The barbecue is here. At this moment, the barbecue stall owner brought out a large basin of fragrant skewers. Yeah, sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it. Chen Jingming said helplessly as he picked up a skewer of grilled meat and started eating. And what about your girlfriend? Zhou Quan asked. She's quite busy too, but her mentor is more benevolent, while mine is quite extreme, Chen Jingming said with a sigh. I feel like you've chosen a bad mentor, Zhong Zixing chimed in. Yeah, I must have been blind to choose him. Now I can't change my advisor, and I don't dare offend him, or I won't be able to graduate. Chen Jingming sighed helplessly, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Zhou Quan comforted him. Jingming, just bear with it a little longer, it will pass soon. Chen Jingming nodded and smiled helplessly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to them and asked, by the way, how have you guys been lately? Chen Jingming knew that Zhou Quan had started a business and was managing a restaurant, while Zhong Zixing went directly to work for a technology company. Upon hearing this question, a smug smile immediately appeared on Zhou Quan's face. He replied excitedly, Brother Jingming, I'm so happy. I'm managing a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza now, and business is booming. My boss is really great too. He lets me split the profits 30-70 with him, and I also get a guaranteed base salary of 20,000 yuan. Zhou Quan glanced at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian sat to the side, focused on eating his barbecue, while also chatting with his wife on his phone. Li Mengyao, honey, when are you coming back? Lin Xian, wait a little longer, baby, be good. Is your boss any better than mine? My boss at Jinwan Technology Company Limited promoted me directly to our D manager and paid me a yearly salary. Zhong Zixing glanced at Lin Xian smugly and said defiantly. He secretly rejoiced that he had found the right job. Working under such a capable and insightful boss, his future was bright. Then mine is definitely better. Zhou Quan naturally wouldn't back down and immediately responded. He firmly believed that he had made the right choice. Lin Xian had not only given him an opportunity, but also helped him grow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xian with gratitude. Hello, my boss, Zhong Zixing retorted without hesitation. He knew that his current position was hard-won, and Lin Xian was the benefactor who gave him the opportunity. Who is your boss? Chen Jingming asked with a puzzled look. My boss is Brother Xian, the two answered in unison. Their eyes revealed their admiration and respect for Lin Xian. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Jingming was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Zhou Quan and Zhong Zixing exchanged a glance and blinked. Which Brother Xian are you referring to? Zhong Zixing asked first, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. It's Lin Xian. Could it be that you are also? Zhou Quan opened his mouth wide in surprise, looking at Zhong Zixing in disbelief. What are you two arguing about? Just then, Lin Xian put down his phone and looked at them with a smile. Good heavens, so your boss is the same person, Lin Xian. Chen Jingming suddenly realized, finally understanding. Huh? Brother Xian, why didn't you tell me? Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked. You didn't ask either, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Haha, so Zhou Quan is working for you too. Zhang Zixing couldn't help but laugh, his laughter revealing a hint of surprise and delight. Brother Xian, when will you take me under your wing? Don't be biased, Chen Jingming said enviously from the side, his eyes shining with longing. Let's talk about it after you graduate with your master's degree, Lin Xian teased with a smile. It'll take a long time, Chen Jingming said helplessly. On the other side, Li Mengyao was quietly watching a drama at home, munching on some snacks. She checked the time, it was already 11 o'clock. Why hadn't her husband come home yet? Just as Li Mengyao was about to call Lin Xian, she suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. My husband is back. Overjoyed, she immediately put down her snacks, stood up, and hurried toward the door. Yu also quickly got up and hurried to the door. Honey, I'm home. Welcome home. Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Xian tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from him. Why aren't you asleep so late? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Waiting for you to sleep together, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Then honey, you go back to bed and lie down. I'll give you a massage after I take a shower. After saying that, he gently took Li Mengyao's hand, and they walked together towards the bedroom. As Li Mengyao walked, she couldn't help but think to herself, my husband can give massages? Chapter 97. What day is it today? After carefully placing Li Mengyao on the bed, Lin Xian immediately turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Li Mengyao was still wondering, is my husband's massage legitimate? Thinking of this, a shy blush immediately spread across her delicate face. While Li Mengyao was still lost in thought, Lin Xian had already finished showering and came out of the bathroom. He gently climbed into bed, embraced Li Mengyao, and asked with a tender smile, Wife, what's wrong? Your cheeks are so rosy, like a ripe apple. And nothing, Li Mengyao replied softly, her head slightly lowered. Lin Xian looked at his wife's shy expression, but he didn't know what she was shy about. Come on, let your husband give you a massage. Lin Xian sat up and gently stroked Li Mengyao's shoulders, his voice full of tenderness and care. Proper massage for pregnant women does indeed have many benefits, such as relieving physical fatigue, improving sleep quality, and reducing anxiety and tension. Of course, for pregnant women who are less than 3 months pregnant, massage should be avoided as the fetus is not yet stable, so as not to cause unnecessary harm to the fetus. My wife is now more than 4 months pregnant, and it's okay to get a massage during the second trimester. How do you plan to give the massage? Li Mengyao asked. Wife, lie down first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian possessed top-tier massage skills granted by the system. He skillfully used the index, middle, and ring fingers of both hands to gently slide and press along Li Mengyao's forehead, starting from the center of her eyebrows. Then I gently pressed her temples with the pad of my thumb. The movement was gentle and just right. Wife, is this pressure appropriate? Lin Xian asked softly. So comfortable, Li Mengyao closed her eyes, immersed in this comfort, her face beaming with a happy smile. After finishing the head massage, Lin Xian then prepared to massage his wife's back. Honey, lie down on your side now. I'm going to start massaging your back, Lin Xian said gently. Okay, Li Mengyao obediently lay down on her side. Lin Xian gently pressed and kneaded Li Mengyao's back muscles, massaging from her waist upwards to her shoulders, while carefully avoiding the middle of her waist. He knew that stimulating this area could have adverse effects on the baby in his womb. Throughout the massage, Lin Xian remained highly focused and attentive, ensuring that every movement made his wife feel comfortable and relaxed. After the massage, Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms, preparing to drift off to sleep together. However, Li Mengyao looked up, a mischievous smile on her lips, and asked softly, Honey, where did you learn your massage skills? Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, I've been learning it outside recently. Li Mengyao blinked and continued to press. Outside? Where is outside? Is it those places you often go to? As she spoke, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a sly glint in them, as if she were deliberately teasing Lin Xian. In truth, Li Mengyao knew perfectly well that her husband would never go to such disreputable places. She was just using this opportunity to tease him a little. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately became nervous and quickly explained, No way. I learned from reputable professional massage institutions outside. Seeing Lin Xian's flustered appearance, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle and said, I'm just asking. Honey, what's the panic? Ha ha. Lin Xian then realized that he had been teased by his wife. Lin Xian's eyes were full of tenderness and consideration. It's already very late. Let's go to sleep. Okay? Considering it was late, he didn't want his wife to stay up late, as it might affect the baby's health. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. She understood her husband's worries and concerns, and her heart was filled with gratitude. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the morning of the next day. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Li Mengyao in his arms, blinking her beautiful eyes, gazing at him quietly. "Honey, you're awake?" Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile. Lin Xian smiled slightly and asked with concern, "Wife, why did you wake up so early today?" Li Mengyao smiled slightly and replied, "Honey, do you know what day it is today?" Lin Xian deliberately feigned ignorance and asked in confusion, "Huh? What day is it today?" "You stinky husband." Li Mengyao frowned, raised her little pink fist, and unleashed a flurry of punches at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her with doting eyes and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, of course I know. Today is a special day. It's my darling's birthday." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and pouted coquettishly, saying, "Humph, you actually know that." Lin Xian reached out and held Li Mengyao's small hand, then pulled her tightly into his arms, smiling gently. "How could I not know? Happy birthday, my darling." Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy, and the corners of her mouth turned up. "Then is there a gift?" Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Of course, your husband has already prepared it." "Really? Where is it?" Li Mengyao asked excitedly, eager to see her birthday present. Lin Xian smiled slightly. "It's right outside." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, happily got out of bed, left the bedroom, and went to the living room to look for the gift. However, after looking around, she found no trace of any gifts in the living room. Only Yu Yu raised her head, looking at her with a blank and innocent expression. "There's nothing there." She pouted in disappointment, sullenly walked back to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Lin Xian, and didn't say a word. Lin Xian burst into laughter upon seeing this. "Honey, I wasn't talking about outside the room. I was talking about outside the house." Li Mengyao blinked, her face full of confusion. "Outside the house?" Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, "Okay, after we finish breakfast, I'll take you to see your birthday present." Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Okay. Chapter 98, The Mysterious Musician. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up and started washing up. After finishing breakfast, the two left home together. They walked hand in hand to the ground floor of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, "Honey, aren't we going to drive there?" Normally they would go directly to the underground parking lot to drive out, but this time Lin Xian did not take her to the parking lot. Instead, he took her hand and led her to the main gate of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian smiled slightly and explained, "We'll take a taxi today." After saying that, he opened his phone and called a ride-hailing car. Soon, a white ride-hailing car drove up and stopped in front of them. Lin Xian opened the car door and let Li Mengyao get in first, then he got in himself. The ride-hailing car then slowly drove towards its destination. Along the way, Li Mengyao kept asking Lin Xian where he was taking her, but Lin Xian just smiled and shook his head, refusing to reveal a single word. After a while, the car finally arrived at its destination, a luxury car dealership. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao out of the car, arrived at the Bentley 4S store, and went inside. Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed the number of Lin Ruoshi, the saleswoman who had served him yesterday. "Hello, this is Mr. Lin, who bought a Bentley Continental yesterday. We've arrived now." "Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Ruoshi said. Lin Ruoshi looked in the mirror in her office. She had dressed up specially today, put on exquisite makeup, and chosen a beautiful outfit, hoping to leave a good impression on Lin Xian. After all, there are very few young, handsome, and generous guys like Lin Xian anymore, so I have to seize the opportunity. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Xian standing in the store with a girl in his hand. The girl was very pure and sweet-looking, wearing a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, fair skin like snow, and a pair of clear and bright eyes that seemed to speak. Lin Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. Did he already have a girlfriend? "Mr. Lin, hello?" "And this is..." Lin Ruoshi greeted Lin Xian with a smile and asked politely. "Oh, this is my wife," Lin Xian introduced with a smile. His eyes were full of tenderness and love as he held hands tightly with the woman beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's heart sank to the bottom. She had still held on to a sliver of hope, but now it seemed she had absolutely no chance. "Hello? Could you please take us to pick up our car?" Lin Xian asked, looking at Lin Ruoshi, who was standing there blankly. He was a little confused. "Okay, please follow me." Lin Ruoshi snapped out of her daze, forced a smile, and turned to lead the way. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly and walked behind her. "Honey, why did you buy another car?" Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she asked curiously, "I'll get you a new car. I'm sure you'll love it, honey." Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing a doting smile. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the car delivery site. Li Mengyao's gaze was immediately drawn to the blue Bentley Continental, and her eyes brightened. The car's body lines were smooth and elegant, and its unique brewer blue color was like a dazzling sapphire, radiating a captivating luster. Under the sunlight, it looked exceptionally dazzling. Its front design is exquisite and imposing, with the iconic Bentley grille and sharp headlights making it instantly recognizable. The wheel hub design is simple and elegant, yet still retains its individuality. The rear design is equally exquisite, with rounded lines that complement the overall style. The exhaust pipe has a unique design and exudes a luxurious feel. The entire car was as perfect as a work of art. Surrounded by flowers and balloons, it was like a dazzling pearl, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Xian took a delicate blue Bentley key from Lin Shira and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's palm. "Honey, this blue Bentley Continental GT is your birthday present," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Thank you, husband." Li Mengyao reached out her small hands and hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Li Mengyao carefully opened the car door, and a faint leather scent wafted from inside. She carefully examined every detail inside the car, her heart filled with joy. Then Lin Xian, holding a bouquet of blue tulips, walked towards Li Mengyao with a smile and handed her the flowers. Li Mengyao accepted the flowers and gave a sweet smile. Just then, a staff member gently pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Finally, Li Mengyao and Lin Xian boarded the Bentley Continental together, and Li Mengyao drove the car slowly out of the 4S store. Along the way, sunlight streamed through the car windows, creating streaks of golden light. A gentle breeze blows, bringing fresh air. Li Mengyao happily hummed a song, while Lin Xian sat quietly in the passenger seat, admiring her beautiful profile. Soon, the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao parked her car steadily next to the Xiaomi SU7. She glanced at the two cars, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Which of these two cars should I drive?" she murmured to herself. Lin Xian seemed to see through Li Mengyao's thoughts and smiled. "You can drive whichever car you want, as long as you're happy." Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and left the parking lot with him. Upon returning home, Lin Xian immediately busied himself preparing a sumptuous lunch for Li Mengyao. After lunch, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Because Li Mengyao got up early in the morning, she fell asleep quickly after lying in bed. Time quickly came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xian gently woke Li Mengyao. "Wife, wake up, you can't sleep for too long." "What time is it now?" Li Mengyao asked sleepily. "It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "I slept for so long." Li Mengyao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly sat up in bed. "Honey, let's go to another concert tonight," Lin Xian suggested gently. "Okay," Li Mengyao readily agreed, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. As night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Then, they drove their brand-new Bentley Continental towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xian first led Li Mengyao to a seat in the center of the front row and carefully adjusted the seat angle for her. Then he told Li Mengyao that he was going to the restroom and would be back soon. Li Mengyao sat there quietly, looking forward to the start of the performance. "Have you heard? The piano performance this time is by a mysterious musician." "Yes, the publicity says he's a music master." "I can't wait." The audience behind started whispering among themselves. Just then, the spotlights on the stage suddenly turned on, shining brightly. To her surprise, Lin Xian, dressed in a black suit, sat elegantly in front of a magnificent piano, gazing at her with deep affection, a warm smile playing on his lips. Chapter 99 Happy Birthday. Li Mengyao's heart raced, and a shy blush rose on her face. Her gaze was drawn to Lin Xian as if by a magnet, unable to look away. His handsome appearance and charming demeanor deeply attracted her, making her heart race. She never imagined that Lin Xian would appear before her in such a unique way, which surprised and delighted her. However, the audience didn't see it that way. They were disappointed and angry when the mysterious musician they had been waiting for turned out to be a young man. Why is there a young man on stage? Wasn't there supposed to be a mystery musician? Can he play the piano? I feel like I've been scammed. Isn't he just a gigolo? Refund. These questions and condemnations rose one after another, and the scene was once out of control. However, there was one exception in the audience, who was looking at Lin Xian on the stage with anticipation. This person is Su Muyang, who used to play guitar at Jinghai University. He just happened to be here to listen to the concert today. Faced with the dissatisfaction and doubts of the audience, Lin Xian did not get angry or flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile. Just then, Lin Xian's fingers lightly touched the piano keys, and the crisp notes, like nimble little elves, danced in the air. Immediately afterwards, a series of smooth and beautiful melodies began to play, like heavenly music, lingering throughout the entire theater. The audience, who had been making a ruckus just moments before, fell silent instantly, captivated by the beautiful music. As Lin Xian's fingers gently touched the piano keys, melodious music began to play, flowing like a clear spring and lingering throughout the entire theater. Lin Xian played classic pieces such as Wedding in a Dream, Starry Night, and Romance No More. Each song was captivating, and Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's deep affection for her. She sat quietly in the audience, her eyes moist, tears welling up in them. At the same time, she was immersed in the beautiful melody and felt Lin Xian's love for her. As the last note faded, the entire theater fell silent. A thunderous applause erupted. The audience stood up and gave Lin Xian a warm round of applause and cheers. Their faces beamed with admiration and respect, and their initial dissatisfaction vanished. After the applause subsided, Lin Xian stood up and bowed to everyone in respect. Thank you all so much for coming to my concert. The main purpose of this concert is to give my wife a special performance. His voice was deep and magnetic, and his eyes were fixed firmly on the audience below the stage. After saying this, he slowly pointed to his wife Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the front row. At this moment, Li Mengyao was already moved to tears. She stood up excitedly, covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes were full of happiness and surprise. She then ran up to the stage and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, softly stroking her hair and gently wiping away the tears on her face. Today is my wife's birthday, so I have one last song to dedicate to her, Lin Xian said affectionately. He took Li Mengyao's small hand and slowly walked to the piano seat, letting her sit down first, and then he sat down next to her. The two clung to each other, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he gently touched the piano keys, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Then, he began to play a cheerful and beautiful song, Happy Birthday. Accompanied by beautiful musical notes, he softly sang, Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The audience was touched by the warm atmosphere and joined in the singing. Their singing voices converged into a warm torrent, permeating the entire space. Happy birthday to you. This lyric conveys best wishes to everyone. Li Mengyao leaned quietly against Lin Xian, feeling the joy and emotion brought by the music. She closed her eyes and listened to the melodious tune, as if she were in a dreamlike world. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. As the concert came to an end, the audience members rose from their seats, their faces beaming with satisfaction and joy. Wow, this concert is amazing, someone exclaimed. Yeah, I think the tickets were totally worth it. The music was amazing, another person chimed in. That performer is so young, but his piano skills are so high. It's truly amazing, someone exclaimed. He's simply a musical genius, someone exclaimed excitedly. And that final, heartfelt confession, his wife must be so happy. Everyone was talking about it with envy. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the concert hall hand in hand, both wearing happy smiles. They arrived at the parking lot of the Jinghai Grand Theater. Lin Xian gentlemanly opened the door of the Bentley and invited Li Mengyao to sit in the passenger seat. Then, he went around to the driver's side, got in the car, and prepared to start the engine. Wife, why haven't you said a word the whole way? Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's silence and asked with concern. Husband, you're so good to me. Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she choked out. I'm your husband, of course I'll treat you well, Lin Xian said gently, then gently hugged Li Mengyao. He smiled, his eyes filled with love and doting. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, as if they contained endless emotions. She leaned forward and offered her soft, pink lips. Happy birthday, Yao Yao. It's unclear how long the kiss lasted, but Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and then pressed her head against his chest. Go home, Li Mengyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. Okay. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the passenger seat and then helped her fasten her seatbelt. He then started the car, left the Jinghai Grand Theater, and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at their front door. The moment Li Mengyao opened the door, a surprise occurred. Slap, slap. Happy birthday. Two loud bangs were heard, followed by a shower of colorful ribbons, and Li Mengyao's eyes were instantly filled with dazzling light. It turned out that Chun Man and Yang Lin were setting off birthday firecrackers on both sides. Behind the two, Lu Yusin held a large birthday cake and smiled at Li Mengyao. Happy birthday, Yao Yao, Lu Yusin said with a smile. You guys, Li Mengyao covered her mouth, too surprised to speak. This was all your husband's idea. Don't just stand there, come in. Chin Man pulled Li Mengyao into the house. The room was filled with colorful balloons, like a group of cheerful elves dancing in the air, and the dazzling lights, like twinkling stars, illuminated every happy corner. Everyone sat around the dining table. Lin Xian lit the candles on the cake and then turned off the lights. Li Mengyao clenched her hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and prepared to make a wish on her birthday cake. In the candlelight, her beautiful face looked especially captivating. Lin Xian gazed at her quietly, his heart filled with happiness. Happy birthday to you, Lu Yusin sang first. Then everyone joined in singing along. The singing echoed in the room, warm and touching. Li Mengyao opened her eyes, which were glistening with tears. Thank you everyone, I'm really happy. Then she blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. However, a warm and happy atmosphere permeated the darkness. Lin Xian then turned on the lights in the room, took out a cake knife, and prepared to work on the poor birthday cake. Before long, a large birthday cake was cut into pieces and distributed to everyone. Li Mengyao and her sisters also came to the living room, where they watched TV and enjoyed the delicious cake. Lin Xian then returned to the kitchen and prepared some snacks for them. Yao Yao, here you go, this is your birthday present. Yang Lin handed a beautifully packaged gift box to Li Mengyao. And here's mine, Yao Yao's birthday present. Chin Man also handed over the gift she had prepared. This is mine. Lu Yusin smiled slightly and presented the gift to Li Mengyao. Thank you. Li Mengyao accepted the 3 gifts, carefully placed them aside, and then continued chatting happily with her sisters. That evening, after seeing off her 3 best friends, Li Mengyao returned to the living room and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Honey, I'm so happy today. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had, Li Mengyao said with a beaming smile. Yes, as long as you're happy. Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly. By the way, honey, what did you wish for just now? Lin Xian asked curiously. Hee, I won't tell you, it won't work if I do. Li Mengyao replied playfully, her face beaming with a happy smile. I'm going to take a shower now, Li Mengyao said softly. Then she gently broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, kissed him on the cheek, and floated towards the bathroom like a light butterfly. Lin Xian watched her departing figure, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. In fact, Lin Xian could roughly guess it. Li Mengyao's wish is to be happy with Lin Xian forever. After taking a shower, Li Mengyao exuded a faint fragrance, like a blooming flower. Lin Xian then went into the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, Li Mengyao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, unpacking the gifts her sisters had given her one by one. Li Mengyao first opened Yang Lin and Chin Man's gifts, which contained 2 exquisite and adorable little gifts. She happily took them out to admire them and placed them in the living room as decorations. Then, when her gaze fell on the gift Lu Yusin had given her, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. From the outside, it looks like a piece of clothing. So, she carefully tore open the packaging, and upon opening it, her face instantly turned bright red. She quickly took out her phone, opened the chat window with Lu Yusin, and wrote, "You stinky Yusin, what is this?" Lu Yusin replied, "Haha, I just sent you an ordinary piece of clothing." Li Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "Ordinary clothes?" Lu Yusin laughed mischievously. "Yao Yao, that's all I can do for you. I have to go to work tomorrow, bye-bye." Li Mengyao looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes filled with a firm determination as if she had made a decision, and then she quickly walked back to the bedroom. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked into the living room while drying her hair. However, he did not see his wife, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. So he went to the bedroom, gently pushed open the door, and found it was pitch black inside. "Wife, why aren't the lights on?" Lin Xian asked softly. Just as he was about to reach for the light switch, Li Mengyao suddenly spoke up from the darkness, stopping him. "Honey, don't turn on the light." "Huh? What?" Lin Xian asked, looking completely confused. "There's no reason, honey, just come up here." Li Mengyao's voice was shy and nervous, making people feel affection for her. Lin Xian slowly walked into the bedroom, her steps light and careful. In the dim light of the night, he saw that Li Mengyao was wrapped tightly in the quilt, with only her cute little face showing, like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Xian gently climbed onto the bed and slowly lifted the covers. When he finally saw the scene before him clearly, he was completely stunned. "Wife, what are you doing?" Lin Xian was about to continue speaking when Li Mengyao reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, pressing her cherry lips against his. Chapter 101 Husband Hugs. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains and onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mengyao's beautiful face. She was nestled in his arms, a happy smile on her lips. At this moment, Li Mengyao used Lin Xian's arm as a pillow and hugged it tightly. Time passed by, and after about an hour, Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her charming eyes slowly opened. "Wife, are you awake?" Lin Xian gazed at Li Mengyao affectionately and asked softly. Li Mengyao raised her small hand and gently rubbed her eyes. After a while, once Li Mengyao had recovered, she blinked her big eyes and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I'm hungry." Lin Xian said gently, "I'll go prepare breakfast now." After saying that, he quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed, and left the bedroom. Just as Lin Xian was making a delicious breakfast for Li Mengyao, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding dong, congratulations host for giving the baby's mother an unforgettable birthday. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, plus a 3x bonus, for a total reward of 12 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. We have detected that you have purchased a new car for the baby's mother. For the safety of the babies, the system will once again load a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with futuristic technology for you free of charge. Congratulations, host, on successfully loading the Bentley Continental with a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system based on future technology. Just like the previous Xiaomi SU7, the host will not need to drive manually." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Not only did they send another sum of money, but they also perfectly integrated a gasoline car with intelligent driving. It was simply amazing. With that, he felt more at ease knowing his wife was driving. Lin Xian became happier and happier as he thought about it, so he sped up the preparation of breakfast. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared delicious sweet potato and millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and fragrant vegetable buns. After setting breakfast on the dining table, Lin Xian went into the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and found Li Mengyao lying back on the bed, smiling as she played on her phone. "Honey, get up and wash up. It's time for breakfast," Lin Xian said softly as he walked to Li Mengyao's side. "I've already washed up, but I still feel so tired." Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes and pouted. "Then what should we do?" Lin Xian asked with eyes full of affection. "Hug me, honey." Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and said in a coquettish tone. "Okay." Lin Xian smiled happily, gently holding Li Mengyao in his arms like a little princess, and slowly walked towards the restaurant. Then, the two of them happily enjoyed a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian was in charge of clearing away the dishes, while Li Mengyao started playing with the kittens using a cat toy. So Yu ran left and right, panting heavily, then lay down on the ground with its little tongue sticking out. No matter how you teased it, it wouldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Li Mengyao smiled and shook her head, then took out a can of cat food and placed it in front of Yu as a reward. Then, she took a book from the study, lay down leisurely on the comfortable sofa, and quietly enjoyed her reading time. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen and sat down next to Li Mengyao. Just then, his cell phone rang again in his pocket. "Is this Mr. Lin?" A deep and steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, that's me." "And who are you?" Lin Xian replied calmly. "Oh, I'm the chief engineer in charge of the renovation of apartment A1201 in Times Garden. Your apartment is now fully renovated, and you can come over for inspection at any time. If you are not satisfied with anything, please feel free to contact me." The voice on the other end of the phone replied. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for letting me know." Lin Xian hung up the phone. "Honey, who called?" Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned closer. "It's from the renovation company. They said our renovation at Times Garden in Jingshui City is finished," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Really? Can we go back and take a look?" Li Mengyao's face was full of anticipation. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently hugged her, and then kissed her luscious lips. "Wife, not yet." Li Mengyao was somewhat confused and infatuated by the kiss, but she still let out a soft moan and asked indignantly, "Why?" Lin Xian patiently explained, "Because the house has just been renovated, there is still a lot of formaldehyde inside that hasn't completely dissipated. If we move in now, it will be harmful to our health, especially since you are pregnant." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. "Then how long will it take before we can check in?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Generally, it takes 3 to 6 months, but I can't have them hire a professional formaldehyde removal company to help with it. That should speed things up, and it should be done in a month. Or how about we wait until September to go back to Jingshui City?" "Okay," Li Mengyao immediately cheered up again, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 102 Preparing Qixi Festival Gifts. Around noon, Lin Xian brought the chicken soup he had carefully prepared to the table, and its aroma filled the air. "Wife, try it." He looked tenderly at Li Mengyao sitting at the dining table. Li Mengyao took the bowl, gently blew away the steam from the soup, and then carefully took a bite. Instantly, a rich aroma filled her mouth, making her smile with satisfaction. Delicious. After lunch, the two return to their bedroom. That's when technician Lin comes online. With his top-notch massage skills, Lin Xian gave Li Mengyao another comfortable massage. Li Mengyao lay quietly on the bed, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed the moment. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. As afternoon approached, Lin Xian, as usual, sat in front of the Steinway piano with Li Mengyao in his arms and played beautiful music with both hands. The musical notes leaped and danced in the air like sprites, captivating the listener. Meanwhile, the Jinghai Piano Association is holding an important meeting. In a spacious and bright conference room, a group of well-dressed and focused people sat together. A large-screen TV was placed on the stage, playing a video of Lin Xian playing the piano at the Jinghai Grand Theater. The entire conference room was filled with a rich artistic atmosphere, and everyone was immersed in the beautiful and moving melody, completely captivated and unable to extricate themselves. When the video ended, the conference room fell silent. Deep shock and admiration were evident on everyone's face. After a moment, He Ziyuan broke the silence, smiling as he asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone came to their senses and began to express their opinions all at once. "This is simply heavenly music. I have never heard such beautiful piano music. This young man's playing skills have reached a master level. His piano skills are among the best in the country. Such a musical genius is truly one in a million." Everyone spoke highly of Lin Xian, praising him highly. Hearing these words of praise, He Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, Lin Xian was a talent he had discovered. "It was by chance that I met such a musical genius," he said with a smile. "Since we have such a gifted talent, we must not miss out on him," someone suggested. "We should recruit him into our piano association as soon as possible." "Yes, if we don't hurry, associations from other regions might beat us to it," another person chimed in. However, He Ziyuan frowned and sighed. "Sigh, I really want to recruit him, but I'm afraid he himself won't want to join," he said worriedly. He had to use a lot of persuasion to convince Lin Xian to hold a piano recital. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay together on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the shimmering waves on the river and the pleasant breeze. Li Mengyao curled up in Lin Xian's arms like a docile kitten, sometimes playing with her phone, sometimes quietly reading a book. This was her favorite way to spend time. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was immersed in his wife's alluring fragrance, gazing at the distant river, pondering to himself, "The day after tomorrow is the Qixi festival in the lunar calendar. What kind of gift should I give my wife?" Suddenly, he remembered that his wife really liked to take pictures of beautiful scenery with her phone, so Lin Xian had an idea. Li Mengyao was also pondering what kind of gift she should prepare for her husband for the Qixi festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, the day after tomorrow. "Should I give myself to him? It seems like I already did yesterday." Thinking of this, Li Mengyao's delicate face instantly turned crimson. So she shook her head, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Xian's love for Jay Chou's songs when he played the piano, and an idea immediately came to her mind. "Husband," Li Mengyao called softly, raising her head and blinking her elegant eyes gently. What's wrong?" Lin Xian lowered his head and smiled at Li Mengyao. "It's nothing, I just wanted to call you." Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her tongue, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Lin Xian continued to hold Li Mengyao, his thoughts drifting far away as he pondered which camera would be most suitable for his wife. The Leica Q2 or the Sony A7R4 and the Nikon Z7 II seems pretty good too. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a sweet voice calling out again, "Husband." The voice carried a hint of playfulness and slyness, making Lin Xian unable to help but laugh. He lowered his head, revealing his signature gentle smile, and asked softly, "What is it now?" Li Mengyao blinked and said with a grin, "It's nothing, However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Xian captured her lips with his. Seeing his wife being so mischievous and adorable, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't indulge her. Chapter 103 Happy Qixi Festival. The day after tomorrow is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which is also the Qixi Festival. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao registered their marriage on July 7th of the Gregorian calendar, which meant they had 2 special holidays. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking at Li Mengyao sleeping peacefully in his arms, a happy smile spreading across his face. He carefully climbed out of bed, careful not to wake her. Then he took out a beautiful gift from the cabinet beside him. This gift was a special Qixi festival present he prepared for Li Mengyao, a Nikon Z7 II camera. This camera features a high-resolution full-frame mirrorless design, delivering excellent image quality and autofocus performance. At the same time, its lightweight and portable design makes it very suitable for girls. The price isn't expensive, around 30,000. Lin Xian gently placed the Nikon Z7 II on the bedside table and left a handwritten note. He then quietly left the room and began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for his wife. Lin Xian walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he immediately saw a record on the piano shelf. Curious, he walked closer and discovered that it was Jay Chou's latest album, The Greatest Work, with Jay Chou's autograph on it. He picked up the record and examined it closely, only to find a note underneath. Happy Qixi Festival, you naughty husband. Li Mengyao also attached a heart drawn by herself. Lin Xian smiled slightly upon seeing this, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. On the other side, Li Mengyao also vaguely opened her beautiful eyes. After staring blankly on the bed for a while, she immediately noticed an exquisite camera on the bedside table. This surprised and delighted her, because Li Mengyao had always loved photography, but since a good camera was expensive, she could only use her mobile phone to record the beautiful moments in her life. Now, with this Nikon camera, she can better capture those beautiful landscapes and precious moments. Li Mengyao blinked happily and picked up the Nikon camera, fiddling with it in her hands. She carefully opened the lens cap, adjusted the focus and aperture, and felt the tacit understanding between her fingers and the shutter. Every time I press the shutter, it's like creating a new world. She was so engrossed in this world of creativity and art that she lost track of time. After fiddling with it for a while, Li Mengyao noticed another note on the bedside table. Curious, she reached out her little hand to take a look and discovered that it was left behind by her wicked husband. Happy Qixi Festival, my darling. Love, your husband. A kissing emoji followed. Li Mengyao looked at the note and smiled sweetly. Why does my husband always want to kiss me? Just then, Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mengyao sitting upright on the bed, looking at him with a smile. Lin Xian walked over happily, sat down next to Li Mengyao, and asked softly, Wife, you're awake. Li Mengyao nodded and smiled, replying, Yes, thank you for the gift, husband. I love it. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Xian tightly and gently placed a sweet kiss on his left cheek. Feeling the warmth, Lin Xian smiled slightly and teased, I also really like my wife's gift. Is that all? Li Mengyao smiled shyly, then planted another kiss on Lin Xian's right cheek and said gently, And another one, so it's symmetrical. A touch of playfulness and cuteness appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, Since that's the case, my wife has kissed me enough. Shouldn't it be my turn now? Before he could finish speaking, he eagerly moved closer to Li Mengyao's delicate lips, attempting to kiss her. No, I'm going to wash up. Li Mengyao nimbly dodged away, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with his mischievous wife. He could only obediently return to the kitchen and place the carefully prepared breakfast on the table. Not long after, Li Mengyao finished washing up and slowly walked to the dining room, where the two began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Honey, let's go to Jinghai Disneyland later, Lin Xian said softly with a smile on his lips. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Okay. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they went back to the bedroom to change their clothes. Li Mengyao turned around and began changing her clothes with her back to Lin Xian. Although she was still a little shy, she thought that he had already seen everything he needed to see, so she stopped worrying about it. After all, she simply couldn't stop her husband, who always acted like a scoundrel. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly changed into a handsome outfit, then sat quietly on the edge of the bed, admiring his wife's carefully dressed appearance. Before long, Li Mengyao had finished her makeup. Her makeup was very light and elegant, yet exquisite. This made her, who was already naturally beautiful, even more graceful and pure. Afterwards, Li Mengyao changed into an apricot-colored floral maternity dress. The dress was both stylish and comfortable, making it very suitable for pregnant women. Next, she put on a sun-protective shirt, which not only served as sun protection but also added a sense of layering to her overall look. Finally, Li Mengyao put on a cute little hat, which added a touch of playfulness to the whole outfit. She turned around in front of the mirror, looked at herself, and smiled with satisfaction. Li Mengyao now looks fresh, charming, and beautiful as a painting. Honey, let's go. Once everything was ready, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and they walked out of the house together. The two arrived at the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, and then walked to the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental and sat down. Honey, this Bentley Continental can now be driven autonomously, Lin Xian said with a smile. Huh? Isn't it an oil tanker? Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. It was just upgraded recently, honey. Now you can drive just like you did with your old Xiaomi SU7. No need for manual driving, Lin Xian said. Okay. Li Mengyao thought it was very convenient, and stop thinking about why a gasoline car could be driven intelligently. So Lin Xian started the car, activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving mode, and the Bentley Continental began to automatically drive towards Jinghai Disneyland. Chapter 104 I Feel Like a Princess. Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Disneyland. Lin Xian got out of the car first, and as he was about to help his wife from the passenger seat, Li Mengyao's cute little head popped out first. She blinked happily, a hint of joy flashing across her face. A giant Mickey Mouse sculpture greeted each visitor with a beaming smile. Surrounded by ornate archways and fluttering ribbons, the dreamlike castle's spires shimmered with a mysterious light under the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling crowd was filled with happy smiles, and adorable cartoon characters danced joyfully at the entrance, warmly inviting people into this world full of wonders. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand, and together they followed the crowd into the world of Jinghai Disneyland. Because Li Mengyao had never been here before, she kept looking around and took pictures of anything she liked with the Nikon Z7 II camera that Lin Xian had given her. Following the Disney travel guide he found online, Lin Xian began to explore step by step. Li Mengyao is currently pregnant, so she cannot experience many of the more stimulating activities. So Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the Disney Carousel attraction. This carousel has a relatively gentle motion, making it safer for pregnant women to ride without worry. The carousel at Jinghai Disneyland is a dazzling visual feast. The tall and ornate carousel shimmered with colorful lights. The carvings on the wooden horse are exquisite, with every detail showcasing ingenious craftsmanship. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao waited quietly in line at the back. Soon, it was their turn. Li Mengyao chose a pink rocking horse. Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao onto the rocking horse, carefully fastened her seatbelt, and then she grabbed the handrail and waited for it to start. Then Lin Xian sat on a white wooden horse next to Li Mengyao, like a prince on a white horse, smiling as he looked at Li Mengyao. As the music begins, the carousel slowly begins to turn, creating an atmosphere as if you've stepped into a dreamlike fairy tale world, captivating all who behold it. Wow, Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. It's so beautiful. I feel like a princess. She was as excited as a child, her face beaming with a happy smile. Honey, give me the Nikon camera, I'll take a picture of you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao replied with a smile, taking out a camera from her bag and handing it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the camera and adjusted the focus. As the rocking horse slowly turned, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile, an expression of pure happiness. Lin Xian pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment in his camera. After experiencing the carousel, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to Crystal Voyage. This is a place full of fantasy, making you feel as if you have entered a fairy tale world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao boarded the Crystal Voyage cruise ship, embarking on a magical and dreamlike journey. The boats glided leisurely along the shimmering waterways, and the scenery on both banks unfolded like a series of magnificent paintings. The colorful lights and wonderful sound effects intertwined to create a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. As the ship slowly passed through the mysterious cave, colorful lights illuminated the entire space, making one feel as if they were in a magical world. Flowers blooming along the waterway emit a captivating fragrance, and a gentle breeze brings a touch of freshness and tranquility. Li Mengyao held Lin Xian in her arms, quietly appreciating the beautiful scenery before her. At noon, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to a restaurant in Disneyland Mickey's Good Friends Market for lunch. Lin Xian ordered their signature dishes, braised lamb shank, seafood lox and noodles, German sausage, and pineapple shrimp fried rice. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Li Mengyao was overjoyed and then happily enjoyed her meal. After lunch, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled to the wonderful memory house. Upon entering the store, Li Mengyao was immediately drawn to the wide variety of merchandise. She excitedly pointed to the exquisite crystal ornament in front of her and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Then, she turned her head and saw the uniquely designed badges, her eyes lighting up. "This badge is so cute." Lin Xian smiled slightly as he looked at Li Mengyao's happy expression. He smiled and said, "Which one do you like? Your husband will buy it for you." In the end, the two chose a cute badge and pinned it on each other's clothes. After leaving the wonderful memory house, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each had a cute badge on their clothes. They smiled at each other and continued strolling around Disneyland. As they walked, Lin Xian noticed that Li Mengyao's forehead was starting to sweat, and she looked tired. He asked gently, "Honey, are you tired?" Li Mengyao nodded gently and said, "It's a little hot." Lin Xian knew that the sun was strongest and the temperature was highest at noon, so he had booked a hotel in advance for his midday rest. So the two went to the hotel. "I'm so tired. Li Mengyao sighed contentedly as she lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian lay down beside her, hugged her tightly, and said with a smile, "Wife, it will be very hot this afternoon. Let's go out later." Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So the two snuggled together and soon fell asleep. After the afternoon heat subsided, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao left the hotel to continue exploring Jinghai Disneyland. The two first visited the Alice in Wonderland maze, traversing a maze composed of fantastical sculptures such as hedges, stone walls, and giant flowers, and also encountered the magic cat and the little white rabbit. Afterwards, Lin Xian continued to take Li Mengyao to see Frozen, as if they had stepped into an ethereal, pure, and magical ice and snow world. After the visit, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the Old Vine Tree restaurant at Disneyland for dinner. They sat by the window, admiring the night view outside. Then, Li Mengyao looked at the siblings eating at the next table, and a warm smile appeared on her face. The younger brother said pitifully, "Sis, I want to eat some of yours too." The older sister firmly replied, "No, you didn't order it yourself just now." The younger brother said, looking aggrieved, "I'll only eat a little." The older sister replied somewhat helplessly, "Then you can't eat too much." Suddenly, my younger brother grabbed a hamburger and took a big bite, finishing more than half of it. My hamburger," the sister screamed. Seeing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle. Then she touched her slightly protruding belly and wondered if her two future babies would be just as cute and mischievous. At 8 p.m., as night fell, a breathtaking fireworks show began at Jinghai Disneyland. Brilliant fireworks burst in the night sky, like dazzling flowers blooming in an instant, or like countless stars falling to earth, their colorful light illuminating the entire park. People looked up, their faces beaming with happiness and joy. "Husband," Li Mengyao called out, her voice drowned out by the noisy surroundings, but Lin Xian keenly caught her call. He lowered his head, looking at his beautiful and charming wife, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "What's wrong?" Just then, a huge firework shot into the sky, like a dazzling dragon soaring straight into the heavens. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, stood on tiptoe, and offered him a sweet kiss. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, but then responded to her enthusiasm, and the two were immersed in a sweet atmosphere. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge firework exploded in the air, like a fairy waving her colorful sleeves and scattering countless gorgeous petals. It also illuminated the figures of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao embracing and kissing. Chapter 105 Honorary President. Time flies like an arrow, and soon the annual Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival or July 15th Festival, will arrive. According to folk tradition, the gates of hell will be opened wide on this day, releasing all the ghosts so that the deceased ancestors can return home and reunite with their families. I remember back then, whenever the Ghost Festival approached, Lin Xian would always be too playful to go home. His mother, Zhang Shulan, would scare him by saying, "There will be many ghosts tonight." Furthermore, Lin Wanqing's instigation made young Lin Xian so afraid that he dared not step out of the house. Now that he's older, Lin Xian no longer believes it. Ghosts and such don't exist. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle breathing of his wife, Li Mengyao, in his arms. At this moment, she nestled tightly in Lin Xian's arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian gently placed a deep kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead, then carefully got out of bed. After washing up, Lin Xian went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian put his wife's portion in the warmer. Then, he left home and went to Jinwan Technology Company. An hour later, Li Mengyao also woke up from her sweet dream. She blinked her beautiful eyes in a daze, looking around with a hazy gaze. Seeing that her husband was no longer in bed, she felt a slight sense of loss, but she knew he had gone to the company. So she lay quietly on the bed for a while, enjoying the moment of peace and languor. Then, she slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Next, she went to the kitchen, opened the warming cabinet, and found a familiar loving breakfast inside. A happy smile spread across Li Mengyao's face as she sat down at the table, slowly savoring the delicious breakfast. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Lu Yusin making a video call. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, then clicked the answer button, and Lu Yusin's smiling face immediately appeared on the screen. Yeah, let's go out and play later," Lu Yusin said excitedly. Xian, don't you have to go to work?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "What kind of work? I never want to work again in my life." Upon hearing the word work, Lu Yusin's face instantly fell, and she looked extremely unhappy. Ha, Zundu fake do. Li Mengyao burst into laughter at Lu Yusin's expression. "Zundu, I'm on vacation today and don't want to discuss work. It's settled then. I'm going to take a nap and leave as soon as I wake up, Lu Yusin said, and then hung up the video call. After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao sat down on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hand, and also picked up a cat toy to tease the cat. Time passed by, and about an hour later, she suddenly received a cute emoji from Lu Yusin, indicating that she had woken up and was ready to leave. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally finished dressing up. She looked at herself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the room. Before leaving, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian to let him know. Then, she opened the door and went out. Because Lu Yusin's car had recently broken down, Li Mengyao was responsible for driving her to pick her up this time. Li Mengyao walked up to the Bentley Continental, gently opened the car door, and climbed into the spacious and comfortable driver's seat. She then pressed the start button and activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system. With a slight rumble, the car slowly drove out of Jinwan Mansion and headed towards its destination. Not long after, Li Mengyao drove to the entrance of the residential area where Lu Yusin lived. Just then, Lu Yusin walked out of the entrance of the residential area. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yusin's eyes when she saw Li Mengyao's brand new convertible sports car. She excitedly walked quickly to the car, opened the passenger door, and plopped inside. Wow, Yao, when did you buy such a beautiful convertible sports car? Lu Yusin asked curiously. This is a gift Lin Xian gave me for my birthday, Li Mengyao said with a smile. TSK, not bad. You've completely become a little rich woman now, huh? Lu Yusin teased. Don't talk nonsense, you're the rich woman. You're making me sound old. Where are we going now? Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lu Yusin and asked with a slight upturn of her lips. Let's go eat first. I haven't had breakfast yet. Lu Yusin stretched out her little hand and pointed ahead. Li Mengyao glanced at Lu Yusin speechlessly, then started the car and slowly drove forward. Yao, don't you hold the steering wheel when you drive? Lu Yusin asked nervously, looking at Li Mengyao with her hands on her lap. No need. My car has intelligent driving capabilities, Li Mengyao said with a relaxed smile. How can a gasoline-powered car have intelligent driving capabilities? Meanwhile, Lin Xian happily returned home after handling some matters at the company. He had just opened the door when he was met not with a hug or a welcome from his wife. Hey, where's my wife? Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked into the living room, then went into the bedroom to look around, but no one was there. Strange, where did my wife go? Lin Xian scratched his head, then took out his phone and saw a message from Li Mengyao. Honey, Xian and I went shopping. We'll be back this afternoon. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Well, my wife has been lured away by my best friend again. Looks like I'll have to deal with lunch by myself. With that, Lin Xian headed to the kitchen, intending to make something quick and easy to get by. Just as Lin Xian was having lunch, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Xian picked it up and saw that it showed a call from He Ziyuan. So he pressed the answer button. Brother Lin Xian, are you having lunch? He Ziyuan asked kindly on the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm eating right now. What's up, Mr. He? Lin Xian replied with a smile. That's really unfortunate. I was planning to invite you out for dinner. Do you have time tonight? He Ziyuan then asked. I have to have dinner with my wife tonight. But Mr. He, please just say what you need, Lin Xian replied. Ha. Actually, it's like this, He Ziyuan laughed heartily, then said. I would like to sincerely invite you to serve as the honorary president of our Jinghai City Piano Association. What do you think? Chapter 106 is not bad, Chairman Lin. Honorary President. Lin Xian never expected that He Ziyuan would so directly appoint him as the honorary president of Jinghai City. Yes, the honorary president does not need to be directly involved in the association's daily management. It's just a nominal position, and he only needs to show up occasionally. He Ziyuan smiled and explained, Of course, if you have some spare time, you can also give some guidance to the newlyweds. Why me? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. As a top-level pianist like yourself, you should naturally serve as the most honorary president. He Ziyuan replied with a smile. Moreover, it will provide more convenience in the music field after your child is born, won't it? After careful consideration, Lin Xian realized that He Ziyuan's words were indeed not without merit. After all, it's always beneficial to build a wider network of connections. It can be said that his relationship with Ho Chi Yuan was mutually beneficial. All right, I'm willing to accept the position of honorary president. Lin Xian finally nodded in agreement, but also emphasized. However, my focus is still on my family. If there is a conflict in my schedule, I will definitely prioritize family matters. Of course, He Ziyuan quickly expressed his understanding. Would it be convenient for you to come over this afternoon? Our piano association will be holding a grand appointment ceremony. I'm free this afternoon, Lin Xian replied. Okay, see you this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, He Ziyuan was overjoyed. He had finally managed to bring Lin Xian into his piano association. On the other side, Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin arrived at a restaurant, which was the legendary Xianming restaurant. Yao, let me tell you, this Xianming restaurant is super popular in Jinghai City. I had to book several days in advance to successfully reserve a table. Lu Yusin excitedly grabbed Li Mengyao's hand and walked into Xianming restaurant with a look of anticipation on her face. The two found a comfortable seat, and after sitting down, Lu Yusin ordered her food. After the waiter left, Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile and stared at Li Mengyao, asking, Yao, what do you think of the dress I gave you? Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she said with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, How dare you ask? Haha. That night, you guys, Lu Yusin wanted to continue, but Li Mengyao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from speaking. Stop talking. Just then, a waiter came over and brought out all the dishes, which smelled enticing. The food is served. Please enjoy your meal. The two immediately put aside their previous topic and began to enjoy the delicious food while chatting happily. Wow, this is so delicious. It was totally worth the wait. Lu Yusin picked up a piece of tender and juicy meat, put it in her mouth and savored it, nodding in satisfaction. This tastes a bit like your husband's cooking, but it's not as good as his. Lu Yusin had gained experience from frequently eating at her best friend's house. Upon hearing Lu Yusin's evaluation, Li Mengyao simply smiled slightly. This Xianming restaurant was opened by her husband. Just as the two were finishing their meal, Zhou Quan came out from backstage. He looked around, and his gaze landed on Li Mengyao. Sister-in-law? Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, then quickly walked to the front desk. He said to the receptionist, Xiaoli, waive the fee for this table. The receptionist smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood. After giving his instructions, Zhou Quan walked happily to Li Mengyao's table and greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law, what brings you to the restaurant today? Where's Brother Xian? Zhou Quan asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, He should be eating at home. I'm having dinner with Yusin today. You've met her before. Zhou Quan was puzzled after hearing this. He turned to look at Lu Yusin and found her smiling at him. Hello, I'm sorry I didn't see you just now. Zhou Quan blushed instantly and said shyly, It's alright, are you eating here too? Lu Yusin asked with a smile. No, I'm the manager of this Xianming restaurant. Would you like anything else? Zhou Quan asked with a smile. Huh? You're the manager of this restaurant? Lu Yusin asked, somewhat surprised. Actually, this restaurant belongs to Lin Xian. I'm just managing it for him, Zhou Quan explained. Just then, a shout came from backstage. Manager Zhou, I need to take care of that first. You guys continue enjoying your meal. With that, Zhou Quan turned and left. Watching Zhou Quan's departing figure, Lu Yusin said with some emotion, Yao, this restaurant is also Lin Xian's? Yes, but my husband doesn't manage it much. Zhou Quan does most of the work, Li Mengyao said with a smile. So, what's your impression of him? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. I don't really feel anything, but Zhou Quan is quite impressive for managing Xianming restaurants so well, Lu Yusin replied thoughtfully. After they finished eating, the two continued shopping in the mall. Yao, how's this dress? Ha. What kind of clothes are you looking for? In the afternoon, after receiving his employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xian couldn't wait to return home. He pushed open the door, and before he could even put down the employment certificate in his hand, he was drawn in by a familiar fragrance. He knew it was Li Mengyao's unique fragrance, and a feeling of warmth and sweetness welled up in his heart. Welcome home. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian and said softly, her voice full of warmth and love. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek and asked with concern, Wife, you're back so soon? How was shopping today? Li Mengyao squinted her eyes, enjoying her husband's kiss, and replied with a smile, I'll be back after shopping this afternoon. Lin Xian nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room with his wife. Honey, what's this? Li Mengyao suddenly noticed that Lin Xian was holding a small red notebook and asked curiously, pointing at it. This is an employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao took it and carefully opened it, immediately noticing a line of text on it. Effective immediately, the Jinghai Piano Association officially appoints Lin Xian as its honorary president. She couldn't help but show a surprised expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, Not bad, Chairman Lin. After saying that, she stretched out her little hand and playfully lifted Lin Xian's chin, a smile on her lips. Lin Xian saw his wife so boldly teasing him. So he took the opportunity to put his arm around Li Mengyao's waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. Chapter 107 The Little Devil is Here. Honey, the baby's hungry. Li Mengyao touched her slightly protruding belly and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone. Honey, I'll go prepare dinner now. Lin Xian smiled, stood up, and went into the kitchen to get busy. Evening arrived quickly. After dinner, The two sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony as usual, leisurely enjoying the night view of the river. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, playing on her phone while chatting with him. "Honey, I have a package that has arrived." Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and said to Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. "I have one too, honey. I'll go get it now." Lin Xian took the opportunity to kiss Li Mengyao again, then smiled and left the balcony. After Lin Xian left, Li Mengyao quickly returned to her room and took out the clothes she had bought with Lu Yusin that afternoon while shopping. She thought nervously, "Will this really scare my husband? He's so afraid of ghosts, and today is the ghost festival. He'll probably be frightened." Thinking of this, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind to change into that black short dress. On the other side, Lin Xian went downstairs to the express delivery locker at the front door, skillfully entered the pickup code, and hurried home after receiving the package. When he opened the door, he found it was pitch black inside. "What's going on? Where did my wife go?" Lin Xian wondered, and his steps slowed down. He cautiously entered the house and tried to turn on the lights, but to no avail. The room was eerily quiet. "Wife, where are you?" Lin Xian shouted in a panic. Lin Xian's heart began to race, and a nameless fear welled up inside him. He couldn't help but remember that today was the Ghost Festival, also known as the Hungry Ghost Festival. Is my house really haunted? Lin Xian grew increasingly frightened, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. But he mustered his courage and told himself he had to find his wife first. So, Lin Xian shakily turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. He took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the room, preparing to search one by one. At each room door, he would gently push it open, nervously looking around as if afraid of seeing something terrifying. Just as Lin Xian slowly entered a room, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. "Who's there?" Lin Xian turned around abruptly, only to find no one there. Judging from the voice, it seemed like someone had run out of the living room. Just as Lin Xian walked out of the room and into the living room with a trembling heart, suddenly the lights in the room came on. Lin Xian was startled and froze, afraid to move. "Ha ha ha, the little devil is here." Lin Xian heard a familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Li Mengyao peeking out from the side. Li Mengyao was wearing a black mini dress and an adorable devil hair clip, which, combined with her delicate face and small ears, made her look playful and cute. At that moment, she was showing Lin Xian her cute teeth. Lin Xian stared blankly at Li Mengyao, his mind completely blank, the fear he had just felt vanishing in an instant. More than fear, what surprised him at this moment was Li Mengyao's contrasting outfit. "Honey, did I scare you?" Li Mengyao saw Lin Xian still in a daze, so she quickly went up and hugged him, feeling a little guilty. She had actually intended to turn off the lights to scare her husband, but she was afraid of frightening him, so she turned the lights back on. "Wife, you're getting more and more mischievous. You're even scaring your husband now." Lin Xian finally realized and smiled. He looked at Li Mengyao's outfit with surprise. I was originally planning to turn off the lights to scare you, but then I thought about how my husband is a coward, and what if he got scared? So I turned the lights on for you." Li Mengyao proudly raised her head, her eyes full of smugness. Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed those alluring lips. A blush crept onto Li Mengyao's face as she softly murmured, "Turn off the lights." What followed was a scene that defies description. In the days that followed, Lin Xian would go to the company every morning to handle business, but he would also take some time to visit the restaurant and the Jinghai Piano Association. He spent most of his time with Li Mengyao. Time flies, and it's already early September morning. That day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao packed their luggage together. Li Mengyao said with a smile, "That's about it. Honey, let's go." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded in response, picked up a suitcase, and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked to the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then stuffed the suitcase into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. Once everything was ready, he got into the driver's seat. "Xiaobin, locate me to Jingshui City." Lin Xian instructed the car's top-of-the-line intelligent driving system. "Okay." As the voice prompt ended, the Bentley Continental started smoothly and headed towards Stillwater. Chapter 108, I gained weight because of the baby. Throughout the journey, Li Mengyao was in a very pleasant mood. She admired the scenery outside the car window and hummed a few beautiful songs from time to time. This is understandable, given that she hasn't seen her mother for a long time. Looking at his wife's jubilant expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After a 4-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination, downstairs from Li Mengyao's apartment building. After Lin Xian brought the car to a smooth stop, he got out, opened the car door for Li Mengyao, and took her hand as they went upstairs together. Before long, the two arrived at their doorstep. Li Mengyao took out her keys, opened the door, and eagerly stepped inside, shouting, "Mom, I'm home." Meanwhile, Huang Shifang was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she immediately put down what she was doing and hurried out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao walked quickly to her mother and gently hugged her. "Mom, I missed you so much." Huang Shifeng gently stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with joy and relief. "Yao Yao, it's good that you're back." Then, she noticed Lin Xian standing to the side, carrying a large bag full of gifts, and couldn't help but smile and say, "Lin Xian, you're here, but why did you bring so much stuff? Don't do this again next time, or Mom will really be unhappy." "It's not much, Mom. You and Mengyao sit down and talk for a while. I'll go cook," Lin Xian said to Huang Shifeng with a smile. Because Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were already married, Lin Xian now calls Huang Shifeng Mom instead of Auntie. "I can do it." Before Huang Shifeng could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already gone into the kitchen and started working. So Huang Shifeng pulled Li Mengyao to sit on the sofa, and looking at Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a relieved smile appeared on his face. She never imagined that her daughter would become a mother, and a mother of two at that. "Yao Yao, how many months pregnant are you now?" Huang Shifeng asked with concern. "I'm 5 months pregnant." Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly, her face radiating maternal love. "Time flies. My granddaughter is about to be born," Huang Shifeng said with emotion. "I really want to see what the little one looks like." "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" Huang Shifeng continued to ask. "No, Lin Xian took very good care of me," Li Mengyao replied gently. "I can see that finding a son-in-law like Lin Xian is a blessing for our family," Huang Shifeng said with emotion. "Your father would be comforted in heaven." Huang Shifeng's eyes were slightly red, her voice trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but choke up. "Mom, don't cry. It makes me want to cry too." Seeing her mother's tears, Li Mengyao felt a pang of sadness and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe away Huang Shifeng's tears. Huang Shifeng sniffed, forcing back the tears in her eyes, and smiled through her tears, saying, "Mom, these are tears of joy. Don't cry anymore. Come on, tell Mom how you've been doing lately." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled and recounted the most important recent events to her mother. Just then, Lin Xian brought out the last dish from the kitchen and placed it on the table, calling out to the two of them, "Dinner's ready." So the mother and daughter stood up and sat down at the dining table. Lin Xian prepared a very lavish meal, including braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised beef, and winter melon meatball soup, among other delicious dishes. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Huang Shifeng couldn't help but praise. "Lin Xian, your cooking skills are getting better and better." "Haha, thank you for the compliment, Mom." Lin Xian smiled slightly, then picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Li Mengyao. Delicious," Li Mengyao said indistinctly while chewing on the fish. "Mom, Lin Xian's cooking is even better than that of a 5-star chef." Huang Shifeng chuckled, her gaze falling on her daughter, and then said, "No wonder Yao Yao has gained so much weight." "Mom," hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed and said coquettishly, "I've gained weight because of the baby, not because I'm greedy." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. Lin Xian and Huang Shifeng exchanged a glance, and both smiled happily. "By the way, Mom, we're planning to move to Times Garden this afternoon," Lin Xian said. "Great. The environment there is nice and comfortable." Huang Shifeng nodded, then turned to Lin Xian and said gratefully, "Lin Xian, thank you. Thanks to you, Mengyao and I are living better and better." "Mom, please don't be so polite. We're all family. Please don't say things like that to me again," Lin Xian said earnestly. Huang Shifeng nodded slightly, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Okay, Mom understands." After lunch, Huang Shifeng took the bowl and chopsticks from Lin Xian's hands and said with a smile, "You two should go and rest for a while. I'll clean up here." Lin Xian smiled helplessly and led Li Mengyao back to their room. Li Mengyao changed into a pink nightgown, eagerly lay back on her familiar bed, then made room for Lin Xian, beckoned, and called out, "Honey, come to sleep." Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly, immediately changed into his pajamas, lay down next to Li Mengyao, and gently hugged her. "We're moving soon. Are you feeling a little sad?" Lin Xian asked gently. A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Mengyao's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "Of course I'll be a little reluctant to leave. After all, this is where I've lived since I was a child. But the thought that I can come back and visit any time in the future makes it all worthwhile. Go to sleep, baby." Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek. Li Mengyao nodded happily and closed her eyes. The two then fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, after Lin Xian woke up, he first packed up all of Li Mengyao's things, then dragged the luggage downstairs again and stuffed it into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. When Lin Xian went upstairs for the last time, he found Huang Shifeng coming downstairs with a huge suitcase. "Since I mainly brought clothes and small daily necessities, I was able to fit them all in the car." Lin Xian, you changed your car again? Huang Shifeng looked at the brand new Bentley Continental convertible in front of her with surprise, her eyes full of shock and doubt. Yes, it was just changed recently. This car is for Mengyao to drive. Lin Xian smiled slightly, took the luggage from Huang Shifeng's hands, and easily stuffed it into the Bentley's trunk. Just right, the Bentley's trunk was packed full. At this moment, Huang Shifeng secretly sighed. Lin Xian is just too rich. All right, Mom, get in the car now, Lin Xian said gently, looking at Huang Shifeng who was still in a daze. Huang Shifeng seemed to snap out of a daze and quickly nodded in response. Ah, okay. She hurriedly climbed into the back seat of the Bentley Continental, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere inside the car. Then, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao and settled her in the passenger seat. Finally, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat and prepared to set off. Lin Xian gently pressed the button, and the roof of the Bentley Continental slowly opened, like a blooming flower. With the roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the parking space and headed towards Times Garden. Throughout the journey, Huang Shifeng was filled with emotion. She never imagined that one day she would be able to sit in such a luxurious convertible and enjoy the feeling of a gentle breeze on her face. The Bentley Continental cruised through the streets of Stillwater, becoming a striking sight. Pedestrians on the street cast envious glances, praising the expensive sports car. Chapter 109 I love eating whatever my husband makes. Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden residential complex. After getting out of the car, Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifeng headed towards Building A of Times Garden. Before long, they arrived at the door of apartment 1201 in Building A. Lin Xian extended his finger and gently pressed the fingerprint lock. With a soft click, the solemn and grand smart door slowly opened. When Huang Shifeng went inside, she was stunned. Her eyes widened, and she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The new Chinese-style interior design is full of artistic flair, and the luxurious decor and brand-new furniture are truly eye-catching. The renovation costs are almost equivalent to a decent apartment in the city. Honey, did you buy a piano here too? Li Mengyao walked in, her eyes scanning the surroundings, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She walked briskly to the piano in the living room, her face beaming with excitement. Yes, my wife loves listening to me play the piano, so we have one in every house, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Li Mengyao and Huang Shifeng began to explore every corner of the house with great interest, carefully appreciating every detail. Lin Xian followed behind them, checking the house's renovation for any flaws. Finally, after they had walked all over the house, all three of them smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, they sat together on the soft, comfortable solid-wood sofa, leisurely watching the 200-inch TV and enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. Mom, can we invite Mingyao's aunt and her family over for dinner tonight? Lin Xian asked his mother, Huang Shifeng, with a smile. Okay, I'll ask right away. Huang Shifeng happily agreed, then picked up her phone to call her sister Huang Shizhen and invite her family over for dinner. Huang Shifeng dialed Huang Shizhen's number. Sister, are you and brother-in-law free tonight? Yes, what's wrong, sister? Huang Shizhen replied on the other end of the phone. Well, Lin Xian and Mengyao are back. They've moved to a new place and wanted to invite you all to dinner tonight, Huang Shifeng said happily. What? You've moved to a new house? Huang Shizhen asked in surprise. Yes, we've moved to Times Garden now, Huang Shifeng replied with a smile. Oh dear, that's terrible. Qingchuan and I will definitely come, but Jiayi is still out of town, so she can't come, Huang Shizhen said regretfully. It's okay, see you tonight. Huang Shifeng then hung up the phone. Mom, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tonight's meal, Lin Xian said, standing up. No need, Mom can go buy it. Huang Shifeng quickly stopped her. Mom, you and Mengyao should rest at home. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards the door. Just as he changed his shoes and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. It turned out that Li Mengyao had tightly held his big hand with her soft little hand. Honey, I want to go too. Li Mengyao blinked her bright eyes, a radiant smile on her lips, her tone slightly coquettish. Lin Xian turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, and asked with concern, Wife, aren't you tired? Not tired. Li Mengyao shook her head and answered happily. Seeing his wife's energetic appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile and nodded, saying, All right then, let's go together. Hearing her husband's words, Li Mengyao's face beamed with a happy smile. She nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian take her hand, and they walked out of the house together. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Walmart. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked into the supermarket hand in hand. After entering the supermarket, Lin Xian pushed a shopping cart and began to carefully select the ingredients he needed. Honey, what are you planning to cook tonight? Li Mengyao asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Let me think first. We need a braised carp, which symbolizes abundance year after year, and I hope that our future life will be prosperous and happy. Prepare some 4 happiness meatballs. This dish represents the 4 great joys in life: fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. I wish my whole family happiness and good health. Of course, lobster is indispensable, as it symbolizes continuous advancement and prosperity." "Honey, I didn't know you knew all this." Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. "Of course. Is there a reward for my husband?" Lin Xian asked with a mischievous smile. "Aren't you ashamed, being out in public?" Li Mengyao blushed and glared at Lin Xian. "Honey, is there anything you particularly want to eat?" Lin Xian asked with a doting expression. "There's nothing in particular I want to eat," Li Mengyao said, shaking her head. "Because I love eating whatever my husband makes." Li Mengyao then said with a smile, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze, as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Lin Xian couldn't resist and hugged Li Mengyao, kissing her on her beautiful face. Li Mengyao hurriedly broke free, glanced around, and saw several aunties looking at her with doting smiles. Li Mengyao blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "You stinky husband, can't you be a little more discreet when you're out?" Li Mengyao said angrily. "My wife is so beautiful, I just couldn't resist," Lin Xian said with a smile. "All right, let's hurry up and buy the ingredients, then head home." Li Mengyao shook her head helplessly and pulled Lin Xian to continue walking forward. After buying the groceries, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove away from Walmart. "Mom, we're back." Lin Xian led Li Mengyao home. Hearing the sound, Huang Shifang came out of the living room and said with a smile, "Lin Xian, you've worked hard. Please put your things down and I'll cook." As she spoke, she reached out to take the bag from Lin Xian's hand. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, "No need. You and Mengyao can rest in the living room. It's a good opportunity for your aunt and uncle to try my cooking." After saying that, he picked up the bag and went into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. Around 5 p.m., a crisp doorbell rang. Huang Shifang stood up, walked to the door, and looked out through the security camera. She saw 2 people standing outside the door, her sister Huang Shizhen and her brother-in-law Luo Qingchuan. They carried a beautiful fruit basket and a small, exquisite money tree, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Huang Shifang quickly opened the door and greeted them with a smile. "Sister, brother-in-law, you've arrived." Huang Shizhen smiled and said, "Sister, congratulations on your housewarming." Huang Shifang gratefully accepted the gift and said, "Thank you, please come in." Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan entered the house, looked around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, the decoration here is so exquisite. It must have cost a lot of money." Huang Shifang smiled and replied, "Lin Xian handled everything." Then she led the 2 into the living room and warmly poured them a cup of hot tea. Just then, Li Mengyao came out of the room and saw Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. She greeted them happily, "Auntie, uncle." When Huang Shizhen saw Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Yao Yao, come over to your auntie." Chapter 110. It's all for Mengyao's good. Li Mengyao sat obediently next to Huang Shizhen, her face beaming with a happy smile. Looking at her, Huang Shizhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "I never thought our Yao Yao would be preparing to become a mother." Her tone was full of relief and joy. The Huang family had a deep bond with Li Mengyao. They practically watched her grow up. Now that she sees Li Mengyao about to become a mother, she is genuinely happy for her. Li Mengyao nodded shyly upon hearing Huang Shizhen's words. She knew that all of this was thanks to Lin Xian's care and love, so she said with emotion, "It seems that Lin Xian is taking good care of you. By the way, where is Lin Xian?" Huang Shizhen asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, "He's cooking in the kitchen. It's really rare to see a man who can cook for his wife's family. Qingchuan, don't you think?" Huang Shizhen praised, then glanced at Luo Qingchuan. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingchuan quickly shifted his gaze and pretended to be watching TV intently. Luo Qingchuan is the kind of man who never goes into the kitchen, so he felt rather embarrassed when his wife asked him that question. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Luo Qingchuan's reaction. Just then, Lin Xian had already prepared all the delicious dishes and brought them to the table one after another. He greeted everyone warmly. "Dinner's ready." Lin Xian walked into the living room and politely greeted Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. "Auntie, uncle, you're here." "Lin Xian, you've really worked hard," Huang Shizhen said with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do. Everyone, get ready to eat." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Afterwards, everyone sat down around the dining table. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes, emitting an enticing aroma. There is fragrant braised carp, 2 servings of large 4 happiness meatballs, delicious baked lobster with cheese, garlic-flavored spare ribs, fragrant stir-fried beef with scallions, tender and juicy chicken stew with mushrooms, and delicious bamboo shoot and crushing carp soup. There were exactly 7 dishes. Because Li Mengyao is pregnant and more sensitive to the taste of alcohol, everyone chose to drink fruit juice instead of alcohol. New home, new happiness, new fortune. Wishing you a happy move to your new home. May you always be smiling. May happiness stay with you forever, and may your life become better and better. Huang Shizhen raised his glass and sincerely wished you well. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Then, they began to savor the delicious food on the table. Lin Xian, your cooking skills are simply divine. Huang Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this is the first time I've ever had such delicious food, Luo Qingchuan echoed. Yes, I was also very surprised at first, Huang Shifang said with a smile. If it's delicious, everyone should eat more. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, but his heart was filled with joy. No wonder Yao Yao has gained a lot of weight, Huang Shizhen said, glancing at Li Mengyao as he ate. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao froze, and the meat she was about to eat instantly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Huang Shizhen in disbelief. Oh, why does Annie say that too? Li Mengyao pouted, looking a little upset. Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Li Mengyao's adorable expression. Laughter echoed in the room, making everyone feel incredibly warm. After dinner, Huang Shifang was clearing the dishes to wash them, but Huang Shizhen insisted on going into the kitchen to help. So, only Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Luo Qingchuan remained in the living room. At this moment, Luo Qingchuan sat on the sofa, looking at the luxurious decorations in the room, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. He was quite surprised that Lin Xian, at such a young age, possessed such wealth and status. So he couldn't help but ask, Lin Xian, what are you doing in Jinghai City now? He hoped that by asking this question, he could gain a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's background and professional situation. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied in a gentle tone, I own a technology company in Jinghai. Upon hearing Lin Xian's answer, Luo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation. He exclaimed, I never imagined you'd start a company at such a young age. You're truly remarkable. Then, Luo Qingchuan continued. It seems that Mengyao has chosen the right person. Judging from all the details, you are really good to Mengyao. I watched Mengyao grow up since she was a child. After her father passed away, I treated her as my second daughter. Luo Qingchuan's voice carried a deep emotion, allowing listeners to feel his deep affection for Mengyao. Although it may be inappropriate to say these things on this housewarming day, I am a pragmatic person, so I still want to tell you that if you treat her badly in the future, I will hold you accountable immediately. His tone was firm and serious, making his warning impossible to ignore. Lin Xian was deeply moved by Luo Qingchuan's words. He knew that Luo Qingchuan said those words entirely out of concern and care for Mengyao. Lin Xian quickly replied, I am very grateful to your family for taking care of Mengyao. I will definitely treat Mengyao well. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he expressed his determination to Luo Qingchuan. Okay. Luo Qingchuan nodded with satisfaction, a pleased smile on his face. Come, try some of the fresh fruit I just washed. Just then, Huang Shizhen came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of abundant fruit. However, when she stepped into the living room, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. Old Luo, are you asking Lin Xian all sorts of questions again? Huang Shizhen frowned and glared at Luo Qingchuan, scolding him. I only asked a little bit. Luo Qingchuan lowered his head guiltily and said in a low voice. You're about to retire, and I'm telling you, you should really get rid of this occupational habit. Huang Shizhen sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. Lin Xian, please don't mind him. He's been working at the procuratorate for a long time, and it's just an old problem he's developed. Huang Shizhen turned around and explained to Lin Xian with a face full of apology. It's all right, it's all for Mengyao's sake. Lin Xian smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and gentle. At this moment, Li Mengyao nestled close to Lin Xian, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then, everyone chatted happily in the living room, discussing everything from work to life, from the past to the future, freely and joyfully. After a while, Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan got up to say goodbye. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian looked at his wife in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and then said tenderly, Good night, baby. Then, he slowly moved closer to her cheek, preparing to give her a sweet goodnight kiss. However, at that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly reached out her small hand and gently covered Lin Xian's lips. It's all your fault. You made me so fat, and now you won't let me kiss you. Li Mengyao pouted. Chapter 111. Quit your job at the supermarket. Wife, how can you blame me? Lin Xian said with a smile, gently removing Li Mengyao's small hand from her hand. Who else is to blame but you? Li Mengyao said coquettishly, then stretched out her other small hand to continue covering Lin Xian's lips. Baby, they're the ones who made you fat. Lin Xian removed Li Mengyao's small hand again and held it tightly in both of his hands. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian reproachfully, trying to reach out to cover herself again, but found that both of her small hands were firmly locked by Lin Xian and she couldn't pull them out. Lin Xian's face drew closer and closer, their breaths mingling. Finally, Lin Xian's lips gently touched Li Mengyao's lips. After a long while, Lin Xian reluctantly released the beauty in his arms, looking at her with doting eyes. It means the babies are developing well. They'll gradually lose weight after my wife gives birth, Lin Xian said softly, his tone full of tenderness and care. Li Mengyao's mind went blank from the kiss, and her little temper disappeared. She leaned against Lin Xian's chest, quietly feeling his warmth, and soon fell asleep. Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mengyao and preparing to fall asleep, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for helping the baby's mother celebrate her housewarming. A boutique shop located downstairs in the Times Garden residential complex will be awarded as a reward. Please check. The system is giving away another shop? The shop gave it to me, but it's not really of any use yet. Well, something is better than nothing. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Lin Xian gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xian got up early to make breakfast for his family. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Xian, why are you up so early? Huang Shifang asked as she came out of the room. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Mom, come and have breakfast. Lin Xian smiled and brought 2 bowls of shrimp and tomato noodles to the table. Each bowl had a golden poached egg on top, making it look incredibly appetizing. Okay. Huang Shifang sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Huang Shifang went to work. Just as Huang Shifang left, Lin Xian's phone rang suddenly. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, may I ask who you are? Lin Xian asked curiously. I am the manager in charge of sales of shops in Times Garden. You ordered a boutique shop yesterday. When would you be free to come and check it? The other party asked politely. I live in Times Garden. I'll go there when I have time, Lin Xian replied. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come over. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Suddenly, he realized that the shop was perfect for Huang Shifang to manage, and it was right downstairs in the residential complex, which was very convenient. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. As time went by, sunlight streamed through the windows and fell on the floor, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow. Lin Xian was leaning back in a comfortable chair on the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Times Garden community. Suddenly, he heard a clear, crisp voice calling out, "Husband." Lin Xian's gaze immediately turned towards the bedroom. He walked into the room with light steps, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. When he entered the room, he found Li Mengyao sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, staring at him with her bright, innocent eyes like a doe's. Honey, you're awake? Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, Lin Xian said gently, sitting down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao responded softly, her gaze still fixed on Lin Xian, as if she were looking at something. Lin Xian felt his wife's gaze and felt a little puzzled. He couldn't help but touch his cheek and asked curiously, Honey, is there something on my face? Yes, it's here. Li Mengyao suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xian, her lips gently touching Lin Xian's right cheek, leaving a deep kiss. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and a sweet feeling welled up in his heart. Li Mengyao then quickly left the bedside and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian scratched his right cheek, then smiled happily. After Li Mengyao finished washing up, the two went to the restaurant together, where Lin Xian watched his wife slurp up noodles in small bites. Honey, let's go check out the shops downstairs later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Shops? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Well, I wanted Mom to quit her job at the supermarket, but I was worried she'd be too bored, so I bought her a shop, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Really? Then Mom will be so happy. Li Mengyao's face beamed with a smile. After all, Huang Shifang's job at the supermarket was both hard and low-paying. Look how happy you are. You've even got soup on your lips, Lin Xian teased. Where is it? Li Mengyao tried to reach for a tissue to wipe it. Don't move, let your husband do it, Lin Xian said, taking a tissue and gently wiping his mouth clean. It's gone now. After having breakfast, the two of them set off together to the downstairs of the Times Garden residential complex. I found the premium shop that the system had gifted me. The sales manager left after helping Lin Xian complete the signing process. The two then began to carefully examine the 70 square meter shop. It's just the right size, not too big or too small, and it's centered in the middle. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both satisfied. Time quickly came to noon. Huang Shifang finished her morning work and returned home. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the enticing aroma of food. Lin Xian had already prepared a sumptuous lunch and said to her with a smile, "Mom, you've worked hard. Come and eat." Huang Shifang felt a warmth in her heart, and a happy smile spread across her face. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so wonderful to have such a thoughtful son-in-law." Then, the three of them sat down happily around the table and enjoyed the delicious lunch. During the meal, Lin Xian suddenly asked, "Mom, how long until you retire?" Huang Shifang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "There are still more than 2 years left. What's wrong?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Mom, why don't you quit your job at the supermarket?" Hearing this, Huang Shifang was stunned with surprise. No more wild thoughts after chapter 112. But soon, Huang Shifang came to her senses. She looked at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, a smile appearing on her face, and said, "Lin Xian, I know you're doing well now, but if I suddenly had to retire early and have nothing to do, I would find it very difficult to adjust." Huang Shifang has been busy for Li Mengyao for more than 10 years. Suddenly asking her to stay at home and do nothing would indeed make her feel bored and uncomfortable. "Mom, we knew you wouldn't be comfortable with it, so Lin Xian bought you a shop downstairs in Times Garden," Li Mengyao explained with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Shifang frowned and said, "A shop? Lin Xian, you've been wasting money again." Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's all right. I'll take care of this shop for you in the future. You can open it whenever you want and rest whenever you want. Besides, it's very close to home." After much persuasion from Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, Huang Shifang finally reluctantly agreed. Although she still felt it was a waste of money, Huang Shifang was very gratified to see how filial her two children were. So in the afternoon, after finishing her last day of work, Huang Shifang submitted her resignation to the company. Despite her superiors' repeated attempts to persuade her to stay, she had already made up her mind to enjoy a more leisurely life. Ultimately, she successfully resigned from her job. "Shifang, why did you suddenly resign?" Huang Shifang's colleague Chun Li asked in surprise. "My children don't want me to continue. They say I've worked so hard for so many years and deserve a good rest," Huang Shifang explained with a smile. "Sigh, I really envy you for having such a filial child. What do you plan to do in the future?" Chun-Li asked curiously. "Yes, my child bought me a shop downstairs in Times Garden, so I can open my own little shop," Huang Shifang replied happily. "Wow, this is really great. You can make money and have free time at the same time," Chun-Li exclaimed. Then Chun-Li thought about how her son had gradually become distant and unresponsive after getting married. "My brat's son, never mind. Congratulations." As night falls, the entire city is immersed in tranquility. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of their home hand in hand and strolled along the tree-lined path in the residential area. The Times Garden residential area is very spacious, with shady trees, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze carrying the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Soft light filters through the lush foliage, creating a play of light and shadow that is both dreamlike and enchanting. Everything was so harmonious on this peaceful and beautiful night. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked slowly along the path and saw many people enjoying this wonderful time. Some elderly people sat in the rest area playing chess and chatting. Some middle-aged women danced in the open space, their laughter echoing in the air, and a group of innocent and adorable little kids played and frolicked in the entertainment area, chasing and laughing non-stop. The two continued walking until they reached a flower bush. Li Mengyao reached out and gently touched the petals, feeling their softness and delicacy. Lin Xian stood to the side, quietly admiring Li Mengyao's beauty, his eyes filled with love. "Honey, do you think Yu might not be used to being in the pet store?" Li Mengyao suddenly thought of her own kitten and felt a little worried. Of course not. Yu was originally bought from that pet store, and the staff there will definitely take good care of her, Lin Xian reassured her. Since Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had to return to Jingshui City, they had to leave Yu with Miao Miao Pet Shop. Then, Li Mengyao's gaze was drawn to the children playing on the slide not far away. Looking at the children's innocent smiles, her heart was filled with anticipation. "Honey, my children will be able to play happily like them in the future," Li Mengyao said with a gentle smile, stroking her belly. "Yes, we will," Lin Xian said gently, leading Li Mengyao forward. At this moment, a question suddenly arose in Li Mengyao's mind. If it weren't for the child, would Lin Xian still be her husband? The thought made her heart clench, as if an invisible force was tearing at her heart. She stopped, looked at Lin Xian, and asked softly, "Husband, I have a question for you." "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Xian sensed Li Mengyao's unusual behavior and asked gently. Li Mengyao took a deep breath, her eyes becoming unusually serious. even a little nervous, as she asked, if that night hadn't happened, and if we didn't have this child, would you still have fallen in love with me? Lin Xian's body trembled slightly upon hearing these words. However, Lin Xian quickly stepped forward and embraced Li Mengyao, gently stroking her hair. He said in a deep and firm voice, even without that night, you and I would have met again in the future, fallen in love, and you, my wife, would never escape my grasp. Lin Xian pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, his gentle breath brushing against her face like a spring breeze, making her feel incredibly safe. His words, like a gentle stream, nourished Li Mengyao's soul. She looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. She finally understood that, regardless of that night, their love was destined. Even if Lin Xian doesn't find her, she will take the initiative to come to him. Lin Xian was right. Even without that night, Lin Xian would definitely fall deeply in love with Li Mengyao if he met her in the future. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, gentle, kind, and charming pure school beauty? Even if fate changes course, their love will shine like the stars and never fade. Don't let your mind wander like that again, okay? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose and smiled indulgently. Li Mengyao nodded shyly, a happy smile spreading across her face. Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Li Mengyao's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly and said coquettishly, I know, we're still outside. As she spoke, she tried to push Lin Xian away with her small hand. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then released Li Mengyao and continued to hold her hand as they strolled through the beautiful garden. After a while, Li Mengyao felt a little tired, so the two went home. Huang Shifang had already gone back to her room to sleep, leaving only Lin Xian and Li Mengyao in the living room. They sat quietly on the solid wood sofa, playing on their phones. Lin Xian suddenly noticed a photo album under the table. He curiously reached out and took it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Mengyao quickly snatched it away from him. Honey, don't look, Li Mengyao said in a panic. Why? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. No reason why. You're just not allowed to look. Li Mengyao pouted. Let your husband guess. Is this an ugly photo of you when you were little? Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. Since you said it's an ugly photo, then I definitely can't show it to you. Li Mengyao pouted, looking unhappy. After she finished speaking, she stood up with the photo album in her hand and hurriedly walked towards her room. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his face. There will be plenty of opportunities to see in the future. Chapter 113, When Has Your Husband Ever Lied to You? The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and felt a warm aura rushing towards him. He looked down and found Li Mengyao nestled in his arms, exuding a captivating fragrance. He couldn't resist kissing her fair forehead. Then Lin Xian remembered the photo album from last night, and a sense of curiosity and anticipation welled up in his heart. He carefully got out of bed, walked to the bedside, squatted down, and groped his way to the storage box that Li Mengyao had hidden under the bed. He gently opened the lid and, sure enough, found the photo album. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. After all, he and Li Mengyao had been living together for a long time, and he knew exactly where she hid her things. Lin Xian carried the photo album back to bed and gently turned each page, as if entering a time tunnel. The photos in the album caught Lin Xian's eye. They were all pictures of Li Mengyao when she was a child. Looking at those chubby, adorable photos, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Xian imagined his wife's childhood memories, flipping through the photo album while occasionally letting out a soft laugh. At this moment, the beauty in his arms trembled slightly, but Lin Xian, who was focused on admiring the photo album, did not notice that Li Mengyao beside him had gradually woken up. After a while, Li Mengyao finally opened her beautiful eyes. She rubbed her eyes and stretched. Then, she yawned and gradually came to her senses. When she turned her head and saw Lin Xian flipping through her childhood photo album, a shy expression instantly appeared on her face. Honey, you're awake. Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's movement and asked with a smile. Ah, you naughty husband. Why are you peeking again? Li Mengyao pouted cutely, her face full of shyness. I found it by accident, Lin Xian said with a grin. I don't believe you. Give it back to me. Li Mengyao stretched out a small hand, gesturing for Lin Xian to quickly return the photo album to her. My wife was quite cute when she was little. Lin Xian handed the photo album to Li Mengyao with a helpless expression. Really? Li Mengyao asked, somewhat doubtfully. Of course it's true. When has your husband ever lied to you? Lin Xian smiled gently. Don't you always try to trick me into kissing you? Li Mengyao said playfully. That's a way for couples to strengthen their relationship. How can you call it lying? Lin Xian said shamelessly. Snort. Li Mengyao gave a soft hum. but still gently rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, then flipped through the photo album page by page to show her husband, happily wiggling her little feet. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished reading, they walked out of the bedroom together and came to the living room. Huang Shifang had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast. "Good morning, Mom," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Good morning, are you hungry?" "Breakfast is ready," Huang Shifang said with a smile. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took Huang Shifang to the boutique shops downstairs. Huang Shifang carefully examined the small shop, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Mom, what kind of shop are you planning to open in this shop?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile. Let me think about it. How about opening a convenience store? That would make it convenient for nearby residents to shop, and we could also make some money," Huang Shifang said. "That's fine. Mom's schedule will be more flexible then, and she can arrange things freely." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The three returned home and got busy with their own things. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The young couple continued to cuddle, admiring their surroundings while chatting about their future plans and dreams. Huang Shifang began preparing for the shop's renovation, carefully considering how to create a convenience store that would attract customers. As evening approached, the sun set and its afterglow faded. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hands, reading attentively and quietly. However, when she happened to look up, her gaze was drawn to the view outside the window. The sky was filled with a magnificent sunset, like a mysterious and spectacular painting unfolding before our eyes. She excitedly got up, walked lightly to the spacious balcony, and gazed into the distance. As the evening sun gradually sank in the west, it emitted a charming orange glow, like a soft veil gently covering the entire neighborhood. Sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, scattering across the lawn of the community like tiny pieces of gold, shimmering with a warm and dazzling glow. "Honey, come and see. It's so beautiful." Li Mengyao excitedly turned her head and called Lin Xian to come and admire the beautiful scene together. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He strode into the bedroom and took out the Nikon Z7 II camera. Lin Xian walked onto the balcony and pointed the camera at Li Mengyao's profile. At this moment, the evening glow, like a dreamy veil, gently draped over her profile, painting her with a captivating blush that was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xian pressed the shutter and captured this stunning scene. "Honey, shall we take some photos downstairs in the apartment complex? The scenery there will be even better," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. She quickly turned around and went back to her bedroom, where she changed into a sweet outfit. A white Peter Pan collar t-shirt paired with a refreshing green maternity dress. This outfit showcases her elegance and grace while maintaining a youthful and energetic vibe. "Honey, let's hurry. The sun will be setting soon," Li Mengyao said, pulling Lin Xian along as they walked outside. "Slow down. Honey, no rush." Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao, afraid that she would bump into something. Soon, Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao to the apartment building. The two searched for a suitable spot to take photos and finally found a clearing on the lawn. The light there was the brightest and just right. At this moment, the setting sun cast its last rays across the orange sky, a breathtaking sight. With her back to the evening glow, Li Mengyao gently tucked her hair behind her ear, a serene smile on her face. At that moment, Lin Xian's heart began to pound. He quickly took out his Nikon camera, carefully adjusted the angle and lighting, and then pressed the shutter button. With a click, a beautiful photograph was born. In the photo, Li Mengyao looks like a fairy descended from heaven, beautiful and captivating. Her smile is as radiant as the sunshine, warming hearts. Chapter 114. Wife, who can you keep in check like this? After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao happily went home. Back home, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Mengyao and her mother carefully examined the beautiful photos they had just taken with their Nikon Z7 II. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. "Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready," Lin Xian called out. Lin Xian served 4 dishes and a soup. Li Mengyao is 5 months pregnant with twins, so she has a large appetite. Li Mengyao arrived at the restaurant happily, swallowed hard, and her eyes lit up because it was full of her favorite dishes. Lin Xian made them a braised beef dish, which was reddish in color and tender and juicy. The steamed sea bass was delicious and tender. The cumin squid was fragrant and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The tomato and eggplant stew was sweet and sour and had a bright and tempting color. And there was also a duck and winter melon soup, which was light and delicious. These dishes are not only nutritious, but also delicious and visually appealing. "Wow, it smells so good. My husband is amazing," Li Mengyao said excitedly. She leaned close to Lin Xian, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the cheek, seemingly forgetting that her mother, Huang Shifeng, was watching and chuckling to herself. Li Mengyao only realized it after kissing him, and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Then she quietly sat down and ate rice in small bites. Lin Xian was amused by her actions and burst into laughter. He quickly picked up a piece of fish and fed it to her. Li Mengyao opened her small mouth, put the fish meat into her mouth, chewed it carefully, and had a happy expression on her face. Seeing her enjoying her meal made Lin Xian feel especially happy. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao let out a comfortable little burp. Seeing that his wife was quite full, Lin Xian smiled indulgently. "Honey, let's rest for a bit, and then go for a walk," Lin Xian said with a gentle pat on her shoulder and a smile. "Okay, let's go for a walk along the Jingshui River tonight," Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So, after resting for a while, the two of them went out of the house together. Lin Xian drove a Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to the Jingshui River. When they arrived at the Jingshui River, Lin Xian parked the car and then took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled along the riverbank. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the round moon hangs high in the night sky, emitting a bright, yet gentle light. The bright moonlight shone on the river, making it sparkle like a dream. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring Li Mengyao's hair and making it dance in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently tucked a strand of Li Mengyao's hair behind her ear, his eyes full of doting and care. The two walked forward hand in hand, step by step. They walked and chatted happily. However, just then, a person walked towards them from the front, catching Li Mengyao's attention. A look of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she greeted him happily. "Teacher Wu." Lin Xian followed her gaze and saw a woman who looked to be middle-aged standing in front of him. The woman had piercing eyes and a serious expression, exuding a chilling aura. From her appearance, she seemed to be the kind of very strict female teacher who inspired awe. But when she saw who it was, her expression instantly changed completely, replaced by a warm smile. "Oh my, isn't this Mengyao? When did you get back?" Wu Qingling said with a smile. "I just got back not long ago," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "You're getting more and more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you." Wu Qingling praised. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. You still look so young and beautiful," Li Mengyao replied politely. Wu Qingling looked Li Mengyao up and down, then suddenly noticed her slightly protruding belly and asked in surprise, "Mengyao, what's going on?" "Teacher, I'm married now and pregnant." Li Mengyao touched her belly and smiled happily. "This is my husband, Lin Xian," Li Mengyao said, pulling Lin Xian over to introduce him to Wu Qingling. "Hello, Teacher Wu," Lin Xian greeted with a smile. "Hello, Lin Xian, you're quite handsome." Wu Qingling smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, Mengyao. I can't believe you're going to be a mom-to-be. Time flies," Wu Qingling exclaimed. So Li Mengyao and her teacher Wu Qingling sat side by side on a bench by the river, reminiscing about the past, their laughter echoing in the air. Lin Xian leaned quietly against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Soon, Li Mengyao said goodbye to teacher Wu. Then Li Mengyao walked to Lin Xian's side and gently patted his shoulder. "Honey, let's keep going." Lin Xian turned around, looked at his beautiful wife in front of him, and his face was filled with a happy smile. They walked hand in hand along the riverbank. Lin Xian asked curiously, "Was that your high school teacher?" Li Mengyao nodded, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Yes, she was very good to me in high school and always took good care of me." Lin Xian recalled meeting teacher Wu earlier and couldn't help but sigh. "She seems rather strict from the outside." Li Mengyao explained with a smile. "Honey, don't be fooled by teacher Wu's serious face. Actually, she's a very gentle person, but she has to show a strict side in order to help her students achieve better results." Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, then joked, "Will our teacher Li be like this in the future?" After giving birth to her baby, Li Mengyao plans to become a teacher. Li Mengyao paused for a moment, then gave a sweet smile. "Maybe, after all, teachers have to be strict with their students. However, I believe the children will like me. Honey, do you think I can keep elementary school kids in line like this?" Li Mengyao deliberately put on a fierce expression, put her hands on her hips, glared at Lin Xian fiercely, and her tone also became fierce. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. "Ha! Wife, who can you keep in check like this?" He laughed as he reached out and pinched her cheek, finding her incredibly adorable. Hearing this, Li Mengyao was a little discouraged, but still said defiantly, "Why can't you control me? I'm very fierce." As she spoke, she deliberately put on a stern face, trying to show her authority. However, Lin Xian didn't buy it at all, and continued to laugh heartily. Seeing that he wasn't afraid of her at all, Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little angry, and said coquettishly, "Don't laugh. Ha! Chapter 1:15 Top Scorer in Liberal Arts. The two continued walking, and soon they found the old man who had sold candied hawthorns earlier. Grandpa Candied Hawthorn, I'm here again. Li Mengyao excitedly ran forward and greeted Grandpa Candied Hawthorn. Haha, little girl, you're here again. What flavor would you like to eat today? Grandpa Candied Hawthorn asked with a kind smile. Li Mengyao stood in front of the candied hawthorn stall, her eyes dazzled by the colorful and translucent candied hawthorns, unsure which one to choose. Grandpa, could you please get me a candied hawthorn berry? After some hesitation, Li Mengyao finally made her decision and said to the candied hawthorn berry Grandpa with a smile. Okay. As he spoke, Grandpa Tongalu took a string of candied oranges from the shelf and handed it to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao led Lin Xian as they walked and ate. Wife, why did you only buy one candied hawthorn skewer? What about your husband's? Lin Xian asked with a smile. My husband doesn't get any. Li Mengyao laughed triumphantly. The two walked to an exquisite pavilion by the river, surrounded by lush green trees and a pleasant view. Honey, let's go sit in that pavilion over there for a while, Li Mengyao said, pointing to the pavilion with a bright smile on her face. Lin Xian nodded and pulled Li Mengyao into the pavilion. Li Mengyao found a seat and sat down. She patted her legs, looking somewhat tired. Lin Xian smiled and sat down next to her, gently stroking her hair and asking tenderly, Would you like me to rub it for you? Okay. Li Mengyao nodded happily and stretched her foot out in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently massaged her calves, his movements soft and meticulous, as if afraid of hurting her. Li Mengyao enjoyed Lin Xian's massage while admiring the shimmering water and surrounding scenery. She relaxed, leaned against Lin Xian, and felt his warmth. Then I picked up the last candied hawthorn, put it in my mouth, and savored its sweet and sour taste. Honey, do you still want to eat? Li Mengyao suddenly looked up, a sweet smile on her face, and asked Lin Xian in a gentle voice. Yes. Lin Xian swallowed hard, looking at the candied hawthorn in Li Mengyao's mouth. Here you go. Li Mengyao looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. So she reached out her little hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, tilted her head back, and put her fragrant lips into Lin Xian's mouth. Afterwards, Li Mengyao pressed her little head against Lin Xian's chest and let out a light laugh. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the beauty in his arms. I have to say, sometimes wives can be really alluring. But at that moment, in a corner in the distance, a figure stared intently at the two of them. The figure's eyes revealed a hint of resentment and jealousy, as if it wanted to devour Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao discussed their plans for the day while having breakfast together. They decided to visit Ms. Wu today to thank her for taking care of Li Mengyao during high school. However, considering that Ms. Wu needed to teach during the day, Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling agreed to visit her in the evening. This way, they had enough time to prepare the gift and ensure that it wouldn't disturb Ms. Wu's work. As evening approached, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had nothing else to do, so they decided to visit Li Mengyao's former high school, Jingshui No. 1 High School. The two could take a tour of the campus, and Li Mengyao had been clamoring to eat at a fish head noodle soup restaurant near the school, after which they would visit Teacher Wu. So Lin Xian drove his Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. After parking the car, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and went to the school gate. As expected, I was stopped by the security guard. Who are you? The gatekeeper shouted. Li Mengyao walked up to the guardhouse and said with a smile to the guard, Uncle, I am an alumna of Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. I would like to come back to visit my alma mater. May I come in for a visit? Oh, fellow alumni. The security guard looked them up and down, then asked in a serious tone, What proof do you have? Yes. Li Mengyao took out her phone and showed him her high school graduation certificate. You need the original document. The security guard looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Excuse me, sir, we didn't bring the original certificate, Li Mengyao said awkwardly. Lin Xian stepped forward, smiling, and asked, Is there any other way? The security guard scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then replied, There's another way. Find a teacher at the school to vouch for you. Oh, I see. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up. She immediately called Wu Qingling and then handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the phone and, upon hearing that it was Mr. Wu, a well-known teacher at the school, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. So you're Mr. Wu's student, please come in. Thanks. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the school. As Lin Xian walked, he looked around at the school in front of him. The school is not large, but the several teaching buildings are arranged in a neat row. A tense atmosphere permeated the campus, which is probably true for most high schools. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. At this moment, Li Mengyao smiled and said softly, Honey, come with me. The two then walked side by side to a display board showcasing their deeds. Li Mengyao pointed